Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
ULab Laboratory. The location of this laboratory had already moved beyond the scope of Tongwan and was situated at the outskirts of a nearby D-grade city, a semi-underground high-tech building with a white hemispherical surface, completely sealed walls, revealing no details from the outside. And Quen, bypassing the outer defense alert, arrived at the side with a few people. The personnel inside retreated after the apocalypse, but many experimental samples and equipment couldn't be taken away in time. It took some effort to clear them. Be careful when you go in. What? Go in. Song K tapped along the wall but found no gaps. They didn't consider using the main entrance. Given the security level there, it was impossible to open it unless the latest heavy weapons from the Alliance were used for a continuous bombardment for a day and night. However, the material used for the walls of ULab was also peculiar. And Quen had mentioned on the way that it had an automatic repair function. There were faint traces of smoke residue on the surface, but no breaches could be found. And Quen took a particle cannon from his shoulder, a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his mouth, his expression relaxed and casual. Step back a bit, be careful not to get hurt. At novel bin at. Song K and the others obediently stepped back 2 paces. And Quen stepped on a step, aimed the hyperparticle cannon at the wall, and the crimson light gradually condensed. In the next second, it shot out. Boom. The cannon fire blasted open the side wall, creating a hole a few meters wide. As the rubble flew, purple lightning followed closely, weaving into a dense web, firmly holding the breach and preventing it from bouncing back temporarily. It was in Quen's ability, controlled quite skillfully, with no energy leaking out. Come in, hurry. The group entered one after another. The laboratory was cold and sterile, with glaring white spotlights, bright glass corridors, and a lingering chemical smell in the air. Staying in such an environment for a long time could easily make a person feel dizzy and disoriented. And Quen, after entering, had an unusually serious expression. Stay close to me, and whatever you do, don't wander around. Although most of the dangers had been removed, caution was still necessary. The group moved forward along the spacious corridor. Because it was too quiet, they could even hear each other's footsteps. The rooms on both sides were mostly messy, with numerous capsule storages of various sizes and shapes, most of them vacant. Occasionally, projection texts and images of certain experiment processes flashed across the electronic screens. Experimental subject number, RYH 9001. Biological prototype, Anura, alien toad. Experimental record, February 15, 40 NE, 54th gene fusion failure. Target status, deceased. Experimental subject number, PJK 9321. Biological prototype, lamprey, parasite. Experimental record, July 22, 44 NE, successful parasitism, July 29, host deceased. Target status, deceased. Experimental subject number, SFP 2056. Biological prototype, Lepidoptera, vertical striped poisonous moth. Experimental record, December 24, 45 NE, radiation levels stable, recommend continued observation. Target status, alive. Lin Yuyu grew paler as she ventured further in. The experiment data and the remnants of images were too disgusting. In just a short distance, she had accidentally seen frogs with 2 heads and over a dozen legs, funnel-mouthed 7-gilled eels, and numerous grotesque images, making it impossible to distinguish the original insect species. This place was truly a nightmare for those with trypophobia. Lin Yuyu averted her gaze, took a breath, and calmed her nerves. She unexpectedly noticed that someone's complexion was even worse than hers. Song K, at the back of the group, stared blankly at those capsule storages. The interiors of the compartments were very clean, with no stains. However, Song K felt a reddish hue and caught a hint of a pungent smell. She extended her fingertip and gently tapped the electronic label on top. What did these numbers mean? What's wrong? Did you find something? Lin Yuyu asked in a low voice. No, Song K was interrupted and momentarily forgot what she was thinking. She quickened her pace to catch up with the others. It must be due to poor ventilation and difficulty in breathing, causing hallucinations. She felt very uncomfortable in this place. And Quen led them to the end of the corridor, into a noticeably larger laboratory. The glass door slowly opened, revealing a giant fish tank connected to the ceiling. In the pitch-black liquid, there was a huge deep-sea octopus soaked, its entire body in deep red color and its body resembling jelly. It was in a semi-decomposed state, with sunken eye sockets, pale eyes, and drug tubes inserted at the ends of each tentacle, floating motionless inside. And Quen searched the room following the signal and indeed found a dormant central system. This concealed central system had a timer function. They had missed it the last time they were here because it was turned off. A few days ago, the signal left in the laboratory suddenly detected data fluctuations and reported it to Wu Chuamin. He then ordered An Quen, who was still in Tongwan, to go and retrieve the data from this central system. An Quen took out a small chip-like object, connected it to another instrument, and began the data transfer. During the waiting time, he didn't forget to scare Su Xing playfully. Just look, don't touch anything. Be careful, it might move. Su Xing, being timid, immediately clung to Song K's thigh, acting as a mobile accessory, keeping his eyes tightly shut throughout, too afraid to open them and look. and Kwen chuckled twice and stopped joking. The data retrieval took about 10 minutes. After it was done, they retreated along the corridor and returned to the initial fork. So far, they had only explored about half of the entire laboratory. However, the expressions of everyone present were not very pleasant. Just by deducing from the current scene, it was clear that ULab was conducting prohibited biological experiments. Why did the Alliance allow such a black laboratory to exist? This time, Kwen chose the left path. This path was evidently more difficult to traverse. The ground was littered with debris and fragments, and one could easily step on gravel and shards of glass if not careful. Kwen explained, "We don't have authorization. Last time we came, the captain had to force his way through the door." "What's this?" Lin Yuyu stopped, and in front of them was a tightly closed metal door. Highly glossy and with smooth lines, the access control system was firmly attached to the door, emitting a flickering light. The electronic eye automatically scanned everyone passing by, capturing various heat sources and displaying them in red characters. "Recognition failed? Recognition failed? No access. This is a hidden door. We checked the 3D map, and this should be the central control of the entire laboratory. Unfortunately, we can't open it." Kwen placed the signal source on the door, but the screen didn't show any fluctuations. The central control can manipulate all the lights, systems, instruments, and devices in the laboratory. However, the captain confirmed that there were no signs of life or information flow inside. "If we forcibly dismantle it, it might trigger a self-destruct program, so we left it for the time being." Even Wujumin couldn't figure it out, so they had no means to open the door. A few of them glanced at the blinking access door and left the spot. After turning a corner, the path ahead was blocked, and there lay a huge, putrid corpse on the ground. The length of the corpse was over 3 meters, resembling a human and a fish. It had strange webbed hands and feet, gray-white eyeballs staring lifelessly, and horrifying sharp teeth in its mouth, capable of easily tearing an adult apart. "Wow, this is so disgusting. What is this?" Su Xing almost jumped. "Zombie fishman. This is what injured Kingzi," and Kwen's expression turned cold, and his purple lightning ability crackled around him. "Don't worry, it's already dead. We had to evacuate in a hurry and couldn't deal with it at the time," he reassured Su Xing. Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian were okay, their acceptance level had visibly increased after facing such challenges. Sucha seemed quite composed. The one who couldn't bear it the most was Lin Yuyu. She held her nose, took a few steps back, looking disgusted. "Sucha, deal with it quickly." Sucha took a couple of steps forward, flipped out a dagger from his palm, and stabbed the fish person's head. The residual impure blood oozed out. Just then, the dagger lit up with a faint dim light, and the fishman's body gradually corroded, turning into a liquid and eventually disappearing on the spot. Kwen clicked his tongue twice, his gaze stopping at the black snake tattoo on Sucha's back, and suddenly everything made sense. People from the rainforest, no wonder. While everyone circled around the fishman's body, Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair slid back, and he alone returned to the tightly sealed door. He rested his chin on his hand and stared at the door in place, expressionless, for a while. Suddenly, he let out a light sneer. Zhuang Qinjian raised his head slightly, staring directly at the door. The silver access control aimed at his pupils. Capturing biological information, the electronic eye automatically checked the iris data. The central system rapidly calculated for 2 seconds, and then, green characters lit up. Recognition successful. Root. The moment the secret door opened, Song Ke appeared behind Zhuang Qinjian like a ghost. The two people's gazes collided unexpectedly. After a few seconds, Song Ke turned her head and glanced at the open door. In the mysterious silence, Zhuang Qinjian's heart beat a bit faster. At a time like this, as long as Song Ke shouted, Kwen and the others would be attracted over. Although he hadn't done anything guilty, he couldn't explain the current situation at all. Song Ke hesitated for a moment, didn't shout or scream, just looked at Zhuang Qinjian quietly, and stared at him. Then she subtly turned on her tiptoe and moved to the doorway, blocking Zhuang Qinjian's figure perfectly. "You, hurry up," Song Ke urged softly. Zhuang Qinjian smiled slowly. Anyway, Song Ke had chosen to stand on his side. Even though it wasn't said out loud, in that moment just now, there was a strange understanding flowing between them at Novel bin Adat. Zhuang Qinjian seized the time, flashed into the dark room, glanced around, and indeed, as Kwen had said, it was just an ordinary control center with nothing noteworthy, let alone any forgotten important information, top secret data, and so on. However, the control center controlled the access system of the entire laboratory. The logs of visitors stored in different areas were interconnected, and one could still find some traces of the people who entered and exited ULab over the past decade. Zhuang Qinjian unlocked the panel, rapidly inputted the commands with his fingertips, and deleted all the data from the access control. Then he surveyed the area, picked some equipment that could be taken, and stashed them all into his space. The silver wheelchair slid out silently, the secret door closed slowly, and Song Ke leaned against the wall, staring at him without blinking. Zhuang Qinjian nodded, all done. Song Ke didn't ask what he had done inside. She took the wheelchair and pushed him to catch up with Kwen and the others. They had been gone for 2 or 3 minutes, but because everyone's attention was focused on the fish-like zombies, they were fortunately not discovered. After clearing the zombie fishman's body, the road became clear again, and Kwen led the group to proceed, reaching the depths of ULab. After leaving the cold and oppressive research lab, the light suddenly brightened, and before everyone's eyes was a glass conservatory. It was hard to imagine that in such a grim and eerie place like U-Lab, there was a dreamlike transparent garden. Artificial sunlight from the top freely poured in, brightening and warming up the room. The garden was lush with vegetation, fresh air, and the display cabinets on both sides held many intact insect specimens, vivid and lifelike. The last set of data, once it's copied, we're done, and Quen connected the chip to the cabinet-like instrument and began the data transfer. The mission was about to be completed. He relaxed his nerves, rubbed his neck, and stretched the tense shoulders. "Uncle, what kind of machine is this?" Su Xing asked as she approached. It's a visitor systems information cabinet. Inside are all sorts of miscellaneous data, we'll take it back and see if it's useful or not." "Oh," Su Xing responded obediently. He turned his little head, looking left and right, curious about everything but refraining from reaching out. The little guy was quite smart. How could he touch things randomly here? It was portrayed that way on television, with stupid cannon fodders breaking things or accidentally touching something, only for a super powerful monster to come out, leading to everyone's demise. He was not that kind of idiot. Su Xing's gaze fell on a specimen inside a display cabinet. There was a giant insect specimen, seemingly a kind of moth based on its appearance. Its grayish-white antennae were thick and short, with pitch-black compound eyes. The spread-out wings were covered in brown and black scales, with brush-like ripples around, making it dizzying after a while. Su Xing blinked. Just now, the large moth specimen seemed to have moved. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and then his eyes widened slightly. He hadn't seen it wrong, it moved again. Su Xing shivered, subconsciously wanting to grab his sister's leg. But when he raised his head, he realized that Song Ke was pushing Zhuang Qinjian a bit away from him. He didn't dare to run around, so he settled for the next best thing and tugged on Quen's sleeve nearby. "Uncle, that specimen is moving." The garden was extremely quiet. Not only Quen but also the others heard Su Xing's warning. Song Ke looked alert, looking at the glass walls, the control desk, and the display cabinets one by one. There were too many, there were at least 1,000 specimens here. Which one was Su Xing referring to? Soon, everyone figured out which one it was. A giant flapping moth with a body length of over 45 centimeters flew up leisurely. As it flapped its wings, a flurry of fine powder drifted down from the air, resembling a gentle rain. Vertical striped poisonous moth, female. "Don't inhale those dust," Zhuang Qinjian quickly warned, "they are all its eggs." The faces of everyone turned grim, hurriedly covering their mouths and noses. But an even bigger crisis was yet to come. After the mother moth appeared, countless young moths flew out from the corners of the walls, the control desk, the cabinets, and even from the shadows of the trees. They had extremely bright and vibrant colors: yellow-green, yellow-brown, with long hair covering their tarsal joints. They looked fuzzy, but combined with the grayish-white, they presented an obvious zombified appearance, far from being cute. They could be described as creepy. Zhuang Qinjian quickly recited a series of numbers, SFP 2056. Song Ke was puzzled at first, but then lightning fast recalled the capsule warehouse they had just passed by. Experimental subject SFP 2056, the Lepidopteran vertical striped poisonous moth. According to the last experimental record, it was still alive. So, this mutated poisonous moth was hiding here and using the glass garden as a warm bed to hatch its larvae. Zhuang Qinjian's reminder was correct. Those flying all around were definitely not dust but its parasitic eggs. It was utterly disgusting. Sucha's dagger was swift and precise, killing one larvae with a single swipe. However, there were simply too many of these mutated insects, and they couldn't be killed off. Lin Yu's extraordinary singing ability was nearly useless in this situation. Every time she opened her mouth, she would inhale a multitude of bugs. Luckily, they had 2 awakeners capable of causing a group damage. Su Xing unleashed a blizzard, while Quen was surrounded by a surge of purple electricity. Their abilities covered the garden, and a brilliant light filled the air. However, the larvae were like wildfire, cut one down, and another immediately took its place, becoming more and more numerous. No one knew how many eggs this poisonous moth had laid. There were countless little creatures dancing wildly in every direction, blocking their vision with a bright yellow color and muffling their hearing with the sound of flapping wings. Soon, they couldn't see each other clearly. A terrifying moth disaster had arrived. "Focus on capturing the big ones," Quen gritted his teeth and shouted these 3 words. He controlled the lightning to shuttle through the larvae swarm, attempting to find the culprit, the mother moth. The idea was correct, but doing this was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Song Ke pushed Zhuang Qinjian towards Su Xing and Quen. The 2 of them, by continuously releasing their abilities, barely managed to create a vacuum zone, temporarily preventing the larvae from coming closer. Then she faced the surging wave of larvae and ran her fingers over the control desk. A blue light burst forth, and in her palm, a peculiarly shaped spiritual weapon took form. Looking at the lower half, it resembled a long-handled halberd, flat and straight in structure, with a horizontal blade edge and a vertical hilt. However, the upper half was vastly different, featuring a hooked iron mesh with countless tiny barbs and blades, which were extremely sharp. Holding this iron racket, Song Ke rolled and moved towards Quen. "Lend me some ability." Without a second word, Quen released a dark purple thunder snake, tightly coiling around the mesh. On the surface of the spiritual weapon, the interweaving blue-purple energy glowed. With a single push from Song Ke, she jumped onto a counter, swinging the iron racket in the air. Crackling sounds filled the air as the larvae that hit the iron mesh were first caught by the barbs and blades, then roasted by the lightning. The powerful electric currents lit up along the mesh, and the smell of burnt protein filled the air. The larvae's bodies were instantly charred, falling like raindrops. Holding her homemade electric racket, Song Ke jumped and danced around the garden. The swarm of larvae seemed to sense the danger and huddled together, trying to evade. However, they couldn't escape. With crackling sounds, a large number of them were electrocuted. The chaotic scene, after this action, suddenly became absurd and comical. And Kuen encountered an awakener with this kind of style for the first time. His eyes widened in astonishment, forming a complete circle. Countless thoughts piled up in his mind, ultimately condensed into a sentence: "Oh my goodness, impressive, really impressive." After a thorough cleanup of a large number of larvae, Song Ke finally found the hiding mother moth. The massive poisonous moth was lurking above them, circling around the artificial light sphere and continuously dispersing parasitic eggs. Song Ke swung her electric racket and fiercely struck towards it. The purple lightning and barbs emitted a dazzling light. The poisonous moth leaped into the air and skillfully evaded the attack. Song Ke pursued, striking in the opposite direction. The mother moth agilely evaded, and the mesh brushed against its wings. It received an electric shock and got pricked, causing half of its body to shiver, yet it didn't fall off. "Not good. It's resistant," Zhuang Qinjian said with a grave expression, throwing out a terrifying speculation. Song Ke was shocked. She almost forgot that this poisonous moth was an experimental subject. ULab had undoubtedly conducted various modifications on it. Since it managed to survive, its genes had definitely mutated, perhaps more than once. The electric racket was too large. It was better suited for group attacks, and using it against the mother moth alone made the target too obvious. Moreover, Kuen's lightning ability had minimal effect on it. Song Ke thought for a moment and shouted, "Xiao Xing, freeze it." Su Xing, with a serious expression, nodded vigorously. "Okay." A small amount of ice and snow appeared in front of him, and Su Xing kept his eyes fixed on the mother moth, controlling his ability unsteadily. Also possessing a B-level AoE, area of effect, ability and being more experienced, Kuen saw what was going on and kindly advised him, "Don't use your eyes, use your ability. Allocate a bit of your mental energy to control it more precisely." Su Xing took a deep breath inwardly, calming down. The flight trajectory of the ice and snow became more stable. He held his breath and focused, controlling his ability with great concentration. In a swift movement, he teleported near the poisonous moth, and the ice and snow broke into tiny ice crystals, some landing on its wings. The movements of the mother moth showed a slight delay. It was only a moment, but it was a rare opportunity. How could they eliminate it in one go? Among these people, one possessed the strongest ability to obliterate the evidence. Song Ke's mind raced, and she extended the iron flail back towards Sucha. "Ellie, lend me some A ability," she said. Sucha hesitated for a moment, then without refusal, placed the dagger on the spiritual net. A dim green light poured out. Song Ke smoothly borrowed the ability and leaped into the air. The blue-green racket swung heavily towards the mother moth. The mother moth had just been frozen by Su Xing and struggled desperately. It flew upwards, about to escape the attack range. With a flick of her wrist, Song Ke extended the length of her spiritual weapon, and the poisoned mesh hit its body squarely. Splat! A pungent corrosive odor filled the air. The mother moth, from its abdomen to its wings and antennae, was eroded inch by the toxic liquid, turning into black viscous fluid. Success? The larvae lost their leader, and in a headless and aimless manner, they attacked persistently, but they were no longer a threat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song Ke transformed several more electric rackets, attaching Kuen's abilities, and distributed one to each companion, starting to deal with the moths in the garden. Crackling sounds filled the air as the green and yellow larvae piled up on the ground, gradually reaching the height of everyone's ankles. After spending some time cleaning up, the garden finally fell completely silent. Kuen had already completed the data retrieval, and the murky air was no longer suitable for lingering. Song Ke and the others withdrew. There were still some unexplored areas in ULab, but Kuen's mission was only to retrieve data. Since that was accomplished, there was no need to continue staying. The others were also not particularly interested. Just thinking about it, apart from the various strange experimental creatures, there was nothing else inside. They were, however, very interested in the iron rackets Song Ke had transformed. "Kr, you're really something. How did you come up with this?" Lin Yuyu observed the iron racket, poking the fine thorns on the mesh with her slender fingers, and they instantly cut her skin. "Give this to me, we did contribute, after all." Kuen also seemed quite pleased, holding on to the iron racket tightly. He hadn't expected that his ability could be used in such a clever way. Song Ke wasn't stingy, and everyone had exerted a lot of efforts inside just now. She slightly controlled her mental energy, cutting off her connection with this batch of spiritual weapons. She straightforwardly said, "Here, for all of you." Back in Tongwan, the temporary team parted ways. Kuen had to return to the hospital, and Lin Yuyu also informed them of the upcoming arrangements. The famous celebrity from District C, after a period of excitement, had visibly lost weight, but she appeared much more resilient. Lin Yuyu smiled at Song Ke. "Just to make it clear, I'm not trying to avoid my debt. The top 32 game is about to start, and given my job nature and some personal matters to handle, I have to return to Ferrara tomorrow. As for the remaining 2 tasks, I'll owe you for now. You can contact me when you need them. Song Kei nodded. She didn't have any other tasks at the moment, so there was no need to stop Lin Yuyu from leaving. Anyway, whether it was Ferrara or Tongwan, catching Lin Yuyu as a coolie wouldn't be difficult. The 3 members of V587 returned to their residence. Su Xing kept yelling about parasites all the way. Zhuang Qinjian and Song Kei were made itchy all over by his words. Originally, they weren't worried, but Su Xing scared them with his remarks, so they rushed back to their rooms and took a shower. With one hand supporting the crutch, Zhuang Qinjian came out of the bathroom, wiping his wet hair. He casually glanced and saw someone sitting on his bed. Also with wet hair, dripping down to the shoulders, the small face looked extremely serious, staring intently at him. Oh, it's time for the settlement of accounts. Zhuang Qinjian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The next moment, he sighed softly in his heart. She didn't even knock on the door. Song Kei silently watched Zhuang Qinjian. Since picking up this man in the pouring rain, her wandering journey has undergone indescribable changes. Things she couldn't understand before, as long as she asked, she could get answers from him, information about the apocalypse, abilities, Kindlin, C-grade districts, commission tasks. Zhuang Qinjian said he wasn't omniscient, but in Song Kei's eyes, he knew everything. As long as Zhuang Qinjian was by her side, even ignorance became a luxury. Song Kei would no longer feel puzzled about the unknown world. Everything could be solved theoretically, and she only needed to be responsible for execution. But this didn't mean she lost her ability to think. Who is Zhuang Qinjian? What is his true identity? An ordinary researcher at Kindlin Institute? Absolutely impossible. The first time they met, he said he was a drug researcher. After encountering the Azure Phoenix squad, he changed his claim to a weather mimicry system maintenance engineer. It seemed that Zhuang Qinjian could easily come up with any identity that favored him, completely indifferent to its authenticity. And his true origin was concealed in an unclear fog, surrounded by layers. Unless he personally tore apart the layers of disguised veils, Song Kei would probably never know. In front of the U-Lab's secret entrance, Song Kei caught Zhuang Qinjian in the act. He quietly left the team, wanting to do something, and this something couldn't be known to others. Since when did he start his secretive plans? From when he proposed to go to U-Lab with An Quen? Or even earlier, from when he knew that the Azure Phoenix squad's mission was to find someone who had been missing for a long time. Song Kei was not a fool. Of course, she understood that even if U-Lab was a subsidiary of Kindlin, the heavily guarded access control system was definitely not something an ordinary researcher could open. Song Kei frowned and sternly said, "Confess and cooperate." Zhuang Qinjian looked relaxed and responded, "Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist." Song Kei pouted, "You, honestly, confess." Zhuang Qinjian smiled and said, "Will you spare me in your great mercy?" Tisk, Song Kei was annoyed. Why did he always catch her words, making her lose track of what she wanted to say next? Her fingertips moved slightly, and a faint blue light flickered, slowly aiming at the man in front of her. Why not settle it with words? Do you have to resort to violence again? Zhuang Qinjian leaned lazily on his writing desk, supporting himself with a crutch. Can you bear treating me like this? Just out of the shower, he didn't use the wheelchair. His tall figure stood there, creating an imposing shadow. Song Kei glanced up. It wasn't actually a shadow, it was just that his bathrobe wasn't tied properly, revealing half of his chest. Stop joking. Speak quickly. Song Kei persisted, using this time alone with him, having come to his room, to clarify her doubts. If he didn't explain today, she wouldn't easily give up. Tell the truth. Considering his talent for lying, Song Kei added without missing a beat. Being cornered by her relentless questioning, Zhuang Qinjian sighed helplessly at novel bin at. I can indeed unlock the door because I have high-level access within Kindlin. As for why I entered the central control room, a few years ago, I visited U-Lab. Song Kei frowned deeply. You went? What for? Zhuang Qinjian wouldn't have been involved in those illegal biological experiments, right? He could tell what she was thinking from her expression. Zhuang Qinjian chuckled and shook his head slowly. Don't think too much. I didn't participate in any experiments. At that time, I went as an internal inspector. The information An Quen needed to retrieve included the visitor list. If my presence showed up there, it would be hard to explain and bring unnecessary trouble to us. So, I deleted the access records and completely eliminated this potential problem. Other than that, I didn't do anything. Are you telling the truth now? Song Kei looked at him with a skeptical expression. Zhuang Qinjian smiled slowly. Song Kei, as I mentioned before, I have no reason to lie to you. No need to lie to me. There's one more thing. Will you answer? Song Kei was silent for a moment and asked a soul-penetrating question. Do you know that person, Xiezhou? Even if Song Kei wasn't clever, her intuition was always accurate. On the night at Mirror Lake, Zhuang Qinjian had a distinct reaction when he saw Xianningyu. He reacted to that face. The smile on Zhuang Qinjian's face disappeared, and his eyes narrowed slightly, falling into a long silence. The crutch used to maintain balance moved, and the end made a creaking sound against the ground. No, lying, aloud, warned Song Kei. I know, Zhuang Qinjian finally spoke, after a long while. As expected, Song Kei thought to herself, there was a feeling of I knew it in her heart. Who is he? You can say, an old acquaintance. Zhuang Qinjian took a few slow but steady steps forward. He came to Song Ke and sat down on the other side of the bed. They sat side by side, gazing at the hazy night outside together. Sorry, I can't tell you his identity for now, but An Qiwen is right. It's an impossible task. Azure Phoenix's people will never find Xiezhou. Why? Song Ke was puzzled. Because he's dead. Zhuang Qinjian's voice was hoarse. Xiezhou died a long time ago. Dead in terms of biology or sociology, he has completely disappeared, Zhuang Qinjian continued. Thinking seriously, Song Ke contemplated the biological meaning of death, which referred to a person ceasing to breathe, their body decaying, becoming bones and dust. To achieve the sociological meaning of disappearance, this person's habits, social relationships, behavioral trajectory, must be completely erased from the memories of others. Why did he die? Because someone wanted him dead, or rather, he had no choice but to die. Xiezhou lived each day facing endless pursuit, Zhuang Qinjian explained. Pursuits, forced to die. Every word spoken by Zhuang Qinjian carried a certain cruel meaning. Song Ke couldn't help but fall silent. She remembered that stunning image, that defiant youth. Did he ultimately not live to adulthood? So, as an acquaintance of Xiezhou, what was Zhuang Qinjian feeling now, knowing everything? Song Ke's gaze fell on Zhuang Qinjian's hand hanging by his side, where the veins protruded, seemingly indicating the speaker's fluctuating emotions. Following up the arm, she looked at the bangs falling down, covering half of Zhuang Qinjian's face, leaving the other half unusually cold. Song Ke asked cautiously, "Are you okay?" Zhuang Qinjian remained silent, looking back at the young girl sitting in front of him. Song Ke's eyes were clear, showing concern as she gazed at him. Zhuang Qinjian moved his fingertip and revealed an extremely cold smile. Song Ke, if someday I'm hunted by the entire alliance, if everyone wants me dead, what would you do? Song Ke didn't speak. Would you save me? Zhuang Qinjian reached out, gently touching her cheek, applying a little pressure, creating a dimple there. Would you? He lowered his head, staring into Song Ke's eyes, still pursuing the question, insisting on an answer. They had known each other for so long, and this was the first time Zhuang Qinjian had voluntarily come so close to her. Song Ke felt a mix of emotions, a complex feeling that was hard to describe. She tilted her head back, moving away from his palm. No, I wouldn't. Zhuang Qinjian, having received the answer, smiled slowly, his deep eyes sparkling with wisdom. Smart child, remember, no matter what trouble you encounter in the future, preserving yourself should always be the top priority. Song Ke's lips moved slightly, wanting to say something, but ultimately held it back. Her grandfather had said to her, live well, so she had to take care of herself. Their gazes met, and after a few seconds, they looked away, tacitly changing the subject. What did you get from the CE Central Control? Song Ke asked. Zhuang Qinjian retrieved a small device from the space. An ability measurement device. It looked somewhat similar to the black box they had used at the Fool's Wharf with Wu Zhuomin, but Zhuang Qinjian's was orange and appeared more delicate. Song Ke reached out, wanting to touch it, but quickly withdrew her hand. Won't it break? She asked, still bearing a psychological shadow. It's an L-type, a common popular style on the market. It won't easily break. Though it couldn't compare to the fully functional R-grade or the widely used P-grade by Awakener bases in District C, the L-type ability measurement device was the best-selling among these models due to its portability. Song Ke felt relieved. Following the device's instructions, she placed her hands on the measurement port. The precise instrument scanned her body, various colored lines surged, and it eventually stopped at the A mark, the energy value maxed out. Too bad, it can only measure up to A level, Zhuang Qinjian expressed regret. Curious, Song Ke asked, can this make the homeless man speak? They had been to Luo shelter twice in the past few days, and no matter how they asked, the homeless man showed no willingness to communicate. Wait for me another day, we'll have a few more bargaining chips, Zhuang Qinjian said. The next day, at the 119 hospital, wearing a tan-colored vest, Song Ke took advantage of the lunch break and started wandering aimlessly like the Mountain King. She first went to find Su Xing. The little guy had now moved on from running errands in the 8th floor pharmacy and had been promoted to a zombie cleaner on the 13th floor, with the same job as Song Ke. He earned a net of 180 alliance coins each day, even though there were endless zeros in his terminal account, and the work of a volunteer was even more exhausting and grueling. Su Xing didn't seem to mind at all. He did the job quite happily. Xiao Xing, come over here. Song Ke found Su Xing lazing around at the nurse's station. He, being a sweet-talking little guy, often won the hearts of the nurses and got stuffed with various snacks in his pockets. So, Song Ke knew exactly why he always burped when he got home. Seeing Song Ke, Su Xing's face lit up, and he skipped over. Sister, are you looking for me? Song Ke nodded. Yes. Let me show you a treasure. The two of them went to an empty corridor, and Song Ke grinned, pulling out an ability measurement device from her spatial storage. Let's play WI with T this. What? Isn't this what Captain Wu uses to measure abilities? Su Xing frowned, remembering his embarrassing past of losing control. This one's advanced, Song Ke solemnly persuaded him. Reluctantly, Su Xing agreed and embraced the instrument, placing his fingers on the measuring port. The lines on the screen went up and down, finally stopping at the B mark, surpassing it by quite a bit. Wow, impressive. Song Ke applauded enthusiastically, giving him face. Hehe, Su Xing scratched his head and excitedly suggested, sister, let's go find Tao Tao and have her measured too. Children will always be children, with their imaginative thoughts. Equally childish, Song Ke agreed eagerly. The two of them set off with the measurement device to find Tao Tao. Tao Tao wasn't as cooperative as Su Xing. Seeing the unfamiliar device, she was on high alert, her ears perked up, barking wildly, and her short legs darted around the ward, even releasing her domain, pushing the two of them out several times. Song Ke was determined and didn't give up. She engaged in a protracted battle with Tao Tao. Finally catching her, she held down Tao Tao's paw and placed it in the measuring port. Tao Tao grimaced and whimpered, unable to resist. The screen lit up again, and colorful lines fluctuated before finally stopping at the C mark. Song Ke and Su Xing were amazed. Tao Tao turned out to be a sea-level awakener. Oh no, an awakener dog? The sea-level ability dog Tao Tao displayed her power, releasing her domain once again, catching the two off guard and sending them tumbling. Beside them, Tao Tao's mom casually snacked on sunflower seeds, leisurely watching the show with her legs crossed. This thing is really useful. I was thinking of registering Tao Tao. This makes it easier, just fill in the details. Tao Tao needs to register too. Su Xing asked curiously, rubbing the bump on his head. Of course. We're talking about Tao Tao, an awakener, entitled to perks, Tao Tao's mom said matter-of-factly. Song Ke imagined a dog going to get an awakener certificate. It felt a bit surreal. Come, have some sunflower seeds. Tao Tao's mom enthusiastically invited them, casually shaking the light screen used as a tray for sunflower seed shells. Song Ke peeked inside and saw medical news, mostly gossip like Tongwan's most handsome doctor competition, the heartthrobs of the medical field, the gentle surgeon, and the like. Tao Tao's mom assumed she was interested and pulled Song Ke to sit down, enthusiastically promoting the handsome doctors of Tongwan. Song Ke glanced a couple of times, forced to listen to half an hour of gossip. The doctors all seemed to have similar faces, but their hands were quite attractive, slender and long with well-defined joints. When they picked up the surgical knife, they exuded a unique elegance. Asterisk. On the other side, Zhuang Qinjian found the time to visit the Tongwan security team and met with Zhao Liqiang. You want to access the records of all registered awakeners in Tongwan. Zhao Liqiang was particularly surprised upon learning his intention. Yes, and I'd appreciate Captain Zhao's assistance, Zhuang Qinjian politely nodded. These were internal records that Zhuang Qinjian couldn't access in the hospital's archives, so he had to ask for Zhao Liqiang's help. He was checking these records to confirm his suspicions. Zhao Liqiang looked puzzled. Why are you interested in that? There's not much useful information, it's mostly just age, place of origin, and the like. Plus, our security team alone has over 200 people, not to mention the outsiders. Tongwan has over 500 registered awakeners, right? Zhuang Qinjian smiled. It's not about gathering information. I just want to confirm a few things. The records cabinet in the archive room was tall, extending all the way to the ceiling. Different cabinets stored different kinds of records, categorized neatly. All the information could be accessed through the central computer. After verifying the credentials, Zhao Liqiang led Zhuang Qinjian inside. I'm sorry, but you can't take the records out. You'll have to read them here. Zhuang Qinjian showed understanding. Of course, I'll try to finish reading them today. Then go ahead and focus on your work. Just let me know when you're leaving. Zhao Liqiang had a lot on his plate and couldn't afford to waste time accompanying him here. Thank you, Captain Zhao. After the others left, Zhuang Qinjian brought up the interface of the central computer and quickly started browsing the records, beginning from the earliest registered awakeners before the apocalypse. Asterisk. Luo Shelter. V587 came to visit the homeless man for the third time. His condition was hardly any different from a few days ago. The wounds hadn't worsened and instead showed signs of gradual healing. This man indeed hadn't undergone any mutation. Though not mutated, after several days of relentless efforts, he was on the verge of self-destruction, emaciated with shallow breathing. Just from his unkempt appearance, he looked even more like a zombie than a zombie itself. Reluctantly, Su Xing took 2 steps forward, given a significant responsibility. He crouched in front of the homeless man, raising his innocent and cheerful face, his voice soft. Uncle, would you like something to eat? I have a sandwich, and there are ham sausages, cookies, juice. It's kiwi juice, really delicious. He thought that children could at least somewhat break down the other person's defenses, but the homeless man remained lying on the ground, unmoving. Su Xing was completely ignored, and the curly hair on top of his head tilted unwillingly. Suppressing his frustration, he continued to persuade, Uncle, if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell my sister. She's really nice, and we can help you. The homeless man slowly turned his head, leaning towards the other side, seeming to find Su Xing annoying, and waved his hand like shooing away a fly. Su Xing held back for a moment, then couldn't hold it anymore and shouted, Hey, why are you such a dog? Calling you a dog is an insult to Tao Tao. You're even worse than a dog? At least dogs react. Can't you say something? This time the homeless man reacted. He made a faint humph sound from his nose. Su Xing threw the bread and juice, almost exploding with frustration, his irritable nature exposed. I'm talking to you, can't you have some sense? You're this old, is it interesting to seek death? Can't you have a bit of dignity? Getting on my nerves, you're getting on my nerves, you bad old man. Su Xing panted heavily, turned around, and saw Song Ke gaping at him, staring blankly. It was the first time she had truly seen him lose his composure. Su Xing, QAQ. Oops, forgot that big sister was right there. Sob, sob. Defeated, Su Xing stepped back, and Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair stopped in front of the homeless man. The man didn't pay any attention, not even bothering to lift his head. Zhuang Qinjian stroked the patterns on the blanket and spoke in a calm tone. You're not a vagrant. You weren't born to be this desolate. You were born in Tongwan, a renowned city of medicine. You grew up in a well-off family, with a gentle and considerate personality. You grew up without any illness or worries. You progressed into a respectable and prestigious profession. You once had youthful aspirations and became an outstanding figure in your industry. Your family life was exceptionally happy, and you enjoyed the admiration and envy of others. You lived this way for over 30 years, accustomed to it, until the apocalypse arrived. The apocalypse not only destroyed the entire world but shattered you. You faced a devastating blow, which can be termed as a catastrophe in your life. From then on, you faltered. You abandoned the past glories, relinquished the glamorous identity. You lost beloved family and dear friends. Your life turned into a mess, and you felt helpless, so you could only escape. Whether as a drifter or a beggar, you no longer cared about anything, just wanting to die quickly, isn't that right? Song Ke was astonished. She didn't know what information Zhuang Qinjian had gathered these days or what preparations he had made. He summarized the first half of this homeless man's life in just a few simple sentences. Although the man lying on the ground remained unresponsive, Song Ke distinctly noticed his back tensing, and his fingers curling up. Right, his fingers. That was another aspect that caught Song Ke's attention. She noticed unintentionally that this homeless man had a pair of hands that could be considered works of art. Different from his disheveled appearance, although his fingers were stained and dirty, filled with grime, the bone structure, as well as the lines of the joints, were the most exquisite she had ever seen. You wanted to die, but you couldn't easily die because you had awakened. Zhuang Qinjian seemed like the most merciless judge, delivering each word with cold, ruthless sentencing at novel bin at. In a deathly silence, the homeless man's breath gradually quickened. Do you know how I figured out that you're an awakener? There are many ways for a person to die. The simplest is to be bitten by a zombie. Why didn't you do that? You knew clearly that you couldn't die because you had tried it long ago. You tried but couldn't succeed. So you became even more despondent, resorting to the foolish method of starving yourself. Or more directly, you let someone shoot you dead. Zhuang Qinjian took out the ability measuring device from his space. He wrapped a tissue around his hand and forcibly placed the homeless man's hand on the measurement port. The homeless man had been fasting for several days and couldn't resist at all. Did it die? The lines on the screen fluctuated violently, and the scale quickly rose to A. Song Ke. No way, this person was actually an A-level awakener. Nowadays, you can pick up a homeless person on the street casually, and they're already an A-level awakener. Isn't it absurd? The homeless man saw the result and struggled violently, his disheveled hair falling, revealing a half-face with a resentful expression. Song Ke gasped. She seemed to have seen this face before somewhere. It seemed familiar. The gossip news that Tao Tao's mother had watched in the afternoon suddenly flashed in her mind. The gentle surgeon, that news, isn't it about you? Why you? Because she was too shocked, Song Ke's stuttering problem resurfaced, making it even harder for her to speak. Zhuang Qinjian bent down and stared coldly at the homeless man. Did I guess it right? Feng's Higzu. Or should I call you Dr. Feng? Feng's Higzu, at the age of 37, was a chief physician with a medical doctorate. He was the head of the surgery department at Tongwan's 119 hospital, and an honorary professor at several top-tier hospitals, including the 123 hospital and the 137 hospital. He was renowned as the ultimate conqueror of difficult and critical cases, a genius surgeon acclaimed in District C. The myth he created in the industry remained unbroken to this day. Every surgery he performed had a 100% success rate. This was the information about Feng's Higzu that Song Ke had glimpsed in passing from a news snippet. If one were to delve into the illustrious career and legendary feats of this individual, it would likely take up an entire 3-page screen, and even the always decisive and efficient Lu Ning regarded him as the idol of his professional career. No one could have imagined that this former star of medicine would fall to this extent, like burnt-out decayed wood, awaiting complete erosion. Zhuang Qinjian's repeated provocations caused the seemingly lifeless figure to react. Feng's Higzu broke free from his restraints and awkwardly crawled a few steps, managing to sit up halfway after turning over. Who the hell are you? He asked, disheveled and sneering. How big of a grudge do you have against me? Going to such lengths to investigate me? Song Ke looked up sharply. He didn't deny it. He admitted to being Feng's Higzu. Dr. Feng, you're overly suspicious, Zhuang Qinjian said, wiping his fingers clean with tissue one by one, smiling slightly. We have no prior acquaintance, naturally no grievances. I was also surprised when I found out about your identity. Overly suspicious. Feng's Higzu chuckled, his eyes sharp through the messy hair. Since we're strangers, are you so bored? Do you have to interfere in whether a stranger lives or dies? His voice lacked strength, but his words were dripping with mockery. Don't call me doctor, I'm not worthy. As for the compassion to save lives, you are the greatest saints and saviors of this century. Cheers to you. Song Ke. She pursed her lips, and regardless of what the other party said, she had only one thought in her mind: Fangs Higso must not die. If, from the beginning, they noticed him because of his special physique, being a person who had been bitten by zombies but hadn't mutated, then Fangs Higso definitely hid a secret. Knowing his true identity changed the significance of this person to them. According to the information provided by Lu Ning, Fangs Higso was probably the only hope for curing Zhuang Qinjian. As of today, Song Ke was even more determined not to let him die. Stop beating around the bush. Just say it. What do you want to do? Fangs Higso's tone was weary, and his face was full of world weariness. Zhuang Qinjian presented the results of the ability assessment device to him and asked, "What ability have you awakened?" Fangs Higso, an A-level awakener. Among all the officially registered ability users in Tongwan, there were over 500 people, and only 3 were A-level, along with 1 D-level in the healing category. Fangs Higso not only possessed an A-level ability but was also a former outstanding surgeon. Even though hope was faint, what if the ability he awakened was steady like Zhuang Qinjian? His breath involuntarily quickened as he waited for an answer. Song Ke and Su Xing were equally nervous, staring at Fangs Higso, waiting for him to speak. "Oh, I see." Fangs Higso's gaze slid past Zhuang Qinjian's deformed calf, gradually understanding. He extended his hand, slowly raising it in front of him, his eyes coldly fixed. "An ability, so what? I'm just a useless person. I'm no longer a doctor, and I won't pick up a scalpel again. I can't do what you want. Leave me alone, let me die." Song Ke sighed silently. This person, truly, could infuriate anyone with just his words. What gentle surgeon. Clearly, he was a dark reptile king. No, a reptile? Hey, you stinky old man, watch out, we'll throw you to the hospital and in front of your colleagues, won't you be ashamed at all? Su Xing, with a fiery temper, couldn't hold back and threatened fiercely. Whatever. Dignity and pride, Fangs Higso had long abandoned them. Then we'll take you to the lab for dissection and research. Su Xing continued with the intimidation. Haha, I can't wait for it. Whatever was said, it seemed like nothing could provoke his emotional change. Fangs Higso closed his eyes and lay back down, looking completely indifferent. Song Ke approached Zhuang Qinjian, looking down at the assessment device. The prominent A level on the screen seemed like the most absurd joke. There's a simple truth, actually. Regardless of whether Fang Jisoo had awakened a healing ability, regardless of these subsequent conditions, he was still a top-tier genius doctor. They couldn't just give up like this. Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian locked eyes, and with a subtle, unwavering nod, they made up their minds. Fangs Higso, they were determined to have him. Zhuang Qinjian realized what she meant and lowered his eyes. Fangs Higso's experiences, words he said, and subtle expressions flashed rapidly in his mind, taking turns like a revolving lantern. A sudden light appeared, dispelling the desolate fog, making all the details instantly clear. When he spoke again, Zhuang Qinjian's voice was incredibly calm. "Dr. Fang, I return the same question to you. What do you want to do? After all this time, you haven't succeeded in dying. Don't blame it on the physique of an awakener. Instead, ask yourself, are you really willing to die like this? What do you really want to do? What is your obsession?" It was time to relax during the meal, and the shelter was bustling with activity. The footsteps and muffled conversations could be heard outside the window, making the room they were in even more pin-drop silent. Fangs Higso tilted his head back, and for a few moments, Song Ke suddenly felt a kind of painful twitch on his face. "What's it to you?" he said hoarsely after a while. Song Ke took a deep breath and took a step forward. Tell me, and I'll do it for you." This was her commitment. No matter how difficult, she would definitely follow through. "Just with you all." Fangs Higso half opened his eyes, looking disdainfully at the 3 of them. One in a wheelchair, one with an unpredictable temperament, and the remaining one. Song Ke stood straight, her eyes burning. "Just me? I'm Song Ke, A-level gold type, a P-powerful and offensive type A awakener. Whatever why you want to do, I'll do it for you." The spiritual weapon transformed in her palm, gradually condensing into the shape of a willow leaf blade. Outside the window, there were exclamations as someone's mutation worsened, turning them into a zombie. Others were in a frenzy, knocking things over, and the screams for the security team could be heard intermittently. Just then, a freshly turned zombie jumped in through the window. Before it could show aggression, the sharp willow leaf blade pierced through its head, and the heavy body fell to the ground, the pale eyeballs facing Fangs Higso. Fangs Higso slowly sat up straight, then suddenly laughed, followed by increasingly manic laughter. His voice grew louder and louder. "Zombies, ha ha ha, what do zombies even matter? What do I want to do? I want to kill a person, a magistrate from District C. Can you do it?" Song Ke's eyes widened slightly. "Can you do it?" Fangs Higso shouted hoarsely, the full extent of his grief and pain almost overflowing. He pounded the ground with his fist, leaving bloody marks on his joints. Song Ke remained silent, first glancing at Zhuang Qinjian's legs, then back at Fangs Higso. She crouched down, her gaze firm, staring straight into his eyes. "I can do it." Song Ke took Fangs Higso away. His intense emotions were only exposed for a moment, and then he quieted down. The last thing he said was, "Whether or not you can do it should not just be empty words. Let me see your abilities first." Regarding Song Ke's strength, Fangs Higso still had reservations and, therefore, was unwilling to reveal more of his secrets. However, there was some good news, at least he was no longer entirely fixated on seeking death. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair stopped at the door, and he communicated with Song Ke, who stood by the wall. Sometimes I wonder, do you have some sort of collecting habit? Song Ke looked puzzled. You go out for a bit, and you bring someone back. How many times has this happened? Aren't you the same? I brought you back, Song Ke retorted. Zhuang Qinjian raised an eyebrow. Can you compare me with them? They were all picked up, what's the difference? Song Ke muttered to herself. Zhuang Qinjian's expression turned serious. Are you really going to kill for him? This is probably the most difficult task we've taken so far. To reach the position of the magistrate, to rule over an entire sea district, none of them were good people. For instance, the super artificial intelligence Ilya they encountered, or the magistrate of Tongwan, who single-handedly preserved peace and kept the entire C60 district intact. Moreover, Fang's Higzo hadn't told them yet who the magistrate he wanted to kill really was. Song Ke didn't respond immediately, but thought carefully. What are your thoughts on his ability? Zhuang Qinjian shook his head. It's hard to determine, he's tight-lipped. Song Ke remained silent and provided the answer in her mind. If Fang's Higzo can really heal your legs, I'll do it for him. The bathroom door suddenly opened, and Fang's Higzo came out, looking at the two guarding the door with a mocking tone. What's the matter? Regretting it. He had washed his face, cut his hair, and even shaved, no longer looking untidy. He appeared much neater, with a height of around 1.75 meters, very thin, with sunken cheeks. One could vaguely see the former elegance from his facial features, but unfortunately, as soon as he spoke, that impression was completely shattered. No, I'm not regretting it, Song Ke explained unhappily. Fang's Higzo snorted and went to a room, falling asleep again. This person. Song Ke sighed. Su Xing passed by while biting on a jelly, leaving a resentful remark. I hate him. Su Xing's hate list was updated again. His grudge notebook was filled with names. Counting from the beginning, the names were Lin Yuyu, Zhuang Qinjian, Su Cha. Now, a new name, Fang's Higzo, had been added, and the rank was steadily rising. After a good rest for 2 days, the news of the Throne Races round of 32 came out. This competition would be held at the Ferrara Central Tower with the theme Fight Against Fear. The specific format had to wait for the on-site announcement. It was said that due to the lively ticket pre-sales, the organizers would use the most advanced holographic projection for real-time synchronized broadcasting. V587 should return to Ferrara as well. Starships in various districts were not operating, so they had to resort to the old-fashioned transportation method. They rented a private off-road vehicle and drove back on autonomous mode. Su Xing held Song Ke's hand, bouncing around like on an outing, happily getting into the car. As soon as they got in, they noticed a person lying in the back seat. Fang's Higzo was wearing a large cotton coat and pants, hands tucked into the sleeves, showing half of his head, soundly asleep. They had informed him yesterday that they were leaving this morning, and he hadn't shown any reaction. However, he came on his own. It seemed to be his style. In a day of 24 hours, he was fine with sleeping 25 hours if possible. Su Xing's good mood was mostly ruined. He pouted and sat in the middle row, while Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian got into the front seats. After driving for a while, the atmosphere in the car quieted down. Su Xing's eyes slyly glanced around. Taking advantage of the inattention of the two in front, his fingertips moved slightly, and thin ice and snow flowed out silently, floating towards the back seat. After fighting in U-Lab, Su Xing's ability control had improved. The clear and translucent frost first enveloped Fang's Higzo's shoes and then gradually spread, connecting with the seat, freezing into ice lumps. Fang's Higzo had slept in the same position for a long time and subconsciously turned over. However, his shoes were frozen solid, catching him off guard. His head was upside down, and his upper body fell crookedly to the ground with a thud, hitting the bottom of the car at Novel Bin At. He looked dazed and sluggish, half opening his eyes. Only then did he realize that his lower legs were completely immobilized, and ice crystals were falling off. Someone was playing a prank on him with abilities. Ha ha ha. Su Xing laughed heartily, holding his stomach mercilessly. But he soon couldn't laugh. Fang's Higzo didn't mind him at all. He took off his shoes, turned over directly on the ground, and continued to sleep in a daze. Su Xing was dumbfounded. When they returned to Ferrara, it was close to midnight. The city that never sleeps still shimmered with neon lights. Ubiquitous holographic projections sliced the gloomy sky into red and blue blocks, and the gem-like Ferris wheel slowly rotated. Song felt a strange illusion. They seemed to have left and yet never left this place. Ferrara felt unchanged, still open-armed, welcoming travelers from afar. The wandering musicians at the city gate lightly strummed their instruments, singing tirelessly. Ferrara, free Ferrara, the dream you linger in. The off-road vehicle smoothly entered the inner city, and after returning it at the rental center, they had to continue on foot. The four walked along the bustling streets, and the floating billboards in front happened to be playing in. A sweet-smiling female star with a cherry blossom pink princess hairstyle and a gorgeous dress danced gracefully in a sea of flowers. I like your smile, like a gentle rain sprinkling in my heart. Around the billboard, many fans were scattered, wearing pink cat ear headbands and enthusiastically distributing support gifts to passers-by, promoting their idol. Yuyu's new song Gentle Rain is released today, please pay more attention. Sweet songstress, a healing idol, investing in her won't disappoint. Let's come together to the concert and get the best Yu in the world. In Song Kei's arms, several posters and merch of Lin Yu were stuffed. She glanced down and saw the chibi cartoon on the support card, smiling sweetly at her. The last time they met, Lin Yu disregarded her image, tucking her long dress into her waist, her hair messy, and slapped at a moth while cursing loudly, "I hate caterpillars the most in my life. All of you, die." Song Kei picked up the pink cartoon keychain, held it up to her eyes, and silently looked at it for 2 seconds, feeling utterly speechless. Should she mention it? Ferrara's star-making ability was truly terrifying. All those idols and personas, they were all fake, indeed. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. She stuffed the keychain into her pocket and turned to look at her companions, ready to discuss the plans for the next steps. Su Xing also couldn't escape the recommendations of the fans, holding a Lin Yu doll in his hand, his little face filled with disdain. Zhuang Qinjian remained as indifferent as ever, lazily leaning on the wheelchair. As for Feng Zhigzhou, he was hunched over, his head tucked into a cotton coat, showing no interest in anything happening around him. He kept his eyes closed throughout, as if even walking these few steps was a struggle for him. Song Kei opened her mouth, about to speak, when suddenly deafening noises came from the other side of the street. Over 100 engines roared as powerful motorcycles whizzed by, intense rock music cutting through the night's silence. Song Kei quickly pushed Zhuang Qinjian to the side of the road to avoid them. The arrogant convoy passed low over them, causing a whirlwind and disheveling their clothes and hair. Then, they sped off in a certain direction. Roar! These street ruffians rampaged through the streets, recklessly throwing Molotov cocktails, and smashing buildings and structures, including blinking signs. The bottles shattered, and the gasoline inside spilled out, creating thick smoke that billowed into the sky. The rampant arsonists excitedly whistled and shouted. Molotov cocktails exploded one after another, thick smoke rising, and colorful, pungent gases filled the air, blocking the vision of the pedestrians. Song Kei covered her mouth and nose, choking, and watched as deep red fireworks rose into the sky, gradually forming clear words. Freedom. Freedom, we want freedom, resist artificial intelligence, humans never surrender. AI is the root of all evil, AI will only eradicate humanity. Artificial intelligence, get out of Ferrara. These damned rebels, deserving 1,000 deaths. The passers-by on the street were furious, and the curses continued. However, the turmoil did not stop. The motorcycle convoy suddenly accelerated, turned a corner, and stormed into the nearby Starlight Square. Coincidentally, an IP exhibition of Luo Qinghe was being held here, funded by the fans themselves, creating an exclusive cultural community. The mob, upon seeing this spectacle, became even more excited. Their actions were full of destructive desires. They raised high-pressure flamethrowers from the rear of their motorcycles and sprayed wildly. The intense fire instantly engulfed Luo Qinghe. Sculptures, signs, images, everything was submerged in the blaze. The painstaking efforts of the fans over the years were destroyed in an instant. In the scorching flames, Luo Qinghe's green clothes were charred, his jade flute incinerated, and his handsome, gentlemanly face was gradually ruined. His eyebrows were lowered, and his eyes were icy. After returning to the hotel, Song Kei approached the French windows and looked down from a height. The ground was shrouded in smoke and chaos, with occasional flames. Who are those people? Song Kei asked. The official term is the Resistance Faction. They oppose any form of artificial intelligence and support humans regaining political power, replied Zhuang Qinjian. Zhuang Qinjian organized the information obtained from the dark web during this period. The previous magistrate, Leon, had support from the Century Consortium. After Ilya was elected as the magistrate, he was unwilling to accept it. He has been secretly active and recently funded the Resistance Faction, breeding a large group of rioters. Song Kei sat down and began to contemplate about the relationship between the scene she had just experienced and the change of regime in Ferrara. The Resistance Fa faction wants to overthrow Ilya's rule for true freedom, she said. That's right, Zhuang Qinjian said. Their goal is to escalate the conflict. Where there is light, there is darkness. Just as some idolized and adored the omnipotent artificial intelligence, there were others who detested it. With Ferrara's technological development today, ambitions and desires have continued to expand. The dream of artificial intelligence and humans peacefully coexisting has become a luxury. Song Kei still had a question. She pulled up the schedule from the terminal. During their time away from Ferrara, the participating teams in the Throne Race event were in turmoil. Out of the top 64, over 30 players had either voluntarily withdrawn or died for unknown reasons. 8 teams were unable to participate in the next competition, leaving only 56 teams. Is the Throne Race event related to the Resistance Faction's plans? She asked. The Throne Race event, pushed to its current popularity by Ilya, had a financial allure surpassing all music festivals and concerts. It was a nationwide entertainment event in Ferrara. More importantly, this major competition was entirely controlled by artificial intelligence, and humans couldn't interfere. If the Resistance Faction truly wanted to incite war, would they pass up this excellent opportunity? You guessed right. If I were Leon, I would target this, Zhuang Qinjian said. In any case, be cautious in every upcoming match. Song Kei looked toward the towering skyscrapers. The surging undercurrent in Ferrara could hardly stay hidden anymore. Ilya, what will you do? When the two mainstays were discussing matters, the old and the young were dozing off. Su Xing, who had been obediently listening on the sofa, tried to participate with some involvement. However, beside him was Feng Higzo, who fell into a deep and pleasant sleep, and almost as if the drowsiness was contagious, unknowingly, Su Xing also hugged the cushion and fell into a deep slumber. Song Ke covered him with a small blanket and carried him back to his room. As she walked, she suddenly realized that when they were talking earlier, they didn't avoid mentioning anything in front of Feng Higzo. From following them to Ferrara, to hearing Ilya's name, Feng Higzo didn't show any abnormalities. In this light, it seemed that the person he wanted to kill wasn't this super artificial intelligence. However, there were 50 District C in the Alliance. Who was the magistrate he held a deep grudge against? In the early morning, Song Ke received a message on her terminal. It was sent by An Qiwen. Wang Qiang's mechanical limb surgery was successful, and he wanted to inform Wu Chuamen. However, his communication terminal was turned off. The Azure Phoenix's people were in Ferrara now, so An Qiwen sent the temporary address to Song Ke, hoping she could help and make a trip to deliver a message. He said that after finishing matters in Tongwan, he would immediately come over to meet the others. At the same time, the team list for the top 32 Game of the Throne race competition was announced. Song Ke didn't find Lu Xinglan's name in it and didn't know if he had withdrawn or was using another alias. In addition to the teams analyzed by Zhuang Qinjian, she also unexpectedly found Wu Xianghai's name. Thinking back to his suspicious behavior that night, Song Ke felt this person was quite suspicious and went to Zhuang Qinjian to study the game footage. Pause, Zhuang Qinjian said, and a certain frame was frozen. In the Mirror Lake competition, Wu Xianghai's footage is scarce, and he didn't make many moves. From what we can see here, he uses an ability similar to mechanical type. On the screen, Wu Xianghai's left arm swelled into a mechanical scythe, and he slashed several times in a panic while snatching the mutant zombie. Zhuang Qinjian shook his head. A total of 6 strikes, half of them missed. Moreover, the movements were awkward. It seems he doesn't have good control over his ability. Judging from the attack strength, his level is around D level. D level, not E level? It was strange for Wu Xianghai to deliberately conceal his own level. Even if he was a D-level awakener, there were many players stronger than him. Except for Song Ke and her team, no one would pay attention to him. Song Ke recalled his timid appearance in Hua City and always felt that there was a mystery about this person. Anyway, since she was going to pass a message for An Qiwen, she might as well ask Wu Chuamen while she was at it. Song Ke followed the address and went to Azure Phoenix's temporary residence in Ferrara, an empty airship repair shop. When she arrived in the vicinity and didn't see anyone, she realized something was wrong. Several powered motorcycles were hovering low around the perimeter, skulking around the residence. Song Ke furrowed her brows. Before she could take action, a stern figure appeared behind the group. Wu Chuamen's movements were so fast that they were almost imperceptible. With a few bang-bang, the members of the resistance fell miserably from the sky, and the powered motorcycles spun and flew in reverse, exploding in place. Wu Chuamen's voice was cold and sharp. The military is performing a mission. Who allowed you to spy on it? A few members of the resistance faction were held down by their heads, arrogantly shouting, "Freedom!" Wu Chuamen was ruthless, kicking them unconscious. Song Ke, such resilient antagonists. Wu Chuamen grabbed the unconscious individuals and handed them to the team members who had come out, interrogate them thoroughly and find out their objectives. Then he turned and saw Song Ke. What's the matter? His tone was as stern as ever. Song Ke came out from her hiding spot and honestly explained that An Qiwen had sent her to deliver a message. Wu Chuamen frowned. Why didn't he contact me himself? Song Ke defended An Qiwen. Your TE terminal was turned off. Hiko couldn't reach you. Wu Chuamen paused, and took out his own terminal. During this time, he had been too busy, and he needed to concentrate when executing missions. To avoid disturbances from the outside world, he had indeed turned it off. Come in. With many people and prying eyes outside, Wu Chuamen led her into the residence. Familiar faces like Wei Angpei, Meidaju, and others were present, but as Song Ke scanned the area, she keenly noticed that their numbers had decreased again. The original team of 12 members, excluding An Qiwen and Wang Qiang who stayed in Tongwan, now had only 8 people left following Wu Chuamen. Is it this dangerous just to find someone? Or perhaps, are they on a different mission? Out of habit, Song Ke asked, are you still searching for PE people? Wu Chuamen's expression stiffened, his gaze sharp as he stared at her. Who leaked this to you? An Qiwen. Song Ke belatedly covered her mouth, looking sheepish. Oh no, An Qiwen would definitely scold her. This big mouth, Wu Chuamen commented coldly at Novel bin at. As the captain of the Azure Phoenix squad, Wu Chuamen had a strong sense of duty and confidentiality. Although his demeanor was cold, it couldn't be denied that he was an excellent soldier filled with a sense of responsibility. An Qiwen would sometimes complain, but from Wu Chuamen, you'd never see any weakness or retreat, only a relentless and determined will. Do why you need help? Song Ke asked hesitantly. As expected, Wu Chuamen declined. No need. Azure Phoenix's missions don't require external involvement. Song Ke also felt a headache. From the information provided by Zhuang Qinjian, their mission seemed impossible to complete. She couldn't just go up to Wu Chuamen and argue, hey, stop looking, that Xiezu died a long time ago. Her attempt to subtly remind him was also rejected. Oh, she replied dejectedly. Thinking about her original purpose, Song K turned to ask about Wu Xianghai. Wu Xianghai. Wu Chuamin furrowed his brow. I don't have a strong impression of him. He was evacuated by Maida from District D161. His level is E, with the ability object stitching. I checked his credentials, there's no way I could be mistaken. Maidaju, the vice-captain, was even more difficult to deal with than Wu Chuamin, being rigid and blunt in his demeanor. Wu Xianghai was an E-level awakener evacuated from District D161. I've examined his credentials, it's impossible for me to have misremembered, he stated, his dark eyes glaring at Song K as he let out a cold hum. As for why he participated in the competition, that's not within my obligation to inform you. You should go ask him. We still have a mission to carry out. If you're free, you should go back. He's so fierce, Song K thought to herself, rolling her eyes. At least she had gathered some useful information and was ready to leave. As she started to move, she suddenly saw something familiar. In Meidaju's uniform pocket, a pink keychain peeked out. Song K touched her own coat. She seemed to have a similar one. That's not Lin Yuyu's merchandise, right? Almost forgot, this Meidaju was a loyal fanboy of Lin Yuyu. Times have changed, and now Lin Yuyu was her coolie, tightly controlled by her. In a way, doesn't that mean she had control over Meidaju too? Song K's mood suddenly brightened. She cleared her throat lightly and giggled. I like hum smile, like a gentle rain. The melody of the new song she heard last night was quite catchy, but the lyrics were hard to remember. Song K immersed herself, singing in a haphazard manner. Veins throbbed on Meidaju's forehead. He glanced towards Song K and rebuked, shut up. He paused, lowered his voice, and grumbled discontentedly. It's out of tune. Old Zhang, going to watch the match again. Old Zhang, dressed in new clothes and unusually wearing a tie, walked to the central square with a radiant expression. The person who greeted him looked at him and said in a sour tone, you're having a lucky streak now, making a big profit. In the past, they used to watch the qualifying matches together, and old Zhang always ended up losing the most. As long as they bet against him, the others could make a small profit. Unexpectedly, after the main matches, this guy somehow had a stroke of luck and reportedly made a big fortune. Look at him now, all flashy and splendid. Old Zhang chuckled innocently, it's just luck, good luck. As for how he turned things around, he was quite clever and didn't reveal a word. After that person left, a friend nudged his shoulder, teasing, are you betting on that team again tonight? What's it called? VIM 50. Old Zhang's face lit up with a smile, V587. Definitely, going all in. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, the tower's lights lit up, and Ake and two charming girls appeared on the elevated stage. Dear audience, long time no see. Ake was as enthusiastic as ever. It's still me, here to provide you with exciting commentary on the top 32 promotion game for everyone. Before the match begins, let me explain a little unexpected situation. King He, due to personal reasons, cannot attend tonight's match. But it's okay, we have invited the equally popular Yulika and Nana to accompany you and watch. The energetic girl with twin ponytails and the gentle and knowledgeable older sister, the two virtual idols, appeared in a stunning holographic display, greeting the audience and displaying lively expressions as if they were right there. The central square and open streets were filled with spectators, all looking up at the sky, erupting in enthusiastic cheers. After the cheers subsided, hushed whispers began. Why is Luo King He suddenly absent? The day before yesterday, I saw on his profile that he admitted to being a special guest. Do you not know what happened last night? Said the person next to them mysteriously. What happened? What happened? It's those rebels causing trouble. In the backstage lounge, Song K was talking to Lin Yuyu, who was wearing a mask. After the match, Don't leave right away. I'll introduce you to someone. She intentionally informed Meidaju of tonight's match time, planning to surprise him, but she wasn't sure if he would come. The deputy captain of the Azure Phoenix sneered dismissively upon receiving Song K's invitation. No time. Lin Yuyu's lips curved slightly under the mask, and she echoed Meidaju's words. No time, I've been busy lately with my new song. Song K pouted, pulling out a pink keychain from her pocket. I'll re-report you, big S star. Lin Yuyu. Song K imitated Zhuang Qinjian's way of speaking, dragging her words slowly, like a soft light rain. Sucha, who was originally sitting nearby, quietly listened to the two of them talk. When he heard Song K's off-key singing, the dagger he was twirling with his fingertips slipped and clattered onto the table at Novel bin at. It was too hard to listen to. How could anyone sing so off-key, not hitting a single note right? Lin Yuyu hurriedly covered Song K's mouth, looked around, and fortunately, there was no one else in the lounge. She sighed deeply. My goodness, where did you learn this annoying habit from? All right, I'll go to the main venue. Her expression was resentful. I've disguised myself so meticulously, and nobody could tell, yet you almost exposed me. Song K, with her mouth covered, protested unhappily, MHH. While the two were talking, the door to the lounge was pushed open, and a familiar person entered, Irene from Guns N' Roses. Irene had a few more scars on her right face, her hair was almost shaved, and she had 2 mobile mortars on her forearms. There was a sense of calm and toughness that came from experiencing the refining of gun smoke and battles. Seeing the people in the room clearly, she nodded calmly. The favor I owed you has been repaid. In the future, it'll be fair competition. I won't back down. During the Mirror Lake siege, Irene recognized Song K and showed mercy, leading to her later participation in the endless slaughter mode. Although Song K would not necessarily lose even if she tried to snatch it, she understood the other party's goodwill. Good, fair competition, no need to be back down. Irene glanced at Lin Yuyo, reminding her with a meaningful look, the most perfect disguise doesn't just change your appearance. Micro-expressions, including unconscious movements, will all reveal your true identity. Irene recognized Lin Yuyo. Although she didn't say it directly, everyone present understood the obvious implication in her words. Just moments ago, Lin Yuyo, who had boldly claimed nobody could tell, suffered a big blow. Fortunately, Irene was not one to gossip, nor was she interested in publicizing Lin Yuyo's privacy. After saying this, she took her belongings and left. As the match time approached, the teams drew lots for their groupings. Song K specifically went to wash her hands, brimming with confidence as she drew a lot Group G. Great, at the bottom again. Taking another look at the list of teams in the same group, the Anna Knights, an absolutely tough opponent. Song K exchanged a glance with Su Xing, her tone bitter. Next time, why you do it? Before the match began, each participating player received a peculiar piece of equipment, the insight glasses. It was said that this device contained thousands of sensory conduits. When worn on the head, it would connect with the nerves, capturing the subject's subconscious activity and projecting their innermost thoughts. And its name, Insight Glasses, precisely matched the theme of this competition, Fight Against Fear. High up in the tower, Ake passionately commented, the rules for this match are very simple. Within the limited time, the team that kills the most zombies wins. Yes, just ordinary zombies. Do you think it's that easy? No. Do you still remember our theme? Ake passionately shouted, Fight Against Fear. Players will wear the Insight Glasses, facing their darkest memories. Holographic projections of terrifying zombies appeared at the right moment, lifelike images flashing in front of everyone as if they could smell the stench from the monsters' cracked mouths. The audience was not lightly scared and yet excitedly screamed. Roar Ake imitated the roar of a zombie. I wonder what each player is most afraid of? Don't get scared. I announce, the match begins. Brilliant fireworks burst open in the sky, colorful beams flickered rapidly in the dark night, and 7 large suspended screens rose slowly between the towers, displaying real-time images corresponding to groups A to G. The prize pool opened, accumulating and rolling, the numbers increasing crazily every second, and a constant stream of money flowed behind the scenes. Group C. Irene blasted away approaching zombies with a shot, and the insight glasses suddenly flashed. The surroundings changed, and she was no longer in the tower but back in the pitch-black mirror lake without stars. Blood splattered on her retina, and comrades fighting side by side slowly fell before her eyes. Irene returned to that day, back to the nightmare she couldn't escape from. Oh, our contestant Irene, her greatest fear is Mirror Lake, Ake said with a regretful tone. Emotional people always cherish their lost companions, but at times like these, emotions can become burdensome. How will Irene handle this? Irene's movements slowed down, and her eyes wandered forward for 2 steps, trying to reach out and grab her falling companion. In that moment of hesitation, she revealed a clear flaw. Several zombies pounced on her, biting her small arm and breaking her cannon. Irene? Snap out of it, Eula is already dead. The companion's roar abruptly awakened Irene. She screamed in pain. The mortar on her left arm was completely damaged, the zombie's sharp teeth pierced her skin. Irene kicked the approaching group of monsters, lifted her right arm, aimed the cannon at the zombie's head hanging on her and pressed the trigger without hesitation. A blazing red light flashed by. The zombie's head, Irene's arm, and the cannon she held all flew out together. A heroic sacrifice, Irene blasted off her own left hand? This is the most sensible choice right now, but not something an ordinary person can do. Let's cheer for Irene, and keep the votes rolling. Ake seized this wave of high traffic, desperately encouraging the audience. I will always love Irene, she's like resilient grass facing the raging wind, never giving up even in desperate situations. Nana was a sensitive artificial intelligence, and tears were welling up in her eyes as she saw this. Irene? Irene. The audience's cheers surged higher and higher, and Irene's approval ratings peaked, surpassing all the other players. Group D. Lin Yuyo retreated while singing, her voice never stopping, buffing Sucha, who held the front and cleared the kills. When the insight glasses lit up, a damp, eerie rainforest covered the entire field of vision. Giant plants above blocked the sky, and the fetid air made it difficult to breathe. However, Sucha seemed to be accustomed to walking in this environment. His movements were not slow at all. The venom-enhanced abilities spread extensively, causing swathes of zombies to fall. On Lin Yuyu's side, the surroundings turned into a hospital, resembling an intensive care unit. A blurry figure lay on the bed, and countless zombies were pressed against the glass outside, roaring and banging on the walls. In the next second, they were about to rush into the ward. The person lying inside seemed to sense the danger, and the ventilator alarm blared, signaling imminent danger to their life. This was probably the last thing Lin Yuyu wanted to face in her mind. She shook her head, forcing herself to stop thinking about these things and focused on dealing with the zombies in front of her. Named randomly, since entering the competition and deliberately keeping a low profile, they had always maintained a moderate to lower popularity. Apart from them, there weren't many popular contestants in Group D. Ironically, this group had the lowest level of attention. Ake glanced at the screen, uninterested, and switched to the next group. Group G. Song-K and Su-Sing stood back to back. Su-Sing released a blizzard to gather a horde of zombies, while Song-K harvested the zombies' heads with her twin blades. Facing ordinary zombies, the two coordinated seamlessly, with no pressure throughout, and the kill count kept rapidly increasing. The insight glasses lit up, and the surroundings changed. On Su-Sing's side, it was like a zoo, with all sorts of strange and bizarre zombies, zombies with 2 heads and 6 arms, water monsters with an elephant's nose and an eel's body, vividly appearing before everyone. Children fear simple things, and their imagination is overly rich. The style of zombies and monsters imagined by Su-Sing was so different from reality that it actually helped them distinguish better. The fears of contestant Su-Sing are very, very simple, Ake remarked. Team V587 is the dark horse of the Mirror Lake competition, and so far, the only team that has not received sponsorship from the consortium. Although there are only 2 of them, they have brought us quite a lot of surprises. What do you think, Yulika? Have you watched the Mirror Lake competition? Of course I have. Yulika's orange eyeshadow twinkled. This is also a treasure team that I support. I'm curious about contestant Song-K's fear. Could it be the water monsters she has killed? Both guest invitees directed their gaze towards the screen for Group G. What was Song-K's fear? The insight glasses flashed, revealing an unexpected image. Pure white. A blinding pure white. It seemed to be a closed room, but the space was extremely small, with dazzling spotlights from all directions. The bright lights made it difficult to open one's eyes. In the distant sky, there seemed to be blinking red dots. Huh? Is the insight glasses broken? Yulika asked disappointedly. Well, Ake was also at a loss for words. Technically, official equipment shouldn't break. It can only be said that contestant Song-K's thoughts are very unique. Perhaps, she's afraid of the dark? So she prefers to stay in bright places. Ake speculated boldly, stroking his chin. Finding herself in a brightly lit setting, Song-K also looked confused. What was this situation? Was this her fear? Inexplicably, a glint flashed in front of her eyes, and amidst the group of zombies she was dealing with, a sudden figure emerged. Siang's mechanical exoskeleton bent into claws and lunged directly at Song-K. Song-K reacted very quickly, raising her twin blades to block. Clang. The intense friction between the metals produced sparks. What are you doing? Song-K exclaimed angrily. This competition was about killing the number of zombies without requiring them to kill each other. Why did Siang attack her? Finally caught you. Last time you slipped away pretty fast, Siang laughed sinisterly. Your level 2 crystal, give it to me. Siang was inherently greedy and had long set his eyes on the green crystal in Song-K's hands. Unexpectedly, the day after the Mirror Lake competition ended, Song-K left Ferrara and completely disappeared. He searched for a long time but couldn't find her. Now that he finally got into the same group, he naturally wanted to seize this opportunity and snatch the crystal. If Song-K was sensible, she should have obediently handed it over. If she dared to resist, he would kill her immediately. Crazy? Song-K cursed in her heart, always acting like he's someone's superior. I'll show you who's the boss. She turned around and advised Su-Sing, Xiao-Sing, keep killing the zombies. Then she fearlessly went up to confront him. The short knife sliced across Siang's chest, causing sparks to fly. Siang's mechanical body seemed to be made of some unknown material. It didn't cut through even after a strike. Song-K frowned slightly, pushed forward another half-meter, narrowing the distance between her and Siang, preparing to strike again. Siang took a half-step back, his mechanical chest rapidly reassembled, and suddenly activated automatically, revealing a small hole. The dark gun barrel aimed at Song-K, and countless superpowered shotgun pellets shot out. Sneaky. He deliberately exposed a vulnerability to bait Song-K into attacking? Ha ha ha, naive? I will kill you and then take the crystal. Wouldn't that be even more enjoyable? Before Siang's laughter could end, Song-K clashed her twin blades, merging them into a spiritual weapon umbrella. In a critical moment, she quickly opened the umbrella, and all the shotgun pellets hit the blue umbrella's surface, being completely absorbed. Then she leaped into the air. In Siang's astonished eyes, her Ime thorn rotated and stabbed fiercely into his skull. After piercing through the skull, Song-K didn't stop. She picked out the 2 tubes connected at the back of his brain, cutting them one by one. Siang's head was mostly mechanical. It rolled down to the ground, smoking, and was severely damaged. The mechanical skull was probably scrapped. It was unknown if he could salvage his life. Oh, Ake exclaimed. Contestant Song-K single-handedly killed contestant Siang. She soloed a B-level awakener. Outside the central square, Zhuang Qinjian watched the screen, observing the slender and seemingly frail yet explosively powerful figure. His lips slightly curved. Dr. Fang, you should consider yourself lucky for making the right decision. Fang's Higzu soberly watched Song-K's entire match. He slowly raised his eyelids and, after a moment of silence, spoke hoarsely, I admit she's strong, but so what? The opponent is just a B-level awakener. Zhuang Qinjian shook his head, his voice carrying deeper implications. You're wrong. She is far stronger than you imagine. And the luck I mentioned is not about Song-K's strength. Oh, then what is it? Fang's Higzu retorted coldly. Zhuang Qinjian sighed vaguely, she is not only powerful but also compassionate. Fang's Higzu looked at the screen where Song-K's face was full of disdain, kicking Sai Ang's head away, then turning back to the battlefield and rapidly harvesting the zombie heads, as if chopping vegetables and cutting fruits. Feng Zhigze shrugged his head slightly inside his cotton coat, not commenting on Zhuang Qingjian's assessment of her being compassionate. Zhuang Qingjian smiled and didn't say more. He turned his gaze to Group F, where Wu Xianghai was. Zhuang Qingjian watched the actions of the people in the footage, his brows furrowing more and more. Wu Xianghai changed his attacking technique again, this time using an ability similar to devouring. A black hole appeared in his chest corresponding to the same position on the zombie, creating a rather disgusting sight. The clearing speed was not fast, clearly lagging behind the leading teams. Wu Xianghai's own face was grim, and it was unclear whether it was because of the peculiar ability or the lagging progress. Zhuang Qingjian silently observed for a while and softly exclaimed, "Ah, so that's how it is." Originally, it wasn't his own ability, so naturally, he couldn't use it well. Regarding the types of abilities, Kinglin Institute had conducted numerous experiments. The final data showed that the awakening of abilities was not entirely random. Some individuals were born with a predisposition to malevolence, a base nature, accustomed to stealing and robbing. Consequently, their awakened abilities were akin to rats in the sewer, dirty and dark. 10 minutes before the countdown ended, Song Ke had already defeated enough zombies to advance early. She and Su Xing walked out of the competition area and looked up at the suspended display screen in the sky. There were still 3 groups of matches yet to conclude, but the participants she knew had mostly secured their advancement. Song Ke retrieved her terminal and glanced at the message, then chuckled. "What's going on?" Su Xing asked. "Something good," Song Ke happily shared with him at Novel Bin At. Meidaju unexpectedly came to watch the competition. Although his attitude was indifferent, he specifically sent his location to Song Ke, urging her to come as he had only half an hour before returning to his team. Song Ke planned her next steps in her mind. First, she would meet up with Zhuang Qingjian, then call Lin Yuyo, and together they would go find Meidaju. She wondered what expression this old-fashioned person would have upon seeing his idol in front of them. The thought was quite exhilarating. Song Ke held Su Xing's hand and eagerly headed towards the central square. Suddenly, the sky erupted in a brilliant fireworks display, which Song Ke assumed was arranged by the organizing committee. She glanced back. Almost immediately, she realized something was wrong. After the crimson fireworks burst, a glaring word appeared. Freedom. It was the resistance faction, but could they, relying on those motorbikes, truly impact the throne race competition? Song Ke couldn't help but doubt. Soon, she realized she was mistaken. This time, the ones taking action weren't petty street thugs. The fireworks were just a signal. The high-voltage pulses at the top of the tower suddenly surged by several million volts. Bang bang, the high-frequency floodlights burst in succession, and the entire city's power grid short-circuited instantly. The Ferris wheel stopped, the neon dimmed, and the ubiquitous music fell silent. And on the high-altitude stage, the figures of Ake, Yulika, and Nana, projected by holograms, suddenly froze while speaking, like light screens losing signal, rapidly flickering for a few seconds, and then, they disappeared into thin air. After losing power, all artificial intelligences disappeared. The venue plunged into complete darkness, and the audience fell into endless confusion and chaos. What happened? Why is there a power outage? Where's Ake? Where's the screen? Why is everything gone? Damn, don't step on me, it's too dark. For a while, the long-abandoned loudspeaker was pop-pop tapped twice, and from inside came a panicked voice. Sorry everyone, I am a committee member in charge of cleaning, no, logistics personnel. Due to that technical issue, the throne race competition is temporarily suspended. The results of the 32 qualifiers will be announced at a later date. Song Ke tightened her grip on Su Xing's hand. Let's go quickly. Meidaju studied the point where the competition ended and hurried to the scene. Suddenly, Ferrara experienced a power outage. He stood at the alley's entrance, waiting for Song Ke to come. In the quiet night, faint sounds of a heated argument came from deep within the alley. When I sold the spot to you, how come you assured me? Didn't you promise guaranteed advancement? Now that I'm eliminated, I've lost all my money. A man's voice sounded angry. The other person apologized meekly. I'm sorry, I'll try to figure something out, get another spot. What are you thinking? You're useless. You claim to be a C-level awakener, but I think you're not even E-level. Truly pure trash. I must have been blind at that time. The first man's voice abruptly stopped, followed by a thud as a heavy object hit the ground. Meidaju furrowed his brow and headed towards the source of the sound. A man of medium build had his back to him, panting heavily. In the man's hand was a sharp stone, and on the ground lay a warm corpse, its head smashed, blood flowing all over. Hearing footsteps, the man turned around in panic, a bewildered expression on his face. Wu Xianghai, what are you doing here? Meidaju glanced at the corpse on the ground and raised his voice, saying, You killed someone. Wu Xianghai was sobbing, his legs giving way as he knelt down. Deputy Captain, it's not like that. Listen to my explanation, I didn't mean to kill him. He forced me, I didn't want to. I just lost control. I just hit him once. Meidaju's face turned solemn, and his words were cold and cutting. I don't care about your conflicts, but you're an awakener. Even if your awakened ability isn't offensive, you shouldn't harm civilians. I will report tonight's incident to the Ferrara patrol team. Explain yourself to them. Wu Xianghai turned pale upon hearing this. No, Deputy Captain, please don't tell the patrol team. Meidaju snorted and turned away. I should have known what kind of person you were. I shouldn't have brought you out of District D. Wu Xianghai's pleas fell silent for a moment. Meidaju was in a bad mood, and after dealing with the trouble, he just wanted to find Song Ke quickly and then return to the team. Suddenly, his steps halted. A cold black hole appeared in front of him, a strange ability unfamiliar to him devoured him. Meidaju was caught off guard, falling down with his eyes wide open. The city of Ferrara, known as the Nightless City, was suddenly attacked by the rebels. The energy to the tower was cut off, plunging the entire city into chaos. Song Ke and Su Xing hurriedly made their way back to the central square. In Song Ke's mind, Zhuang Qinjian and Feng Zhigzhou were both weak men and had no ability to protect themselves. Putting them in a crowded place was usually fine, but the current situation was too dangerous. As darkness fell, the audience at the scene was initially briefly bewildered. Then, internal panic was infinitely amplified, spreading outward. Countless people desperately pushed to get out, and due to not being able to distinguish the direction, there was shoving, falling, and even trampling incidents. Feng Zhigzhou stumbled and was bumped by people rushing out from an unknown direction. Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair was constantly jostled and scraped, tilting and swaying, making it difficult to maintain balance. His face was stern, his eyebrows furrowed, enduring as much as he could. His right hand was just about to rise. A slender hand reached from behind, steadying him. Song Ke had come back. Song Ke held the wheelchair with her left hand and pulled hard with her right hand, pulling Feng Zhigzhou, who was being tossed around, back. Then she dragged Su Xing like a little tail, against the crowd, and managed to escape the congested center with difficulty. The four of them moved away from the chaos and found a relatively less crowded corner to stand in. The rest Resistance F faction, they've taken action? Song Ke asked. It was Leon who took action, Zhuang Qinjian corrected her. The rebels were just troublesome pests and couldn't stir up a major storm. But Leon, supported by the century-old consortium, was different. He used a killer move as soon as he acted. Cutting off the tower's energy was a direct attack on the vital point. After all, Ferrara's artificial intelligence was composed of data, and the central hub that stored massive data required energy support, much like a human heart. An artificial intelligence without a heart, losing its central hub of stored data, undoubtedly entered a death state. After listening to the explanation, a hint of doubt flashed in Song Ke's mind. Lion's success tonight came too easily, right? The tower was Ilya's stronghold. Would he really surrender so easily? This super AI was said to control everything in Ferrara, so did he really have no knowledge of the underground activities of the rebels? Song Ke voiced her doubts, and Zhuang Qinjian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Just then, a gentle female voice came from behind them. Ilya won't lose so easily. It was Lin Yuyu and Sucha. They had arranged to meet here after the match, and despite the unexpected events, the two of them still showed up. What do you mean? Song Ke asked. Lin Yuyu adjusted her mask, not taking it off even in the darkness. I've heard Nana mention it. The central hub of Ilya is not in the tower at all. In the whole Ferrara, no one knows where its true form is. So even if the rebels destroy the tower's energy, it won't restrict Ilya. Moreover, they've underestimated this ruler, Lin Yuyu sighed. Ilya doesn't have much sentiment for the people of Ferrara, but his desire for power is top-notch. He won't allow anyone to challenge his authority, especially humans. In the central square, the panicked crowd was running around like headless flies, and the ruler of this city had yet to appear. Zhuang Qinjian suggested reasonably, we shouldn't get involved in this matter. Let's observe quietly for now. Song Ke nodded. In any case, the struggle between Leon and Ilya was Ferrara's internal affair. Their identities were just participants in the throne race event. It was not their place to intervene. It was time to get things done. Song Ke turned to Lin Yuyu, eager as she tugged at her sleeve. Come with me, let's go meet as someone. Lin Yuyu looked helpless. You have to tell me who we're meeting first. Your fan, Song Ke grinned foolishly. She glanced at the terminal and noticed that Meidaju had not moved for a while. She urged, hurry. What if he got impatient and left? Song Ke dragged Lin Yuyu towards the location, with Zhuang Qinjian and Sucha following behind. Who is this person that you're treating so well? Why do I have to go meet them personally? Hehe, you'll know in a moment. When they arrived at the alley where Meidaju was supposed to be, it was empty. Song Ke double-checked. Yes, this was the place. So where was he? He wouldn't he shy away and hide, would he? That's not Li like him. Shouldn't he know that I'm bringing Lin Yuyu? She wondered aloud. Song Ke looked left and right but couldn't find Meidaju. All she saw was a dark, seemingly endless alley. She thought for a moment and then stepped into it. The further she went, the dimmer the light became, and the surroundings grew eerily quiet, as if even the flow of air had come to a halt. Deep in the alley, a faint figure lay. Song Ke halted her steps, a bad premonition rising in her heart. She slowed her breathing, and a blue light flashed in her palm as her ime thorn spun into view, slowly approaching the dark figure. In the bleak moonlight, the person's face gradually became clear. The sight made Song Ke's pupils shrink, her heart pounding violently, blood rushing to her brain, and her whole body buzzing. Meidaju's eyes were open, breathless, lifeless, lying on the ground at Novel bin at. Maida. Song Ke rushed forward and touched him. His body was cold, he had been dead for some time. She struggled to accept it, attempting to feel his pulse and listen to his heart, but there was complete silence, no response at all. Ting! The ime thorn fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Maida! An incredulous and pained cry echoed throughout the alley. How could this be? Maida-ju, how could he die here? Due to the immense shock, Song Kei's thoughts descended into chaos. He was fine just moments ago, even messaging her. Why hadn't they been in touch for a while, and he was already dead? So close to her, right before her eyes, Maida-ju was killed by someone? Song Kei trembled all over. It was a tremor of extreme, infuriated grief. Who was it? Who killed Maida-ju? Tears streamed down her face. It was all her fault. If she hadn't invited Maida-ju over, if she hadn't insisted on surprising him, pulling him along to meet Lin Yuyu, would this have happened? Did she cause Maida-ju's death? Song Kei cried. She couldn't control her tears, grieving inconsolably. The others behind caught up, witnessing the scene, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Feng Zhigze glanced at the person on the ground, momentarily stunned, then closed his eyes. Once a doctor, he used to be saddened by the departure of life despite being accustomed to life and death. However, later, those devastating blows completely extinguished his compassion. Now, his heart would no longer fluctuate. Lin Yuyu had the most intense reaction among the remaining people. She stared blankly at Maida-ju's body, at a loss for words. Song Kei kept talking all the way, unusually talkative, sharing a lot about this person. She mentioned how he was usually very old-fashioned but oddly liked to listen to her songs. If someone else sang poorly, he would get angry. Lin Yuyu could tell that, even though Song Kei kept saying what was wrong with him, she was actually full of anticipation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dragged her to meet this fan. And now, the person described by Song Kei, who was old-fashioned and awkward yet genuinely loved her as a fan, had died silently and unceremoniously. They hadn't even met. Lin Yuyu exhaled heavily, a bitter feeling in her chest. She could understand Song Kei's pain. Sucha, go have a look. Sucha silently approached, squatting down to examine Maida-ju's body. There was a clear missing piece on the left side, exposing a hollow wound. He activated his ability, and small dark green dots entered Maida-ju's mouth, capturing the traces left by the awakened energy. The killer was a person with abilities. A few meters away lay another person, fatally injured in the head. Sucha picked up some of the blood dust on the ground, brought it close to his nose, and sniffed. Besides the smell of blood, there was also an unfamiliar scent. The killer had hastily escaped after the murder, leaving behind many traces. Being from the rainforest, he had the innate skill of tracking ingrained in his blood. Given some time, he could find the culprit. Zhuang Qinjian wheeled forward, Song Kei with her back turned, trembling slightly. He sighed silently and gently pressed Song Kei's shoulder. Let's inform Wu Zhuomin first. Yeah. It took a long time before Song Kei replied in a low voice. The next thing she had to face was probably Wu Zhuomin's wrath. Wu Zhuomin arrived very quickly. Not only him, but all 7 remaining Azure Phoenix team members from Ferrara had also come. Seeing Maida-ju's body, Wang Pei couldn't contain himself and cried out in deep sorrow, Deputy Captain. Wu Zhuomin walked closer step by step, surrounded by surging abilities, exuding an oppressive feeling of an impending storm. He squatted down, silently gazing at Maida-ju for a while, then reached out and gently closed his eyes. Then he stood up again and said somberly, Salute. The 7 Azure Phoenix team members, including Wu Zhuomin, uniformly removed their hats, placing their left hands flat in front while saluting with their right hands in the standard alliance military salute. Maida was an excellent soldier, obedient to orders, strictly disciplined. Since joining the 11th team, he has been diligent and has never made any mistakes, Wu Zhuomin said. A person like him could die on the battlefield, die at the hands of enemies, or die in the course of a mission, but he cannot die here without reason. Wu Zhuomin turned to Song Kei, his voice dangerously low. Tell me, why did he die? Song Kei hesitated. Lin Yuyu stood in front of Song Kei, blocking her. Hey, Captain, she didn't kill him. She came here with us and knows nothing. Song Kei is already upset. Don't question her like this. Wu Zhuomin remained expressionless. Maida took an hour off today to come and meet her. Now, something has happened to him. If I don't question her, who should I ask? He wouldn't leave the team easily. What did you say to him? Wu Zhuomin continued. Song Kei answered slowly. I said, I had a surprise and I asked him to come and watch the competition. What surprise? Wu Zhuomin's tone was cold as ice. Why did you specifically want to surprise him? Because of me. The person Song Kei wants to take him to see is me, Lin Yuyu said, removing her mask and revealing her true face in front of others. Wu Zhuomin frowned, apparently not recognizing Lin Yuyu's face. Maida-ju always respected Wu Zhuomin and regarded him as a role model for his actions, so he naturally wouldn't reveal his star-chasing preferences in front of him. Wang Pei, who had a closer relationship with Maida-ju, recognized her. He approached Wu Zhuomin and quietly explained Lin Yuyu's identity. Song Kei patted Lin Yuyu and stepped forward to explain, we had an arrangement to meet after the competition. 15 minutes ago, he sent me his location. I didn't tell anyone about his whereabouts. The other members of Azure Phoenix team had already checked the nearby surveillance cameras. However, due to the citywide power outage, the cameras were off, and the patrolling city defense robots had stopped working. At the scene, apart from the 2 bodies, there was no evidence left. After listening to Yang Pei's explanation, Wu Juemin's gaze returned to Song Ke. His eyes were red, his hands clenched tightly by his sides, and he looked like a top bow, and he was on the verge of breaking out. Wu Juemin calmed down and realized that Song Ke couldn't have killed Maida. She had no motive and no time to commit the crime. However, the incident was indeed related to her, and he acknowledged his own prejudice born out of losing control of his emotions. But Wu Juemin was also human, a person with flesh and blood. A fellow comrade, fighting shoulder to shoulder, had died in this filthy place. How could he face this rationally? How could he swallow this indignation? The atmosphere in the narrow alley grew even colder than the harsh winter. It was at this moment that Zhuang Qinjian spoke up. Captain Wu, I may have some clues regarding the killer who murdered Meidaju. All eyes turned towards him, and Zhuang Qinjian saw mirrored expressions of grief and hatred. He organized his thoughts and began to analyze slowly. Meidaju was a sea-level awakener. He awakened a defensive ability. If he was on guard, the assailant couldn't have succeeded easily. However, besides the fatal wound, there were no signs of a struggle on Meidaju's body. You mean the killer was someone he knew? Wu Juemin noticed the key point. Zhuang Qinjian confirmed his statement, most likely not just knew, but in Wu Juemin's eyes, the killer wasn't even aggressive. At least, the killer didn't possess the ability to kill him. That's why Maida turned his back to the assailant. Zhuang Qinjian's gaze fell on Meidaju's mouth. Sucha had just removed the clothing fragments there, revealing the hollow in his heart that looked like a black hole. I'm trying to reconstruct the crime scene. Meidaju was originally positioned at the alley's entrance. After the power outage, he wouldn't have left his spot for no reason. So it's very likely that he discovered or saw something, like the killer committing the murder. However, this person didn't seem threatening to him, so after dealing with the situation, he didn't feel the need to be on guard and turned to leave. The assailant took advantage of this opportunity and killed him. Wu Juemin furrowed his brow, pointing out the contradiction in Zhuang Qinjian's deduction. Unreasonable. If Maida was sure that this person wasn't a threat, why was he killed? Because, Zhuang Qinjian's expression turned cold. From the very beginning, the killer deceived everyone. Sucha waited patiently. Tiny green light dots emerged from the black hole in Meidaju's mouth, tracing the traces of awakened energy, leaving luminescent marks on the ground, extending in a certain direction. I think I have an idea of who it might be. I can find this person. Sucha and Zhuang Qinjian spoke almost simultaneously. Wu Juemin's expression became stern. Who is it? Where is he? His black finger joints creaked. Lead me to find him. I'm going with you. Lin Yuyo stood behind Sucha. Song Ke also stepped forward, her eyes reddened, a smoldering fire burning within them. And me? Never before had she felt such a strong urge to kill. She wanted to kill this person with her own hands. There is a kind of person in this world, born in the dark and cramped slums, wandering in the dirty sewers. They envy others' wealth and happiness, often cursing the unfairness of the heavens and harboring a deep resentment towards their own incompetence. Wu Zionghai was one such individual. He was a seasoned pickpocket, or rather, a thief, with a vile and shameless nature. He targeted the elderly, the weak, and women and took pride in it. After the apocalypse, Wu Zionghai's awakened abilities were related to this. Although it was only the lowest E level, he could steal others' abilities through theft and even level up using this stolen ability. The condition was that he had to personally kill the wielder of that ability to completely strip them of it. The first person Wu Zionghai killed was a fragile female awakener. He relied on a sneak attack from behind. When he struck, he was trembling with fear, his heart pounding wildly. With an axe, he viciously smashed the back of her head. Blood sprayed out, and Wu Zionghai was both terrified and oddly exhilarated. During the process of taking the ability, fragments of the woman's consciousness entered Wu Zionghai's brain. He saw her past her gentle lover, caring parents, friends. Her happy upbringing remained untouched even by the apocalypse. Good. Wu Zionghai licked his lips, a perverse sensation filling his mind. Everything is mine now. Knowing that his true ability must remain hidden, Wu Zionghai used the stolen object sewing ability to register as an E-level awakener. Later, when he fled his homeland, he luckily encountered the Azure Phoenix team and others who were evacuating, and he was taken away as an awakener. Wu Zionghai acted timidly and pretended to be a simple and honest person, successfully following them to District C-72. Ferrara, this free city, amplified his ambitions and malevolent thoughts completely. The second person he killed was a carefully selected D-level awakener, possessing an aggressive dark-type ability. As usual, it was a sneak attack. Upon killing the person, Wu Zionghai learned from the fragments of consciousness that this individual intended to participate in the throne race competition. The countless points, alliance coins, and the possibility of fulfilling desires. The enticing conditions and plentiful rewards further inflated Wu Zionghai's desires. He firmly believed that he was like the protagonists in those leveling up stories, rising from being a useless underdog, crushing everyone in his path, and couldn't wait to obtain a powerful ability to trample everyone. By stealing abilities, Wu Zionghai became a D-level awakener. He used the money and channels left by the deceased to buy a slot from the intermediary, replacing that person in the throne race competition. However, the reality that followed was different from what he had imagined. In this world, there were far too many individuals stronger than him. On the night of the Mirror Lake competition, Wu Zionghai was in dire straits. He almost capsized in the gutter, nearly sending himself to the underworld. Wu Zionghai, who luckily advanced, felt a dark mood. No, he needed an even more powerful ability. Later, he finally killed a sea-level awakener. The person had an incredibly elusive ability called Black Hole Devour. From this person's memories, Wu Xianghai unexpectedly learned about the secret of Ferrara. The deceased belonged to a convoluted organization that claimed to be a resistance faction. Their goal was astonishingly to destroy all artificial intelligence. Wu Xianghai realized he had gotten himself into serious trouble. He carefully destroyed the body and all evidence of this person's existence. But he never expected that in the round of 32, he would lose. Despite having acquired the ability of devouring, he could never fully integrate it. It was as if it was inherently rebellious and could not be completely controlled. The consequences of losing the match were dire. The intermediary interrogated him vehemently, but Wu Xianghai was no longer the initially obedient character. He had transformed from a thief to a butcher, his hands stained with blood. Wu Xianghai's malevolent thoughts spiraled out of control. He picked up a stone from the ground and killed the defiant intermediary. What are you doing? You've killed someone. Wu Xianghai never expected that Maida would witness the murderous scene. The wrong person appeared at the wrong time and place, discovering his vile nature. Wu Xianghai begged desperately, pleading for mercy. If his true ability was exposed, everything would be over. But Maida simply didn't listen. He was stern and merciless, threatening to inform the patrol team. Wu Xianghai knocked his head on the ground, looking at Maida's retreating heels through the cold gap. His eyes were gradually consumed by darkness. I gave you a chance. Since it's come to this, then just die. Adat novel bin adat. Seizing the opportunity while the other was off guard, Wu Xianghai made another sneak attack, killing Maida and stripping him of his ability. Then he fled in a panic. Back at his residence, Wu Xianghai was engulfed by immense panic. He anxiously bit his fingers, drawing blood. What to do? What to do? The people from Azure Phoenix won't let him off. Wu Chuamin, thinking of the captain's sharp eyes, Wu Xianghai couldn't stop shivering, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It's okay, he consoled himself. He had escaped quickly, leaving no traces. Tonight's power outage ensured that no one knew. After the panic subsided, a familiar excitement gradually surged. Wu Xianghai moved his right hand gently, and an invisible air barrier appeared around him. It could spread out or change shape with his movements, wrapping around him like layered soft armor, its transparent surface indestructible. As expected of Azure Phoenix team's deputy captain, Wu Xianghai's smile was greedy and cruel. This was the most practical ability he had ever seen. The chaotic night passed without any incidents. There were no pursuers and no patrol teams. Wu Xianghai, who had been living in fear, slowly began to ease. He had escaped, he was safe. In a few days, he would leave Ferrara and start anew somewhere else. Wu Xianghai relaxed his mind, lying on the bed with his legs crossed, humming a pleasant tune. He flipped his palm back and forth, admiring his new ability. A few fireflies drifted in from the window, their dim green light flickering and dotting his body. Wu Xianghai reached out to shoo them away, but they didn't budge. The next moment, his movements abruptly stopped. These weren't fireflies at all, this was psychic tracking, an awakener. Wu Xianghai jumped up from the bed. A poisoned dagger shattered the wall, a murderous aura surging as it pierced the gap between his legs. The venom spread, corroding the bed instantly. Thankfully, he moved quickly, or he would have lost his legs. Wu Xianghai, like a mouse, lowered his head and darted into the corner, trying to escape through the hole. Ethereal singing echoed, infiltrating his ears. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, making it difficult to even lift them. A strong debuff control ability. More than one awakener had come? Wu Xianghai frantically erected a defensive barrier, tightly wrapping himself up. Bang! The door blew open, and a stern figure emerged against the dawn's light. Wu Xianghai turned his head in terror, saw the person clearly, and his eyes widened in despair. Wu Chuamin, it was Wu Chuamin who had come personally to capture him. Captain. Wu, he stammered. Wu Chuamin's expression was icy, giving him no chance to speak. Quick and decisive, he vanished on the spot. The person was an A-level speed-type awakener? Wu Xianghai's awakened energy surged, exerting all his power to ensure the barrier covered his entire body without any gaps. Clang. A terrifying force struck the back of his head, causing the barrier there to teeter, a large crack forming. Wu Xianghai hurriedly began repairing it in a fluster. Wu Chuamin reappeared from high-speed movement, his voice furious and shocked. You're using Maida's ability. His gaze made Wu Xianghai tremble all over, as if he had fallen into an abyss. You killed Maida and deprived him of his ability, Wu Chuamin said each word distinctly. Under the terrifying pressure, Wu Xianghai struggled to form a coherent sentence. It was already winter, and the biting cold wind blew in from outside, bringing with it two figures, a man and a woman. There were 3 awakeners chasing him. Cold sweat dripped down Wu Xianghai's forehead, and he felt trapped. Wait, something's wrong. The air seemed to stop moving. A more domineering and overbearing pressure than Wu Chuamin swept over, brushing against Wu Xianghai like a wild wind sweeping leaves. His whole body stood on end, paralyzed. Behind Wu Chuamin, another figure emerged, encased in frost. The girl held a fierce tang sword, stepping towards him, the tip of the blade exuding extreme killing intent. Wu Xianghai knew her. This woman named Song Ke had terrifying combat power. In Mirror Lake, she could single-handedly kill mutant zombies and mutant water monsters, escaping unscathed from a 100-person siege. Last night, she even decapitated the mechanical head, Siang, with a single stroke. Why would such a grim reaper appear here? Wu Xianghai's legs weakened, unable to withstand the dual pressure. Tears and mucus mixed together as he cried and begged, Captain Wu, don't kill me. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, I know many secrets. I'll tell you everything, spare me, please. Wu Chumin coldly looked down at him, as if looking at a corpse. Wu Xianghai cowered and turned towards Song Ke, trying to break through from her. You're participating in the throne race competition, and you want to win, right? I know many secrets, the resistance faction, yes, I know their next plans. I'll tell you everything, please don't kill me. While begging for mercy, Wu Xianghai carefully observed their reactions and cautiously retreated. Song Ke's expression remained unchanged, her eyes locking onto him. You deserve to die. No matter what this person said, she wouldn't spare him. The blade turned, and without a second thought, it slashed at the air barrier, a sharp and grating sound filling the air. Wu Xianghai was terrified, knowing there was no hope in pleading with this person. He turned towards Wu Chumin, shouting desperately, Captain Wu, the key? I know where the key is, I've seen it. Wu Xianghai accessed the fragmented memories of Meidaju, seeing the image of Xiezo and unexpectedly learning about Azure Phoenix's mission. This was his only bargaining chip at the moment. Wu Chumin moved lightning fast, blocking Song Ke's attack with his black gloves. Song Ke was stunned and turned to glare at him. Why was he still listening to him? Where is he? Wu Chumin stared intently at the kneeling man. There was hope. Wu Xianghai's eyes darted around, attempting to buy some time. Once, when I was buying a slot from the intermediary, I saw that person. He was with someone with blue eyes. Where? Wu Chumin shouted sharply. Wu Xianghai's breath became rapid, the pressure making his mental power run wild, about to explode. Manzoni Street, number 16. The person is there. I'm sure. While Wu Chumin pondered the address for a second, Wu Xianghai's ability suddenly expanded outward, pushing away the few people in front of him. Wu Chumin realized and punched. Bang! A severe impact rang out. The ability barrier, released at full strength, surprisingly withstood his attack. Wu Chumin attacked again, one punch after another, with astonishing destructive power. However, the air barrier tightly wrapped around Wu Xianghai, like an impenetrable cocoon, unable to reach his true self. You can't kill me? You can't kill me. Wu Xianghai laughed manically. He now possessed a defensive ability, and nobody could break his barrier. Great stuff, Deputy Captain Maida's ability. Ha ha ha, great stuff. He described wildly, shouting fearlessly. Wu Chumin was furious, thinking of Meidaju, a trustworthy teammate who always stood behind him for support. That was his comrade's ability, how could it be desecrated by such a person? With a slight movement of his palm, a highly destructive particle weapon appeared out of thin air. Wu Chumin adjusted the aim, targeting Wu Xianghai. If this shot went off, the entire house would be leveled. But a figure rushed past him even faster. Song Ke leaped high in the air, her weapon slashing with the force of tearing the sky apart. The ferocious Tang sword chopped down, directly clashing with the barrier. A dazzling light flashed, the air barrier shattered inch by inch, and the blade continued down. Blood splattered as Wu Xianghai's left arm was severed. A heart-wrenching scream resounded. What did a defensive ability matter? What did an air barrier matter? A metal-type ability could cut through everything? He was just a vile thief, inherently evil. If Song Ke wanted him dead, there was no way he could survive today. Wu Xianghai rolled around in a miserable state on the ground. Seeing Song Ke raising her blade again, he raised his voice, babbling incoherently, disregarding everything. You can't kill me, don't kill me. Meidaju, there's something he hasn't had a chance to tell you. Don't kill me, I'll tell you. This was becoming unbearable. Song Ke lowered her eyes, her offensive in no way paused. Never give the enemy a chance to speak. This was a lesson reiterated by her master. The Tang sword once again chopped towards the barrier, transparent glass shattered, a clear path unhindered, viciously plunging into Wu Xianghai's mouth. Same position, same method of death, just how he killed Meidaju, that's how he died under Song Ke's blade. Blood splattered, and Wu Xianghai's heart burst instantly. His breathing abruptly stopped, his eyes bulging out, like a dirty rat in the sewer, stomped to death. Song Ke withdrew the Tang sword, her face covered in bloodstains, expressionless. Another fierce strike, stabbing down. Completely dead. The room fell quiet. Song Ke walked up to Wu Chumin, silent for a long time, unsure of what to say. Finally, she said, I'm sorry. The one who should have received the apology was Meidaju, but he could never hear it again. Wu Chumin looked at Wu Xianghai's body on the ground and spoke coldly. To enter the Azure Phoenix's ranks of awakeners, one must not only pass the ability assessment but also undergo a test of character. Both are essential. Therefore, not all awakeners can travel with us. I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken you with us. Song Ke had no words in response. If it weren't for Wu Chumin, she might have been trapped on the island in F-177, helpless and waiting to die. This captain of the Azure Phoenix had done everything within his power, rescuing civilians and awakeners from different places, leading them all the way to evacuation. He was undoubtedly a good man, but now, he said he was wrong. Wu Chumin glanced at her and said coldly, from now on, don't see anyone in the team, don't contact anyone. That's it. There's no connection between Azure Phoenix and you anymore. Wu Chuamin left. Song Kei looked down at her own shoes, lost in thought for a long time. Care, Lin Yuyo called her worriedly. Song Kei snapped out of it, and when she looked up again, her expression was calm. It's okay, let's go. On the hotel's upper floor, Song Kei sat on the railing, silently looking outside through the floor-to-ceiling window. She had been in this state for several hours. Su Xing peeked at her from behind, hesitant to approach. Instead, he went to fetch reinforcements. First, he went to find Fang's Higzu. Dr. Fang was lying on the sofa, the back of his hand against his forehead, eyes half closed. He wasn't asleep, lost in thought about something. Hey, lazy old man, Su Xing lightly kicked his leg. Aren't you a doctor? My dad said you can come up with all sorts of comforting words. Hurry, go talk to my sister. Fang's Higzu grunted. What's it to me? He turned around, his back to Su Xing, and added nonchalantly, in situations like this, you have to find your own way out. I can't do it myself, so how can I advise others? Su Xing felt helpless in the face of his indifference, stomped his foot, and went to knock on another person's door. Zhuang Qinjian was in his room scrolling through the display, fingertips sliding rapidly, swiftly perusing a massive amount of data and information. Daylight shone on his profile, his expression especially focused. A night had passed, and Ferrara's energy had been restored, but artificial intelligence was still absent. Su Xing fidgeted on the carpet, reluctantly speaking up, could you go and talk to sister? He never really got along with Zhuang Qinjian. Strictly speaking, this was the first time the irritable little lion had ever softened, using a somewhat imploring tone to speak to him. Zhuang Qinjian glanced at him curiously and teased, what? Worried she'll keep sinking into despair. Su Xing pouted. Although he didn't answer, that was exactly what he was worried about. Zhuang Qinjian turned the wheelchair and changed direction, pressing the pause button. Rest assured, she's not as fragile as you think. But, it's time to end the indulgence. As he passed by Su Xing, Zhuang Qinjian flicked his head, saying, instead of worrying about your sister, why not focus on improving your abilities? Don't always hold her back. Are you aiming to become the champion of swimming, or do you want to be a lazy fish that only shouts 666? Su Xing held his head in his hands, yelling in annoyance, mind your own business. Zhuang Qinjian chuckled lightly and went to the balcony, passing by Su Xing. What are you thinking? The wheelchair stopped behind Song Kei, and he asked in his usual tone. Song Kei didn't look back but instead tapped the invisible glass in front of her. This marvelous piece of technology could seamlessly blend into the air, like a barrier. Only when you pressed on it with your fingertips would it slightly reveal itself. Wu Chuamin SA said he was wrong, she calmly recounted. He said shouldn't he have taken us to evacuate. Today was the first day of energy recovery. Looking down from a high vantage point, Ferrara's streets were desolate, the whole city eerily quiet. He told me not to contact anyone else in the T-team. Does this upset you? Zhuang Qinjian asked. Not upset, Song Kei shook her head. I'm thinking that maybe I was wrong T2. She sighed and counted on her fingers. I'm very unlucky, and not very smart. I shouldn't have kept such a close distance far from them, bringing disasters upon others. She still remembered back in Hua City when Zhou Enkai called her a star of disaster. Song Kei didn't take it seriously at the time and just wanted to give her a good slap. But now, she felt her words were prophetic. It seemed like people around her were always unlucky because of her. I shouldn't have brought you all back. Maybe without me, things would be better. Her fingers weren't enough, and Song Kei slumped her shoulders in frustration. I won't pick up people again in the future. As for Wu Chuamin, I won't comment, let him solve it himself, Zhuang Qinjian said. As for you, don't take everything on yourself. Maida's death was because he encountered a natural bad seed like Wu Xianghai. In a sense, it was his own carelessness that was the fatal cause. It's not your fault. Your luck is a bit lacking. Zhuang Qinjian smiled. It's quite difficult to drag others down. At your young age, don't be so superstitious. As for the people you brought back, let's start with Su Xing. There's no need to say much. Those two coolies were turned around at your whim, yet they didn't storm off. Even Fang's Higzu, if you were to go back and ask him if he regrets following you, he'd probably just roll his eyes and continue sleeping where he is. Their answers are all there for everyone to see. Aren't you clear about it? No one regrets it. And what about Yu? Song Kei's clear eyes looked at him. Me. Zhuang Qinjian's smile gradually widened. You're my golden thigh. I haven't had a chance to hug you tightly, how could I regret it? Song Kei was left speechless for a moment. But strangely, her lips couldn't help but curve upward, and a small dimple showed on her cheek. Zhuang Qinjian's gaze lingered on her face for a couple of seconds, and he leisurely added, however, I agree with the last sentence. Don't bring people back anymore. Your arms are so thin, and there are too many people to carry. Song Kei slowly turned her head, staring at him expressionlessly. After a while, she hopped off the railing, murmuring to herself as she touched her stomach, I'm hungry. Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair followed behind her. Now that there's no robot butler, we have to do everything ourselves. After walking a few steps, all the terminals, televisions, screens, and projections in the hotel suddenly lit up, displaying the same image. A middle-aged man with a stern face was seated at a desk, arrogantly delivering a speech. I am Leon, the newly appointed magistrate of Ferrara. I now announce that the artificial intelligence known as Ilya has been completely eradicated. From today onwards, Ferrara will enforce new rules. At novel bin at. Rule 1, strict entry restrictions will be implemented citywide, expelling unidentified refugees. Rule 2, all music performances and entertainment activities are prohibited. Holding large public events must be approved by the City Hall. Rule 3, all residents are prohibited from hoarding any form of artificial intelligence. Those found in violation will be severely punished. Rule 4. Rule 10, the ongoing throne race competition will be taken over by the City Hall, and the rules and procedures will be redesigned. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Qinjian let out a cold laugh. Cancel all major events, but conveniently leave the throne race. It seems they don't intend to let go of this lucrative opportunity. Song Ke furrowed her brow. Is he announcing Ilya's death like this? The resistance faction had just succeeded last night, and they hadn't confirmed the final result yet, but Leon was in a rush to declare sovereignty. Was Leon too proud and reckless? Wouldn't Ilya make any move? As they were speaking, a deafening roar echoed from a certain direction within the city. Song Ke focused her gaze. Is that the Sikara Theater? Just as Leon was delivering his speech, thousands of zombies surged out from underground beneath the Sikara Theater. A drop of ink splattered onto the white paper, spreading out in large splotches. When a zombie broke free from its restraints, it triggered waves upon waves of frenzy. This was the current situation at the Sikara Theater. Starting from a single point, it rapidly spread in all directions, an eerie zombie horde that sent shivers down one's spine, crawling out from underground and flooding the streets and alleys of Ferrara. In all the screens and projected images, Lion's speech was abruptly interrupted, leaving him with a bewildered expression. His passionate speech had just been brutally debunked, turning into a ludicrous joke. V587 had once taken on a commission to clear the zombies at Lilai Port. At the time, the system had popped up with a strange prompt, asking them to capture the zombies and bring them back alive. Song Ke had followed a transportation truck, only to discover that these zombies were being transported to the underground of the Sikara Theater. She, like others before, had thought that zombies were just fodder for the throne race competition. But now, reflecting on it, perhaps it wasn't fodder, but rather a means to cultivate something, and such crazed behavior would ultimately lead to disaster. Cultivating zombies was already an extremely dangerous endeavor, especially when their numbers exceeded the threshold they could control. 7 to 8 out of 10 abnormal sources from nearby C and D grade cities flowed into Ferrara. While this city claimed to be one of freedom on the surface, its dark underground had long belonged to a vast kingdom of the undead. Now, all the undead had escaped. The ordinary citizens strolling on the streets hadn't yet grasped what was happening. They looked around in confusion, their dilated pupils capturing the swiftly approaching figures of the zombies. In an instant, the zombies lunged at them, biting their necks. Help, help. Similar tragedies continued to unfold in Ferrara. In a high-rise hotel, Song Ke furrowed her brow, asking, how did it come to this? Zhuang Qinjian joined her in looking down, his tone indifferent. The Sikara Theater is under integrated management, with everything from security, monitoring, logistics, to defense systems controlled entirely by artificial intelligence. Song Ke immediately realized, the artificial intelligence has been shut down. Zhuang Qinjian nodded. Exactly, Leon was too engrossed in enjoying the fruits of victory and didn't promptly eliminate potential risks. Song Ke still couldn't fully grasp one thing. Even if artificial intelligence managed more accurately and was far more secure than humans, could it truly be flawless, immune to any malfunctions? Wasn't there any emergency plan within the theater, allowing such a significant threat to erupt unchecked? Zhuang Qinjian seemed to understand what she was thinking and raised an eyebrow. Do you think these zombies escaped on their own, or were they deliberately released? Song Ke. She abruptly turned to look at Zhuang Qinjian. His expression was serious and it didn't look like he was joking. A chill ran down Song Ke's spine. If the zombies were intentionally released, then in all of Ferrara, only one person could have done it. Song Ke remembered Lin Yuyu's statement about Ilya having no feelings for the people and a sense of dread enveloped her. Did artificial intelligence truly have no pity for humanity? Ferrara, without artificial intelligence, faced disasters far beyond this. The citizens of Ferrara were like oversized infants indulging in a dreamlike illusion, full of bravado in words but practically useless in combat, with a combat effectiveness of less than 0. They took pleasure in watching the Awakeners massacre zombies, but when it came to facing the same situation themselves, they were terrified. Most people trembled in fear, unable to even lift their weapons. The zealous audience who had once criticized the participants as useless and couldn't even kill a few zombies were now scared witless, wishing to stay at home forever. On the first day of the zombie outbreak, 90% of the public sector came to a standstill. The residents of Ferrara neither had work nor needed to go to the office. Engrossed in their leisure, everything from food, accommodation, transportation, and commerce was handled by AI. In their free time, they engaged in various entertainment activities. But now, with a colossal change in their lives and fear surrounding them, the frightened populace hid in their homes, anxious and fearful throughout the night. On the second day, some Awakeners came out to hunt and kill zombies, but the effect was minimal. They killed the old ones, and new ones emerged. With too many people being bitten, they kept transforming into mutant zombies. Ferrara's municipal hotline was almost overwhelmed, flooded with angry citizens denouncing Leon as a coward for not deploying forces to suppress the zombies. Leon was powerless in this situation. The cold artificial intelligence was unafraid of death, enabling it to valiantly confront the zombies. However, humans were afraid. His personal guard consisted of humans, and not a single one dared to step forward to kill the zombies. Regarding lions in action, Zhuang Qinjian gave a cold two-word evaluation: utterly pathetic. Song Ke wholeheartedly agreed. The resistance faction was a group of spineless individuals who only knew how to bicker amongst themselves. Compared to Tongwan's security team, they were worlds apart. The contrast was stark. Zhao Liqiang and his team, when faced with the zombie tide, could choose to stand their ground, but Leon couldn't even manage to drive away the zombies. On the third day, the conflict escalated further. Some of the zombies fled Ferrara, providing the city's residents with a brief respite. The enraged populace regained their senses and initiated massive protests and demonstrations. Leon hid behind the screens, attempting to pacify the people through a public speech. However, every place he showed himself was pelted with stones, and countless people cursed at him. Get lost. Within a short day, Leon faced assassination attempts over 100 times. Unable to withstand the threat of death, he awkwardly chose to step down. He became the three-day ruler, the shortest-serving leader in the history of the Alliance. After Leon announced his departure, chants for Ilya erupted throughout Ferrara, starting from scattered calls to a thunderous, unified roar, echoing throughout the entire Ferrara. Ilya, Ilya, Ilya. In Ferrara, many absurd things were possible. Ilya achieved victory in this bloodless struggle without expending a single soldier, without even showing up. Song Ke fastened the buttons of her coat and gripped the spiritual weapon on the table. I am going out to take a look. The people behind her seemed to want to speak, but she interrupted them preemptively. None of you are allowed to go. It was chaotic outside. She could venture out alone, while her companions should stay in a safe place for now. Zhuang Qinjian, Su Xing, and Feng Zhigze remained in the hotel, allowing her to act with peace of mind. Song Ke leaped and sprinted between the rooftops. The north wind billowed her coat, making it look like wings were sprouting from her back. The distance between the two buildings in front of her was a bit far. Song Ke accelerated and leaped, releasing her transformed spiritual weapon Bone Whip midair, entangling the low-altitude track above her. With a swing, she smoothly landed using the momentum. As soon as she landed, heavy panting was heard behind her. Song Ke didn't stop, rolling forward, and sharp claws sliced through the spot where she had just been, leaving deep marks. Song Ke quickly turned around, ready for action, but then froze. The zombie in front of her was noticeably different from the ones she had seen before. It was larger, its skin tougher, its nails sharper, and even its pupils were not the common grayish-white but closer to pitch black. Her heart skipped a beat. This zombie seemed to have evolved. The seemingly evolved zombie crouched down, kicked with its right leg, and sprang forward like a spring, with incredible speed and explosive force. Song Ke lashed out with her bone whip, the sharp and slender segments tightly entwining around the zombie's neck. She pulled back with one hand, but it didn't budge. Had its strength increased as well? She hesitated for a moment, then shifted to a two-handed grip on the whip. Engaging her waist and abdomen, she swung her arms, rotated her entire body, utilizing her core strength to viciously swing a half-circle, executing a shoulder throw that flipped the zombie to the ground. The zombie roared and struggled, but it was trapped, unable to move. Song Ke tightened the whip's end. Crack. The protruding bone crushed its neck, and the fierce head rolled off, splitting the body into two parts. After this peculiar zombie's death, Song Ke thought for a moment. As a precaution, she pulled out a dagger and forcefully stabbed into its skull. A quick twist left the dagger tip hitting something hard. She pulled it out and found a sparkling, emerald-like crystal. Though its color wasn't as deep as the one from the Mirror Lake's water monster, it was undoubtedly a level 2 crystal. Song Ke stood up abruptly, looking down at the ground. There were still many wandering zombies in the streets and alleys. Given the astonishing number, she didn't believe this was the only evolved zombie. Could Ferrara have really bred a zombie king? Suddenly, her gaze focused on a familiar figure passing in a certain direction, entering a tower. Song Ke had excellent eyesight and quickly identified the person. Lu Xinglan. Wasn't he supposed to have withdrawn long ago? Why was he still in Ferrara? And why enter the tower at this time? Song Ke pocketed the crystal and quickly followed. The tower was Ferrara's tallest skyscraper, essentially a gigantic server room, housing the central hub for all artificial intelligence. There were no stairs or elevators inside the tower, making it completely inconvenient for humans. Song Ke could only use the brute method, climbing floor by floor. Around the 7th floor, she didn't find Lu Xinglan. Instead, she reached a dead end and saw a platform over 2 meters high. Subtle movements came from under the platform. Song Ke circled around and found a miniaturized robot in a corner, repeatedly hopping in place, struggling to reach the top but failing. The little robot had a square body with wheels on both sides, round eyes resembling binoculars, and 2 short mechanical arms. Song Ke passed by it, exchanged a 2-second gaze with it, and the robot's movements paused momentarily before its 2 mechanical arms started to sway happily. All the artificial intelligence in the tower had already been shut down. This was probably a robot with a root programming error, lacking self-awareness, which was why it kept bumping into walls here. Song Ke ignored it and effortlessly leaped upwards, gripping the platform with one hand, preparing to climb up again. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it up. Something had caught her trouser leg. Song Kei looked down, and the adorable little robot was looking up at her. Its mechanical scissor hands were unapologetically latched onto her. She tried to move upwards, but in an attempt to free herself, the hem of her coat got caught as well. Song Kei let go and crouched down, attempting to communicate with it. Stop fooling around. I have things to do. Can you play by yourself? At novel bin at. The little robot tilted its head, its round eyes blinking, not knowing if it understood. Song Kei took a couple of steps forward, and the little robot was dragged along like a pendant. She shook her leg, and half of the robot's body began to dance like seaweed, its program beeping incessantly in alarm but still not letting go. Song Kei grew irritated with the constant shaking, and with a bit of force, twisted and fastened its two scissor hands together, rendering it completely immobile. The round eyes of the little robot blinked, seemingly bewildered by the loss of its arms. Finally, it became quiet. Satisfied, Song Kei picked it up, tucked it into her collar, zipped up, and climbed back onto the platform. First, she carried it with her, intending to find a random place to dispose of it later. On the top floor of the tower, a massive floating screen quietly hovered in the center. In front of the wall formed by an immense flow of data, stood a figure. Song Kei hid in the corner, secretly observing Lu Xinglan. He carefully touched the surface of the screen as if searching for something. Just as she was about to move closer, Lu Xinglan, who had his back to her, spoke in a deep voice, "Come out, I've been waiting for you." Song Kei sighed, her hiding skills were indeed lacking. Lu Xinglan turned around, and upon seeing her face, his ice blue eyes flickered, slightly surprised. "It's you?" "It's me," Song Kei answered in a deep tone, thinking to herself, "Of course it's me, who else would it be? Was it you following me just now? Why did you do that?" Lu Xinglan asked as he withdrew his hands and put them behind his back. "Why did you come to the tea tower?" Song Kei asked in return. "Answer my question first," Lu Xinglan said arrogantly, "and also, things that don't concern you, don't ask or get involved." Song Kei slowly replied, "Why? Just because you're from District B. Oh." Lu Xinglan smiled, and the unique color of his pupils rippled. "You know quite a bit." The next moment, his smile vanished, and his expression turned as cold as his eyes. "I don't want to waste words with you. Where's the other person? Tell him to come out." "What other PE person?" Song Kei was puzzled. "You've been following me all the way and still pretending? I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. Quickly call him out." "Who?" Song Kei was speechless. Lu Xinglan stared at her bewildered expression, gradually furrowing his brow. What's going on? Is she pretending to be clueless, or does she really not know? In his hand behind his back, a light orb formed as the code 101,010 danced within it. If it wasn't the person he was waiting for, then he wouldn't hesitate to act. Song Kei opened her mouth, about to speak. From the bulging collar, a cute little robot emerged, and a rough electronic voice sounded mechanically. "Are you looking for me?" Song Kei. "Oh my god, how is this one alive?" She was utterly shocked. "Are you looking for me?" The small robot emerged from Song Kei's collar, and its somewhat stiff tone echoed in the spacious surroundings. Both Lu Xinglan and Song Kei were startled, lowering their heads to look at it. The robot's eyes, resembling a telescope, turned and finally focused on Lu Xinglan. The binary code 101010 in Lu Xinglan's palm disappeared, and his hands were placed back in his pockets. His expression seemed nonchalant, but Song Kei observed the tension in his posture, indicating his nervousness. Lu Xinglan sneered, "Unbelievable. The mighty magistrate of District C dares not reveal his true identity." The robot's round eyes flickered, and it spoke in a flat, mechanical tone. "The body is just an external manifestation. At least, I am certain that my consciousness is still mine." Song Kei. She silently swallowed. Could this little robot be Ilya? She had just been thinking about where to toss it. Luckily, she hadn't thrown it away yet. Lu Xinglan stared at it intently, his expression playful. "Is that so? But it seems you're hardly functional once detached from your original body. Is this your purpose?" The robot calmly said, "You colluded with that foolish human to find my original form." Song Kei's mind raced. The foolish human, was it referring to Leon? Lu Xinglan wanted to find Ilya's original form, but he didn't know the super-central hub wasn't in the tower. With the inferior intelligence of humans, you can't possibly break through the defense mechanisms here. It was you who breached the firewall and cut off the tower's power. Song Kei looked at Lu Xinglan in horror. The true orchestrator of the three-day turmoil was not the resistance faction used as a diversion but the man before her. The little robot continued in a methodical tone. "The Lu family of the Yajia clan, known for their ice-blue pupils, have awakened hacker abilities without exception among their gene-optimized individuals. And you, Lu Xinglan, an A-level awakener. You came all the way from District B8. Your true purpose is to capture me." Song Kei's gaze darted back and forth between the two, feeling her brain struggling to keep up. Lu Xinglan chuckled and asked, "Are you so sure I came for you?" The robot replied, "The decline of the Lu family was already evident. The cessation of Starship operations was just the first step. Let me guess, the supercomputer you boasted about, is it dead? Crashed? So you needed a replacement, right? You selected meticulously, and in the end, chose me to be your Lu family's SL*V. Lu Xinglan's mouth tightened, and his hands in his pockets gradually clenched into fists. His thoughts, plans, and all intentions were completely exposed. In front of artificial intelligence, he felt completely naked, without any secrets. You deliberately participated in the throne race competition, allowing me to see you, attempting to confuse and conceal your true purpose in coming to Ferrara. But in secret, you colluded with the resistance faction, aligning with them seamlessly. They wanted power, and you wanted to take away my core. Lu Xinglan sneered. Indeed, you're a super artificial intelligence. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so prepared. The small robot calmly stated, I know everything about Ferrara. From the moment you stepped into the city, I have been observing you. The sentence Ilya knows everything suddenly appeared in Song Kei's mind. Lu Xinglan extended his hands from his pockets, looking proud. So what? As long as I capture you, I can still strip away your consciousness. His hacking abilities were the bane of artificial intelligence. All he needed was some time to break through Ilya's firewall and destroy its autonomous consciousness, and then it would be at the Lu family's disposal. Lu Xinglan suddenly launched an attack, targeting Song Kei and the small robot near her collar. His awakened abilities surged from his palms, and massive data streams wove into a mobile net, continuously tightening towards them. The small robot sat in front of Song Kei, partly encased in the zipper, and waved its short scissor-like hand. The relationship between artificial intelligence and hackers is one of strength and weakness. You are not qualified to stand before me. As soon as the words were spoken, the machinery in the tower suddenly moved. In an instant, it reassembled into massive arms and swung wildly at Lu Xinglan. These giants didn't need an energy source? Song Kei screamed internally, don't involve me in your fight. She did a one-handed somersault, skillfully dodging Lu Xinglan's attack, and seized the small robot's scissor hand, ready to quickly throw it away. The robot's half-body tilted in midair, its head turned a full circle, and it stared at Song Kei slowly. Although its simple mechanical face showed no expression, Song Kei always felt like it was conveying a message. Dare to throw me. Song Kei. I won't randomly pick up people again? Including robots? She held on to the small robot, desperately rolling and weaving through the dense stream of 101,010 code. Lu Xinglan chased from behind, occasionally dodging the mechanical giant arms that swung towards him, his movements a bit hurried. He mocked, Magistrate, without your original self, you're just a waste, relying on a human to carry you around. The small robot remained silent, seemingly admitting to his words. Lu Xinglan sneered, I have never been merciful when dealing with waste. His mental strength surged throughout his body, controlling all the data on the top floor of the tower. It merged into the tracking network, forming a surging wave. Song Kei stumbled and was violently washed away by the torrents of data from all directions. She was thrown several meters and struggled to get up, her hand still on the ground. The small robot slipped from her grip and fell to the ground, twitching violently like it was electrocuted. Ilya, she hurriedly got up, about to ask if it was all right. The small robot's eyes flickered and then completely extinguished 2 seconds later, emitting smoke from its head. Oh no, Song Kei panicked. Did she break it by dropping it? Lu Xinglan laughed triumphantly as the data streams folded and rolled, isolating Song Kei from the outside. The small robot rolled a few times, motionless. Lu Xinglan approached, placing his foot on its body. You've lost, it's your fault for choosing such a basic body. He reached out with his left hand, probing into the robot's body, attempting to find Ilya's consciousness at Novel bin Adat. The airflow stagnated for a moment. The next second, the data tsunami that had been under Lu Xinglan's control suddenly turned, rushing violently toward him. Lu Xinglan was shocked and hastily retreated, but it was too late. He was covered from head to toe in complex data, his vision incredibly chaotic. In the midst of the data deluge, a pair of mechanical giant arms came swiftly and pierced through his abdomen. Lu Xinglan stared in disbelief. On the rooftop platform of the tower, a tall figure slowly emerged. Dazzling golden hair, colorless pupils, an overall noble and elegant aura. You forgot, I just said, the body is just an external manifestation. Who says I will always be there? Humans are always deceived by inertia thinking, that's why you are so easily defeated. Ilya raised a finger, and a vast data stream enveloped Lu Xinglan completely. His voice was light and ethereal, faintly tinged with a sense of joy. Song Kei stared at him without blinking. This was the first time she sensed human emotions from Ilya. What was he happy about? Ilya slowly approached Lu Xinglan, lowering his head to gaze at him. Do you know? In fact, our goals are the same. His voice was so faint, almost inaudible. You want my core, and I want an unrestricted body. Lu Xinglan's entire figure froze. The data stream covered his face, and his ice-blue pupils gradually dimmed, finally losing consciousness. At the moment he fell, the hacker ability failed, the tower lights came on, and all the artificial intelligence returned to Ferrara. Ilya turned around and looked quietly at Song Kei. A cold chill emerged from the solace of her feet and shot up to her head. Song Kei cautiously took a step back, her palm transforming into a spiritual weapon. She hadn't intervened earlier because it was a struggle between Lu Xinglan and Ilya. But now, if Ilya targeted her, she had to defend herself. Ilya tilted his head, mirroring the small robot, but Song Kei no longer found it cute. Fortunately, Ilya just stared at her for a while and had no intention of harming her. I don't like owing favors to others. As a repayment for bringing me up here, I can tell you a piece of information. Manzoni Street, bloodshed and violence are spreading. I think you need to know. Remember to be quick, or it might be too late. After saying this, Ilya took the fallen Lu Xinglan and disappeared on the spot. Song Kei stood still, bewildered. What did this piece of information mean? Asterisk. In the streets where zombies were swarming, the holographic projection flashed, and a handsome young man in green clothes and jade flute suddenly appeared. King He. It's Luo King He. Luo King He has returned. The citizens of Ferrara, upon recognizing his figure, were on the verge of tears out of sheer joy. I'm sorry, everyone, for my late arrival, Luo King He sighed softly. His long hair moved without wind, and his sleeves fluttered. Behind him, numerous transport vehicles and mechanical arms were mobilized, sweeping away the fleeing zombies in the streets and alleys. Similar scenes were playing out everywhere. Look over there, it's the Rainbow Band. A rock band descended from the sky, their exhilarating drum beats echoing in the hearts of the people. Accompanying them were extremely long mechanical arms that, to the beat of the music, were mowing down hordes of zombies. Yulika, Nana, Ake, familiar artificial intelligence appeared in succession in the Ferrara sky. Wiviwu. The citizens of Ferrara covered their faces, unable to contain their sobbing. For the past 3 days, they had lived in chaos, fear, and anger. The original inhabitants knew deep down that they were different from the residents of other districts. C. They were completely dependent on artificial intelligence, even if they were in slow *VED by it. At the highest point of the tower, a giant spotlight shone down, illuminating an elegantly graceful figure as they slowly stepped out. He was still dressed in a white suit, with radiant golden hair, but his eye color seemed to have changed, faintly revealing a hint of icy blue. Ilya. The excited citizens, unable to control their emotions, fell to their knees as if worshipping their deities. Ferrara's human magistrate, Leon, brought turmoil and despair, while the artificial intelligence Ilya restored hope to them. At this moment, Ilya's reputation in Ferrara was unparalleled, beyond comparison. You've all worked hard. Everyone quieted down, focusing on that figure. Ferrara is my city, and everything here belongs to me. As long as my consciousness exists, I will never give up. All difficulties, pain, and confusion will fade away. You will embrace a new life of beauty, peace, and happiness. A requiem, may all souls find tranquility. The song that cleansed the soul echoed throughout the entire city. Amidst the background sounds of mechanical zombie clearance, it was like a lament for the deceased. At the top of the tower, on the upper floors of the hotel, Songke and Zhuang Qinjian were both watching everything that was happening. What an ironic scene. The citizens seemed to have found spiritual solace, kneeling on the ground in devout prayer. Ilya claimed that everything in Ferrara belonged to him, including all the people. He had no emotions towards humans. He could release ferocious zombies for power, but he was not born to hate humans. He simply enjoyed being in control, relishing the pleasure of wielding power. Songke remembered the song Paradise Ilya sang when she first arrived in District C72. In the future, Ferrara would probably truly become an Eden for artificial intelligence. Ferrara's disaster came to an end, but she had more important things to do. Manzoni Street, what was there exactly? It was worth Ilya's special reminder. Songke sprinted at full speed, heading towards her destination. Asterisk. On Manzoni Street, the staff of Ferrara Daily were recording a program. The tumultuous 3 days finally came to an end. To celebrate Ilya's return to the throne, we specially invited the top 10 supernovas, real idols, and virtual idols to attend and shoot a short film together to cheer everyone on. The host softly reminded the female star waiting beside, Yuyu, it's your turn soon. Are you okay? No problem, Lin Yuyu smiled confidently. The lights were set up, and cameras of all sizes were aimed at Lin Yuyu as she displayed her signature sweet smile. I know everyone has been working hard lately, but after the storm, there will always be sunny days. In the days to come. Lin Yuyu suddenly paused in her speech, her gaze involuntarily shifting to the window. On the opposite rooftop, a figure as graceful as a swallow moved up and down, jumping into the nearby villa area. Songke, why is she here? And alone? Lin Yuyu stared in the direction she disappeared, lost in thought. Yuyu, did you forget your lines? A staff member waved puzzledly, bringing her attention back. I'm sorry. Shall we try again? Sure. In the days to come, no matter if it's sunny or rainy, as long as we are filled with hope, every day is a beautiful day. Okay, next is a personal interview. The logistics quickly arranged the next segment. However, Lin Yuyu made a pause gesture. I'm not feeling well today, let's reschedule the interview. Alright. Take a rest, we'll schedule someone else. Lin Yuyu had a good reputation in the industry, never acting like a big shot. The staff quickly agreed, assuming she was genuinely unwell. Lin Yuyu sat back in the rest chair, covered herself with a blanket, sat for a while, looked at her toes exposed outside, and then softly said to the air, did you see her? The man concealed in the darkness responded impassively. What is she doing? Lin Yuyu asked. Whatever she's doing is none of your business, Socha replied coldly. You're right, Lin Yuyu mumbled. She lay back in her chair, took a sip of water, put down the cup, picked it up again after a while, and realized she had just taken a drink. She changed her mind and hugged the cup to her chest. Her thoughts kept wandering, replaying the events of the day the power went out, the fan she never met in the end, the dark alley, and Songke sitting on the ground, shedding tears. Since that day, Songke never contacted her again, seemingly intentionally keeping a distance. Lin Yuyu sighed and murmured to herself, I still owe her one last commission. Sucha remained silent. People came and went in the studio, and Lin Yuyu sat in the rest chair, lost in thought for a long time. Then she placed the cup back on the table, making a soft clink sound. Let's just take a look, without her noticing. If there's a need, lend a hand, she said. There probably won't be any need, Sucha ruthlessly pointed out. With Song Kei's capabilities, they didn't need to intervene. Lin Yuyu looked serious. Even so, I'll take a look. Settle the debt, and then I have no connection with her. Seek a clear conscience, she spoke to herself, as if convincing herself. Asterisk. In the residential area of Manzoni Street, Song Kei lurked on the roof of one of the buildings, surveying the open space in front. What does Ilya mean by bloodshed and violence? What does it refer to? The door of a certain villa opened, and several uniformed soldiers emerged, escorting a man. Wuchuamin? Song Kei felt a bit surprised. Wait, Manzoni Street, that name sounds familiar. Did Wu Xianghai mention it? Back then, he said, the key is there. Song Kei realized something and suddenly looked up, focusing her gaze. All the weapons of those present were aimed at the person on the ground. The person turned awkwardly, revealing a stunning profile. Song Kei widened her eyes slightly. Xianingyu? Xianingyu looked disheveled, half of his face swollen high with a clear palm print. The pampered young master had probably never experienced such rough treatment in his life. He grumbled, his neck stiff. Who do you think you are? Daring to lay a hand on me? When I return to District B, I won't spare any of you. I'll cut you all into pieces and feed you to the dogs. He cursed fiercely, but Wu Juemin remained unaffected, unresponsive to his threats. Wiang, verify his identity. Yes, Captain. Wiang Pei carefully took out a sophisticated device with the Kindlin logo from the space. He held Xianingyu, aligning his entire face and pupils with the detection port. The device sounded an alarm. Wiang Pei, looking serious, pressed Xianingyu's fingerprints against the device, but it still couldn't identify him. The expressions of everyone present, including Wu Juemin, instantly turned incredibly gloomy. After this series of operations that aimed to verify his biological information, Xianingyu seemed to realize something. His eyes flickered, and a hint of panic crossed his face. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Juemin's particle gun pressed against his forehead. How did you obtain Xia Zhou's genetic information? Xianingyu shivered, a chilling wind sweeping over his body, and fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Wu Juemin scrutinized him. Coming out with a face like this, are you overly naive or just foolish? I don't know what you're talking about, Xianingyu stubbornly retorted. Then let me make it clear to you. The Azure Phoenix's 11th squad is tasked with apprehending the key, Xia Zhou, and you have the exact same face as him. Even so, you claim to know nothing. Wu Juemin continued. Xianingyu's pupils contracted, and his face turned pale, realizing it was military personnel. Take him back for interrogation, he will talk, Wu Juemin said calmly. The military's interrogation process was exceptionally harsh, leaving no room for deception. Xianingyu was frightened and broke down, speaking in a panicked tone. I confess. I confess. I stole it, the genetic information. I stole it. My uncle once visited Kindlin for inspection. He secretly kept this genetic data. I wanted Xia Zhou's face, so I stole it to alter my own appearance. But I was afraid my uncle would find out, so I fled to Urgia. Did you only steal the genetic information, or did you steal anything else? Wu Juemin stared at him. What do you mean? Xianingyu shivered, shouting. No, I really didn't. I only changed my face. I didn't know anything else. You can't touch me. I'm a distant branch of the Xia family in Beijian. The Xia family won't spare you. Wu Juemin's voice was icy. I will take you back and hand you over to General Xia Lan for personal disposition. Xia Lan, the highest commander of the Azure Phoenix and the actual power holder of the Xia family in Beijian. Xianingyu felt as if his vocal cords had been cut, unable to say anything. His head was pushed into the ground, and the swollen face splattered with mud. Finally, fear crept in, and he whimpered, Lu Xinglan, damn it, where are you? Come and save me. Song Kei, crouching on the roof and silently watching the turn of events, sighed. Lu Xinglan was struggling to protect himself. He probably wouldn't be able to save you. She looked at Xianingyu rolling on the ground, his exquisite face smeared with tears and mucus, looking extremely miserable. An inexplicable feeling surged within her. Looking at it now, Xianingyu indeed didn't deserve this face. If it were Xia Zhou, at least he wouldn't show such a humiliated expression. Remembering that brief glimpse of an image, the extreme coldness in the young man's brows and eyes, Song Kei couldn't help but feel regret for his premature demise. According to their conversation, Xianingyu had stolen Xia Zhou's genetic information and underwent plastic surgery to look like him. But due to lack of understanding of the situation and not knowing that Xia Zhou was being hunted, he brazenly went out and got caught by Wu Juemin, who had a mission. Regardless, Wu Juemin was determined to take him back. She couldn't interfere in this matter. Xianingyu would have to fend for himself. Song Kei pulled her head back, about to retreat, when suddenly, the situation took a sudden turn. A deep rift tore open in the space in front of Wu Juemin, and another team of about 17 or 18 people in uniforms, exuding a powerful aura, appeared out of thin air. Long time no see, Captain Wu, greeted the tall man at the front, his gaze dark. Sanada Nobumasa, called out Wu Juemin, stating his name. Song Kei looked at the newly appeared man. His uniform, in terms of specifications and design, was extremely similar to Wu Juemin's. Could this man be the captain of the Azure Phoenix squad as well? Sanada Nobumasa scanned the scene and sneered, I thought you had disappeared from the military. Turns out you were reassigned to District C. Wujumin's expression turned cold. I still have a mission. I'll leave first. Wait, Wujumin, Sanada Nobumasa said leisurely, since you've found the key, why hesitate? Have you forgotten the Alliance's orders? Kill him on the spot. Xianning Yu trembled, looking at the two of them in fear. Wujumin calmly said, he's not the key. I need to hand him over to General Xie. Sanada Nobumasa raised his voice, shouting, in the name of the captain of the 27th Squad of the Azure Phoenix, I repeat the highest order of the Alliance military. Eliminate the key at all costs on the spot. All members of the 11th Squad, are you going to defy military orders? Wujumin said coldly, I only obey General Xie's orders. Oh, you are indeed loyal. Since we have different orders, don't blame me for taking action. Sanada Nobumasa chuckled ominously. You can try, Wujumin said calmly. Without further ado, Sanada Nobumasa attacked, both arms shining with a metallic gleam, his skin extremely tough. He viciously lunged towards Wujumin, who faced his attack head-on. The clash between the two resulted in a clang sound, and Sanada Nobumasa took a step back. In an instant, Wujumin teleported, accelerating to the limit, disappearing from sight, impossible for the naked eye to catch. Song Ke was taken aback. This Sanada was actually a metal-type awakener? He could fight neck and neck with Wujumin. He was probably a level 2. It was her first time encountering an awakener of the same type, and she couldn't help but focus her gaze. Sanada Nobumasa sneered and sent a series of punches into the air, his movements swift like the wind. Amidst the continuous attacks, a moving figure faintly appeared in the air. Sanada Nobumasa thought he had found a flaw and suddenly transformed his metallic arms into sharp spikes, fiercely stabbing towards the shadow at Novel bin At. The shadow was torn apart, and a weak mental power dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Sanada Nobumasa was greatly shocked. This was a clone. He hadn't expected Wujumin's awakened ability to have reached such an advanced stage, capable of creating clones. In the moment he lunged and missed, a nimble figure appeared behind him, launching a counterattack like a juggernaut. Wujumin's knee hit Sanada Nobumasa's spine. Rolling him over, he pinned his arms and then exerted force. Crack. Sanada Nobumasa's metallic arms were broken, emitting a crisp sound. Even if they were both A-level, there were differences in strength within the same rank. Sanada Nobumasa was clearly not a match for Wujumin. Captain. Captain Sanada. The members from both sides shouted loudly. Their tones were clearly divided, with the 11th Squad being excited and proud, while the 27th Squad was angry and panicked. Wujumin stood in front of Sanada Nobumasa and coldly said, take your people and disappear. Sanada Nobumasa spat, unflinching even though his arms were broken. He sneered, too late. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was focused there, Xianning Yu suddenly broke free and sprinted forward. He had just heard that those people were going to kill him. Tears of fear kept falling. He realized he was wrong. He shouldn't have stolen his uncle's identity card and sneaked into the office to copy the genetic information. He just wanted to look a bit better. After all, Xie Zhou had been missing for so many years. What was wrong with using his face to live? Xianning Yu didn't expect to get into such big trouble. It was only now that he suddenly realized why Xie Zhou had disappeared for no reason. Why was his genetic information so important? He knew nothing, yet he had inadvertently caused a huge disaster. And losing Lin, that jerk. It was all his fault for insisting on coming to District C. If he had known he was so unreliable, he shouldn't have gone to Urgia. A huge mound of soil loomed ahead. Xianning Yu couldn't brake in time and tumbled forward, eating a mouthful of dirt. Wang Pei came from behind and pressed his head, burying it in the soil again. Behave. Let go. I'm not Xie Zhou. I'm Xianning Yu, and I don't know anything. Xianning Yu was terrified, struggling, and yelling. Wang Pei was about to scold him to be quiet when his whole body suddenly froze. An inexplicable and intense fear enveloped the two. Their scalps tingled, as if they were being targeted by a fierce and ruthless wild beast. Wang Pei looked frantically at Xianning Yu, seeing a similar fear in his eyes. Boom. As if in a slow-motion replay, they both vomited red like fireworks, blood mist filling the air, and shattered flesh splattered. Breathless, they fell to the ground. Wujumin abruptly turned around, shouting in distress, losing his composure. The people at the scene were also stunned by the sudden and unexpected turn of events, frozen in place. From the spatial rift brought by Sanada Nobumasa and others, a man over 2 meters tall slowly emerged from the shadows. The overwhelming pressure overflowed with his every step, and some people couldn't bear it, dropping to their knees and blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Hidden on the rooftop, Song Ke furrowed her brow, her fingers curling tightly. This was the most terrifying awakener with psychic ability she had ever encountered. The man had a sturdy physique, muscular and knotted, with an especially detestable face. The left half of his face was charred and necrotic, the muscle tissues adhering together. One of his eyeballs was completely white, giving an eerie and cruel appearance. Bloody Hunter, Wu Chuimin said each word distinctly. The Bloody Hunter, Punk, an S-level awakener and the Alliance's chief executioner, was a killing machine specialized in eliminating major criminals such as traitors and death row inmates. Wu Chuimin had heard of his infamous name but had never seen him in person, let alone expected him to appear in District C. Sanada Nobumasa picked himself up from the ground, reattaching his own arm and sneering mockingly at Wu Chuimin. The Alliance's orders regarding the key have always been to kill without mercy. Even if it's a suspected key, Wu Juemin, you're harboring a fugitive and have evil intentions. Why not surrender and admit your guilt obediently to the military? Wu Juemin remained silent. The Alliance had various forces pursuing Xiezhou. However, the mission of the Azure Phoenix's 11th Squad was different from the others. It was a contradictory task, defying the Alliance's instructions to eliminate the key as soon as possible. The unspoken part of the order was protect and bring back Xiezhou. This was a mission conflicting with the Alliance's directives. Even though they fought side by side, Wu Juemin had never revealed this to his teammates. He had been carrying this secret mission, enduring it until today. Finally, he had found Xianningyu, a glimmer of hope, but it was mercilessly crushed by Punk. Xianningyu was already dead, and Wei Angpei had lost his breath. Wu Juemin withdrew his hands from the two of them, his voice like a storm about to break. You killed a soldier indiscriminately. Punk smirked wickedly, despite saying, sorry, it was an accident. Although he said that, there was no trace of remorse on his face. Wu Juemin's fists clenched. You must pay the price. His figure disappeared, instantly appearing nearby. Sanada Nobumasa and his subordinates were caught in intense combat with the remaining members of the 11th Squad. Captain Wu, it's better to surrender and confess to the military, Sanada Nobumasa didn't forget to kindly advise. Punk next to him smiled contemptuously, his mental power surged, blood beads congealed, heading straight for Wu Juemin in the crowd. The prelude to an explosion crackled in the air. This was his S-level ability, Blood Explosion. As long as fresh blood still flowed within the enemy's body, it could be detonated at any time, turning into a puddle of muck. A nimble figure suddenly jumped down from the roof, blocking in front of Wu Juemin, swiftly opening a blue giant umbrella. Blood beads burst on the umbrella surface one after another. Song Ke was pushed back by the powerful force, leaving long marks as she dragged her feet. She looked down, and the spiritual tool umbrella's surface was penetrated by blood, thin as cicada wings, thoroughly damaged. Punk could actually destroy her spiritual tool. Song Ke instantly realized that with such a powerful ability, there was only one possibility: the opponent was an S-level awakener. More help. Sanada Nobumasa sneered. Are you here to die together? What are you doing here? Wu Juemin discovered Song Ke, his eyes wide in surprise, his voice stern. Just passing by, Song Ke replied. It's none of your business, don't interfere, get lost. Wu Juemin's tone was harsh, even using foul language, something he would never usually say. Song Ke ignored him, her gaze fixed on the bored Punk. Punk glanced at her like she was insignificant, slowly stepping into the battlefield. With each step, members of the 11th Squad fell, and the brutal human fireworks continued to burst, filling the air with the nauseating smell of blood. At the same time, Sanada Nobumasa also charged towards Wu Juemin. Song Ke swiftly moved forward, blocking Sanada Nobumasa. He contemptuously told her to get lost, not taking her seriously at all. Sanada Nobumasa's metallic arms attacked, but unexpectedly collided with an even harder blade edge. Song Ke wielded dual knives, her mental power spiraling out, leveraging her entire body's weight to jump high, and then she spun and slashed down. Sanada Nobumasa had no choice but to block passively. Clang. The metal abilities of the two clashed. Sanada Nobumasa's metallic arm cracked and shattered inch by inch. The arm that had just been repaired was instantly broken. His face turned pale with disbelief as he shouted, "Who the hell are you?" On the other side, Wu Juemin and Punk exchanged blows several times. Wu Juemin knew he was no match and could only fight desperately. His abilities surged, and his speed unexpectedly doubled. Dozens of clones darted around, launching fierce and impenetrable attacks. If it were anyone else, even A-level like Sanada Nobumasa, they would have long been overwhelmed. But Punk effortlessly dodged, commenting indifferently, "You're indeed good among A-levels, but unfortunately, I haven't tasted blood in a long time. So you are undoubtedly dead." In an instant, Wu Juemin appeared in the air, aiming the particle gun at Punk's head and pulling the trigger. In that moment, Punk caught a glimpse of his afterimage. His fingers spasmed and trembled, an excited and cruel bloodthirsty look on his contorted face. His expanding mental power created intense fluctuations. Song Ke sensed the immense ability and suddenly had an ominous feeling. She couldn't care about Sanada Nobumasa, hastily turning around and sprinting towards Wu Juemin. All the clones exploded in a bloody mist. Wu Juemin's figure abruptly stopped, and Punk reached out, forcibly seizing him from the air. The particle gun hit Punk, half of his face was grazed by the superpowered particles, emitting a burnt stench. But Punk didn't care. He licked his lips, lightly mimicking the sound of fireworks blooming. Boom. The next second, crimson fireworks continued to burst, and Wu Juemin sprayed blood from his mouth, plummeting straight down. Wu Juemin! Song Ke shouted, running to catch him as he fell. Wu Juemin, on the ground, became a bloodied figure. The endless blood couldn't be stopped. Song Ke covered his mouth, but it flowed out from his abdomen, and as she blocked it there, it flowed from his head, as if wanting to completely drain him. Wu Juemin couldn't speak. He extended a weak hand and weakly pushed Song Ke away. Go. His once serious and calm eyes gradually dimmed, finally losing their luster. Tears soaked Song Ke's eye sockets, blurring her vision. She clenched her teeth, gripping the spiritual tool. Punk? Are you insane? He's the captain of Azure Phoenix Squad. By killing him, do you want to be sent to a military court? Sanada Nobumasa's arm broke, his face contorted in pain, and he shouted in disbelief. Punk's sinister gaze was fixed on him. As long as everyone here is dead, no one will know. At novel bin at. Sanada Nobumasa felt a chill down his spine, a relentless threat, a sheer menace. This executioner was nothing but a pure killing machine, utterly insane. What was wrong with the Alliance's higher UPS, releasing him for a mission? Wuchuamin was dead. The people he brought were all killed. The Azure Phoenix 11th Squad, completely wiped out. Song K slowly stood up. So, this was what Ilya meant, the real bloodshed and violence. Punk's murderous gaze locked onto the only person standing in the arena. Only one left. Song K had no expression on her face. The blue light flickered in her palm, and a cold, elegant jagged blade, over 3 meters long, suddenly appeared. Unlike before, the blue light on the blade was astonishingly bright, a manifestation of filled awakened energy. Punk sneered and met her head-on. He had just approached Song K when he instantly realized something was wrong. Song K held a blade several times larger than her body, yet her movements were exceptionally agile. The sharp edge effortlessly cut through his skin, and the domineering and majestic awakened energy followed. His 100-kilogram body was overturned, tumbling, and rolling several times. Punk propped himself up with one hand, barely stopping his retreat. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by an excited, light laughter. S-level strong attack type? Interesting, ha 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 ha, interesting. Who would have thought that in this trash heap, there's actually a hidden expert? Let's use you for the next fireworks. Song K remained as cold as ice, her assault relentless, the intent to kill surging as she continued her attacks. As long as she got close, Punk had no chance to retaliate, unable even to counter with blood beads. He rolled and dodged, struggling to evade. Blood mist continuously erupted around him, but she dodged quickly, avoiding it. The first strike, hitting the left arm. The second strike, hitting the back. The third strike. Taking advantage of the gap between him twitching and falling to the ground, Song K kicked in midair, kicking over that ugly face. The blue light on her right hand flashed violently, and an ime thorn suddenly appeared, piercing Punk's intact other eye fiercely. Blood suddenly surged out. Immediately after that, she took action with her cold jagged blade, seeing that the fatal blade was about to fall and decapitate Punk's head. On Punk's left half of the face, the pale eye suddenly flickered. The surrounding time seemed to slow down, then slow down again, freezing into still frames, and then rapidly rewinding. The unexpected turn of events happened too suddenly. Just a second ago, Song K was only a few steps away from him. The next moment, she was pulled back several meters away. Boom. A few seconds ago, the fireworks she had avoided exploded again. The world fell silent. Song K lowered her head, a crimson mist appearing in her mouth. Punk was covered in blood, struggling to stand up. No one knew that he was actually an S-level dual ability awakener, with the first ability being blood explosions, and the second hidden ability time reversal. Punk, badly injured, took a step forward, glaring viciously at Song K lying on the ground. This person had pushed him to such a miserable state, causing him embarrassment and pain. She had even destroyed his other eye. He wanted to personally kill her. I will turn you into the most splendid fireworks. A world without you is a realm of darkness. A melodious song rang in the ears of everyone, and suddenly, for Punk and Sanada Nobumasa, everything became chaotic, and they couldn't see anything clearly. Shrouded by the song, a ghostly figure darted into the scene, scooping up Song K and disappearing into the darkness. Trying to escape? Today, no matter who comes, their lives will remain here. Punk activated his ability, time reversal. His vision instantly cleared, and dozens of meters away, a man and a woman were quickly leaving. Sucha, did you inform Zhuang Qinjian? Lin Yuyu shouted anxiously as she ran. Yeah, Sucha could only manage a response. Then why aren't they here yet? By the time they arrived, the situation was already out of control. Song K and Sanada Nobumasa were fiercely engaged in a fight. They witnessed Wujuamin's death and Punk's brutality, managing to rescue Song K at the last moment. The flowing wind in their ears ceased. Time froze again and then rewound. Even though Sucha and Lin Yuyu had clearly run 100 meters away, the next second they were back in the midst of the chaos. The blood-soaked Punk appeared before them, a cruel smile on his lips. Since you're here, you might as well all stay. He took a step forward, blood filling the air, and the cracking sounds echoed through the air. At that moment, the air suddenly dropped in temperature, and snowflakes began to fall all around. Sanada Nobumasa and Punk found their feet frozen, their vision a vast expanse of white. A powerful, incredibly sharp killing intent surged towards Punk. The icy mental power felt like numerous sharp knives piercing into their heads, fiercely stirring. Sanada Nobumasa and Punk could hardly endure the intense pain, rolling on the ground and howling in agony. Punk was already heavily injured by Song K earlier, and his mental strength was exceptionally fragile. At this moment, under the sudden assault, his mind was dazed, and he knelt down on one knee. His mental sea expanded suddenly, as if it could burst open at any moment. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yuyu and Sucha swiftly disappeared into the heavy snow. After a while, the surroundings gradually quieted down. Punk wiped the blood from his eye, silently chuckling. S-level awakener. Interesting, very interesting. The suspected key is deceased, mission accomplished. Sanada Nobumasa placed his fingers on Xian Yingyu's neck, confirming that he couldn't sense any breath. He turned his gaze towards Wu Juemin, a hint of regret showing once again. He was a man, a pity. Sanada Nobumasa's arms had been shattered by Songke, and he had been attacked by an unknown psychic force. He was in intense pain all over his body, severely injured, and urgently needed to return to District B for treatment. Considering the personnel casualties, the cost of this outing was even more brutal than he had imagined. Captain Sanada, what do we do now? Asked his subordinate. Retreat immediately, Sanada Nobumasa said. He turned around and saw Punk still standing in place, a clear look of disgust in his eyes. Punk, the bloody hunter and a killing machine for the Alliance, was usually strictly controlled. However, over time, his psyche had gradually become twisted. Every time he went out, he wouldn't stop until he saw blood. Sanada Nobumasa fell into contemplation again, but he didn't expect that he was an S-class dual ability wielder. No wonder this kind of lunatic was still highly regarded by the higher UPS. With this mission over, Sanada Nobumasa didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Punk covered his injured eye, blood oozing out from his palm. He muttered to himself, in a small District C, there are actually 2 S-level awakeners. What do you want to do? Sanada Nobumasa was taken aback. Punk's smile was wicked, filled with a bloodthirsty intent. Of course, kill them. They're not part of the mission objectives, and they've already fled, Sanada Nobumasa reminded him, his expression disapproving. If they've fled, I'll search the entire District C, Punk said, his face darkening. After saying that, he left the spot and headed towards the direction where Songke disappeared. Captain Sanada, should we pursue? No need, don't invite unnecessary trouble, Sanada Nobumasa replied. The subordinate sounded worried, but if the bloody hunter takes this opportunity to escape, Punk was released this time to assist them with the mission. If the target escaped, the Alliance would surely hold them accountable. Sanada Nobumasa smirked coldly, rest assured, he won't escape. Since he was a mad dog, there was definitely a leash to keep him in check. Punk raced, his speed increasing, his sturdy body pounding on the ground, making the earth tremble. His heart was filled with a desire for slaughter, wishing to find those 2 S-level awakeners immediately and tear them apart with his own hands. As Punk ran, he continued to release blood explosions. The residents of Manzoni Street, pedestrians, wandering zombies whether indoors or outdoors, one moment they were conversing or walking, and the next moment their heads exploded like watermelons, houses collapsed, streets were damaged. Everywhere he passed, there was devastation, indeed flipping the entire city upside down as he had said. Chasing for several kilometers, 4 flowing data walls appeared out of thin air, blocking his way. Gradually, a vague figure appeared in the air, with golden hair and colorless eyes. Their voice was icy, outsider, who allowed you to wreak havoc in Ferrara. Punk was forced to stop and, recognizing the other's identity, slightly bowed in respect, Lord Magistrate. Yet his lowered head still displayed a wild expression, showing no respect even in the face of the highest authority in District C. Ilya walked slowly from the void, his crystal eyes faintly flashing with an icy blue light. I won't pursue your unauthorized entry, but that doesn't mean you can tamper with my things. Manzoni Street had already turned into ruins. This place was once a representation of Ferrara's architectural style, full of a sense of freedom and artistic beauty. Punk twitched his mouth, his burnt left half of the face looking unusually eerie. Didn't expect the esteemed magistrate to be an AI who loves the people like a child and has learned useless and redundant human emotions. The data stream surged, and a slap landed on Punk's face, tilting his head slightly. Ilya wasn't provoked, his tone calm and gentle, but the words carried a cold mockery. Just a dog in shackles, and you dare to bark wildly in front of me? An unruly thing. Your master hasn't taught you well, so let me repeat it to you. Remember, when you're a guest in someone else's house, you should understand manners and not mess with the owner's belongings. Punk got beaten, his 2 eyes, one red and one white, staring at Ilya. Suddenly and without warning, a blood explosion erupted. The data streams from all sides quickly flipped and recombined, like waves crashing into the blood beads. The bright red explosion collided with the 101010 code wall and 2 powerful forces clashed fiercely, bursting in the air. Several blood beads broke through the blockade, rushing to Ilya, but turned into duds and dissipated on the spot. Ilya remained unchanged from start to finish, not even a flicker in his eyes. The artificial intelligence made up of data is never bound by the flesh, much less to bleed. Punk's abilities were ineffective against him. Punk snorted coldly, preparing to strike again. His time rewind ability worked within a small range, allowing the target's time state to reverse a maximum of 10 seconds. Data might not fear bleeding, but they should fear rewinding, right? The airflow suddenly slowed down, and the data stream wall was on the verge of collapse. Ilya's pupils flickered. The ring hidden in Punk's neck suddenly lit up, imprisoning him tightly. The extremely strong particle currents stimulated him, causing his whole body to tremble and his sea of consciousness to suffer a destructive shock. Punk fell to the ground in pain, his cries echoing. His pale left eye widened in horror, looking at Ilya in disbelief. How was this possible? The ring not only had a top-notch firewall, but it also required entering commands. Even among the Alliance's higher UPS, very few could use the ring to control him. How could a District C magistrate, just an artificial intelligence, break through layer upon layer of restrictions and activate the ring to imprison him? While Punk was still trying to make sense of it, a massive mechanical arm pressed down on him, and an iron cage descended from the sky, imprisoning this wild beast like catching a zombie. Ilya's face was both sacred and resolute. Now, go back to where you belong. Sucha, carrying Songke, joined up with Zhuang Qinjian and 2 others who hurried over, swiftly evacuating Manzoni Street under the cover of heavy snow. The road back to the hotel was bustling with people, quite far, and too dangerous, but staying in place meant Punk would soon catch up. Lin Yuyo made a prompt decision, let's go to my studio. Lin Yuyo's independent studio was nearby, not only providing good confidentiality but also equipped with a private hospital. Upon reaching the destination, Sucha placed Songke on the hospital bed. Songke's face was pale, her eyes half-closed, and her whole body appearing as if she had been pulled from a pool of blood. Sucha had provided simple first aid for her on the way, but the blood wouldn't stop, already drenching the gauze, and kept seeping out. Sister, Su Xing rushed forward but dared not touch her, looking utterly terrified and crying in fear. Songke, wake up. Lin Yuyo's voice was gentle, yet filled with undeniable anxiety. Zhuang Qinjian looked at the barely breathing figure on the hospital bed, placing his hand over her pale fingers that were holding the Ime thorn. Tink, the Ime thorn fell to the ground. Surprisingly, Songke couldn't even hold on to her spiritual weapon. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his gaze, unusually silent, and no one could discern his expression at this moment. His ice-cold fingertips paused in front of Songke, and then slowly unwrapped the gauze. Lin Yuyo and the others took in the sight before them and drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Everything was crimson. Judging solely from the wound, it was more severe than when Maida died. After Wu Xianghai's ability engulfed him, it left only a black hole. But at this moment, Songke's flesh and blood were mangled, her organs shattered, making it impossible to determine the specific extent of her injuries. With injuries this severe, could she still survive? Everyone's hearts sank. Thinking of something, Lin Yuyu suddenly turned around and grabbed Feng Higzu's collar. Hey, aren't you a doctor? Hurry, save her. Feng Higzu glanced and only said 3 words, it's too late. Lin Yuyu was both anxious and angry. What are you saying? How can you speak so coldly? Feng Higzu was dragged here forcefully by Su Xing, nearly losing half his life in the mad dash. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily, trying to regain his breath. Being questioned by Lin Yuyu, he just shook his head, unwilling to say more. Ordinary people couldn't tell, but he was a doctor. With such a large gash on Songke, even if she were a deity, she couldn't be saved. Feng Higzu, have you awakened any abilities? Zhuang Qinjian asked softly. The same question, but with a completely different tone than the first time, carrying a sense of impending storm in his voice. Everyone had witnessed Zhuang Qinjian's recent mental attack, so they wouldn't perceive him as just an ordinary person confined to a wheelchair anymore. Feng Higzu remained silent. Do you want to watch her die with your own eyes? Zhuang Qinjian asked again in the midst of the silence. Feng Higzu tensed his back, his expression complicated. He looked up at the dying girl, a mix of pain and struggle flashing in his eyes. Through Songke, Feng Higzu seemed to see another familiar figure, struggling between life and death. One moment, she smiled at him, and the next, she was pushed coldly into the morgue. Daddy, I really like you. When she smiled, the girl always acted sweetly with him, a faint dimple appearing on her cheek. But when she lay lifeless before him, Feng Higzu's whole world collapsed. The girl's face gradually merged with Songke's. The last freeze frame was at the shelter, Songke looking into his eyes, her firm words, I can do it. Zhuang Qinjian and the others waited quietly for his answer. Feng Higzu's eyes glistened, and he fiercely pinched his face, his voice hoarse. You guessed it right. I am a healing-type awakener. Feng Higzu, once the genius surgeon from Tongwan, was now an A-level healing-type awakener. Lin Yuyu was in a state of shocked disbelief, staring at him, lost for words. Feng Higzu pulled out a hair tie, pushed the messy hair behind his head, and tied it up, revealing his weathered yet clear eyes. Don't get your hopes up too high. I'm not certain. I can only try to save her. He turned to Lin Yuyu. Do you have surgical equipment? She needs to establish extracorporeal circulation as soon as possible. Lin Yuyu replied, yes. The situation was urgent, and the conditions were rudimentary. Several people changed into sterile suits, and Feng Higzu performed surgery and cardiac repair on Songke. When Feng Higzu regained consciousness, there was a kind of focus surpassing everyone else when he held the scalpel. His fingers, as slender as a work of art, seemed to be playing a melody. The scalpel cut precisely, and from his palm, a translucent white ability flowed out slowly, flowing into Songke's body. Feng Higzu's movements suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Lin Yuyu asked softly. The heart is shattered. It was more than shattered. Strictly speaking, Songke's heart had been completely broken into pieces, and not even a relatively intact fragment could be picked out. In such a dire situation, even Feng Higzu didn't know where to start. Was it really going to end like this? Unable to save her? The atmosphere fell into a deep silence. Su Xing wept silently, tears moistening his entire collar. Wait. Feng Higzu exclaimed, unable to control the astonishment on his face. It's repairing itself. Several people looked at Songke in astonishment. The fragmented parts of the heart, under everyone's gaze, seemed to have self-awareness, slowly wriggling in the cavity, seeking adjacent parts, gradually piecing together, merging, and gradually restoring their original shape. In a matter of moments, Songke's heart had miraculously regenerated mostly on its own. Feng Higzu's hands were steady. Taking advantage of the self-repair of the heart, he inserted blood delivery catheters, repaired the damaged ventricular septum and atrial septum through the tricuspid valve, repaired the ruptured arteries, cleared the pleural effusion. In a short time, his ability flowed out in large quantities. Amazingly, Song Kei's body seemed to be cooperating with him. Wherever Feng Higzu's surgical blade paused, the tissues there would automatically return to their original positions, facilitating his actions. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Higzu let out a deep breath and sutured the final thread. Song Kei's breathing stabilized, and her vital signs gradually stabilized as she fell into a shallow sleep. Is she a duel? Sucha's expression was exceptionally serious. Back in the rainforest, one of his former colleagues had survived a severe leg injury by having the section automatically repaired, escaping death. That colleague was a B-level regeneration awakener. Considering Song Kei's recent condition, where her completely shattered heart had miraculously restored itself, both the speed and complexity of the recovery were beyond comprehension. Just as Sucha was about to speak, he suddenly met Zhuang Qinjian's scrutinizing gaze. He looked at everyone, especially Lin Yuyu and Sucha, with a chilling tone in his voice. Everything that happened here today, no one is allowed to speak about it. Has past 2 days, they took turns staying up all night watching over Song Kei. No one had rested well, but thankfully, she had regained consciousness last night, and her vital signs had stabilized. Postoperative rounds were the responsibility of the operating doctor. Even though he was now down and out, Feng Higzu hadn't lost his habits. As a result, halfway through a yawn with his mouth wide open, he got stuck. There was only a small bump left on the hospital bed, and his patient was gone. Feng Higzu quickly took a few steps and pulled back the blanket. Su Xing's furry head peeked out, sleeping soundly and blissfully. He seemed to be having a pleasant dream, smacking his lips and wetting the pillow with saliva. Feng Higzu's anger surged. Without hesitation, he tapped Su Xing's head like a chestnut. Still sleeping? Your sister has run away. Su Xing sat up with closed eyes, bewildered for a moment, and groped the bedsheet beside him. Run away? Sister? Where's my sister? How could such a big sister just disappear like that? Su Xing had been on night duty, but due to extreme tiredness, he had accidentally fallen asleep. In his dream, someone gently picked him up and caressed his head. Su Xing felt as if he were sinking into soft clouds. He couldn't help but curl up in the blanket like a caterpillar, and then, he fell asleep. Feng Higzu looked around and, lo and behold, the 4-bag and nutrition fluids were taken away, not to mention the medication box. He couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. He wondered if Song Kei could be considered obedient. If we talk about being obedient, she had just woken up and already ran away. What kind of critically ill patient was she? But if we talk about not being obedient, she remembered the doctor's orders very well. She hadn't forgotten to take her medicine. Feng Higzu shook his head. It was his own fault for being presumptuous, stirring up trouble so early in the morning. Sleepiness crept back up on him. All right, go find her. Why are you leaving? Su Xing grabbed his clothes. To sleep. Feng Higzu answered with a straight face and laid down on the nearby sofa, falling asleep in 3 seconds. Su Xing. This was too much. With such a big incident, they left a child to face it alone? A few minutes later, Zhuang Qinjian, Lin Yuyu, and Sucha were informed one by Su Xing and gathered in the ward. I just went to Manzoni Street to look, but she's not there, Sucha said. Then let's search further away. She just woke up and has such serious injuries, she shouldn't have gone far, Lin Yuyu said anxiously. I want to go too. Su Xing, feeling responsible for losing Song Kei, raised his little hand and requested to participate in the Finding Sister activity. Feng Higzu on the sofa turned over, completely unaffected by their conversation. Zhuang Qinjian touched the already cold other half of the bedsheet and said softly, there's no need to look, I know where she went. Ferrara Public Cemetery. This place was rarely visited, and it housed the remains of those without families, without backgrounds, the nameless and faceless deceased. The AI patrol team patrolled the streets and alleys every day. Once the bodies cleared exceeded the time limit with no claimants, they would be collectively placed here. The body that passed away 2 days ago had been cremated into ashes and stored in a small box. In front, a light screen displayed a brief epitaph. Here rests an anonymous traveler, buried on December 24th, in the year 46 of the new calendar. A pair of delicate hands placed the pure white calla lilies beside the light screen. Apart from some miscellaneous items, there were also several epaulets piled on the box, indicating the identity of the deceased. Song Kei picked out 7 of them belonging to the 11th squad, wiped their surfaces clean, and stashed them in her pocket. When Zhuang Qinjian found her, Song Kei was sitting on the platform, quietly gazing at the graves in front of her. The December wind tousled her hair, and her expression was an unprecedented calmness. Your heart has just been mended, and you dare to sneak out? Be careful not to get into trouble again. Feng Higzu might not take action next time. SHH, Song Kei gestured silently towards him. Didanti report me. I'll go back in a while. Zhuang Qinjian smiled. There was no need for him to report. When Su Xing shouted through his little loudspeaker, everyone knew. Song Kei tucked the scattered hair behind her ear, speaking in a low voice. I always feel like, during this period, many people have died, so suddenly. She looked down at her palm. The blue light sphere was particularly dim. Trying to condense her abilities, it blinked a few times and then went out, her mental energy severely depleted, needing time to slowly recover. I couldn't save them, I couldn't save Maida, I couldn't save Wujumin. Having a strong ability but seeing people around her die one after another, Song Kei felt for the first time that her power was inadequate. No one could. Zhuang Qinjian already knew the details of what had happened. Song Kei had told them the truth after regaining consciousness. A silver wheelchair stopped beside Song Kei. Zhuang Qinjian and she both looked at the small light screen. No one's asking you to be a savior, and you're not obliged to save everyone. The death of Wu Chuimin wasn't really sudden. You said it yourself, that Sonata and Punk were transported through a spatial rift. Even the bloody hunter was mobilized, indicating that they had been targeting this place in advance, coming prepared. Song Kei frowned and thought slowly, came he prepared? Could it be that Xian Ningyu was being tracked? It's not Xian Ningyu, Zhuang Qinjian shook his head slowly, it's Wu Chuimin. If Xian Ningyu was the problem, he would have been pursued and killed on the way to Urgia. Since he arrived safely in Ferrara, it proves that, before this, he did not attract the Alliance's attention. Zhuang Qinjian analyzed calmly, the problem lies with Wu Chuimin. The mission he took is a real hot potato. Many eyes are on him from behind, wanting to use him, seize the credit, or eliminate potential threats. After all, everyone wants Xie Zhu dead, Zhuang Qinjian sighed. Because it involved the key, every step Wu Chuimin took was extremely dangerous, like walking on a tightrope. And when he found the suspected key, Xian Ningyu, it was the moment the tightrope snapped. Song Kei fell silent for a moment and quickly pointed out the error in Zhuang Qinjian's words, it's not everyone. She recalled everything she saw on the rooftop that day. Wu Chuimin didn't intend to kill Xian Ningyu. He wanted to escort him back and hand him over to that person, Xia Lan, for General Xia to deal with personally. Zhuang Qinjian was slightly stunned and spoke again in a calm voice, is that so? But from the outcome, there's no difference. With people dead and buried, it was impossible to verify anything about Wu Chuimin. Now, whatever was said would be futile. Song Kei looked at the resting box one last time and walked out with Zhuang Qinjian. Lin Yuyu and Sucha, how do you plan to handle them? Handle what? Your heart can heal on its own. Do you know what that means? Zhuang Qinjian's tone was serious. Regardless of the reason, a heart that shattered like that can recover. This will bring you great trouble. Fang's Higso not mutating after being bitten was enough to cause a stir, and once your condition is exposed, do you know how many fanatical researchers will want to send you to the lab for dissection and thoroughly study every set of your cell genes? Song Kei imagined the scene Zhuang Qinjian described and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She had noticed before that she possessed extraordinary healing abilities. No wounds left a trace, even the places where she was scratched by zombies didn't mutate. She used to think it was a side effect of awakening her special abilities, but now it seemed that the real reason far exceeded her understanding. She hadn't figured it out herself and didn't want to be studied. What does this have to do with them? I won't speak about your matters. Su Xing and Fang's Higso follow you every day. There's no opportunity for them to spill anything. As for those two, Zhuang Qinjian's voice was distant. For Lin Yuyu and Sucha, they were outsiders to him, and with a criminal record, their level of trust was very low. She probably won't betray us, Song Kei already knew. It was Lin Yuyu who had taken the risk to rescue her from Punk's hands that day. She felt that the other party should not do something like that. But you're right, having a past of betrayal makes it difficult to trust again. So, I suggest, kill them. It's a clean sweep. Zhuang Qinjian made the suggestion lightly. Song Kei took a sharp breath, slowly clenched her fist, ready to hit him first, but as soon as her hand went up, she immediately expressionlessly covered her chest. My chest hurts. Song Kei wouldn't act spoiled for no reason. If she said it hurt, it truly did. Zhuang Qinjian teased her into a smile. I know you don't want to, so there's only one choice left. Let them join V587 and follow you from now on for easy supervision. Join V587. Song Kei was surprised. She had never considered this possibility. Well, using join might not be appropriate. You can think of them as temporary companions, no need for real feelings. Zhuang Qinjian explained. Will they agree? Zhuang Qinjian, shouldn't be a big problem. The only conflict is the throne race, but don't forget, what is our purpose for participating? Song Kei, money. The 3 members of V587 participated at that time just to earn alliance coins. Over time, this initial goal had been almost forgotten by Song Kei. Zhuang Qinjian nodded, so, what we want doesn't conflict. Lin Yuyu wanted a promise from Ilya, and they were just in it for the money. If they united and truly won, there wouldn't be any conflicting interests. Oh, Song Kei decided to go back and have a good talk with Lin Yuyu. The two of them walked quietly side by side for a while. Their problem has been solved. In the atmosphere of calmness, Song Kei slowly spoke, what about yours? Mine. Zhuang Qinjian was slightly taken aback. Yeah, S-level, psychic ability. That day, I sensed it. Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair stopped, not knowing how to explain for a moment. Song Kei turned around, her expression fierce, stepping closer to him step by step. Weak researcher. Nothing special, just an ordinary person. Hugging thighs. Recalling that day, when Song Kei first sensed the powerful killing intent, it should have been from Zhuang Qinjian. His leg was injured for another reason, as Yangbo and Wu Yara were just 2 C-level awakeners. How could they kill an S-level like him? Song Kei placed her hands on the wheelchair, her momentum overwhelming. As she spoke, Zhuang Qinjian took a step back, and with no further retreat, his back bumped against the wheelchair. Their noses were but a short distance apart. Song Ke lowered her head, her eyes burning with anger. From the beginning, you've been lying to me. Zhuang Qinjian protested loudly. I didn't lie to you. You never asked me. Song Ke. Unbelievable. Was it all her fault? Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly realized that she was too close to Zhuang Qinjian, close enough to count his long, dense eyelashes. Song Ke paused and withdrew a little. She asked very seriously, have you never, ever, believed in me? No. Zhuang Qinjian remained silent for a long time, affirming, fully trusting someone is something I find difficult to do. Song Ke. She might not express her disappointment or sorrow, but Zhuang Qinjian's honesty made it hard for Song Ke to find the right words. Song Ke. Zhuang Qinjian's low voice softly called her name. Song Ke glanced at him, not pleased, and remained silent. Perhaps you think I'm full of lies and don't believe me sincerely. Song Ke tilted her head, her expression clearly written with bewilderment. Aren't you? Zhuang Qinjian sighed. I can't fully entrust you with 100% trust. But there's one thing I can be sure of. As long as you ask, as long as I can answer, I will never lie to you. Oh, Song Ke responded. After a few seconds, she raised a question in a small voice. Didn't you lie to me before? About being a drug researcher. At novel bin at. I did that for someone else. If you believe it, can you blame me? Zhuang Qinjian raised an eyebrow. Song Ke's temper flared up instantly. She kicked Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair with her toe, making him spin around. Zhuang Qinjian had a headache. Song Ke, behave yourself if you're sick. Why are you still so mischievous? Song Ke kicked faster, but accidentally used too much force, which affected the wound. With a sharp intake of breath, she covered her mouth and squatted down. This weak appearance was very different from her usually lively self. Zhuang Qinjian flipped her hood, covering her head, and rubbed her head absent-mindedly. Be good, stop making trouble. Song Ke played around like a primary school student for a while and was pulled back by the rationality of adults, preparing to go back and meet with the others. Not long after leaving the cemetery, a rotating data wall appeared out of thin air. The code composed of numerous small squares dissipated layer by layer, and Ilya walked from the void. Song Ke was surprised. This place was remote, and there were hardly any cameras, let alone holographic projections. Although artificial intelligence was everywhere, Ilya's sudden appearance was too abrupt. How did he manage it? Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian stopped, their eyes vigilantly fixed on the figure in front of them. Him appearing at this moment was not a good sign. Ilya leisurely examined her for a moment, a pleasant smile appearing on his face. Indeed, still alive. Song Ke frowned slightly. She was now full of suspicion and vigilance towards Ilya. Leaving aside the matter of the tower, at that time he clearly knew everything, knew the arrival of the bloody hunter, but left only a vague blood and violence and led her to Manzoni Street. She didn't know what his intentions were. Surprised to see me? Judging by your expression, it seems you're not very welcoming, Ilya said, taking the initiative. His dazzling golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, as if coated with a honey-like hue. Although it was just a casual thing, I helped you intercept a chase. Aren't you going to thank me? Oh, Song Ke thanked him emotionlessly. Thank you? It was close. She had a chance to kill Punk herself, but unfortunately, due to his unexpected sneak attack, she couldn't succeed. Song Ke never underestimated her enemies. The reason she was severely injured this time was that she didn't know there was a dual-element awakener, and she never expected Punk's other ability was the rare time element. But Punk, an S-level, was not invincible. Song Ke thought that if she encountered him again, she would definitely cut off his head. Ilya walked lightly around her for 2 steps, lowered his gaze to observe her shoulders, limbs, fingers. There was no frivolity or flirtation in his eyes, only pure appreciation. If I hadn't already made a choice, I would still like this body of yours. Song Ke stared at him expressionlessly and spoke coldly after a while. I can still kill you. Ilya met her gaze for 2 seconds, sensing the burst of killing intent from her, and quickly changed his tone. Just kidding. I came to tell you that the throne race will be postponed for 3 months. During these 3 months, I don't want any accidents to happen to Ferrara. Having experienced the resistance faction, the zombie siege, and the blood explosions, Ferrara was already heavily scarred and could no longer endure any further torment. This city desperately needed a period of peace to recover and prosper. As early as the previous day, the advancing participants received a notification about the postponement of the throne race. Why did Ilya come to her specifically to convey this? Song Ke was puzzled. How does it concern me? Ilya's tone was meaningful. Of course, it concerns you because you are the biggest wild card. Although I sent the bloody hunter back, as long as you are here, we never know when they might return. So I have a suggestion. How about you go outside and take a break? Song Ke. She understood the reasoning. They were worried she might cause trouble for Ferrara by staying here. But was her presence that much of an issue? To the extent that the highest-ranking official personally chased her away? Song Ke glanced at Ilya. He seemed relaxed in his tone but didn't appear to be joking. This suggestion wasn't unreasonable. They hadn't intended to stay in Ferrara indefinitely, and there was no need to confront him head-on at this juncture. Song Ke nodded. Okay, but I have a few questions. Please go ahead. A data stream formed a spacious chair, and Ilya sat in it, appearing relaxed and regal, as if he held the fate of Ferrara in his hands. Did you alter my level? This was a statement of certainty. Song K remembered Punk's words vividly from that day. She was an S-level strong attack type with a gold element ability, but her ability certificate showed only A level. Upon careful thought, all the tests were conducted in Ferrara, and the only one who could discreetly modify the results was Ilya. Ilya didn't deny it. Yes. Song K asked, why? Ferrara is my territory. If an S-level awakener appears here, too much attention will be drawn. I don't want to attract excessive scrutiny at this critical moment, Ilya said lightly, as if altering someone's ability level was a trivial matter. Anyway, for you, the level isn't that important. When you're outside, A level is more convenient than S level. He smiled, and his face seemed to show more emotions, becoming more and more like a true human. Just didn't expect. There's not just one hidden S level. Ilya's gaze fell on Zhuang Qinjian, who was sitting in a wheelchair behind her. Zhuang Qinjian smiled slightly at him, looking calm. Ilya glanced at him a little longer and then turned his gaze away. Since you are so concerned about Ferrara, why did you release the zombies? Song K asked. Why can't I? Ilya countered. If a room is dirty, you clean it up in time, get rid of what I don't want, and what's left is what I like. His casually dismissive tone sent a chill down one's spine. Song K pursed her lips. Why do you collect zombies and hold the throne race competition? Ilya smiled slowly. Because I'm bored. Don't you think it's interesting to observe humans showing various expressions? Awakeners and their former kind killing each other, what a splendid performance. You can only see it in Ferrara. Song K understood completely. This unconventional artificial intelligence ruler acted on whims, regardless of right or wrong, and couldn't be held to human moral standards. I have no more questions, Song K said. Ilya smiled slightly. Then, see you at the competition in 3 months. At Novel bin at. With that, he disappeared on the spot. We underestimated him. Perhaps even Lion's rebellion is part of his calculations, Zhuang Qinjian said with a serious expression. Starting from organizing the throne race, this super artificial intelligence had been playing a very significant game. Song K turned her head. Why 3 months? Zhuang Qinjian pondered. He's eliminating potential threats. There's only one possibility. During these 3 months, he can't appear and personally manage Ferrara. Song K was stunned. Why couldn't Ilya manage Ferrara personally unless he had something more important to do? Lu Xinglan, Song K uttered a name. Since Ilya took Lu Xinglan away, she hadn't seen him again. And his offhand mention of a body always sent a shiver down her spine. After returning, Su Xing transformed into a spoiled child when he saw her, clinging to Song K and refusing to let go. Sister, did you carry me to sleep last night? His voice was soft and sweet, and his 2 watery eyes blinked and blinked, shamelessly acting cute. Anne, you need a good sleep to grow tall, Song K said, patting his curly hair, educating the young child. In front of her, Su Xing was always obedient and amiable. However, Song K had witnessed him explode in rage and curse at the shelter, so she knew that the child's true character wasn't as perfect as it appeared. But what did that matter? Compared to the lifeless and forever gone person, he was lively and vibrant, which was good. After comforting Su Xing, Song K went to Lin Yuyu. I need to talk to you about something. Lin Yuyu was carefully applying lipstick in front of the mirror, and she had an online interview to record later. You and Sucha, join V587, Song K said. Lin Yuyu's hand trembled, smearing the lipstick crookedly, leaving an abrupt line at the corner of her mouth. Can you repeat that? She asked incredulously, thinking she had misheard. You and Sucha, join V587, Song K repeated. Lin Yuyu widened her beautiful eyes, her slender fingers trembling as she pointed at her. Song K, I risked so much to save you. I thought we were even. You still hold a grudge against me for what happened at Mirror Lake. Song K said, it's not. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you still want me to continue being your coolie. How can your heart be so dark? The big star got into her acting mode, whimpering a couple of times and leaning on the table with teary eyes filled with accusation. Song K muttered softly, it was Zhuang Qinjian. He was afraid you'd report me, and spill the beans about my heart. Zhuang Qinjian beside her was mercilessly exposed. Lin Yuyu's hypocritical sobbing got stuck in her throat. She was angry, her tone rising sharply. Nonsense, am I that kind of person? In fact, you can consider it as a deal, Song K explained seriously. Lin Yuyu and Sucha joining them, working together with them, until the throne race ends. After that, if they get eliminated or win the championship, and when Song K leaves Ferrara, they can decide whether or not to report anything. Lin Yuyu could choose to withdraw. This proposal was both a limitation, restricting their personal freedom during this time, and a new collaboration led by Song K after Mirror Lake. The relationship between them was like temporary partners. No close bonds were required, just unified action. The most important thing was the tempting conditions on the table. If we win the championship, we'll get the money, and the opportunity for a wish, we'll give it to you. This is my promise. Lin Yuyu was startled after hearing this. She knew deep down that she and Sucha were doing fine at the moment, but as the competition progressed, there would be more skilled competitors. It would be difficult to win the championship with just the two of them. But if they joined V587, they could form a formidable, unbeatable team of 5. Thinking about this, Lin Yuyu's heart started beating faster and faster. She couldn't help but hold her head, forcing herself to calm down. Wait, let me think about it, she said. She thought about it for the whole afternoon, and by dinner time, Lin Yuyu appeared radiant. We can join V587, she agreed in her first sentence. Su Xing, who was happily sipping on juice, was so shocked that the juice box slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. He was utterly dumbfounded. Why did the person he disliked the most become his teammate in the end? This world was so cruel to him? But I have a condition, Lin Yuyu continued. I need him, she pointed to Fang's Higzu, who was dozing on the couch, to heal someone for me. Fang's Higzu, it was Fang's Higzu again. No wonder healing awakeners were always in demand wherever they went. Song Kei's heart, Zhuang Qinjian's leg, and now Lin Yuyu all needed Fang's Higzu. But whether Fang's Higzu himself would cooperate, Song Kei had no assurance. The immediate priority was to understand what Fang's Higzu wanted and complete the task he had in mind, so there was hope for negotiating conditions with him later. Song Kei approached the sofa. Under normal circumstances, this person had a very low presence, but no one would easily overlook him. Thank you, she said to Fang's Higzu. If it weren't for him taking action, even if her heart could self-heal, the process would have been even more difficult. Fang's Higzu lifted his eyelids and made a nonchalant hmm. He had vowed never to pick up a surgical knife again, and he hadn't expected to break that promise so soon. In the next few days, we'll be leaving Ferrara. When I'm feeling better, I'll help you, Song Kei explained the arrangements for the coming days and paused, then went straight to the point and asked, can you now tell me which magistrate you want to kill? It's not necessary, Fang's Higzu replied unexpectedly after a moment of silence. Saying things that can't be done will only cause unnecessary trouble. Why can't it be done? Song Kei was puzzled. Is our strength still insufficient? Lin Yuyu and Sucha had already decided to join V587. With Fang's Higzu, they had 2 S-level and 3 A-level awakeners, plus 1 B-level. With this luxurious lineup, they could dominate anywhere. Fang's Higzu shook his head slowly. It's not a matter of strength. To kill someone, you need to see the person first. The most stringent access system, do you mean the C55 district? Zhuang Qinjian asked quickly. The New Asia Alliance has a total of 50 C districts, and each C-level city has its unique irreplaceability. And Mu City, C55 district, is the Alliance's arsenal. The economic lifeline of Mu City is firmly controlled by the local large-scale arms dealers, who have absolute power and even collude with the magistrate to continuously channel money and resources for greater gains. The magistrate supported by armed forces is an absolute dictator, wielding an iron fist, bestowed with the title tyrant by the outside world. Unlike Ferrara's democratic elections, the magistrate in Mu City has not changed for 26 consecutive years. The admission criteria for C55 district were notoriously strict even before the apocalypse. Mu City does not welcome refugees, rejects people from remote areas, and the entry approval process is complex and cumbersome. The backgrounds of newcomers, if even slightly ambiguous, would be ruthlessly turned away, even if they were completely innocent without any suspicion. Sometimes, applications submitted might have no progress for months. This situation escalated after the apocalypse, gradually becoming extreme, and Mu City almost blocked all admission channels. If Ferrara welcomed all incoming travelers, then Mu City welded its gates shut, refusing entry to anyone. Zhuang Qinjian finished analyzing the information about Mu City. Song Kei counted on her fingers. Well, refugee, knowing that Fang's Higzu is currently missing, can only be considered a refugee, coming from the remote area, her and Su Xing, and those with unclear backgrounds, Zhuang Qinjian and Sucha, it seems they've all fallen into the trap. Lin Yuyu still has a bit of hope, but she's operating outside and can't use her real name. No wonder Fang's Higzu said that knowing was futile. If she were a household registration officer in Mu City, she wouldn't let these dangerous elements in. After Fang's Higzu listened, he stared at Zhuang Qinjian and asked, how do you know so much? Song Kei immediately chimed in, he knows all the information about the alliance. While saying this, she proudly raised her chin, looking like she had some honor, as if Zhuang Qinjian had given her face. Zhuang Qinjian caught a glimpse of her expression and silently curved his mouth. Sneak in and give it a try. Sucha, who had been listening quietly, suggested an idea that suited his personality. Zhuang Qinjian quickly denied, the border is heavily guarded, and there's a specialized organization to combat intruders. I'm afraid that as soon as you step into Mu City, you will be greeted by thousands of particle cannons, reducing you to ashes in just 3 seconds. Is there really no other way? Lin Yuyu asked. Like coming up with a special reason, official business trip, or visiting relatives. Zhuang Qinjian shook his head, it's hard to deceive the registration department of the alliance. The group sighed instantly. Su Xing was a beat slower and, to fit in, sighed along, looking like a little adult. Fang's Higzu's expression remained calm, but the flames of hatred burned slowly in his heart, never extinguishing. He had long learned to face the reality of helplessness. In the midst of silence, Zhuang Qinjian slowly spoke up, actually, there might be a way. 5 pairs of eyes looked at him in unison. Song Kei urged, speak quickly. Pausing for a moment, she added, keep it simple, no beating around the bush. Zhuang Qinjian, whose old accounts were inadvertently brought up, cleared his throat. Without admission permission, we could forge a fake one. All information about household registration is synchronized to personal terminals. Just tamper with it a bit, make it look real, change our household registration location to C55 district. That way, we won't need to submit an admission application and can enter Mu City without anyone noticing. You mean, hack the registration department system and alter the results? Lin Yuya was surprised. This guy was really audacious. Song Kei thought of Ilya, her ability level was modified by him. If not for Punk, she might have been kept in the dark. It was a good idea, but achieving seamless perfection was lacking a crucial element. Song Kei looked at Zhuang Qinjian with mixed feelings and said, "Can you hack the system? Can you hack the system?" Su Xing, like a follower, furrowed his little brow and imitated Song Kei's expression, asking, "Yeah," speaking so casually, "Can you?" Lin Yuyo crossed her hands and glanced at him skeptically. The remaining two males gave Zhuang Qinjian a bit of face, just looking at him with a hint of suspicion. "I can't." Zhuang Qinjian's answer was quite straightforward. "Song Kei, if you can't, why boast about it?" Zhuang Qinjian said slowly, "I can't do it, but someone else can." Song Kei, Su Xing, and Lin Yuyu asked in unison, "Who?" Zhuang Qinjian mentioned a name. "Do you remember Lu Xinglan?" Song Kei nodded. "I remember." Lu Xinglan, due to impure eye color, wasn't highly regarded in the Lu family. Even if he went missing, it wouldn't attract much attention. However, as a genetic candidate, he awakened the Lu family's exclusive hacker ability. "You want to find Lu Xinglan?" Song Kei reminded, "But he's with Ilya." Zhuang Qinjian smiled slightly. "I'm not looking for him. He just reminded me of someone. 10 years ago, in the Lu family, there was an astonishingly talented and brilliant individual named Lu Xiao. He was the top-notch hacker, whether within the Lu family or across the entire alliance. As long as there was data, he could easily defy everyone. I considered him, let's say, a friend." Zhuang Qinjian's eyelid twitched. Thinking of the glorious deeds this friend dragged him into, they were all extremely unpleasant memories. "Where is he now?" Urgia. Song Kei asked. Zhuang Qinjian said solemnly, "No, he's in the death prison." Not only Song Kei, but everyone else looked extremely shocked. Sucha suddenly spoke, "By the death prison, do you mean the one in F-180 district?" "That's right," Zhuang Qinjian said, "the underground death prison of Sin City." The alliance districts were not only classified by levels, but much information could be inferred from the numbering. For example, the lower the number, the stronger the overall strength, and the higher the status in the alliance. F-180 district, on the other hand, was the worst among the worst, completely abandoned by the alliance, the kind they wished to discard immediately. Although it didn't have a name, it had a dread-inducing alias City of Sin. Song Kei couldn't understand. If Lu Xiao was as formidable as Zhuang Qinjian described, he should have been highly regarded within the Lu family. How could he have fallen to such a lightless place as the death prison? Zhuang Qinjian sighed, because Lu Xiao is not only a genius but also a complete madman. 5 years ago, he almost destroyed Lu family's supercomputer. After the alliance trial, they decided to banish him to the death prison, with the sentence lasting until the end of his life, never to be reincarnated. Everyone fell silent. The supercomputer was the cornerstone of the Lu family, so was this the "I'm ruthless enough to eliminate even myself"? Lu Xiao was indeed a lunatic. "So, are you suggesting that we find your friend first, rescue him from the death prison, and then have him handle the registration system?" Lin Yuyo looked skeptical, "But why do I feel like the former is more difficult? Rescuing someone from the death prison? Has anyone ever succeeded? District F is dangerous, it's hard to get there," Sucha also questioned. "At least District F has no admission restrictions." Zhuang Qinjian remained unfazed and even in the mood for a joke. Song Kei was concerned about another issue. "Are you sure he's willing to help us?" "That's easy. Once we find him, I'll handle it," Zhuang Qinjian promised at Novel bin at. "But that's the death prison, not a marketplace." I said, "Brother, you are also quite crazy, aren't you? It's impossible from the get-go." "Sister, what's the death prison?" Everyone discussed in a clamor, unable to convince one another. "Stop." Song Kei took a deep breath and shouted loudly, one at a time. She paused, her gaze gradually becoming determined. "Rescuing people, I'll handle it." "Snooping around, I'll handle it," Sucha said, turning the dagger in his hand, his tone devoid of fluctuation. Lin Yuyu opened her terminal. "I can arrange transportation to F-180 district." The division of labor was immediately clear. Su Xing looked left and then right, realizing he couldn't help with anything. Oh no, he had really become the kind that Zhuang Qinjian described, only capable of shouting 666. Su Xing pouted in frustration and in the next moment, his eyes lit up, thinking of his value. "I have money, I'll handle the spending." Feng Zhigzu looked at the person in front of him, his palm clenched and then relaxed. He knew that ultimately, the decisions they made were for him. These people sought his help, and came for his ability, but what did it matter? As long as he could seek revenge, he was willing to give everything. So, let's give it a try. After sleeping for so long, it was time to open his eyes. "We can't stay in Ferrara, let's go back to Tongwan for a few days to rest and discuss the specific plan," Zhuang Qinjian concluded. In the first collective meeting of the new V587 team, several parties preliminarily reached a consensus and achieved a successful conclusion. TN 666, in games or chat, is used to describe someone or something that is very powerful, cool, and impressive. Tongwan Outpost. A private steamboat was opened by the guard, and it underwent immigration inspection. Song Kei got off the boat, connected with the terminal and the guards, and her ability information was displayed on the screen. I'm sorry, ma'am, the commission you accepted has expired, and the access permission is no longer valid. The medical support was originally just a part-time job, so Song Kei might spend one day as a volunteer and another day outside, and she even went to do extra work to rescue Tao Tao. Half a month later, the form of completing this B-level commission changed to a full-time one, requiring a 24-hour standby on duty. Recently, the pressure of zombie transformation has been too great, and manpower is insufficient. The magistrate has issued a new policy, explained the young guard. If you don't have access permission, you cannot enter. Zhuang Qinjian showed half of his face and glanced at him, saying, "You're new, aren't you?" "How did you know?" The young man was surprised. He had just joined the guard less than a week ago and was still doing the most basic outpost checks. He wondered if he had missed something and it was noticed. Song Kei knew why. When Zhuang Qinjian was in Tongwan, he spent every day in the archives flipping through information and already knew all about Tongwan's awakeners. Zhuang Qinjian nodded slightly towards him and said calmly, "Last month, we helped Captain Zhao resist the invasion of the zombies. Brother, we are all law-abiding citizens, not criminals. Can you make an exception and let us in?" "Well, I can't make the decision." The young man scratched his head. He had heard the seniors talk about the shelter, but he wasn't sure if these were the people. If they deceived him and he let them in, he would face consequences. While the group was in a stalemate at the city gate, Zhao Liqiang happened to pass by with a middle-aged man. Song Kei saw this and immediately shouted, "Captain Zhao." Zhao Liqiang noticed them and whispered to the person next to him. The group of people walked towards them. The leading middle-aged man had a steady temperament, determined eyes, and was dressed in the popular tang suit from the old times. A faint herbal fragrance emanated from him. The young guard, upon seeing the man, stood at attention and saluted, with an excited voice, "Good day, Lord Magistrate." So this was the magistrate of Tongwan, Song Kei thought to herself, the person who single-handedly organized the defense of the city and guarded the medical and pharmaceutical hub. Zhao Liqiang introduced respectfully, "Dr. Chen, they are the V587 who helped us in Luya shelter, as I mentioned." Chen Ziwei, Tongwan's highest governing officer and a doctor specializing in ancient medical practices, nodded at the group. "On behalf of Tongwan, I would like to thank you." The first encounter with such a courteous magistrate made Song Kei a little embarrassed, waving her hands repeatedly. No need to thank us." "What happened? Why are you blocked at the entrance?" Zhao Liqiang asked. The young guard explained to Zhao Liqiang that Song Kei and her group did not have entry permits. "Dr. Chen, they want to stay in Tongwan for a few days, what do you think?" Zhao Liqiang inquired softly. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Ziwei's eyes. "You don't plan to stay in Tongwan?" "Yes, just a temporary stopover. We plan to go elsewhere afterwards," Zhuang Qinjian replied politely. Chen Ziwei sighed regretfully. He himself was just an ordinary person and would usually pay special attention to and recruit high-level awakeners. A powerful team like V587, if they could join the guard, Tongwan's security would be more fully ensured. However, he also knew the principle of not forcing things. Building good relationships for future encounters is better than having more enemies. Tongwan won't turn away friends who have done us a favor. "Let them in, consider it my special approval," Chen Ziwei said with a smile, "but the necessary checks still need to be done, to confirm no zombie transformation and no threat." "Of course," Zhuang Qinjian said with a smile. Chen Ziwei looked at the group one last time and said solemnly, "Tongwan will always keep its doors open for you." After they entered, Lin Yuyo couldn't help but comment, "This magistrate seems nice." Song Kei was more mature now, knowing that judging people based solely on appearances is not wise. She turned to Zhuang Qinjian, "What do you think?" Zhuang Qinjian pondered. Chen Ziwei is very tactful and wise. As an ordinary person, he thinks things through very thoroughly. Every nest has its eggs. Chen Ziwei's life is tied to this city. Guarding Tongwan is also protecting himself. In this sense, he is indeed a competent magistrate. Asterisk. The next day, Song Kei went to the 119 hospital. She came to see An Quen and Wang Qiang, the only two remaining members of Azure Phoenix 11th Squad. When they first met, Song Kei almost didn't recognize the two. Wang Qiang used to be a tall, silly guy who loved to laugh and joke around with Wei Angpei, but now his entire right leg was made of bionic material. He hadn't completely adapted yet, and there was a strange awkwardness in his movements. As for An Quen, he had become drastically thinner. The once confident and carefree soldier who used to hold a cigarette and confidently blast open the side door of ULab was gone. He had become much more subdued, and from a distance, he looked like another Wujuamin. Song Kei stopped in front of him, pondering how to start the conversation. "If you want to inform me about Maida and the captain, I already know," An Quen anticipated what she was about to say. "We have an intercommunicative life detection frequency within our group. A few days ago, everyone's signals disappeared." Wang Qiang lowered his head, trembling all over, his mechanical leg creaking. "They say real men don't shed tears easily, but he couldn't control the dampness in his eyes. That day, I was at the scene," Song Kei said slowly. An Quen suddenly looked up at her, his gaze incredibly focused. "So you know what happened, right?" Song Kei nodded and told An Quen and Wang Qiang everything about Manzoni Street at Novel Bin at. "Bloody hunter," An Quen repeated each word slowly, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes cold. "Afterward, what do you plan to do?" Song Kei asked. I'll return to North County, B6 District. The mission failed, and all members of the Azure Phoenix 11th Squad, except Nquen and I, lost their lives. I have a responsibility to report everything to General Xie, Nquen said solemnly. Song Ke took out the 7 shoulder patches from her pocket and handed them back to Nquen. Take them, and go together. Thank you, Nquen carefully put them away. We're leaving. If there's a chance, we'll see you in North County. Song Ke leaned against the corridor, watching Nquen and Wang Qiang leave the hospital. Song Ke, how come you're here? Lu Ning had just finished a surgery, rubbing her tired forehead. She came out to catch a breath and unexpectedly saw her. I thought you weren't volunteering anymore. I'm not. I'm going on a trip. A trip? I heard it's chaotic outside. Take care of yourself. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lu. The two of them stood quietly, feeling the breeze. Doctors in white robes hurriedly passed by the corridor behind them. In a place like a hospital, the busiest people were always the doctor's surgery after surgery, sometimes working for over 10 hours straight, yet getting only a few minutes of rest. Lu Ning noticed her gaze and sighed softly. Recently, the number of patients turning into zombies is increasing. The medical pressure is one thing, but I'm worried that the patients and their families can't handle it mentally, and it might cause trouble. Song Ke, Dr. Lu, may I ask you a question? Lu Ning, of course. In your eyes, what kind of person is Feng Zhixu? Feng Zhixu wanted to disappear from the medical community in Tongwan, and Song Ke respected his wishes, not revealing his whereabouts casually. But since he wouldn't say anything, she had to indirectly understand his situation from others. Brother Feng. Lu Ning's character was truly bold, and after some thought, she suddenly dropped a bombshell. Actually, I had a crush on him for a while. Song Ke's eyes widened instantly. Don't get me wrong, he got married a long time ago, and I gave up when I found out. Besides, I'm married now too. Song Ke's expression was overly exaggerated, making Lu Ning somewhat nervous, hastily waving her hands to explain. Although I don't know much about his personal life, one thing I'm sure of is that he's a good doctor, a very good one. Tongwan holds free medical consultations every year, helping those children with basic illnesses who can't afford surgery. Brother Feng always goes there, but it's secretly and anonymously. I discovered it by chance one time. Nobody in the hospital knows about it. Despite his great reputation, he goes to these consultations without seeking anything in return. He must genuinely want to help those children. As a doctor, he has a compassionate heart and is genuinely gentle with patients, Lu Ning said with a faint smile. The Feng Zhixu mentioned by Lu Ning was exceptionally talented and had a proud disposition, yet his heart was extremely soft. He had nothing in common with the current guy who hung out with them every day, the weathered uncle with a beard, messy hair, and an indifference to everything except sleep. What kind of blow did Feng Zhixu endure to undergo such a drastic change? Mu City, C55 District. Song Ke silently repeated this place name in her heart. She would definitely go there. Tun Qin came from Mu City. Song Ke hadn't found his body in the martial arts hall, indicating that he most likely returned to the C55 district ahead of time. If she could meet him there, she really wanted to ask what had happened in the martial arts hall during those last few days. 2 days later, Lin Yuyo got in touch with a private transportation convoy, paid a toll, and arranged for them to travel to F180 district. On the first day of the new calendar year in the 47th year of the new era, 4 months after the apocalypse, on an ordinary sunny day, a relatively unknown group of awakeners, V587, set off on their journey to Sin City. A high-chassis 6-wheel off-road vehicle raced through the desert. After leaving Tongwan, V587 traveled a distance with a private transport convoy. They were dropped off on a stretch of road hundreds of kilometers away from the F180 district. The convoy leader knew he wasn't being fair, having taken the money without completing the task. He explained with an embarrassed expression, I can only take you this far. It's not that I'm being difficult, but I fear going any further might be a one-way trip. You'll have to go the rest of the way on your own. Song Ke and the others had no choice but to change to a different mode of transportation. From District C to District F, the level of technology plummeted, and they couldn't find any autonomous vehicles along the way. In the end, they had to opt for primitive gasoline cars, with Sucha taking the wheel. In the daytime desert, the sunlight was particularly harsh. The group wore protective goggles and progressed smoothly following the navigation prompts. Have any of you been to the F180 district before? Song Ke asked. No, everyone replied. Song Ke looked at Zhuang Qinjian, who also shook his head. This was a completely unfamiliar city to them. It made sense. Why would ordinary people, living their lives well, come to District F? The navigation indicated that they were approaching the western border of the Alliance, entering the destination area. Song Ke pulled off her goggles, put them back on, and climbed through the sunroof. She leaned out of the car, facing the scorching wind and sand blowing on her face. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate desert with no traces of a city. She couldn't help but be surprised. Was this it? The Sin City? The group circled the desert for countless rounds. The location on the navigation seemed within reach, but they couldn't get there. There were no city gates nearby, no watchtowers, and no human figures. The only distinctive features were several towering, oddly shaped quadrangular pyramids, somewhat resembling the pyramids of ancient times, standing in the open desert, reflecting a silver-white luster on their surfaces. Song Ke and the 5 others got out of the car and walked toward these pyramids. Upon approaching, they found tightly closed gates. They tried various methods, pulling, tugging, and prying. Sucha tried using poison, Su Xing used ice, and Song Ke attempted transformation, but gave up due to rapid mental exhaustion. None of them could break the access control. The surface of the pyramids was made of a material that exhibited extremely strong resistance to supernatural attacks. Wheelchairs were impractical in the desert, so Zhuang Qinjian switched to crutches. He walked slowly around the pyramids, observing the structure of the gates with lowered eyes. His gaze lingered for a few seconds on the overhead monitor, the closed gates, and the adjacent groove. He spoke, "It seems like this is the gateway to Sin City. But we can't open it," Song Ke said. "Don't worry. If it's a gateway, there must be a key. Let's look for it again." Sucha drove and circled the area for nearly half an hour until they saw a few blurry figures by the side of the road through the rolling dust. Through the rolling dust, those people heard the sound of the engine and ran to the middle of the road, waving to them from a distance. "There are people," Song Ke reminded. The off-road vehicle slowly decelerated and came to a stop. A girl with colorful braids and brown skin approached the driver's seat and knocked on the car window. Mia waited by the roadside for almost 3 hours. Apart from 2 desiccated zombies passing by, she didn't see any other living people. Finally, just before the sun set, she spotted an off-road vehicle. Mia knocked on the car window. The glass slid down slowly, opening a narrow gap. In the front seats, on the left and right, sat 2 young men. Mia smiled and said, "Friends, our car broke down. Could you tow us for a short distance? It's not far ahead." As she spoke, she pointed to the pickup parked by the road, its hood open, with a man tinkering there. "Are you also heading to the F-180 district? We're going the same way. Please help us. I've been waiting all afternoon, and you're the only ones passing by." Mia folded her hands together, her tone very sincere. "The desert is terrifying at night. I really don't want to stay outside." The 2 men exchanged a glance, but before they could speak, the back door was suddenly yanked with force. Bang, thud. The person outside was rough, not expecting the car to be locked from the inside. He couldn't open it in one go. "AMU, don't be rude. It's very impolite." Mia scolded loudly, then turned back to the 2 men with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. We've been waiting for a long time, and my friend was worried you wouldn't take us, so he's a bit anxious." A 17 or 18-year-old girl leaned over from the back, speaking to the man in the front passenger seat. After the man listened to her, his gaze stayed on Mia for a moment and then nodded gently. 3 people. Mia made a mental note of that. "All right," said the handsome man sitting in the front passenger seat. "That's great. Thank you. I'll ask AMU to hook up the towing rope, and I'll sit in your car to guide you." Finally, the car door opened, and Mia eagerly climbed in. It was then that she noticed, besides the young girl, there were 3 more people in the back row, a middle-aged man dozing off with half-closed eyes, a child with a clean face and clothes, and a brightly dressed woman wearing sunglasses. She blinked, smiling warmly, and greeted them. "Are you a family of 4 traveling together? The dad, the elder daughter, the young son, and this must be the stepmom, right?" PFF. The girl in the front couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Mia looked at her in confusion. "Did I say something wrong?" The girl shook her head, her lively expression somewhat mischievous. "They are a family of 3. I'm not." "Hey." The glamorous woman took off her sunglasses, glared at the girl, and moved her lips, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Mia muttered to herself, thinking the stepmom's temper wasn't great at all at novel bin at. She turned to the little boy, trying to strike up a conversation. "Little brother, where are you guys from?" The bratty kid gave a disdainful hum, completely ignoring her. Mia's forehead veins throbbed. "Damn brat." The 2 cars, one in front and one behind, drove for about 10 minutes in the desert and reached a desolate and rudimentary campsite. Apart from a few tents and makeshift structures, there was nothing else. "We're here. Do you want to get out and rest for a while?" Mia offered an invitation. "No need," the man in the driver's seat coldly refused. Mia held the handle of the car and said meaningfully, "I suggest you take a break here. The upcoming journey will be quite challenging. As a gesture of gratitude, I can give you some gifts." The people in the car fell silent. After a while, the man in the driver's seat and the girl got out of the car, following Mia towards the campsite. Mia led the way, glancing back a few times midway. The footsteps of these 2 were too light, like ghosts, always making her think they hadn't followed. At the camp entrance, Mia sighed with regret. "You know, you could have gone somewhere else for a trip. Why pick Sin City? Could it be that you believed those rumors outside and thought there are fewer zombies here? Is it not okay?" the girl asked in confusion. "It's okay, of course it's okay. I should thank you for coming." Mia beamed and turned towards the direction of the tents, shouting, It's time to slaughter the sheep." As she finished speaking, a sandstorm suddenly erupted in the camp. The solid ground disintegrated abruptly, and over a dozen people burst out from beneath the yellow sand, surrounding the off-road vehicle parked in the distance. On the side of the man and the girl, another group of people emerged from behind the tents. Glinting knives were placed at their necks. A muscular man named Azza had his body covered in swirling yellow sand, his eyes fixed greedily on them, licking his lips. These ambushers were all awakeners. "Are you robbers?" the girl asked, bewildered. Mia laughed heartily. "You're mistaken. Robbers want money, we don't. We want your lives. After all, you lost sheep willingly walked into our trap." She flickered flames at her fingertips, her expression gradually turning fierce. You're surrounded. Give up resistance, and I might consider giving you a quick death. Without further ado, she transformed the condensed flames into sharp blades and thrust them straight towards their necks. The girl swiftly moved, and somehow, Mia didn't touch even a strand of her clothes. She chuckled, revealing 2 faint dimples on her cheeks, and imitated Mia's words, "You are surrounded." Mia snickered. Was this person daft? Just the 2 of them, and they thought they could surround over 20 of us? A beautifully curved crescent moon blade appeared out of thin air. The girl held it in her main hand, lifting it up in a move that severed the knife at her neck. Following swiftly, she struck again. In the wind and sand that surged up, there was a flash of dark light. Mia's eyes widened, her colorful braids were chopped off, falling all over the ground. Mia rolled in a sorry state, and the tall man also made his move, weaving through them like a ghost. Soon, 2 companions fell. Kill the people in the car first. Mia shouted loudly into the distance. Soft persimmons had to be picked first. First, eliminate the 4 useless people, young and old, inside the car, and then turn their focus to deal with these 2 troublesome ones. Amu and Azza immediately charged towards the off-road vehicle. In an instant, the number of people attacking the vehicle reached 20. All the greedy rivers drying up in the fragrant desert. The sandy ground under their feet suddenly started to flow, sinking like a swamp. They were trapped and unable to move. At this moment, a furry head popped out of the sunroof of the off-road vehicle. The haughty little brat clung to the roof with both hands and jumped up on tiptoe. Around him, numerous ice blades swiftly flew out, piercing the people trapped in the sand, turning them into hedgehogs. Mia cursed under her breath. Damn it. She had misunderstood. What stepmom and brat, what family going on a trip? These people weren't fat sheep, they were more like butchers. They were the fat sheep. Act quickly and retreat. Mia shouted in a panic, then turned and ran. A cold mental force pursued her like a shadow. Mia didn't have time to struggle. Her figure paused and fell to the ground. The last thought that flashed in her mind was sloppy. These people did it on purpose, and we fell into their trap, a trap within a trap. Time rewound half an hour ago. People, Song K alerted. The others focused and saw several blurry figures ahead. Lin Yuyo frowned slightly, blocking the road in the middle. They're deliberately not letting us pass. Sucha, hostile approach. Zhuang Qinjian's mouth curled into a cold smile. It's getting dark soon. Appearing at this time is deliberately exploiting the vulnerability of newcomers. It seems we've been treated as fat sheep. Who preys on whom is yet to be seen, Song K muttered. Since we can't find the entrance for now, why not try targeting them? Zhuang Qinjian smiled. Agreed, fat sheep should act like fat sheep and offer th themselves. Song K's eyes brightened. Mia thought she had encountered lost lambs, but little did she know, this was clearly a group of cunning and sly wolves. Song K and Sucha took a few minutes to clear the area. They hadn't found a way to enter the F-180 district yet, and they were already encountering robbers. Could this be said to live up to the name of Sin City? Hey, what's this? Song K flipped out an object resembling a sign from Mia, which had many gray bars, 3 of which Mia had already marked in red. She fiddled with it for a while, unable to figure it out, and casually threw it to Zhuang Qinjian. The last trace of the setting sun disappeared below the horizon, and it was now dark. In the dark desert, something was stirring, and danger lurked everywhere. Zhuang Qinjian rubbed the sign he had taken from Mia, his eyes lowered in thought. Let's go back to the pyramid we were at earlier. I have some new ideas. The group drove back to the vicinity of the pyramid. I've always wondered, what permissions do we need to have for the passage here to open for us? Have you heard of the 7 deadly sins? Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust, as well as the resulting killings. Why is the F-180 district called Sin City? Perhaps, it's because only those guilty are accepted here. The monitor above identified the smell of blood on Song K and Sucha, prompting a new response. Please show introducer information. A line of text suddenly appeared on the facade. Zhuang Qinjian raised his hand and placed Mia's sign in the depression. The tightly closed door slowly opened, revealing a spacious space resembling an elevator in front of Song K. The 6 of them stepped in, and the elevator started, descending rapidly. Ding, a crisp and pleasant reminder sounded. Welcome to Sin City. The tightly closed elevator doors opened again, and Song K, Lin Yuyu, and Su Xing couldn't believe their eyes. A bizarre underground world presented itself before them. Tonight at 11 o'clock, Ross Casino's grand opening. Free drinks for all. New biomimetic materials. Take a look. Medical technology from Tongwan. Auction of zombies and fierce beasts. We buy crystal stones of all qualities. Just a few meters from the entrance, 2 pedestrians erupted into conflict. Supernatural abilities clashed on the street, and the loser was blasted into pieces, while the winner laughed heartily and walked away. Chaos, violence, rampant crime, contempt for life. This was the real Sin City. TN. Black on black, of a villain, to do the dirty on another villain. Soft persimmon, weakling. Beneath the desolate desert lay a bustling underground city. Here, there was no sun. Artificial lighting simulated natural light sources. Giant electronic screens were installed overhead, replacing the presence of the sky. There were no seasonal winds, no various circulations, and no natural ecosystems. Insect chirps and bird calls, as well as cats and dogs, were all artificially maintained. The overall style was rough and bold, resembling an eternal urban night. After exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a long trading street. The crowd surged, and the shouts from earlier echoed from both sides. Apart from the entrance they came through, there were many elevators in all directions. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving rang out. People continued to come and go, making Song K and her group appear even more ordinary. Passers-by gave them a cursory glance and did not pay much attention to them. In this unfamiliar city, amidst the noisy environment and indifferent residents, Song K felt a moment of difficulty fitting in. Zhuang Qinjian suggested, "Let's wander around nearby, see if we can gather any information and find a temporary place to stay." The six of them roamed aimlessly on the streets. A young man wearing a duckbill cap rushed towards them. He was looking down, in a hurry to move forward, and didn't notice, colliding into Sucha's firm chest. "Sorry." The man took 2 steps back, mumbled an apology, and then sidestepped past them. The man brushed past Lin Yuyu, a smirk slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. Before he could fully break into a smile, a slender hand suddenly gripped his forearm and twisted it harshly backward. "Ah!" The man's expression contorted as he screamed in pain. His arm was broken. The dark-eyed girl stared at him expressionlessly, extending her hand toward him. "The item, give it back." "Ah!" Lin Yuyu suddenly realized and reached for her wrist. Her terminal was gone. While everyone's attention was on Sucha, who had been collided into, they hadn't noticed that this man was a skilled pickpocket. He had stealthily taken advantage of the moment their attention shifted and targeted her. Song K applied a bit of pressure, making the pickpocket's wails even more miserable. "Stop, stop, I'll give it back to you." He reluctantly pulled out the rose-gold lady's wristwatch. Song K took it and coldly said, "Scram." The pickpocket clutched his broken arm and fled in embarrassment. "Be more careful, this place is different from other cities," Zhuang Qinjian reminded. After this incident, all 6 of them became extremely vigilant. Song K's group continued forward. They hadn't gone far when someone called out to them from the side of the street, "Hey, you guys." Song K turned around, and a woman with a sharp gaze, half-shaved hair, and half-dyed purple hair, was looking at them with interest. "I've been observing you for a while. Are you interested in doing some business with me?" Song K, "Business?" The woman said, "Any kind of business works, as long as there's money. I'm Cheng Yi, a crystal procurer on this street, also selling various information. You're newcomers, and being clueless won't do. How about buying some information from me?" "How do you know we're new here?" Zhuang Qinjian asked casually. Cheng Yi pursed her lips and gestured to the place they had just passed. "That pickpocket you dealt with earlier has some notoriety in this area. You subdued him effortlessly, and your faces are still unfamiliar. It's easy to tell." Song K was cautious now, staring at her with a skeptical gaze. "Why should we trust you? What if Cheng Yi was just like Mia, with ulterior motives, wanting to take advantage of them?" Cheng Yi smiled confidently. "You're quite cautious, but no need to worry. You can ask around the trading street. I've always been honest in my dealings, never deceiving anyone. Money and goods are exchanged, and that's it." Song K remained skeptical, turning to her companions for their opinion. Zhuang Qinjian leaned back in his wheelchair and lazily said, "You've already identified us as newcomers. How can newcomers judge if what you're saying is true or not? Moreover, to do business, this level of sincerity isn't enough." Cheng Yi looked at the man in front of her. He appeared calm and composed, clearly a skilled negotiator. If they didn't gain some insight beforehand, this deal might fall through today. "All right, how about this? I'll give you a few pieces of information for newcomers for free. You can listen and then decide whether or not to do business with me. You may proceed." Cough cough. Next is a quick guide to integrating into Sin City. If you want to make money quickly, go to the casino or underground boxing matches. If you want to drink and have fun and hear gossip, go to Misty Summer Club. It's one of the safer chain bars in the city with fewer shady activities. When staying in a hotel, avoid those with room numbers containing Red Willow in the name. They are shady businesses that exploit out-of-towners, unless you want to wake up in the middle of the night with your head chopped off. Also, Cheng Yi pointed at Su Xing, Lin Yuyu, and Song K in turn, "Kids and girls, remember not to go out alone. There are many human traffickers here." Cheng Yi, a savvy merchant operating in District F, proved quite shrewd, honing in on the most pressing needs of Song K and her group. At least these pieces of information were very useful to them. How do we make the trade?" Song K decided to trust her for the time being and asked, "And how much does it cost?" "Not money." Cheng Yi shook her head and casually knocked on the sign in front of her. "Money depreciates the fastest. Currently, the only accepted hard currency in Sin City is crystals. With your skills, you must have a lot of good items, right?" Cheng Yi greedily rubbed her hands together, practically drooling. Well, it turned out she had her eye on the crystals in their pockets from early on. V587 had indeed accumulated quite a few crystals some time ago, such as the commission Su Xing took during special training, the zombie wave in Luojia, and the upheaval in Ferrara. Altogether, they had over a dozen. Song K took out a level 1 crystal from her space, and Cheng Yi reached out to grab it, but she pulled it back just in time. "We need to ask some questions first," Song K insisted. "Ask away, I'll answer everything." Cheng Yi's eyes were glued to the crystal, urging them repeatedly. Zhuang Qinjian took out Mia's badge. "What is this?" Cheng Yi glanced at it briefly, then moved her gaze away, not very interested. "That's a crime record, a special monitoring device for released convicts. The horizontal bars marked on it represent the owner's criminal index. If it exceeds 5 bars, they will be arrested again. But this is just a piece of metal. How does it monitor crimes? Su Xing asked, puzzled, holding Song Kei's hand. Cheng Yi shrugged. The crime record is a technology brought from District B. Nobody knows the specific principle, but in any case, it has never made a mistake. When we entered, what was the introducer mentioned at the entrance? Zhuang Qinjian asked again. For newcomers entering Sin City for the first time, they need an introducer's guidance to activate the elevator, Cheng Yi explained. As Cheng Yi spoke, she seemed to have a realization. These people could produce a crime record but didn't know what it was. Did they eliminate their introducer directly? You guys are quite ruthless, she exclaimed dramatically. Just survival of the fittest, Zhuang Qinjian chuckled. It was the style of Sin City, and Cheng Yi suddenly understood. She restrained her expression and extended her hand to Song Kei, saying, "Have you asked enough? It's time to pay." Following the trading regulations, Song Kei placed the crystal in her palm. Cheng Yi received the crystal and treasured it immensely, exhaling in appreciation. She took out a magnifying glass from her pocket, pinched the edge and carefully observed while complimenting. "Not bad, the quality is good." After saying that, she bit into it, confirming its hardness. Song Kei and the others felt a chill. Oh no, that was dug out from a zombie's head. We still want to ask about. Wait, Cheng Yi raised her hand to stop them, her expression serious and solemn. This counts as the second question, 1 crystal per question. You profiteer. Su Xing scolded. Cheng Yi immediately retorted, "Nonsense, what profiteer? I told you in advance, this is called clear pricing." Song Kei endured the pain and pulled out another crystal. Regarding death prison, how much information do you have? Death prison. Cheng Yi casually laughed. Well, just keep going along this road without turning. After about 5 kilometers, you'll see an underground sea, and that's death prison. That simple? Song Kei was surprised. For a prison of this level, its location was widely known without any confidentiality measures. So, how do we get in? Ha ha ha. Cheng Yi burst into laughter, holding her stomach. You guys are really newcomers, huh? Ha ha ha. Why are you laughing? Song Kei didn't understand. Was the question she asked really that foolish? Wiping away the tears of laughter, Cheng Yi said, "Come on, this is Sin City. Who hasn't been to death prison a few times? Don't believe it? Just take a good look. Almost 99% of the people coming and going on this trading street are released convicts." Indeed, with a glance, the surrounding pedestrians all wore bright red badges, with 1, 2, and even 4 bars. Cheng Yi unceremoniously took the second crystal and admired it under the artificial light. It's getting late. Although the underground city is perpetual night, I still recommend you rest early and not wander around. In the future, if you have business, remember to come to me. After leaving the trading street, the 6 of them walked for another half hour. The hotels without the name containing Red Willow were scarce. After a considerable effort, they managed to find one that was still open, though it appeared somewhat run down. The second floor walls had a large charred patch, and ashes were falling from it. "Hello, checking in," Song Kei said. The receptionist glanced up and scanned them, saying, "Only 3 rooms left, want them?" "How come there are only 3? Aren't the rooms behind you also available?" Lin Yuyu pointed to the display screen behind the receptionist. The receptionist sighed. There was a fight on the second floor last night, and the whole floor got burnt. It's under renovation now, so no one can stay. Anyway, there are only 3 left. It's up to you if you want to stay. Song Kei, stay. They had been searching for quite a while, and they might not find anything better if they continued. They decided to settle for a night. Here are the key cards. After paying for the rooms, the receptionist efficiently opened the rooms, fearing they might change their minds. Now, the question was, with 3 rooms and 6 people, how to allocate them. Holding 3 key cards, Song Kei looked somewhat conflicted. Su Xing, the clever one, immediately hugged Song Kei's thigh and pouted, "I want to stay with sister." Song Kei looked at the others. It turned out that Fang's Higzo was the most indifferent. As long as he had a bed, or even an empty space on the floor, it didn't matter to him. With his vagabond style, he didn't care who he shared the room with or where he slept. He could fall asleep instantly anywhere. For the remaining people, Song Kei handed one of the key cards to Lin Yuyu, saying, "You and Sucha can stay together." In this way, Zhuang Qinjian and Fang's Higzo would be together. That settled it. Song Kei felt quite pleased with herself. She was indeed an astute captain. However, the result was unexpected. Sucha spoke softly, "Not convenient." Lin Yuyu glanced at the key card in her hand but didn't say anything. Huh? Song Kei was stunned, looking back and forth between Lin Yuyu and Sucha. Whenever they met, the two would act together. She had always thought they had that kind of relationship. Was she mistaken? But if Sucha didn't stay with Lin Yuyu, how would they divide the remaining rooms? Tricky. Song Kei looked conflicted, considering various combinations in her mind, always feeling like none was quite suitable. Lin Yuyu chimed in, "I have a suggestion." She grabbed Su Xing's hat and pulled him off Song Kei's leg, saying, "Why don't you stay with me? I am also a big sister." Su Xing flailed his arms and legs, his expression saying, "What?" Lin Yuyu smiled kindly, "Didn't Mia regard me as your stepmother? Don't worry, I can take care of children." Su Xing's eyes became teary, choking out, "With you, bad woman." Lin Yuyu ignored him and pointed at Sucha and Fang's Higzo, you two in one room. Finally, she turned to Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian, you both can stay in the remaining room. There's no problem, right? Zhuang Qinjian said. What did she mean by no problem? His lips moved, about to speak. Song Ke said, okay. Zhuang Qinjian. Half an hour later, come to my room for a meeting. Song Ke stood in the corridor, reminding the others. Then she closed and locked the door. As she turned around, Zhuang Qinjian looked at her with a serious expression. Song Ke, I think we need to have a serious talk. About what? Song Ke jumped into bed, stretched her limbs, and lazily yawned, showing no signs of self-awareness. Zhuang Qinjian's voice was hoarse. I think your gender awareness is very unclear, and you don't have a good understanding of boundaries with the opposite sex. For example, not knocking before entering his room, or sharing a room with him and sleeping soundly in front of him, and so on. The list was endless. You're still a girl. This could be very dangerous if it continues. Song Ke hugged a pillow, lying on her back with a blank look. Huh? I don't understand. Can you speak in human language? Zhuang Qinjian took a deep breath, his wheelchair slid to the edge of the bed, and he lowered his head to lock eyes with her, who was lying upside down at the end of the bed. Do you not see me as a man? Or are you just overly confident in yourself? Even when turned upside down, Zhuang Qinjian's face was still breathtakingly handsome. His features were clear and cold, his thin lips pressed tightly, and his deep black eyes seemed to want to pull people in at novel bin at. Song Ke blinked slowly, then reached out and pushed Zhuang Qinjian's face. She rolled over, planning to sit up and speak. However, she sat up too abruptly, and the two of them, unprepared, bumped their foreheads together with a loud thud, and both fell backward. Song Ke tumbled into the bed, while Zhuang Qinjian moved towards the back of the chair. Song Ke, Zhuang Qinjian gritted his teeth. I'm so sorry. Song Ke frantically apologized, landing on all fours. Her knees rapidly moved forward, but she miscalculated and ended up stepping into thin air, causing her to fall off the bed with a plop and land between Zhuang Qinjian's legs. Silence spread. Song Ke laughed awkwardly, her hand inadvertently resting on Zhuang Qinjian's thigh. She earnestly explained, I know you won't do anything, so sharing a room with you is not a problem. Zhuang Qinjian froze, suddenly saying in a deep voice, say it again. Huh? Song Ke was puzzled. She obediently repeated, I know you won't do anything. Zhuang Qinjian looked at her, raising an eyebrow. Song Ke, have you noticed that your stuttering has improved a lot lately? Song Ke was stunned. She hadn't realized it herself, and it was only after Zhuang Qinjian pointed it out that she belatedly reacted. Since the last time she was injured and unconscious on Manzoni Street, and woke up, she had indeed become more fluent in her speech. Though her pace of speaking was still slow, and there were occasional hesitations between sentences, her stuttering had noticeably improved. But her stuttering was congenital. She had never managed to overcome it since childhood. How's the wound in your heart? Zhuang Qinjian asked. It's much better, Song Ke replied. It had been less than a week since she was injured, and Song Ke's strength had almost recovered to about 50%. The blood vessels and tissues in her body were self-healing at an incredibly fast pace. It should be due to your second ability, Zhuang Qinjian mused. Zhuang Qinjian fell into contemplation. What exactly was Song Ke's second ability? Self-healing? But why was her language ability subtly improving? A dense fog of confusion. Zhuang Qinjian gave a serious admonition. Regarding your second ability, it's crucial to keep it secret. Keep a close eye on those two individuals. Understood, Song Ke nodded solemnly. Another awkward and stifling silence. So, can you release your hand now? Zhuang Qinjian spoke expressionlessly. Considering the chaos in Sin City, it's always wise to be more cautious. Sucha and others entered the room. Sucha, with hands adorned with black finger stalls, carefully inspected inch by inch along the door seams, walls, windows, and ceiling, confirming that there were no listening devices. He nodded to them. As Lin Yuyu entered the room, she casually asked, what happened to both of you? Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian had red marks on their foreheads, looking slightly swollen upon closer examination. Song Ke concealed and said, it's nothing, just bumped into something. Lin Yuyu didn't think much of it initially, but since Song Ke seemed guilty, her gaze lingered on their foreheads for a few seconds, smiling meaningfully. Oh, how coincidental, the bump is in the same place. Song Ke cleared her throat. Let's start the meeting. The 6 individuals either sat or stood, finding their respective places. Song Ke was surprised to find that Fang's Higzo was also present. It wasn't unusual for Fang's Higzo to be there. They never avoided him when having small meetings before, and he would usually sleep through them, impossible to wake up even with thunder. But his state was noticeably different today, with disheveled hair tied in a messy bun at the back of his head, and his gaze was unusually clear. Song Ke recollected and realized that since they departed for F180 district, Fang's Higzo had significantly reduced his sleeping time. Although he remained as silent and unnoticeable as ever, that gloomy and world-weary face of his hadn't shown up for a long time. Zhuang Qinjian organized the existing intelligence. Clearly, Sin City is very different from what we initially thought. The existence of the death prison is not a secret, and ordinary people have a casual attitude towards it, speaking of it without hesitation. At novel bin at. They had initially thought that the death prison was a forbidden place for incarcerating serious offenders, expected to be remote, heavily guarded, and little known. Even if ordinary people knew about it, they would avoid discussing it. However, they underestimated the madness of this sinful place, where almost everyone had a criminal record. I just went around near the underground sea, so Cha opened the terminal and projected the images and videos he had taken. In half an hour, if he went all out, it would be enough for him to make a round trip to the underground sea. A pitch-black ocean appeared on the screen, with a still and waveless surface. There were no guards around the edges, only the familiar tetrahedral structures towering above the sea surface. It's difficult to dive in, Sucha frowned and said. The death prison is located beneath the underground sea, with no place to land around it. The elevator on the sea's surface is the only entrance, but like the desert, it requires specific permissions to activate. Even Sucha felt it was difficult to infiltrate, and the others were equally helpless. No need to dive in, Zhuang Qinjian said after a moment of thought. There's a simple way to enter the death prison. What method? Others looked at him one after another. Zhuang Qinjian placed Mia's badge on the table. The way the people here enter is the same way we will. You mean, commit a crime? Song Ke realized. That's right, cause a bit of trouble, get our people sent in, but not too serious. They can be released after a while. The only way to catch tiger cubs is to go into the tiger's den, Zhuang Qinjian quoted an ancient saying. It sounded absurd, but upon careful consideration, it made sense. The oversight in the supervision of the death prison was unimaginable. Who would go to such lengths to get themselves imprisoned? But who do we send in? Song Ke asked a crucial question. At this point, they still didn't know the specifics of the death prison. Sending everyone in was definitely inappropriate. The person chosen to enter the death prison would bear both hope and risk, requiring strong agility and responsiveness. I'll go, Sucha said. I'll go too. Little Su Xing, afraid of falling behind, raised his hand and shouted. I can go too. Surprisingly, Fang's Higzu volunteered. Or, I'll go. Song Ke stood up. Zhuang Qinjian stopped her. Your injury hasn't fully healed. Take it easy. He then turned to Fang's Higzu. Although you are A-level, your ability isn't quite suitable. Children should learn something good. Su Xing was directly excluded. Finally, Zhuang Qinjian looked at Sucha. Among us, you are the best candidate. Sucha, hailing from the rainforest, excelled in stealth, concealment, reconnaissance, and assassination. He had top-notch individual combat skills and was an A-level poison-type awakener. Going into the death prison, at least, his self-defense was assured, and the others didn't need to worry too much about his safety. He had always followed behind Lin Yuyu, often overlooked, but in reality, Sucha was a powerful awakener. The remaining task is to figure out how to get you in, Zhuang Qinjian said. Lin Yuyu voiced her concern, but we don't have any assurance about how long a crime would be incarcerated for. F-180 district was isolated from the outside world by yellow sands, with no internet connectivity within the area. In this dark and lawless underground city, there were no rules or regulations to follow, everything relied on their own exploration. If it was just a minor offense and they were detained for a few days, that would be fine. However, if they were imprisoned for several months or even a year or more, their plans would be in jeopardy. Determining the degree of offense for committing a crime was extremely difficult. Song Ke recalled something. The people at the city G-Gate weren't arrested. When they first arrived, they witnessed a street fight, with one side even committing murder, but the murderer was not apprehended. I have another question. How does the death prison apprehend people? Lin Yuyu asked. When a criminal record reaches 5 bars, what does the death prison deploy to capture the criminals? Is it something like the Awakener security squad in Tongwan, or the AI patrol robots in Ferrara? In case the criminal is an awakener and is unwilling to surrender, can they ensure they'll be able to subdue the target? Zhuang Qinjian tapped his fingers on the wheelchair, deep in thought. What you all have said is correct, so before taking action, it's best to find a demonstration first. As they were discussing, there was suddenly a commotion from upstairs. They were on the 3rd floor, and the noise was coming from the 4th floor, sounding like a fight. Song Ke made a quick decision. Let's go check it out. In the stairwell of the 4th floor, a desperate-looking waiter covered his face and said, Why is there another fight? Are we not allowed to do business? A burly man stood in the corridor, his arm suddenly swelling 4 or 5 times its size, turning into a massive chunk. It slammed down with a bang, shattering the door, and the person inside didn't even have time to cry out before meeting a sudden death. The man momentarily lost control of his supernatural ability, smashing a hole through the hotel wall, allowing the cold wind to rush in. 4 bars, Sucha reminded in a low voice. Song Ke and the others looked intently, and indeed, the man's badge on his arm had lit up with 4 bright red bars. And just at the moment when he killed the guest and smashed the hotel wall, the 5th bar slowly lit up. With all 5 bars filled, the criminal record rebooted, and the person committing the crime would be sent back to the death prison. Lucky break, Zhuang Qinjian said, referring to the demonstration he mentioned. Just as Song Ke was about to see the people coming to arrest him, something strange happened. The man suddenly clutched his head with both hands, violently trembling all over, his upper body bending into a strange shape, writhing in agony. After a few seconds, it was as if he was being choked, and his voice abruptly stopped. Then the man stood up stiffly, with a vacant look in his eyes, losing consciousness. He moved forward with rigid limbs, guided by the 5 glowing bars, passing by Song Ke and the others who were watching. What is this? Cotard's syndrome. Fang's Higzu suddenly spoke up. Zhuang Qinjian nodded slowly. Exactly. The cause should be his criminal record. Lin Yu asked in confusion, what are you talking about? What's Cotard's syndrome? Zhuang Qinjian gestured to the side. Let Dr. Fang explain it to you. Fang's Higso looked serious. Cotard's syndrome, also known as the walking corpse syndrome, is caused by pathological changes in the parietal and frontal lobes of the brain, with delusions of emptiness and negation as the main symptoms. During an outbreak, a normal person will briefly enter a state of a walking corpse, believing that their organs have decayed, leaving only an empty shell of a body, with the whole world devoid of anything. This is accompanied by dullness of sensation, disintegration of personality, and other abnormal behaviors. The man faced the direction of the death prison, moving stiffly. He stepped into the nearest elevator, and he actually turned himself in this way. There was no need to send someone to arrest him. All criminals triggering the effects of the 5 bars would voluntarily return to the death prison like a walking corpse. But how is this achieved? Song Ke found it hard to understand. Criminal record, Zhuang Qinjian brought out Mia's badge again. I guess the particle currents embedded inside contain the triggering frequency range of Cotard's syndrome, which forcibly stimulates the brain. This shouldn't be achievable with the technological level expected in District F. It seems the Alliance has put a lot of effort into constructing and maintaining the death prison. Lin Yu frowned. With such an electric current stimulating the brain, wouldn't it lead to dementia? In the long run, it's possible, Fang's Higso said in a deep voice. But what about Sucha? She hesitated, looking at Sucha. It's fine, I don't have a criminal record yet, Sucha replied. For Sin City, they were still newcomers, and their past sins were defaulted to be cleared. Currently, they were as clean as a blank sheet. However, new problems had emerged. Since he was a first-time offender and didn't have a criminal record monitoring, how could Sucha voluntarily turn himself in to the death prison? It was a headache. Let's put the matter of the criminal record aside and focus on how to do something bad, Zhuang Qinjian suggested. The others all looked at Sucha. After all, he was the one going to prison, and he was also the one to commit the bad deed. We'll do our best to send you to jail. Song Ke blinked, wearing a sincere expression. Sucha. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the temperature on the desert surface approached 70 degrees Celsius. This was the hottest time of the day, and the scorching sun in the sky almost made people dizzy. The scorching hot quicksand could cook raw eggs. A group of awakeners was hunting zombies in the oasis camp. The zombies in the desert were noticeably different from those in the city, with slender bodies, dry skin, and visible cracks on the surface, but their movements were exceptionally agile, leaping and jumping like monkeys. The one they had their eyes on, conservatively estimated, was an evolved level 2 zombie. This group fought with the zombies for a full 40 minutes, exhausted and with throats almost smoking, but they were close to succeeding. Suddenly, another group of people jumped out from the side. Robbery. The leading girl held 2 crescent moon-shaped knives, rotating them crosswise, shouting aggressively. Another elusive figure flashed from behind them, surrounded by a ghostly green poisonous mist, charging towards the barely breathing zombie. Swish. The blade flashed, and the zombie let out a miserable scream, falling slowly. In the shattered head, a green crystal faintly sparkled. Before anyone could see clearly, it was instantly snatched by the man. Damn, daring to steal my crystal, you're tired of living. Watch me chop you all up. After struggling hard for half a day, they were intercepted at the last moment. The awakeners were infuriated and wished they could smash the intruders' heads. You coward, I hate that you're such a coward. A sweet and soft singing voice rang in their ears, and this group of people felt their bones turn soft as if melting, and their mental strength was extinguished in succession, unable to lift their arms. In the shadows, the poisonous mist man used his knives to cleanly topple the people at the scene and leisurely retreated with the crystal. You forgot to shout the slogan. Behind the sand dune, a clear child's voice sounded. The knife-wielding girl also looked at the poisonous mist man and urged, hurry up, shout the slogan. The man frowned, his expression looking extremely strange, and there was a fleeting distortion at the corner of his mouth. In the end, he convinced himself and, with a blank expression, said to the stunned people on the ground, V587, who's the coolest of them all? Silent but cool, I'm called Sucha, remember my name. After saying that, amidst the shocked gazes of the fallen people, the man hastily retreated like a sandstorm and disappeared without a trace. The group of awakeners stood still for a long time, cursing in a daze. Damn, where did this show-off come from? Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu laughed heartily, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes, completely losing her image as the sweet girl she used to be. She wiped her tears while exclaiming, oh my goodness, who thought of this slogan? It's too refreshing. Song Ke puffed up her cheeks in silence. I thought of it. Wasn't it quite good? Despite being just a few short sentences, it revealed their team name and the name of the suspect, Sucha, making it clear who was the wrongdoer. If those people wanted to report a case, they could find the person. Song Ke looked proudly at his companions, but they were all holding back laughter except for Sucha. As for Sucha, his face was as dark as a boiler. Song Ke felt inexplicably guilty. All right, stop laughing, everyone. Sucha, do you have any adverse reactions? Zhuang Qinjian said, telling everyone to stop laughing, but his own lips had a faint upward curve. No, Sucha shook his head. Was robbing allowed? Or perhaps, it couldn't be done in the desert? Let's try it back in the underground city. The group took the elevator back underground, but there was still no abnormality. It seems the degree is not enough. Committing robbery in Sin City doesn't even qualify for a trial. Let's discuss something. Sucha, usually reserved and quiet, spoke up for the first time. I can cooperate with any experiments you want to try, but can we change the slogan? Well, you'll have to ask the captain. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes curved, unreservedly passing the responsibility. Song Ke felt deflated. Tian. The only way to catch tiger cubs is to go into the tiger's den. Idiom, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Metaphorically, you can't succeed without experiencing the danger. We should all enter the death prison. Sucha usually didn't like to talk, but unexpectedly, he scared everyone as soon as he spoke. Song Ke's eyes widened, taking in a breath. You haven't had enough of being in jail, and you want to drag us along with you. The others looked at him with various expressions. Sucha hesitated. No, I actually think it's a good idea. In the quiet atmosphere, Zhuang Qinjian lightly tapped the wheelchair with his fingers and analyzed calmly. These days we've been gathering intelligence in the underground city. To be honest, we haven't made any progress. Song Ke thought about it carefully and realized it was true. Since we've confirmed the person is in the death prison, it might be better to go in and look for them earlier. Perhaps there's a better chance. I have objections, Feng Higzo unexpectedly spoke, raising his tired eyes slightly. Perhaps my thoughts are more pessimistic. If everyone goes in and there's no support outside, what if things don't go as planned and we can't come out? Aren't you still going to participate in the throne race? Can you ensure finding the person and safely leaving the death prison before that? Don't end up with nothing at both ends. Though Feng Higzo's words were harsh, they were very realistic. If they entered the death prison at this time, they didn't know how long they would stay inside, and it was very likely they would miss the next round of the throne race. For Song Ke, Zhuang Qinjian, Su Xing, and Feng Higzo, participating in the competition was not so urgent, but for Lin Yuyu, she had always wanted the opportunity to make a wish to Ilya. Lin Yuyu knew they were waiting for her answer. She was torn inside, as if standing at a fork in the road. She had always thought that the throne race was the only hope to heal her loved one, so she tried her best to fight for the slim chance. But now, things had taken a turn. Feng Higzo was an A-level healing type awakener. Should she continue to pursue elusive promises, or seize the opportunity right in front of her? Although Lin Yuyu debuted with a sweet image, her true character was decisive. She gritted her teeth and confirmed, "Hey, Feng Higzo, we'll kill the person you want us to kill, and you promise to help us heal, right?" Feng Higzo stood up and solemnly nodded at them, saying, "As long as I can fulfill the obsession of this lifetime, I will do my utmost." Whether it was Zhuang Qinjian's legs or Lin Yuyu's bedridden loved one who had been suffering for a long time, healing couldn't be achieved solely through abilities. The best solution was for them to return to Tongwan, where they would have the support of top medical resources, and undergo surgery with Feng Higzo as the lead surgeon. Lin Yuyu bit her lip and nodded slowly, saying, "All right, I'll give it a try. Isn't it just going to jail? Just the 18th floor? Our purpose in coming to Sin City is to rescue people, and we absolutely cannot return empty-handed. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground at Death Prison, we must find that guy with that surname Liu." Lin Yuyu was resolute, shouting her slogan passionately, eager to charge into Death Prison. Song Ke looked stunned, gaping at her. No matter how many times she had witnessed it, she still wasn't used to it. A celebrity's image was truly fake. Zhuang Qinjian leisurely extended her hand and helped her close her jaw, which had dropped in shock. "Now that we are in agreement, let's discuss how to get in," Sucha said, pulling up a floor plan on a screen. He pointed a finger up one level, saying, "I suggest going directly to the 5th or 6th floor. The 6th floor and above fall under the jurisdiction of the same warden. We have confirmed that destroying public property will lead to arrest and imprisonment. The remaining issue is the length of the sentence. The sentence on the 4th floor starts at 5 years. As the adults gathered around to study the floor plan, Song Ke's hem was tugged. She turned around and found a distressed Su Xing with a small, pained face. "Sister, I don't want to go." Since officially joining V587, Su Xing had always been Song Ke's little follower. Every time she had to do something, Su Xing would cheerfully shout "Ga ga go." This was the first time he had voluntarily expressed a desire not to do something. "What's wrong?" Song Ke valued his opinion greatly, crouching down to meet his gaze and asking seriously. Su Xing fidgeted with his clothes, hesitated for a long time, and then mumbled very softly, "Have to undress, completely, little elephant." The little boy was in the midst of puberty, and his self-esteem was extremely fragile. Song Ke exclaimed, "Huh." She was still pondering what little elephant meant when Zhuang Qinjian turned around expressionless and said, "No need to strip naked, you can keep your underwear." Indeed, men understood men the best, even though Su Xing wasn't quite a man yet. Su Xing blinked his big eyes, and he said "Oh" belatedly, and the frustration on his face was wiped away at novel bin at. Then he said happily, "It's okay, sister, you continue with your discussion." Song Ke exclaimed, "Ah." The trading street was brightly lit, bustling with people. Cheng Yi was loudly discussing business with someone when a group of people approached from a distance. The young girl at the front waved at him and shouted joyfully, "Cheng Yi, we've come." Cheng Yi looked left and right, behaving like a thief, and quickly ran over to cover the girl's mouth, leading them to a nearby deep alley. "Shh, keep it down. Do you know how much trouble you're attracting? I'm just here for business, not to get involved in your affairs," she warned. "Wivu," Song Ke grumbled. Cheng Yi released her hand and casually twirled her long purple highlighted hair with her finger. What do you want with me? Same rule applies, no crystal, no deal. Mysteriously, Song Ke took out a green crystal, one they had snatched from Gaeta in the desert. Cheng Yi paused her hair-twirling gesture, revealing a longing expression. Wherever Song Ke's hand moved, her gaze followed, fixated on the crystal. Business, do we have a deal? Song Ke asked. Deal, deal, deal? Of course, let's do it. It seems like a big deal. Hee hee, Cheng Yi exclaimed excitedly, rubbing her hands. Do you know what kind of crime would land you a minimum of 10 years in prison? Song Ke asked seriously. Huh. Cheng Yi doubted if she heard correctly. What are you saying? Prison? And starting from 10 years? Are you guys alright in the head? Her gaze swept across the 6 people, noticing Sucha and the badge on his shoulder. Cheng Yi suddenly understood and pointed at him, aggrieved. Didn't you just go in for a whirl? How come, addicted to prison already? Still trying to fool your companions to join you? I have to say, you're really morally deficient. Sucha. There was no way to argue. Song Ke smiled lightly. It's not about him, we're going there on our own. Cheng Yi couldn't quite comprehend. Why were there people eager to go to prison? But, regardless of what they were thinking, turning down business opportunities would be foolish. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. You want to all go in? Not impossible. Just have to create a bit of a commotion to get out. Do you know there are 3 wardens in the death prison? Song Ke nodded. Sucha had already informed them of this information. Here's something you probably don't know. A warden surnamed She loves money more than life. He stays in death prison all year round but still finds ways to amass wealth. Warden White is stern and violent, readily resorting to whipping and punishment. In his hands, the prisoners' lives are worse than death. Cheng Yi licked her lips, maliciously speaking ill of the wardens. But I suggest you start with Warden Shi. After all, you have a criminal record. If you handle it well, not just 10 years, even 20 or 30 years won't be a problem. I guarantee you'll enjoy your stay. Song Ke responded with an understanding and suddenly realized something was off. Although there were 3 wardens in the death prison, Cheng Yi had almost ignored the one named Hades without much thought, and the topic was deliberately ended. She exchanged a glance with Zhuang Qinjian and saw him shaking his head slowly. Song Ke understood without further probing and skipped over this matter. Cheng Yi leaned out and looked around the mouth of the alley for a long time, making sure no one was eavesdropping. Then she smiled darkly. I know where Warden Shi's lifeblood is. Song Ke and the others were led to a splendid building that was not yet open. Beside an exquisite signboard, there was a line of small characters written in decorative script. Rose Auction House. Zhuang Qinjian read the name in a low voice. Cheng Yi sneered, crossing her arms. The name seems quite fragrant, doesn't it? Unfortunately, what goes on inside is nothing but the dirty business of human trafficking half-fish people, zombies, fierce beasts, foreign SL*VS, and kidnapped young boys and girls. Life here is the lowest of commodities. As long as you're willing, you can buy all sorts of bizarre goods. Adat novel bin adat. This is the most important money bag for Warden Shi. After saying this, there wasn't any particular reaction from Song Ke and the others. Instead, they huddled together and whispered, seeming to have some disagreement. Cheng Yi tapped her fingers on her arm, waiting for a full 10 minutes, but the people on the other side didn't come up with a decision. A hint of imperceptible impatience flashed in her eyes. Just as Cheng Yi was getting impatient, Zhuang Qinjian stepped forward from the crowd, smiling meaningfully at her. Manager Cheng, we want to enter the death prison, and there are other ways we can explore. But using us so blatantly, you've got quite a scheme going. Yeah, now that she was found out anyway, Cheng Yi admitted openly, I do have ulterior motives. I've been fed up with this place for a long time. But I'm a businesswoman, and businessmen are fundamentally profit-driven. I haven't deceived you. The Rose Auction House is indeed the lifeblood of Warden Shi. As long as you destroy it, none of you can escape, and you will all be thrown into the death prison. This cunning merchant had finally exposed a flaw, and Zhuang Qinjian being Zhuang Qinjian, how could he easily let this opportunity pass, taking advantage of the situation to drive a hard bargain? Since Manager Cheng wants us to work for you, can you show some sincerity first? This kind of place, task tisk, it's not easy to handle. Zhuang Qinjian was calm and composed, while Cheng Yi appeared conflicted. The negotiation roles reversed, and they remained in a stalemate for a while. In the end, Cheng Yi gritted her teeth and said reluctantly, fine, I will only charge you for the information and send you in for free. But let's make it clear, if the operation fails, you absolutely cannot implicate me. Anyway, I won't acknowledge it. At 10 o'clock in the evening, it was the most bustling time in the underground city. Cheng Yi, dressed in a sequin suit, walked into the Rose Auction House with a handsome man, his hair tied in a bun at the back of his head. The security guards at the entrance stopped the two of them, asking for an invitation. Cheng Yi took out a black card with gold embossing from her wallet and handed it to the security guard. After careful verification, the security guard looked up in confusion. Miss Li, there's only your name on it. Cheng Yi moved her finger slightly, and a delicate auction paddle with the number 38 appeared. Participants in the auction could bring one companion, as per the rules of the Rose Auction House. The security guard didn't inquire further and immediately allowed them to pass. Once inside the venue, Cheng Yi lowered her voice and asked, have your people all entered? Fangs Higso, with drooping eyelids, said nonchalantly, no need to worry. They should not fail. Cheng Yi managed to obtain 2 invitations, one for Zhuang Qinjian and the other for herself. She brought Fangs Higso in, stating that, in her opinion, Fangs Higso was the only man among them who appeared relatively normal. After all, the others. One was a disabled person in a wheelchair who always had a cunning smile, one was a violent and icy guy, and then there was a little radish head. They were just too conspicuous, not at all low-key. The two found their seats, and Fangs Higso observed the surroundings. The furnishings here were ordinary. Apart from the crimson auction stage in front and the huge screen occupying one entire wall, the rest of the place looked like an ordinary auction venue. There were no visible signs of the illicit human trafficking activities being conducted in the background, indicating that the owners were quite cautious. Shortly after Cheng Yi and Fangs Higso entered, 2 more people arrived at the entrance of the Rose auction house. A boy of about 10, dressed in a small suit with a neat tie, pushed a silver-white wheelchair forward. A languid man reclined in the wheelchair. When they approached, the man held the invitation between his slender fingers and handed it to the security guard casually. The security guard glanced down and recognized Mr. Vyacheslavsky. He was indeed a distinguished bidder. The guard nodded respectfully and without further ado, prepared to allow them inside. As they passed, another security guard hesitated, unsure whether to stop the boy pushing the wheelchair. Mr. Vyacheslavsky gave him a casual glance, his fingertip brushing over the blanket on his leg. This child is attending to me. The security guard, having worked here for a while, knew exactly what kind of activities were taking place inside. When he heard the word attending, he immediately understood and quickly nodded. Yes, of course, Mr. Vyacheslavsky, please come in. Out of the security guard's line of sight, Su Xing released his hands from the wheelchair and instantly jumped in front of Zhuang Qinjian, gritting his teeth and shouting, "You're treating me like a SL*V." Zhuang Qinjian said calmly, "Be quiet. Do you want the whole place to know we're here to cause trouble? Be careful not to ruin the plan. Your sister won't forgive you." Su Xing quickly covered his mouth, staring at him angrily. Zhuang Qinjian beckoned to him. "Come here, and push me along, little SL*V." At the rear entrance of the Rose auction house, there was a food transport passage. After the sentry finished checking, the rolling shutter door opened automatically, and a white food cart slowly entered the venue. Lin Yuyu and Song Ke were dressed in white waiter uniforms, blending in with the crowd and moving forward. "You two, stop." The captain of the food delivery team suddenly stopped them. Song Ke's footsteps halted, her right hand subtly moving towards her uniform pocket. "You're here to deliver vegetarian meals? You need to go to the other side, don't get it wrong." "Okay," Lin Yuyu said, lowering her head and nodding obediently. Song Ke breathed a sigh of relief and put her right hand back by her side. She and Lin Yuyu exchanged a glance, and Lin Yuyu playfully winked at her. The two of them quickly disappeared into the passage. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the auction officially began. An auctioneer with slicked back, shiny hair stepped onto the stage gracefully. "Good evening, esteemed guests. Welcome to the 278th specialized auction at Rose Auction House. I am Alan, a registered auctioneer of the Alliance. All the items for tonight's auction can be viewed in the catalog next to you. Without further ado, let's begin the bidding." Alan clapped his hands, and the backstage staff immediately wheeled in a massive iron cage. The first item tonight to make its appearance, pure white grace, sourced from District C75, features 6 innocent and pure teenage girls. "I can almost smell the fragrant scent they exude," Alan said, his expression intoxicated as he sniffed the air. "Only available for bundled sale, starting bid at 50,000 Alliance coins." The curtain was raised, and the girls inside the iron cage were suddenly exposed to the light, trembling in fear and huddling together. "Scum," Lin Yuyu cursed from behind the curtain. She looked up, and Song Ke had successfully climbed to the top steel beam, signaling her to get ready. Lin Yuyu scanned the seating area, quickly finding Fangs Higso and Cheng Yi, Zhuang Qinjian, and Su Xing, and signaled back to Song Ke that the 4 people were in position. Now they were just waiting for Sucha. Pure white grace was eventually sold for 350,000 Alliance coins. However, as a display, the sold item would remain temporarily in the venue and would be handed over to the buyer after the auction ended. Alan energetically introduced the second item. "Next up, we have quite a behemoth. Attention to all pet lovers." The closed compartment covered with black cloth was wheeled in, and Alan vividly explained, "Straight from District F180, we have the deep crimson sand scorpion. Everyone, please take a look." He tore off the curtain, gradually revealing the monstrous creature inside the scorpion, with a length exceeding 2 meters, entirely golden in color like a spider, was trapped in a transparent container, its sharp stingers banging against the walls. This is not an ordinary scorpion but a one-of-a-kind mutant scorpion. Everyone, please carefully observe its golden eyes. This unique pet will make you stand out wherever you go. As a gesture of goodwill, we will give the buyer a strong electric shock device, ensuring that it behaves obediently. Transforming into a little sheep, Alan imitated the posture of a scorpion, exaggeratingly twisting his body. Laughter intermittently emerged from the buyer's seats. Bang! The mutant sand scorpion hit the wall again. Alan glanced at it nonchalantly and turned his head to continue shouting. "Starting bid is 300,000 Alliance coins, with increments of no less than 10,000 each. I bid 310,000. I'll offer 330,000. I'll take it for 350,000. The mutant sand scorpion was eventually auctioned for a staggering 560,000 alliance coins and, like the 6 girls, was pushed to the display area to wait. Now, for the upcoming item, Exotic Allure. This is a rare sight once in a century, Alan said with a suggestive expression. Without further ado, let's first look at the actual item, and then I'll introduce it to everyone slowly. The black iron cage was once again pushed onto the stage, and a slender young man appeared in the center of the stage. He was extremely beautiful, with damp black hair clinging gently to his ears. His pupils were amber like honey. The upper half of his body was so white that it seemed to glow, but from the waist down, it was surprisingly a dark green, coiled snake tail. Alan's voice was unusually excited. The third item, coming from ULab Laboratory, is the mutant snake-tailed youth. Song K, hanging on the beam, suddenly looked down. In the buyer's seats, Zhuang Qinjian also frowned slowly. ULab Laboratories had branches across various districts in the Alliance, not just the one near Tongwan. The Tongwan branch primarily focused on genetic research, while this snake-tailed youth clearly originated from ULab's division specialized in human research. The snake-tailed youth held onto the railing with both hands, his clear eyes gazing outward, seemingly puzzled about his situation, innocently tilting his head. His actions stirred the crowd, igniting an unprecedented wave of bids. Alan could only shout, starting bid at 1 million alliance coins, with increments of no less than 30,000. The auction paddles kept going up in quick succession, and Alan was busy confirming the bids, temporarily forgetting about the item. The snake-tailed youth curiously looked around, catching sight of Song K, who was hanging on the beam. Their gazes met, and his pupils suddenly shrank by a fraction. Song K. Oh no, why was she so unlucky? She quickly made a shush gesture toward him, disregarding whether the mutant could understand her or not. Fortunately, the snake-tailed youth didn't yell. He flicked his tail lightly and nodded with a mixture of belief and doubt. Song K breathed a sigh of relief, silently praying, Socha, please hurry up and create some distraction. We're counting on you. 5 minutes later, a wisp of green mist subtly wafted in through the ventilation of the auction venue and quickly dissipated in the air. Song K keenly caught a fleeting use of special ability, recognizing it as Socha. He was in position. Song K signaled to Lin Yuyu behind the curtain, and Lin Yuyu nodded. 3 million? Any more bids? 3 million once, 3 million twice, 3 million. Alan was red-faced, and the hammer was about to fall in his hand. Suddenly, the power in the auction venue was cut off, plunging it into complete darkness. Yes, Song K silently celebrated. Following the first step of the plan, Socha had cut off the main power. Buyers looked bewildered, whispering to each other, thinking this was some surprise event arranged by the auction. Alongside their ears came the haunting and sorrowful song, Why do you always leave me alone in the deep night? I can't control this longing, searching for you? The mesmerizing song filled the ears of the crowd, gradually clouding their consciousness, making them leave their seats and wander aimlessly. Silent and unnoticed, a frost spread over their feet, slowing their movement, preventing anyone from taking advantage and escaping. Boom! A deafening noise came from above as a girl wielding a massive silver axe was smashing the ceiling, swinging her arms for another blow. Boom! The ground seemed to tremble, and the entire auction house felt like it was on the verge of collapse. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted in panic, Run! The items are out. Nonsense, how is that possible? Alan immediately protested. It was true. In the dark of the night, ghostly figures appeared at the display area, opening each cage. The 6 girls ran out in a panic. Lin Yuyu pointed them in the direction of the exit. They hurriedly thanked her and helped each other make their way towards the main door. The mutant sand scorpion also escaped and wreaked havoc inside, flames of bright yellow erupting everywhere. The snake-tailed youth moved playfully, seemingly amused. He coiled his long tail around a person and casually tossed them away. Alan let out a miserable cry as the massive tail flung him towards broken steel rods, impaling him. Haha. The snake-tailed youth laughed joyfully. Song K and Socha seized the opportunity and wreaked havoc in the auction house. Their goal was not to kill but to wreck the place. As long as they tore it down quickly and mercilessly, the death prison would surely monitor it and come to arrest them. As expected, just 2 minutes later, hundreds of particle cannons were aimed at the heavily damaged Rose auction house. Warden Shi's chilling voice came through the speakers, sounding angry and cold. Everyone inside the auction house, you're all under arrest. Drop your weapons immediately and go to the death prison to surrender now. I repeat. They did it? Song K was satisfied. Now the death prison would become very lively. Name. I'm asking you, don't look around. What's your name? The stern-faced female prison guard slammed her hand on the table, startling the girl in the prisoner's uniform. Song K. Age. 19 years old. In the closed interrogation room, only a dim ceiling light was on. The prison guard, behind the bars, typed the name into the computer connected to the file room, pressed search, and found no information about Song K. What's your identification number? Report it. I don't. Does the Awakener certificate count? The prison guard lifted her head from the computer and sneered, We don't care about that here. Whether you have abilities or not, coming in here is the same. Anyone who entered the death prison, tagged with the crime record, was like wearing an invisible shackle. True freedom was never possible. So what if you are an Awakener? Dare to act recklessly in the death prison, and you would instantly become a mindless walking corpse. The prison guard asked again. No identification. Are you a black household? From District F. Song K admitted honestly, F177 District. The guard halted the search, opened a new file, and began inputting information. Can you tell me how many years I'll be sentenced for? Song K asked tentatively as she watched the guard type. The guard spared her a sympathetic glance. You are suspected of intentional destruction of property, with a heinous circumstance and a serious nature. According to Warden Shi's orders, you will be confined to the 5th floor for a sentence of 19 years and 7 months, and you must pay a fine of 1 billion alliance coins. Song K gasped. 19 years and 7 months? That's older than her? The days were truly becoming more and more harsh. And 1 billion alliance credits? 1 billion? Was this a number that could be thrown around casually? Even if she spent her whole sentence, she wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. It seemed she had truly angered the guy surnamed Shi this time, and they had no intention of letting her go. What about the others with me? You still care about others? I advise you to reflect on yourself while you're in here, try to live a couple more years. The guard finished inputting her file, clicked upload, and stood up from behind the desk, saying, follow me to the cell. Get in. On the 5th floor of the death prison, Song K was pushed into a narrow cell. She looked around, and the surveillance above followed her. Apart from the single bed connected to the floor, the simple wash basin and toilet, there was nothing inside. Song K looked around curiously, walked to the door, and submitted her activity request for the next day on the screen. Then she lay back on the bed, adopting the carefree attitude of going with the flow. She closed her eyes, stretched her legs, and fell asleep. Without any fear. Asterisk. When Sucha regained consciousness, he found himself in the familiar interrogation room. Kunbu sat across from him, glaring at him with frustration. Awake now? You, lad, are you serious? You've only been out for a few days, and here you are again. No wonder you said see you next time to me. Do you think this place is a hotel that you can visit whenever you please? His head felt like it had been hit by a sledgehammer, and a cold, numb pain reverberated inside. Kunbu's voice seemed distant and muffled, making it almost impossible to hear what he was saying. Sucha slowly regained composure, and his vision gradually focused. The chaotic and bewildering sensation finally subsided. Criminal record. Is this the Cotard syndrome it can produce? It's terrifying. At the time of the Rose Auction House incident, all of V587 were arrested, and the others, being newcomers, were coerced into surrendering by force. However, among the buyers on site were also individuals who had completed their sentences, including Sucha. Regardless of the number of bars displayed by the criminal record before this, they all collectively lost consciousness in that moment and staggered back to the death prison like zombies. Sucha's memory only remained up to when the voice with the surname she sounded. He didn't remember anything afterward. Seeing Sucha silent, Kunbu thought he felt remorse. But now, it was too late for anything. He sighed deeply with a heavy heart. Adding crime upon crime, this time you've been sent to the 6th floor, a sentence of 40 years, mandatory labor, and no possibility of reduction. I wonder if you can endure this. The cells on the 6th floor were even more cramped, resembling solitary confinement rooms. There wasn't even a bed inside, and given Sucha's height, he could only crouch and turning around was difficult. He activated the light screen at the door, but the labor option was crossed out and turned into an unselectable gray. Fortunately, he could still apply for activities, but the conditions were more stringent, limited to once a month. Sucha submitted his activity request for the next day. Asterisk. On the second day, when the activity time arrived, Song K lined up in the corridor. All the inmates who had submitted applications were taken to the mezzanine by the prison guards. She was looking forward to it, taking quick small steps. Inadvertently, she stepped on the heel of the inmate in front. The startled inmate slowly turned around, wearing an angry expression and clenching their fists, saying, "Be more careful. Avoid trouble, 19 years and 7 months, Song K silently recited her sentence in her mind. Then she took a step back, bowed her head, and gestured with exaggerated hospitality, saying, "Please, please." The prison guard was nearby, and the inmate scowled at her timid appearance, making a disdainful sound and walked past with an indifferent gait. Song K breathed a sigh of relief. In the quiet reading room, Song K walked briskly. As she passed a handsome man sitting in a wheelchair reading a newspaper, she silently slipped a kunao into his collar. Continuing forward, she pushed the door into the coffee shop. A woman with long curly hair was waiting in line for coffee. Song K stood behind her, and their fingertips touched lightly, and another kunao was discreetly handed over. Song K casually found a table and sat down. The slender man across from her was focused on building blocks. Song K looked elsewhere, placing the kunao at the edge of the table. When the man picked up the blocks, he naturally picked up the kunao. The two faced each other without any communication. Shortly after, the man in the wheelchair, the woman with long hair, and the boy who came in happily holding the prison guard's hand all coincidentally sat at the same table. The activity time was only a short hour, and one person was missing. 10 more minutes passed, and a young man with a crew cut slowly entered through the door and silently sat at the neighboring table. Everyone was here. V587's 6 members reunited in the death prison. This was the plan they had agreed upon before coming in. They would gather intelligence and arrange the next steps during the 1-hour activity time at Novel Bin Adat. Using the act of drinking coffee as a cover, Song K whispered, "I'm on the 5th floor, where are you guys?" "I'm on the 1st floor," Su Xing whispered back. "The 3rd floor," Lin Yuyu said, sipping her coffee. Neither of them took direct action. Su Xing even discreetly used frost magic. Being considered suspects involved in the case along with Cheng Yi and others, they received relatively lenient sentences. Lin Yuyu was mainly sentenced to the 3rd floor for impersonating a food delivery person. Feng Zhigze signaled 4 with the building blocks. Zhuang Qinjian folded the newspaper, revealing the number 4 as well. They both had forged identities and deliberately infiltrated the auction house, intentionally causing a disturbance to the scene. Hence, they received slightly heavier sentences. As Song K listened, she discreetly handed a kunao to Su Xing. All their communication devices had been confiscated, and they had no contact devices on them. These kunao were materialized by Song K using objects she had in the cell, carefully crafted without being seen by surveillance. Her spiritual artifact could track them using mental power, functioning as a tracking device to ensure they wouldn't lose each other. 6th floor, Su Cha said lastly. He was the one sentenced the most severely among the 6. The others showed expressions of sympathy, saying things like, "I feel for you, that's so unfortunate," and "light a candle for you." Song K made a subtle movement with her fingertips, and the kunao flew out. Su Cha effortlessly caught it and held it in his palm. "I roughly calculated just now, there are about 3,000 cells on the 6th floor, Su Cha said, unperturbed, as if he hadn't seen their various colorful expressions, and delivered the bad news that they could only move once a month. Zhuang Qinjian's gaze fell on the newspaper, and she spoke lightly, "Since we are on different floors, we can conveniently split up to search for people. There are still 7 days left this month, let's collect and summarize the information." Apart from the 2 floors that Su Cha had previously investigated and the monitoring layer controlled by someone with the surname Shi, they had their people on almost every floor. Considering that Su Cha would find it difficult to come out frequently and frequent meetings might attract the attention of the prison guards, Zhuang Qinjian decided to set the second gathering time for early next month, giving them 7 days, which should be enough for them to get a rough idea. "All right," they all nodded. While they were talking, they heard a commotion from behind. 2 inmates bumped into each other, causing one of them to spill hot coffee all over the floor. "You spilled my coffee." The bumped inmate stared at the spilled coffee on the ground and spoke rapidly. The one who caused the collision sneered, "So what if I spilled it? If you really want to drink it, hurry up and lick it off the floor while it's still hot." The person suddenly raised his head and repeated, "You spilled my coffee." He shouted loudly, and everyone in the coffee shop heard him. "How did he provoke Jorik?" A prisoner behind Song K whispered. "Who's that?" "Crazy Jorik, got shocked too many times. The circuits in his head don't work well." The speaker pointed to his own head. "He can only come out once a month, like clockwork, to have a cup of coffee." Although the activity floor was meant for leisure and entertainment, there were strict rules. It wasn't for the inmates to enjoy life. For example, the drinks in the coffee shop were limited to a small cup per person each time. If they missed it this time, they would have to wait for the next activity day. Listening to the conversation between the two, this Jorik seemed to be locked up on the 6th floor as well. This time, he missed his coffee and would have to wait another month. Jorik didn't look very old, with fair skin and a pampered appearance. He stared at the blistering on his hand, muttering softly, "You spilled my coffee." After saying these words, Jorik suddenly exploded. He mounted the person who bumped into him, raised his fist high, his veins swelling, and his mental force bursting forth. In the presence of everyone, Jorik's smooth arms were covered in dense fur, sharp fangs grew in his mouth, and he instantly transformed into a half-wolf creature. He then pummeled the person's face with punches, blood splattering everywhere. Broken teeth and shattered bones flew out continuously. In just a few minutes, the arrogant inmate had no chance to fight back and was beaten to death on the spot. Jorik continued to punch, repeatedly saying the word coffee in his mouth, pounding the other person's skull, leaving it concave. "Shape-shifting ability," Zhuang Qinjian murmured. A sharp whistle sounded from the speaker. Suddenly, Jorik's criminal record displayed 5 bars. He rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his head. All the inmates in the coffee shop were affected by the armband, experiencing dizziness, palpitations, and other discomfort. Song K frowned slightly, suppressing the restlessness of her mental power and looking towards her companions. Zhuang Qinjian was an S-class mental power awakener, experiencing the least impact. There was hardly a ripple in his eyes. Lin Yuyu, Feng Zhigze, and Su Xing felt slightly uncomfortable but were within controllable limits. Only Su Cha had a more intense reaction than all of them. He clenched his fists, pressing them against the table, trembling all over. "The power of the criminal record has been amplified," Zhuang Qinjian said coldly. In the underground city, the limit of the criminal record's effect was 1, but in the death prison, it was almost doubled, and strengthened to 10. After a while, the invisible sound waves disappeared. Su Cha's breathing gradually calmed down, signaling to them with his eyes that everything was fine. As for Jorik, he lay on the ground with a vacant look, appearing even more foolish. Suddenly, shouts came from the entrance of the cafe, "The warden is here." Sitting together was too conspicuous. Song K and her companions immediately stood up in unison, pretending not to know each other. 2 men wearing black overcoats, exuding a different aura from regular prison guards, strolled in slowly. Song K focused her gaze. The person on the left was slightly shorter, and the eyes under the police hat were as cold as a snake. The nameplate on his shoulder read Xi Liang. On the right, with a red, freckled face and a bulbous nose from alcohol abuse, it seemed like he had a bad temper. His name was William White. White took a step forward, looking at Jorik lying on the ground, and the body that was covered in blood and unrecognizable. His eyes flashed with hostility as he said, "You bastard." The blood-stained whip was raised high, seemingly about to strike Jorik. A short cane blocked his movement, and Xi Liang calmly said, "White, he's a prisoner from the 6th floor. You have no authority to deal with him." In White's eyes, there was a sense of impending doom. For the 3rd time, this bastard has attacked my prisoner for the 3rd time. Xi Liang, since you can't control your dog, why don't you just throw him down to the 7th floor? I'll teach him a lesson for you. Xi Liang sneered, "No need." Song Ke took small steps backward, retreating to the inmate who had just spoken. They muttered to each other. Jorik always causes trouble whenever he comes out. Why not just let White deal with him? Hey, that guy surnamed she can't let him go. Jorik's family is very wealthy, they contribute a lot of money every time they visits, he's like a golden goose laying eggs. Even if he causes trouble, he's only pressed down to the 6th floor. This was an unexpected discovery. So, different floor wardens couldn't interfere with each other? Song Ke thought to herself as she lowered her gaze. Xi Liang looked around at the inmates watching the commotion. Wherever he looked, the voices disappeared without a trace. The inmates were afraid of him, avoiding his gaze. Xi Liang raised his voice, "Today's activity time is over. Everyone, return to your respective floors immediately." Following the crowd, Song Ke walked towards the exit, suddenly feeling a chill down her spine. She turned around, and Xi Liang's cold gaze lingered on her and Sucha for a moment longer. Death prison. In a lavishly decorated large office, Xi Liang flipped through some documents and casually asked, "The criminals who vandalized the Rose auction house and were caught a few days ago, have they paid their fines?" "The buyers on the 1st floor have mostly paid and been released, but the 2 with the heaviest sentences haven't paid anything," the prison guard replied. "How much do they still owe?" Warden, they haven't paid a single cent," the guard replied. Xi Liang paused for a moment, his expression darkening at novel bin at. "Understood. You can leave for now." After a long silence, he said slowly. Once the others left, Xi Liang pulled up the files of the 2 individuals. Song Ke, F177 district, black household, with a wallet cleaner than her face. Sucha, E170 district, formerly worked as a bodyguard in C72 district, heavily in debt after paying off previous fines. Penniless, Xi Liang muttered coldly as he tore the papers of the 2 individuals into shreds, his expression grim. Talented professionals are always in demand wherever they go. On the 4th floor, Feng Higze quickly found a job as an assistant to the prison doctor. Of course, he didn't need to personally perform any procedures. He just had to stand by, handing over instruments. The doctor, with graying hair, had a rough and aggressive treatment style. If a prisoner pretended to have a stroke, epilepsy, or numbness, he'd directly use a needle to draw blood, forcing them to stop the act and escape with cries of pain. When prescribing medication for the prisoners, the dosages were clearly not meant for regular use by humans. Feng Higze glanced at the doctor but remained silent. Was this doctor a veterinarian before? Unfortunately, the old prison doctor was quite confident in himself, humming a tune and finding time to chat with Feng Jisoo. "Young man, do you know what's most important about being a doctor here?" "What?" "Remember this, it's not about curing people, it's about not letting them die. Dealing with these rascals, I have plenty of experience. Back when I first entered death prison, I even helped Lord Hades with his gout." Feng Higze was taken aback. This old prison doctor could openly mention Lord Hades? He sensed an opportunity and tentatively asked, "How long have you been working here?" "Let me think, about 20 years, I suppose." The doctor reclined in his chair, closed his eyes, and reminisced sadly. "Have you met that person?" "Of course, anyone with over 10 years of experience has more or less encountered Lord Hades. Aren't you afraid to mention?" "I've noticed others don't dare." "Humph," the old prison doctor snorted, "that's because they have guilty consciences, afraid Lord Hades will find out. Lord Hades knows everything and is all-powerful. Among all the former wardens, he has the most experience. He's much more formidable than those 2, to be honest. I'd say death prison is what it is today because of him." The old prison doctor scoffed disdainfully. "It's just that in recent years, his health hasn't been great, so he hasn't been very active. Those 2 monkeys have been jumping around in his absence." Feng Higze contemplated this. 7 days later, outside the activity floors cafe, 6 inmates gathered furtively. "Let's share our findings," Zhuang Qinjian said, flipping through a magazine at a rapid pace. "No luck on the 1st floor. People come and go too frequently, and I can't keep track," Su Xing said, looking tired and rubbing his eyes. He hadn't had time to sleep in the past few days, and dark circles were forming under his eyes. Considering Lu Xiao's distinctive ice-colored eyes as a dominant trait, it should have been easy to find him. The 1st floor held inmates with minor offenses, so the likelihood of him being there was indeed very small. "No luck on the 3rd floor either. I tried all the labor areas, unless he's been staying in his cell the whole time," Lin Yuyu said, her expression serious. "I have some other findings. I don't know if they'll be useful." Feng Higze shared the information about Hades. Zhuang Qinjian turned a page in the magazine and analyzed in a hushed voice. From what it seems, there's a difference in status among the 3 wardens. The one who's rarely seen, Hades, should have the highest authority in death prison. There was very little information about Hades, and it was too mysterious to be their main focus on this mission. They had to put it aside for now. Song Ke raised her hand quietly, catching the attention of the others. I haven't found him either, but I have noticed that there are very few awakeners here. Moreover, the further down the floors, the fewer there were. Sucha nodded in agreement. Zhuang Qinjian explained, death prison has been around for over 20 years, but the apocalypse only happened last year. The awakening of a large number of awakeners has only been in the past 6 months. The buildings here can block cosmic rays, and combined with the depth of the underwater location, the radiation levels are negligible. So, it's normal for there to be fewer awakeners here. So, what do we do next? Song Ke asked. The 7th floor, Zhuang Qinjian said decisively, closing the magazine and settling the matter. He turned to the 3 who had spoken earlier. Not all of you need to go. You can stay up here and continue searching. While Su Xing was a strong offense-type awakener, being young made him impulsive. Feng Zhixue and Lin Yuyo were support-type awakeners and not suitable for sudden combat situations. The 3 of them understood that going along might cause complications, so they nodded in agreement. The question is, how do we get down? Sucha asked seriously. Murder? Destruction? Song Ke suggested straightforwardly. Zhuang Qinjian dismissed her suggestion, don't commit direct crimes, or it will activate the crime record. He pointed to his badge. In death prison, activating the crime record came at a great cost, and doing it frequently could cause irreversible damage to the brain. Someone like Xi Liang is very controlling. He won't let us go down easily. Unless he knows that not only can we not afford the fine, but also, we're very good at causing trouble. Keeping us here would just be a nuisance. How can we do that? Song Ke wondered. I have an idea. Zhuang Qinjian gestured for the others to look into the coffee shop. Jorik had just received his coffee after waiting in line. This time during the activity day, no one with a death wish had bothered him. He found an empty table, sat down, took a deep breath, and enjoyed each small sip with a sense of preciousness. At this moment, he looked clean and peaceful, a far cry from the madman who had previously gone on a killing spree. Zhuang Qinjian stared at Jorik, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his eyes. Song Ke had a sudden realization this familiar feeling. Someone was about to have bad luck. Among all the labor reforms in death prison, being a sand filler in the underwater tunnel was undoubtedly the most grueling. This job required heavy pumps larger than one's body to suck up the sludge and sea sand along the way and then spray it outside to fill the outer rim, preventing tunnel blockages. Most of the inmates doing this were sent for forced labor. Sucha wore a safety helmet and quietly moved near Jorik, contemplating the upcoming task and dreading the words that Zhuang Qinjian insisted he memorize. It was giving him a headache. Like a spy meeting, Sucha lowered his voice and quickly said, "Have you ever had mand helling coffee?" Jorik, diligently sucking up the mud, paused and slowly looked up. What's that? It's a unique variety from C43 district's mand ellen. It has high richness, low acidity, a strong and rich flavor with a hint of herbal aroma. It offers a multi-layered experience, first a subtle sweet bitter taste, then a pleasant mild sourness, and finally, a lingering sweet fragrance. Jorik swallowed. But compared to mand helling, I prefer the geisha coffee produced by the Jade Estate. It's the aristocrat of coffees, blending natural floral and fruity scents with a hint of citrus sourness. It melts in your mouth, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Sucha recited the lines expressionlessly, cursing his exceptional memory for being word perfect. Jorik was captivated, and he let go of the pump, allowing the sand to scatter all over the floor. On the activity day, I want to go and have a taste. You won't be able to, Sucha said mercilessly. Why? Jorik asked incredulously. The coffees I mentioned are regional specialties with limited production, and there's none in death prison. You've been in here for a long time, right? That's why you haven't had good coffee. The coffee on the activity floor is average. Once you've tasted the good ones, you won't want to go back. I've been in for 11 years, or was it 13? I don't remember, Jorik muttered. Jorik had been in death prison since his youth, and because he frequently triggered the crime record, his brain had become increasingly foggy, and he had gradually lost his memory. I can't have it. I can't have good coffee. Jorik repeated these 2 sentences, his expression growing more and more manic. A brief moment of clarity seemed to return to his memory, followed by deep confusion. Why was he in death prison? Why had he stayed in death prison for so many years? Jorik remembered everything: his father's death, leaving behind a lot of money, being the sole heir, his uncles finding him, telling him there were problems at home, asking him to hide in death prison for a while, and promising to get him out soon. Why hadn't anyone come to get him? Jorik hugged his head in pain and squatted down. I heard that during the sand clearing today, the passage from the monitoring floor above will open. How do I get there? Oh right, just follow this path all the way, take a left, and then another left, repeating this 5 times, and I'll reach the sea level. When I get out, I must have a cup of geisha coffee from the Jade Estate. Sucha dragged the heavy pump, mumbling to himself as he walked away. Jorik stared blankly at the end of the underwater tunnel. Asterisk. Warning, warning, prisoner escape in progress. A piercing alarm suddenly echoed through death prison. Jorik ran forward recklessly, ignoring everything, reaching the end, taking a left, reaching the end, just 4 more times, and he could go out for coffee? He had just opened the passage on the 5th floor when the crime record lit up red, emitting intense waves. Jorik screamed in pain, covering his head and rolling on the ground. When he stood up, his expression was vacant, and he had forgotten what he was supposed to do. Sand clearing, sand clearing. Jorik turned around and walked back, his steps slow and hesitant. Jorik? Jade, coffee, do you still want to have some? Song-K arrived in time, covertly blocking the passage that Jorik had forcibly opened with her hidden blades. She called out softly to his confused figure. Sand clearing, sand clearing. Jade. Suddenly, Jorik roared towards the sky, his upper body transforming into a werewolf. Thick fur covered his face and arms, and his powerful limbs touched the ground. He punched the transparent wall with such force that it cracked, and the cold sea water rushed in. Jorik passed by Song-K and raced towards the 4th floor in a frenzy. Go for it, Jorik. I believe in you. Song-K clenched her fists and cheered silently, placing high hopes on him. In the 4th floor office, a prison guard hastily put on his clothes, calling his colleagues using a communicator as he rushed out. Jorik has escaped and damaged the underwater tunnel. Quickly contact the warden. I'm on my way. He ran so fast that he didn't notice what was underfoot. He slipped and fell hard, the communicator tumbling to the ground, sliding several meters away. The prison guard gritted his teeth and looked up, only to discover that some malicious cleaner had spilled cleaning liquid all over the corridor, making it impossible to stand on. A few meters away, a prisoner in a wheelchair was leisurely mopping the floor at the end of the corridor. The prison guard yelled angrily, "Come over here." His voice suddenly stopped, as if something cold and sharp had pierced his brain. The prison guard's eyes went blank and he fainted on the spot. Zhuang Qinjian slid over to the officer and said, "Officer, are you heading back to the office? Let me escort you in." The crime record flickered briefly, detecting no anomalies, and dimmed once again. With one hand dragging the prison guard, Zhuang Qinjian reopened the office door using his privileges, closed it behind him, and strategically placed the mop to conveniently block the camera. He moved to the computer, accessed the archives, and swiftly began reviewing all the inmate records. Asterisk. Shi Liang's face darkened, his black coat creating a sharp silhouette as he walked in, a storm brewing around him. Where is Jorik? He was apprehended on the 2nd floor, completely out of control. He couldn't even be controlled by the crime record. We had to use particle guns. Is he dead? Shi Liang's gaze seemed to be murderous. No, no. The prison guard stammered nervously. He's not dead, but it'll probably take a year or 2, maybe 3 to 5, for him to recover. What about the damage to the underwater tunnel? Shi Liang inquired about another pressing matter. There are 5 leaks and 37 cracks. And Jorik also destroyed 3 internal elevators. Estimated losses exceed 10 billion. The prison guard dared not meet Shi Liang's gaze. Why did Jorik suddenly go insane? After a pause, Shi Liang's hoarse voice echoed. We don't know. When we were apprehending him, he kept shouting Jade. Jade? What kind of Jade? Shi Liang looked at the surrounding prison guards, all of them wearing perplexed expressions. Someone tentatively suggested, could it be some kind of jade from an ancient civilization? But Jorik had been in the death prison for over a decade. Suddenly showing interest in jade? It seemed absurd. Jade Estate was a newly established aristocratic coffee brand in the Alliance in recent years. It was also a niche variety meticulously selected by Zhuang Qinjian. Sin City was inherently isolated, and these prison guards naturally didn't know that it was actually the name of a coffee brand. Shi Liang's face seemed to have hardened into ice. Check the surveillance footage. Check all the cameras, frame by frame. Yes. Stop. Shi Liang raised his hand, freezing the frame on a fleeting image of Sucha and Song-K. What did they say to Jorik? The two passed by Jorik, mouths moving rapidly, clearly engaged in a conversation. I can't hear clearly, but the crime record didn't trigger, so it's probably not something significant, right? The crime record could only monitor overt criminal behaviors and couldn't recognize covert activities. Shi Liang slowly closed his eyes, feeling the rage building inside him. His instincts told him that Sucha and Song-K were somehow involved in Jorik's escape. These two paupers not only couldn't squeeze out a penny, but they also caused him losses exceeding 10 billion. 10 billion. Shi Liang's heart was bleeding. Not only that, Jorik's severe injury this time meant that his relatives wouldn't let the matter rest. If he indeed died, those who facilitated his entry, including Shi Liang, would never see a penny of their share again. Shi Liang was furious. Immediately, execute. Warden Shi, an elderly prison guard interjected, for matters not determined by the crime record, if you act recklessly, aren't you afraid that the Lord will know about it and you won't be able to explain it? Death prison is not your place. Shi Liang stared coldly at the speaker. Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. Just reminding you, the old prison guard maintained his composure. Warden, there's another inmate who entered with them, and there seem to be some issues. Another subordinate rushed over to report. Who else? The guard brought up another surveillance feed. In the footage, a prison guard in uniform suddenly fell clatteringly, and the man in the wheelchair kindly helped him up and escorted him into the office. Then, the surveillance turned pitch black. Shi Liang crushed the cup in his hand. Not right, something is wrong. He glanced at the elderly prison guard and gritted his teeth. Throw them down to the 7th floor and hand them over to White. In the swiftly descending elevator, 3 prisoners in prison uniforms looked at each other quietly. After a while, Song K couldn't help but laugh. You're really wicked. Jorik, would you like some coffee from the Jade Estate? Song K elongated her tone, imitating Zhuang Qinjian's tone, and repeated slowly. Zhuang Qinjian raised an eyebrow, letting her joke. After all, it was his idea to incite Jorik to escape. Let Sucha go deceive people, Song K said, a shallow dimple appearing on her cheek as she laughed joyfully. Sucha was suddenly reminded of a dark history and stiffened, silently looking at the elevator wall. A hint of a smile appeared in Zhuang Qinjian's eyes. No choice, he's on the same level as Jorik. He adjusted his expression and changed the subject. I checked the files of all the prisoners from the 1st to the 6th floors. Lu Xiao is not in there. No wonder we couldn't find him, Song K sighed. Alright, let's temporarily leave Xi Liang aside. The focus now is on floors 7 to 12, under William White's jurisdiction. William White, the second warden in charge of the death prison. From the confrontation in the cafe, it was evident that he was cruel and ruthless, completely different from the cold and greedy Xi Liang. One could only wonder what the conditions were like on the cell block he managed. The elevator ride from the 6th to the 7th floor took longer than expected. After exactly 10 minutes of descending, a ding signaled their arrival at the destination, and the elevator doors slid open slowly. Just as the 3 were about to exit the elevator, their steps came to a halt. White had actually come in person. A dozen sturdy prison guards lined up, and White stood boldly in the center, a cigar in his mouth, the choking smoke rising. He stared at Song K and the others with a smirk. Welcome, poor ghosts. White clapped slowly, the sound echoing sharply in the current environment. Song K looked at him warily. Weren't they just a few prisoners who had been demoted? Did it warrant the warden personally welcoming them? I heard you made Xi Liang lose 10 billion. White laughed heartily, cigar ash falling. He took a deep drag, blew out a thick smoke ring, and pointed his whip at the 3. Good, very good. I admire your arrogance. As a reward, tonight I'll allow you to sleep well. Song K furrowed her brow slightly. What did White mean by this? What did sleep well tonight mean? White's smile hid a deeply malicious intent. My territory is not like Xi Liang's gentle playhouse. Are you ready? Take them to the cells. 3 people were forcibly separated and taken in different directions by prison guards. On the 7th floor of the prison, the number of cells significantly decreased, conservatively estimated to be less than 1,000, and the environment became even darker. The depth here had already reached the standard of the Alliance's ultra-abyssal zone, below 6,000 meters. When Song K passed by, she glanced out the transparent porthole. The seawater flowed slowly, dark and lightless, with almost no plants or animals present, only sediment like mud and clay could be seen. The cells were as cramped as ever, without even a bed. The walls bore many deep and shallow scratch marks. Song K curled up on the floor, holding her knees tightly and fell into a deep sleep. A few hours later, around 4 in the morning, the prison guard banged on the cell door with a baton. Get out. Don't dawdle, everyone out. From the next cell came the rustling sounds, and the prisoners were all awakened by the harsh noise. Song K rubbed her eyes and sat up. She hesitated for a moment, then regained her senses, left the cell, and went with the silent crowd in the darkness, encountering Zhuang Qinjian, who was also being driven out. She pushed his wheelchair as they moved along. None of the surrounding prisoners spoke, giving the impression of walking corpses, their eyes filled with profound despair. Song K hesitated. Conscious, Zhuang Qinjian explained quietly, knowing what she was going to ask. The 2 followed the rest of the group to an open area. Bright spotlights illuminated the scene, and in the center of the ground was a huge octagonal cage fight arena. The pure black mesh was stained with blood, and the base exuded an indelible dark red. The stench of rust could be smelled from afar. In the center of the arena, 2 shirtless prisoners were fighting. One of them seized an opening in the opponent's defense and delivered a heavy hook punch, sending the other person and their head flying. Crack, the inmate suffered a fatal blow, and blood mixed with shattered teeth sprayed out. In the strong light of the spotlights, it seemed like an outpouring of flying insects. The bloody scene made Song K physically uncomfortable. The prisoners gathered outside the octagonal cage were excited, their faces flushed, fingers grasping the mesh and desperately reaching inside, cheering, mocking, pushing. Various voices echoed incessantly, as if they couldn't wait to rush in themselves the next moment. However, such people were only a small part. More of those who came in with Song K and the others were silent, avoiding eye contact. The scene was distinctly divided into 2 extremes. On one side was a cruel celebration where the vibrant life disappeared before their eyes, on the other side was a numb wait, waiting for death to descend upon them at any moment. Sucha spotted Song K and Zhuang Qinjian and silently approached, standing beside them. White is over there, he discreetly pointed in a direction. Song K raised her eyes and looked. On the platform directly opposite the octagonal cage, White was dressed in black leather, the collar open, sitting confidently, holding a highball glass with bright red liquor matching the color of blood. Poor little Jack, look at you. When you first arrived on the 7th floor, you were so full of life, like a little colt. Who would have thought you wouldn't even last a week? Technically, I should have sent you down to the 8th floor, but out of pity, since your head is already smashed, I'll spare you, White mocked. The man named Jack lay on the ground, white brain matter mixed with fresh blood flowing out, life long gone. White's red nose twitched a couple of times as he joyfully took a sip of the liquor, scanning the crowd and noticing Song Kei and her group. "Oh, our newbies are here." He put down the glass and stood up, raising his voice, "To welcome you to our welcome ceremony. I've specially invited all the prisoners from the 7th floor. How about that? Looking forward to it, aren't you?" The entire 7th floor. Song Kei looked around, a sea of people, almost 1,000, a stroke of luck as they didn't have to search through each cell. But what did White mean by the welcome ceremony? Were they going to step into the arena and fight? Look at those bewildered expressions. "It seems you're not yet clear on my rules." White laughed heartily. "This is the place where we do morning exercises every day. All prisoners must attend, no exceptions. The winners can stay on the 7th floor, exempt from a day's labor. As for the losers, well, I'll just have to throw them down. After all, there's a bunch of hungry lunatics down there. I have to prepare some snacks for them, right?" White grinned sinisterly. "Now that we've laid out the rules, it's time for the newbies to step up. Which one of you will go first?" Song Kei was pushed to the outskirts of the octagonal cage by unfriendly inmates, who were eyeing the trio intently. These prisoners were just ordinary people. What made White so confident? Song Kei touched the iron mesh, her palm forming a gathering of blue light, ready to transform it into a spiritual weapon. However, the light dimmed and vanished. She was taken aback, trying again to release her awakened energy, but it dissipated as soon as it appeared. Song Kei quickly turned her head and looked at Sucha, who had a grave expression. He had also realized that their abilities were being suppressed. They couldn't use their powers on the 7th floor? "I've checked your prison records. You possess special abilities, truly remarkable," White taunted, waving the rolled-up file in his hand, then crumpling it and tossing it into the wine glass. "Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. The entire 7th to 12th floors are zero radiation zones where using abilities is prohibited. At novel bin at. No radiation meant no available energy to utilize. Awakened abilities couldn't resonate, and their existence couldn't be sustained. For an ordinary person suddenly finding their abilities nullified, they would likely be distraught, anxious, and unable to summon the courage to deal with the situation." Unfortunately, White had miscalculated one thing: Song Kei and Sucha. Even without their abilities, neither of them would easily lose. Sucha was known for his exceptional solo combat skills, honed in the rainforest, famous for devilish training. Song Kei, on the other hand, had been practicing martial arts for years. Before the apocalypse, the Yu Mountain Martial Arts School held monthly competitions of all sizes, and she had never lost. Even without their powers, they were more than capable of fighting. White had just talked about the rules: whoever won on the arena would be exempt from a day's labor. But that conflicted with their goal. They were here to find someone, and staying on the 7th floor would be pointless. Song Kei wasn't sure how to handle the current situation and felt anxious. She lightly tapped Zhuang Qinjian's lower back. He subtly moved aside, extending his right hand and pressing down on Song Kei's wandering fingers. "Warden, we can participate in this welcome ceremony, but can we change the reward?" Zhuang Qinjian spoke to White from a distance. "How do you want to change it?" White stared intently at him. "A swap. If we win, let us go to the next floor." The surrounding inmates fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Did I hear that correctly? He's tired of living and wants to go to his death. You'll regret this, boy. When you're lucky enough to go down, you'll find that the 7th floor is a paradise." White looked at him with a mocking expression as if he were looking at a fool. "All right, I'll grant your wish." Sucha leaped onto the combat arena. His opponent was Orson, who was said to have already achieved 10 consecutive victories before today. Orson was a massive man, muscles like hills, standing over 2.5 meters tall, with a width twice that of Sucha. Sucha attacked swiftly, delivering a spinning kick to Orson's abdomen. Orson had a sturdy lower body and stood firm like a mountain. Sucha then retracted his leg and threw hooks from both sides at Orson's face. Orson smirked, grabbing his arms and violently yanking, lifting Sucha off the ground. He was then slammed and hit the iron mesh, causing the octagonal cage to shudder, emitting a buzzing sound. Orson clenched his fists, roaring like a wild ape, spitting around the person lying on the ground. The inmates around shook the mesh, making a clanging noise. Sucha got up from the ground, still maintaining a calm demeanor. His previous move was just a test. The more Orson underestimated him, the worse he would lose. Sucha, like a hidden black snake in the shadows, stopped initiating attacks and instead became elusive. He constantly moved, seeking opportunities from various cunning angles, appearing in positions Orson couldn't anticipate with his colossal and cumbersome body. Suddenly, Sucha made a rapid stop behind Orson's head. Like a predatory snake, he opened his sharp fangs, wrapping his legs around Orson's waist, choking his throat with one hand and pressing his head with the other, twisting and turning left and right. Orson's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed his own head being separated from his body, slowly falling to the ground. Outside the octagonal cage, the inmates who were cheering moments ago fell into stunned silence, staring in disbelief at Sucha, who had swiftly turned the tables. White's face darkened as he walked down from the high platform, whipping out the thorny whip from his waist. Snap! The whip with sharp barbs lashed towards the previously cheering inmates, who now screamed in agony. Snap! Snap! The relentless whipping sounds continued one after another. White showed no mercy, and the scalding blood splattered on his face. He did not blink, resembling an executioner in front of all the prison guards and inmates, brutally lashing those prisoners who had cheered for Orson to death. Song Kei's heart turned cold, shivering. That red whip, no, perhaps it wasn't originally red but stained red with fresh human blood. After venting his anger, White turned towards the three of them, speaking in a grim tone. Next. Song Kei questioned. Why? We've already won. What do you mean why? I said each and every newcomer has to participate, including him. Don't even think about evading. The sharp wind of the whip approached, aimed directly at Zhuang Qinjian sitting in the wheelchair. Song Kei slowly clenched her fists. Zhuang Qinjian was a mental power user and was never suited for physical combat. Now, with his abilities nullified, he was at a severe disadvantage. Making him fight was akin to sending him to his death. White did this on purpose. He had no intention of letting them off. Stepping forward, Song Kei stood in front of Zhuang Qinjian. I'll go in his place. What did you say? White scratched his ear, suspecting he had misheard. I said, I'll go in his place. Song Kei's tone was firm. White sat back on the high platform, scrutinizing the two individuals in front of him with an enigmatic expression. The emotionless man in the wheelchair and the delicate-looking girl with slender arms and legs, a fragile figure that could be easily toppled by a gust of wind. Quite the pair of ill-fated lovers, performing a tragic drama in front of him. There's even a scene of sacrificing oneself for love. You'll go in his place? All right then. White cracked a chilling, cruel smile. As the octagonal cage opened, two menacing-looking inmates simultaneously leaped in. White's smile turned cold and cruel. Want to be a hero? Huh? I'll grant your wish. Let's see if you have what it takes. The octagonal iron gate of the cage closed with a clang, and the three on the arena became true beasts in a fight. Facing Song Kei were two prisoners. Though their muscular build didn't look as intimidating as Orson's, judging from their stances, they were clearly skilled fighters. The surrounding prisoners dared not cheer recklessly, and the whole arena fell silent. White grasped his goblet again, taking a sip with an enraptured expression. Two former Alliance champions, Mayweather, with an arm length of 1.85 meters, a genius offensive boxer, and Perry, a defensive counterattack master, skilled at wearing down the opponent's patience. Let me see how long you can last. The fight began. Mayweather moved his feet at a high frequency, constantly advancing and squeezing Song Kei's living space, while Perry moved like an elusive slippery eel, effortlessly deflecting any attacks that came his way, making it difficult for anyone to strike. Song Kei kicked in the air, and Mayweather raised his arms to block. The powerful counterforce pushed him back 2 steps. Song Kei landed gracefully like a swallow and began to think calmly. To deal with such an aggressive opponent, she needed to amplify his fighting spirit and then destroy his psyche, causing him to lose judgment completely on the stage. Suddenly, Song Kei lifted her head, raised her right thumb, and then turned it down, making a provocative gesture. The prisoners hissed, and Mayweather became furious. He launched a fierce onslaught, but Song Kei effortlessly defused each punch. Is that all? Song Kei tilted her head and smiled disdainfully. After spending a long time with Zhuang Qinjian, even her subtle expressions were becoming more like his. When mocking someone now, the curve at the corner of Song Kei's mouth carried a certain malicious and indifferent charm, with 3 parts mockery, 3 parts coldness, and 4 parts indifference. Mayweather's fighting spirit engulfed his rationality. His punches became even more relentless, rapidly depleting his own stamina. Song Kei agilely dodged, making him run all over the place, unable to land a hit, and at the same time, disturbing Perry hiding in his turtle-like shell. With the rhythm disrupted, the actions of the two boxers became disjointed, stumbling and colliding with each other several times, missing Song Kei. Mayweather and Perry exchanged glances and adjusted their strategy, joining forces to seize the outer perimeter where Song Kei was. Mayweather threw a straight punch with his right hand, and Perry turned defense into offense, launching a jab to block Song Kei's retreat. Just when everyone thought she had nowhere to escape, Song Kei hung her hand on the side of the octagonal cage and jumped up, grabbing onto it, like a gecko that can stick to surfaces. Her feet gripped the iron mesh, seeming to walk on level ground. In a few movements, she climbed to the top of the platform. The legendary flying on eaves and walls, a perfect evasion. The two belt holders suddenly felt something was wrong and looked up, alert. In the glaring spotlight, a figure leaped high and descended swiftly. Wasn't that boxing? She knew it too. Song Kei clenched her fists and threw a punch at a slightly upward left angle. The punch hit Mayweather's solar plexus. This was a boxer's deadly point. Mayweather suffered a massive blow and perished on the spot. As she landed, Song Kei's right leg spun and kicked, landing squarely on Perry's left jaw. The rich vagus nerve in that area instantly went haywire, the brainstem ceased its function, and Perry's pupils dilated, losing consciousness and collapsing. In this dazzling counterattack that lasted less than 10 seconds, 1 dead and 1 injured, Song Kei effortlessly KO'd the 2 renowned belt holders. The entire audience of prisoners first gaped in astonishment, then fell into complete silence. This was perhaps the quietest morning exercise in the 7th floor's history. Someone nervously swallowed, cautiously glancing at White, fearing another sudden outburst. At this time, someone dared to pour oil on the fire. "Warden, will you fulfill the reward you promised in person?" Zhuang Qinjian asked with a cheerful smile. He had to make White admit it out loud. Nearly 1,000 inmates and prison guards witnessed it. As long as White still cared about his face and wanted to maintain his reputation, the probability of him reneging was relatively low. White's sharp eyes fixed on Zhuang Qinjian, and he pulled the corners of his mouth with a smile, neither sincere nor insincere. Of course, I, as the warden, promised to reward the three of you by moving you to the 8th floor. The cruel morning exercise continued, but Song Ke had lost interest in watching. Let's look for him. At novel bin at. Each of the three was responsible for a different direction. After a while, Song Ke withdrew her gaze and saw the same disappointment on the faces of the other two. Not here. I didn't find anyone either. Lu Xiao wasn't on the 7th floor. Warden, do you really want to send them to the 8th floor? White's deputy asked anxiously. I always feel that they have a different purpose for coming to the death prison. They caused trouble before under Warden Shi's lead, and their intentions were not good. White dismissed it, smirking. Send them tonight. This way, they can catch the morning exercise on the 8th floor tomorrow. As long as he sent them down layer by layer, it wouldn't take long before he could witness their lifeless bodies. White was very certain of this. Wishes were beautiful, but reality was incredibly cruel. On the second day, Sucha and Song Ke broke through the 8th floor. On the third day, White amended the rules, requiring Song Ke to take on 3 opponents alone. The result was the deaths of the 3, and the 9th floor was cleared. On the 4th day, the elite inmates on the 10th floor were defeated, and White smashed all the vases in his office and broke his beloved whip collection. As the warden, his dignity was trampled and ground into the ground. There was only 1 floor left. These damned bastards dared to run wild in his territory and urinate on his head so brazenly? White's eyes turned red with anger, his chest heaving violently. The shrewd deputy took the opportunity to remind, Warden, actually, the 3 of them have weaknesses in their combination. The handicapped person in the wheelchair is a good breakthrough point. White was taken aback, his eyes shifted, and he quickly thought of something. An evil smile crept onto his face. Is that disgusting thing on the 11th floor still here? It is, the deputy confirmed and gave an affirmative reply. During the morning exercise time, Song Ke, Zhuang Qinjian, and Sucha arrived on the octagonal cage arena on the 11th floor. The number of inmates on this floor was less than 200. When Song Ke looked over, the inmates on the other side were silently appraising them. Song Ke furrowed her brows and quickly noticed something unusual. The inmates here seemed somewhat deformed in appearance. Some had exceptionally long heads but very thin arms, some had asymmetric eyes and terrifyingly wide-open mouths. In short, there was a kind of indescribable strangeness about their appearances. Zhuang Qinjian said, the 11th floor is the ultra-abyss zone. They probably haven't seen light for a very long time. Just like deep-sea creatures often appeared bizarre to adapt to environmental and pressure changes, these prisoners trapped in the death prison for a long time had undergone subtle genetic changes within their bodies. Judging from their outward appearances, they could no longer be called normal. A few minutes later, White and the prison guards arrived. Song Ke moved her shoulders a bit. Yesterday was 1 against 3, and given White's vengeful nature, it should be 1 against 4 today, right? Wait, White suddenly reached out to stop her. There's a change in the rules. The blood whip in his hand pointed confidently at Zhuang Qinjian. Today, he must go up. Song Ke was displeased. White was changing the rules as he pleased, which was too arbitrary. White's condescending tone seemed to bestow favor upon them. Here's the deal, as long as he wins, neither of you has to fight. I'll declare you the winners. Song Ke shook her head and refused. No need. I'll do it for him, with however many of you. I said he must go up today. No one can lie down and win all the time. What's wrong? Addicted to freeload off women? White said, annoyed. Zhuang Qinjian, of course, wouldn't be provoked by a few words from him. However, it would be better to resolve the issue quickly. The wheelchair he was using now was the basic model assigned after entering the death prison. However, after 2 activity days, Song Ke had secretly modified it for him, hiding various lethal weapons throughout. He might not necessarily lose if he went up to the arena to face these deformed inmates. Zhuang Qinjian held Song Ke's hand and quietly shared his thoughts. Song Ke still disagreed with him taking the risk. Zhuang Qinjian patiently explained, at times like this, try not to confront him directly. It will only waste time. Don't forget our goal. All 200 people here could be seen at a glance, and since they hadn't found the person they were looking for, their current objective was to descend to the 12th floor as soon as possible. This was also the last region under White's rule. Song Ke was reluctantly persuaded and nodded slightly. Fine, if you can't handle it, call for me, and I'll help you. Zhuang Qinjian smiled helplessly. All right, I'll definitely call for you. Under the watchful gaze of Song Ke and Sucha, Zhuang Qinjian entered the octagonal cage arena, and the iron door slowly closed and locked behind him. Song Ke was stunned. Something was wrong. Why was the door closed when the opponent hadn't entered the stage yet? She suddenly turned her head, only to see a mysterious smile on White's face. Suddenly, a black hole appeared below the arena, and the mechanical noises of the platform started. The heavy and murky breathing sounds were getting closer to them. When the creature fully revealed itself, everyone present, except White, was shocked. It was an evolved zombie, or rather, an evolved zombie adapted to the abyss environment. Compared to its human predecessor, it resembled a fish called the deep-sea anglerfish. Its large forehead had a fleshy protrusion resembling a luminescent tumor. The lower jaw was extremely prominent, and the face had large gill openings. Its slender limbs were covered with fine scales and pointed adipose fins. The deformed zombie sluggishly turned its head and, upon spotting Zhuang Qinjian as the closest target, roared and lunged at him at Novel bin at. "You're playing dirty," Song Ke shouted in anger. Putting aside why an evolved zombie appeared on the 11th floor, White had just forced Zhuang Qinjian into the arena, clearly wanting him dead. "Ha ha ha, when did I say that your opponent must be a human?" White sneered, laughing arrogantly. Song Ke clenched the iron mesh with both hands. Sucha whispered, "Don't panic, let's see if he can handle it." Zhuang Qinjian skillfully maneuvered his wheelchair, dodging left and right. After 6 months, he had completely adapted to mechanical movement. The wheelchair was as agile as if it were a part of his body. Bone-cutting blade pieces popped out from the pedal with a shoe. These were the spiritual weapons modified by Song Ke. Zhuang Qinjian had chosen the perfect angle, and they flew out precisely, hitting the zombie's knee. The howling zombie lost its balance and fell, its dorsal fin on its back thrusting towards Zhuang Qinjian's face. Zhuang Qinjian tapped on the shield, and an irregular shield popped up, blocking the attack. People with high intelligence had an advantage anywhere. Zhuang Qinjian, leveraging his wheelchair, countered swiftly while calmly observing. He gradually discovered the weak point of this deformed zombie. It seemed to have no vision or severely degraded vision, with both pupils so small that they were almost invisible, relying entirely on the glowing tumor on its forehead to discern directions. Zhuang Qinjian reached back, and in the moment the deformed zombie lunged at him again, he pulled out a miniature rapid-fire crossbow from a rear compartment. Pew pew pew. Hair-thin needles poured out, hitting and bursting the glowing tumor on the zombie's forehead from a close range. A putrid yellowish fluid sprayed all over the place. The zombie seemed to sense the pain of losing its sight, clutching its head and kneeling, howling in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang Qinjian accelerated the wheelchair and rushed forward. Stepping on the pedal, the bone-cutting blade popped up high again, accurately puncturing its skull from front to back. They won? Song Ke jumped with excitement, even more thrilled than if she had won herself. Zhuang Qinjian breathed slightly heavily after a long time without such activity. He controlled the blade to turn and dug out a green crystal from the zombie's brain. He turned around and smiled at Song Ke outside the octagonal cage, his eyes curved, still portraying the frail appearance of a scholarly individual. "We can go to the 12th floor now," Song Ke cheered happily towards him. Zhuang Qinjian was about to say something when a cold voice rang out from behind them. "You can't." He lost. A chilly voice rang out from behind them. White's smile was full of malice. "In arena combat, the use of any weapons is not allowed. He violated the rules, so you lost." Zhuang Qinjian narrowed his eyes. White had never mentioned this omitted rule, not even from the 7th to the 11th floor before Zhuang Qinjian went up. It was intentional. If you win, there's a reward. If you lose, you naturally have to accept punishment. White's face was red with excitement. With a gleam in his eyes, he took out a small connector from his leather jacket pocket and pressed it without blinking. Boom. The ground of the entire arena shattered, and Zhuang Qinjian, along with his wheelchair, plummeted into the bottomless abyss. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Song Ke reacted, Zhuang Qinjian had already disappeared from her sight. "Where did you take him?" she asked, her voice filled with the impending storm. To go from the 11th to the 12th floor, they had to use the internal elevator. It was impossible to fall directly from the arena. White sat back in his chair and leisurely took a puff of his cigar, the red glow stinging Song Ke's eyes. They had fought tooth and nail on the verge of life and death, all for the opportunity to advance to the 12th floor. But White, clearly, he set the rules himself, and now he effortlessly broke them, never treating them as equals. In White's eyes, what were they? Disposable pawns for his entertainment, or simply worthless trash to vent on? "Where did you take him?" Song Ke raised her voice, her clear questioning echoing throughout the arena, resonating layer upon layer. White calmly looked at her, blowing smoke rings contemptuously. "Can't you see? He's already gone down, to the 13th floor, or maybe the 14th. Who knows? Anyway, it's not my territory down there." He had thrown Zhuang Qinjian, the one in the wheelchair who couldn't use abilities, into the deepest part of the death prison. A completely unknown and terrifying place. "You are dead," Song Ke said, each word carefully enunciated. White sneered dismissively, extinguished the cigar, and stood up, the blood whip in his hand making a faint sound. "Take a good look. I am the king of the death prison. What are you? What qualifications do you have to challenge me? Are awakeners really that great? Here, you're still nothing but trash." Song Ke felt something burning fiercely inside her. Was it fire? No, it wasn't fire, it was an uncontrollable anger. The spiritual force in her body surged, her cells activated and differentiated, forming new combinations. Her formidable ability broke through the constraints, bursting out of her body. Song Ke closed her eyes and opened them again. A deep blue light flashed in her pupils. In the astonished gazes of everyone, a Fangqian halberd materialized out of thin air. "It's impossible, using abilities, it's impossible," White exclaimed. 6,000 meters below the ocean surface, in the legendary forbidden zone of abilities, S-class awakener Song Ke ignited a dazzling display of her abilities. White was in a state of shock, instinctively swinging the blood whip in his hand. The long whip could restrain short weapons, but once they encountered longer weapons, they were their natural enemies. While White's blood whip had strong armor-piercing capabilities, it required maintaining a distance. As he swung his blood whip, Song Ke wielded her razor-sharp Fangtian halberd. Before the blood whip could approach her, she deflected it with a single move, extending the halberd's blade to pierce White's abdomen from a great distance. Startled, White hastily retreated, but Song Ke closed the distance rapidly. In an instant, the cold halberd was inches away. "Guards, stop her!" White shouted in a panic. "Sucha, hold off the others," Song Ke said, positioning Sucha to block the guards and prisoners rushing to assist. Song Ke advanced like a drawn sword, step by step. White retreated in disarray, desperately dodging, but to no avail. The Fangtian halberd pressed forward relentlessly, piercing straight into his throat. White's eyes bulged, and blood spurted from his 7 orifices. His ruptured windpipe crackled, making it impossible for him to utter a complete sentence. Song Ke coldly withdrew the Fangtian halberd, letting the blood flow freely from the wound. White's burly body twitched a few times and then ceased its final breath. A person who found amusement in death would eventually witness their own demise. The entire death prison erupted in a piercing alarm. Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert! The warden is dead. Levels 7 to 12 experienced violent tremors, causing the prisoners to stumble and fall. The internal elevator hummed and buzzed, and its doors slid open automatically. "Hurry, we need to leave. The prison floor is about to be automatically sealed," a senior prison guard exclaimed, suddenly awakened as if from a dream. A Level 1 alert hadn't occurred in over a decade, only happening during the transition of a warden. During a Level 1 alert, the floors under the warden's control were completely sealed until the new warden took over. Sucha rushed to Song Ke's side, asking, "What should we do?" Song Ke was about to respond when the display board in front of them erupted in a glaring red light. The crime record was activated. Her mind felt like it was being stabbed by 1,000 needles, as if it were about to explode. Song Ke crouched down in agony, using all her willpower to resist. In the ethereal Cotard band, a hidden call persisted, constantly tempting her to enter the mouth of the arena. Come down, come down. You, go first and join them." Song Ke pushed Sucha. Sucha hesitated. "Go," Song Ke shouted. Sucha clenched his fist. "All right." Song Ke was clearly unwilling to leave Zhuang Qinjian behind. He would be of no help here. It was better to join the others first and think of another plan. Sucha followed the fleeing crowd and rushed towards the elevator. Come down, come down." That elusive voice continued to echo in her mind, disturbing her greatly. Song Ke used the Fangtian halberd to support herself and slowly stood up. Her consciousness was gradually becoming chaotic. In that last moment of clarity, she leaped, jumping into the gap in the center of the arena. Whether she went down or not, it didn't matter. Who was afraid of whom? "I will find you." After falling from the platform on the 11th floor, the basic model wheelchair was shattered and unusable. Zhuang Qinjian pulled out a long strip from the steel frame at the bottom, using it as a makeshift crutch. He limped forward, with several joints of his body bruised and his hands scraped. Fortunately, none were serious, except the knee connected to the injured leg, which pressed on the nerve, causing a piercing pain that came in waves. The surroundings were dimly lit, and only vague silhouettes could be seen. The cells on this level were empty, devoid of any human presence. After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhuang Qinjian stopped in front of an open cell. The prisoner inside was emaciated, with hair resembling tangled straw strewn all over the place. He was curled up in a pile of hair, and if it weren't for the slight movement of his chest, he would have looked like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. 45 years. A cold, stern voice suddenly sounded from behind. Zhuang Qinjian quickly turned around to see a prison guard, around 50 or 60 years old, wearing a neat, old-fashioned police uniform and looking at him calmly. When did this person approach? Zhuang Qinjian hadn't noticed at all, and his hand gripping the crutch tightened slowly. His name is Senran, Green Anaconda, once a top-ranked assassin in the Alliance. He was imprisoned in the death prison in the year 2 of the new calendar, and this year marks the 45th year, the prison guard explained. Senran, Zhuang Qinjian silently repeated the name, quickly retrieving relevant records from the database in his mind. Like Sucha, Senran also hailed from the rainforest and was an active figure decades ago. The most prominent rumor about him was that he successfully assassinated the neighboring country's leader on the eve of a globally watched international conference, directly leading to the Alliance's annexation of that country. However, it was likely that no one remembered that now. "You're not a prisoner in our cell block," the prison guard stated confidently. "William White threw me down here," Zhuang Qinjian replied. The prison guard fell silent for a moment. There was no particular reaction upon hearing the name of the warden. Instead, he continued, "From now on, remember, you can only enter here, not leave. Stillness is your eternal enemy. Get used to the timeless solitude." Solitude? Zhuang Qinjian smiled silently and continued to hobble forward. Ahead was another distinctive cell. In the corner of the room was a glossy, illusionary nutrient pod. The prisoner lying inside had his eyes tightly closed, his naked body soaked in non-decomposing nutrient fluid. There was a small black box connected to the pod, supplying power. "Smail," Zhuang Qinjian softly spoke his name. "You know him," the prison guard said, his voice devoid of emotion. Smail is a figure recorded in textbooks. Who wouldn't know him? Zhuang Qinjian's eyes reflected the light from the bottom of the nutrient pod. But few people know that this renowned visionary of District A5 is also the founder of the Country of Old People ideology. The prison guard fell silent for a moment and objectively remarked, "You come from an extraordinary background, and you're very knowledgeable." Zhuang Qinjian refrained from giving a definite evaluation of the prison guard. He lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Even creations like nutrient pods, tearing through the fabric of technology, could appear in District F. It seemed that the establishment of the death prison was closely related to the covert forces within the Alliance's higher echelons. "Is he dead?" Zhuang Qinjian inquired. From a biological standpoint, no. The prisoner's sentence is 100 years. To prevent premature death, we have detached his consciousness from his body, ensuring his consciousness survives and endures 100 years of imprisonment here, the prison guard calmly explained. The prison guard's demeanor was unexpectedly calm, readily answering questions. He didn't reprimand Zhuang Qinjian for wandering around so aimlessly and not returning to the cell. In the dim light emanating from the nutrient pod, Zhuang Qinjian scrutinized the neatly combed gray hair under the officer's cap and the weathered, alert eyes. "Officer, are you this patient with all the prisoners?" Zhuang Qinjian asked. The prison guard replied, deflecting the question, "No one has come down here for a long time." "I see. How many prisoners are left?" Zhuang Qinjian inquired. 42, the prison guard added, "Still alive." Zhuang Qinjian lightly tapped the floor with his cane. "Officer, can I move around freely since I can't leave anyway?" "You can." The prison guard nodded. After getting the answer he wanted, Zhuang Qinjian slowly moved forward, and the prison guard followed him silently. "Zhuang Qinjian, what does this mean? We agreed on free movement. Why are you following me?" Song Ke plunged into a void. After falling from the arena's gap, she landed on a long slope that seemed endless. Along the way, there were different exits, but she was unconscious at the time, too weak to struggle, and slid directly to the deepest point, crashing onto the ground with a thud. She didn't know how long had passed before Song Ke faintly regained consciousness. It was pitch black around her, the kind where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Song Ke, lying down, moved her fingers and attempted to use her abilities, all to no avail. The fantastical sensation of her abilities erupting just now could no longer be grasped. The spiritual power in her body felt like stagnant, depleted water, unable to sense any ripples. Even the injuries that hadn't healed properly on her chest started to ache miserably at this moment. Song Ke fumbled to stand up, exploring back and forth in the winding passages. She walked down several dead ends before finally entering a spacious area. There were faint breaths in her ears, seemingly coming from somewhere higher than her. Song Ke abruptly looked up, although she couldn't see anything. "Who? Me? Who are you?" "I am me. I've always been here. Always here." Song Ke realized this was likely a fellow prisoner, and she might be able to gather some information from them. She carefully moved towards the voice, step by step, and finally sat down in a corner, exhausted. "Where is this place?" she asked. "The death prison," the voice replied. "No, I meant, which level are we on?" No response from the other person. Song Ke tried a different question. "Apart from me, have others fallen down here?" "No." Song Ke lowered her head in frustration. The 13th to 18th floor seemed quite different from what she had expected. How was she going to find Zhuang Qinjian? In the silence, the young-sounding voice spoke again. "Your body is perfect." Song Ke's hair stood on end, and a chilling sensation ran down her spine. She had heard similar indifferent praise from another person's lips before. At the public cemetery in Ferrara, the super AI Ilya had made comments like, "I would still like this body of yours." "What do you mean?" Song Ke asked, feigning composure. "Just a compliment. Your limbs and joints have a vigorous flow of vitality, very healthy." The man's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Song Ke squeezed her palm nervously and asked, "Are you not healthy?" The man fell silent again. His silence eased Song Ke's tension a bit. Perhaps he was missing an arm or a leg, and he made that comment out of envy. "I have a friend. He broke his leg, but he loves life and is always positive." Song Ke spoke nonsense in the darkness. The man's tone showed some confusion. "Are you comforting me?" Song Ke stammered. Thank you, but I don't need it." Communicating with him was difficult. Song Ke had a headache. "I want to explore the area. Do you want to come along?" "I can't move. I am like a tree. Trees have soil to root into, and so do I." Song Ke was filled with question marks. This person seemed to be speaking very seriously, but she couldn't understand him at all. "Trees can't talk," Song Ke argued. "You're not a tree. How do you know trees can't talk?" I'm not a tree, and you're not a tree either. You're not me. How do you know I'm not a tree and can't talk?" Oh no, he turned the tables on her. Song Ke couldn't argue with him and could only simmer in frustration. After a while, the man initiated communication again. "So, you've seen it now." "Seen what?" "A talking tree, me. Let's discuss something. After you die, can I have your body for use?" "No. You're quite stingy." Song Ke was infuriated. "Me? Stingy? Okay, whatever you say." This person's way of thinking was truly strange, rigid, and robotic, exuding an odd sense of formalism. Although he seemed eager to communicate, he might lack social skills as he could easily annoy people upon opening his mouth. "I'm going to look for someone," Song Ke declared, and she began to walk away. However, it was so dark that she accidentally stepped on something and stumbled. "You stepped on me." I'm sorry," Song Ke said with a choked voice. "How could I possibly step on you when your voice was at least 10 meters away from me?" "I accept your apology." There was a slight rustling sound accompanied by the sound of leaves withdrawing from under her feet swiftly. Song Kei was taken aback. An absurd thought crossed her mind. Could she really be talking to a tree? Song Kei wandered in the dark for a while. The place was vast, and she found nothing. She returned to where she started, feeling disheartened. Whom are you looking for? I'm sure it's only me here. Why didn't you say that earlier? Song Kei was annoyed. Do I need to say this kind of thing in advance? I thought you knew, the man replied, not sarcastic but genuinely puzzled. Song Kei stretched out her limbs and lay down on the ground, feeling exhausted. She needed to rest for a few minutes. At least the 13th to 18th floor seemed safer than she had imagined. Zhuang Qinjian, please wait for me a little longer. Asterisk. From the 13th to the 18th floor, Zhuang Qinjian checked each level one by one. Besides Senran and Smail, he found the other 40 prisoners. They were all well-known figures within the Alliance, but here, they were indistinguishable from the living dead. It might have taken 2 or maybe 3 days, but the specific time was immeasurable, as he had no reference point. Due to excessive walking, blisters formed on his palms and arms, and his intact left leg had also begun to ache intensely. Officer, what do you think is the purpose of the death prison's existence? Zhuang Qinjian turned to the person who had been quietly following him. The death prison is a necessary product of the Alliance's development at a specific stage, created with the emergence of class and division of districts. Necessary product. What about the crime record? Is that necessary too? Zhuang Qinjian chuckled. The prison guard remained silent for a second, as if unfamiliar with the sudden use of that term, and didn't respond immediately. Zhuang Qinjian instantly understood. Apart from the prisoners, the only other person on this level was the prison guard. The man's true identity had become apparent. The person I'm looking for isn't here, Zhuang Qinjian stated. All the prisoners from the 13th to the 18th floors are here, alive, the prison guard replied. Is that so? I guess the death prison must have more than 18 floors. Zhuang Qinjian raised his gaze slightly. Isn't that right, Lord Hades? The prison guard fell silent. Sorry, I should be more precise and address you as the former Lord Hades, Zhuang Qinjian said slowly. The prison guard had been giving off an aura of dissonance ever since he appeared. Later, Zhuang Qinjian gradually noticed that this person didn't breathe, had no chest movement, and displayed an unnaturally stable emotional state. He remembered Senran, who had been imprisoned 45 years ago, in detail, but he couldn't recognize the crime record that every present-day prisoner had, nor did he know about William White, the infamous, ruthless warden. Connecting all these oddities left only one possibility. However, this possibility likely hid other secrets. You've been emphasizing alive all along because you know you're no longer a living being. So, what are you? A puppet or a marionette? Zhuang Qinjian asked. You don't need to answer. Regardless of what you are, take me to see the true Lord Hades. Asterisk. Are you dead? The man asked. No, Song Kei lifted her leg slightly, indicating that she was still alive, though the man probably couldn't see her. Oh, the man's voice sounded a little disappointed. When will you die, then? Song Kei retorted, you go first, and I'll die later. But trees have long lifespans. My lifespan is also long, Song Kei replied spitefully, longer than yours. The man was about to engage in a logical argument with her about whose lifespan is longer when he suddenly paused and said, someone's coming. Song Kei immediately rolled over and asked eagerly, who's coming? Are they alive? How many people? Are they male or female? Where are they? Finally, someone was coming, and it got her really excited. The man thought silently for a moment and muttered to himself, to meet people, you need to have a light. Why didn't you turn on the light earlier if you had one? Song Kei shouted in disbelief, considering she had been stumbling in the dark for so many days. The moment his words fell, a faint light began to shine, gradually brightening from the distance. Song Kei instinctively closed her eyes and waited for her pupils to adjust to the surroundings' brightness. When she cautiously opened her eyes, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. A vast sea of data formed a lush, towering tree right in the center of the space. It emitted a vibrant green glow of life. The man who had been speaking to Song Kei was completely surrounded by flowing code. His legs, from the thighs down, were missing, but an endless stream of data continuously poured in, forming the shape of virtual legs. Simultaneously, they acted as two flexible branches, winding and extending throughout the entire space. In other words, the man was a part of the massive tree. Silver hair, ice blue eyes. Song Kei had never seen a genuine ice blue eye before. Lu Xinglin's eyes were not pure, they had a faint touch of ice blue. But at this moment, she was certain that the man in front of her had the purest form of ice blue eyes. It was hard to describe the exact color in words. It was like the first snow of winter, like a frozen mirror-like lake, like translucent crystal. But it was by no means lifeless. Every time the man blinked, one could see stars moving within them. Lu Xiao, this tree, no, this person was Lu Xiao. They had finally found the person they had been searching for. Two other figures slowly emerged from the darkness. The man with the crutches, upon seeing the scene before him, was initially taken aback but then smiled slightly. It's really you. Haven't seen you for years. How did you end up in such a pitiful state? The Lu family dealt quite a blow, they even broke both of your legs. Lu Xiao blinked in confusion and his silver hair scattered over his shoulders. I have legs. The data around him trembled slightly, and the branches decorated with green 101,010 leaves rustled. You're the one without legs, Lu Xiao retorted. You seem to be enjoying yourself as the Lord Hades here. Zhuang Qinjian removed the crime record from his shoulder and casually threw it in front of him. Is this lousy thing also your creation? At novel bin at. Lu Xiao glanced at the crime record on the ground, then looked back at Zhuang Qinjian. He furrowed his brows slightly, and the data flow around him accelerated, making it clear that he was not pleased. Zhuang Qinjian raised an eyebrow and smiled. What's this? Lost your legs and your memory has regressed. The flow of data came to an abrupt halt, and Lu Xiao observed Zhuang Qinjian's expression for a while before softly saying, "Ah, it's you, Zhuang Qinjian." Song Ke hurried over to support him. Zhuang Qinjian breathed a sigh of relief. He was nearly at his limit. He obediently relaxed, leaning against Song Ke. Song Ke complained, "I was looking for you and couldn't find you. It's so dark in here, and I couldn't get out." Zhuang Qinjian pinched her puffed cheeks lightly and playfully tugged them from side to side. In response, Song Ke shook her head from side to side, mimicking his actions. Zhuang Qinjian chuckled. "All right, stop acting cute. I'm fine." Acting cute? Song Ke's face remained expressionless as she punched him in the face, causing his head to tilt. "Hiss, you're so fierce," Zhuang Qinjian exclaimed softly. "Zhuang, Qing, Yan." Lu Xiao suddenly called his name, repeating it with a strange tone. His pair of pure ice blue eyes locked onto Zhuang Qinjian, and Zhuang Qinjian returned the gaze. Across a distance of 10 meters, both remained silent, yet their expressions were remarkably similar, right down to the slight chin lift as they observed one another. Transcending the vast expanse of time and space, a long time ago, two equally brilliant and proud young men, neither willing to yield to the other, constantly challenged each other and ultimately had to shake hands and make peace. Song Ke belatedly remembered that Zhuang Qinjian had once said that Lu Xiao was his friend. Were they really friends, these two oddballs? Lu Xiao awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth, trying to form a smile. "Long time no see, Zhuang Qinjian. Tian. Oh, the last team member is here and he looks like Gojo Satoru Kaie, love." Lu Xiao raised his hand, and a small cluster of glowing data branches followed his movement, silently standing up, with the leaves making a swish sound. Zhuang Qinjian dropped the makeshift crutch in his hand and sat against the wall with the help of Song Ke. His current appearance was extremely disheveled, with torn and tattered prison clothes, bloody blisters on his palms, and several scratches on his face. These were just the visible injuries, who knows how many hidden wounds he had. After all, his wheelchair was completely destroyed, and it was impossible for him to be unscathed. After Zhuang Qinjian sat down, he had to tilt his head up to speak with Lu Xiao. He made a faint tisk sound and said, "Come down." Lu Xiao muttered silently, "I am a tree, and a tree only grows taller." Zhuang Qinjian interrupted him, "Quit the nonsense and come down." "Why? It's hard to look up. You're still so finicky." The flowing data formed the shape of a tree trunk, and Lu Xiao slowly descended to the ground. Zhuang Qinjian's gaze finally met his. He raised his chin slightly, indicating another direction. "Since you're Lord Hades, what is he?" Song Ke belatedly realized that there was a fourth person at the scene. From the very beginning, this person had been standing still, not moving a muscle or even breathing. Her attention had been solely on Zhuang Qinjian, so she had overlooked the presence of the other person. Upon arriving in a well-lit area, the appearance of this prison guard seemed even more bizarre. While his gaze was rational and clear, his facial features and limbs were extremely stiff, like a marionette covered with human skin. No matter how realistic it was, it couldn't hide the strangeness. Song Ke's intuition told her that he was most likely not a human. "He is the warden here," Lu Xiao said in a casual tone. "When I arrived, he was on the verge of death, but he seemed to want to live and not let others know he was dying. So he found me and said he wanted to do the same as that visionary, to separate his consciousness from his body and transfer it to a new body. He asked me if I could do it. I extracted all of his memories and prepared to transfer them into a new body he had improved himself. However, there was a parameter error in the middle of the process, and I couldn't fix it using my abilities. In the end, the experiment failed, and only a part of his consciousness was barely preserved. The current him is no longer considered a complete person, he only mechanically repeats residual commands." "Well, that's all that's left," Lu Xiao said, moving his fingers, and the blank wall projected fragments of the former Lord Hades' memories. He had once been a passionate young man who, as an adult, had willingly entered the prison industry. Starting as a low-ranking officer, he had climbed his way up to become the high-ranking chief warden. He possessed extraordinary talent and a deep sense of strategy, and through centralization, reform, and new policies, he had elevated the existence of the death prison to its zenith, becoming a revered and feared Lord Hades. However, in this world, there was the law of extreme reversal. When something reaches its zenith, it tends to transform in the opposite direction. When a person reaches their peak, they also rapidly decline. Plagued by illness, growing old, the former Lord Hades gradually became incapable and had to relinquish his power, sinking into the bottommost layer of the death prison, where one could never be reborn. While the wardens above him changed continuously, he became increasingly mysterious. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but his broken body and depleted energy could no longer sustain his ambitions. Zhuang Qinjian looked at the silent prison guard, witnessing his grandiose history, but the guard seemed indifferent, as if he were a complete stranger. He had once built the glory of the death prison with his own hands, but he had also succumbed to his obsession. Lu Xiao was right, he was no longer a human but a mere puppet. What's his name? I don't know, Lu Xiao replied emotionlessly. He had never cared about it and had never asked. Apart from the code name Lord Hades, his entire life had remained unknown to others. Now, even that title no longer belonged to him. A sigh was all that remained. The stripping of memories, extraction, transformation, and injection into a new body. These words that Lu Xiao casually mentioned were enough to make one's heart race. If the former Lord Hades experiment had succeeded, he would have achieved immortality in a different way, shaking the entire alliance. Lu Xiao's expression turned regretful. In the end, it was because the body he chose was too fragile to contain a complete soul. He wasn't fond of conducting such experiments, in fact, he had no interest in them. He wasn't even proficient in this area, and his only attempt had been at the former Lord Hades' request. However, that failure had left a lasting impact on him, as geniuses often couldn't tolerate their own imperfections. Song Ke listened intently, her fingers unconsciously grasping something nearby. Lu Xiao's icy gaze suddenly turned to her. You're touching me. Song Ke, huh? She lowered her head in bewilderment, only then realizing that she had been grabbing onto an extended branch. She quickly let go. The branch closely followed and wound around her wrist a few times, its tip touching her forearm affectionately. I can let you touch me because I'm the one who called you down, Lu Xiao said. Lu Xiao's gaze returned to Song Ke, and his eyes sparkled like the branches. I really like your body. How about letting me modify you? I promise it will succeed this time. No, Song Ke said, expressionless, as she shook her hand to get rid of the branch, but it clung. Lu Xiao persisted, or let my consciousness enter yours. We can learn to share one body. Have you heard of synesthesia? It's when you have me in you, and I have you in me. You can feel me, and I can. Don't even think about it. Zhuang Qinjian grabbed the tip and pulled it away, saying coldly, get lost. Lu Xiao faced successive rejections, retracted the branches, and pursed his lips in annoyance. He lost the desire for further social interaction and lazily leaned against the tree trunk. Why did you come to the death prison? Is this your latest research achievement? Lu Xiao asked. I came here specifically to find you. Find me? Yes, before we have a formal conversation, you need to take care of this first. Zhuang Qinjian removed Song Ke's crime record and threw it together with his own with a clink sound. Lu Xiao's branches rolled up the two crime records on the ground, returned them to his side, and then paused, his gaze resting on Song Ke for a moment. Song Ke felt inexplicably nervous, fearing that he might say something startling. Don't worry, she won't, Zhuang Qinjian suddenly spoke, his tone calm and his gaze confident. Song Ke looked at him with confusion. Won't what? His words seemed disjointed. Lu Xiao responded with a brief tapped his fingertips a few times, and then crushed the badges. Song Ke's mental state suddenly shifted, and she realized that the feeling of being constantly monitored had disappeared. Was this what unlocked it? Did you create the crime record? Song Ke asked, surprised. She recalled the information she had received from Cheng Yi, stating that the crime records were a technology passed down from District B. Could it be that Lu Xiao had casually created them? Not entirely. Its original form was a monitoring device and didn't have punitive functions. After I connected with it, I casually broke through its firewall and felt it was a bit of a waste, so I added some things and made some improvements, Lu Xiao replied offhandedly. Even without special abilities, Lu Xiao was a genius-level hacker, and this was certainly something he could do. Tell me, what do you need me for? I need your help to hack into the citizenship system and forge a few new identity records. We need to go to District C55. Lu Xiao chuckled. Did you also get a brain transplant? This new one doesn't seem to be working very well. Zhuang Qinjian remained expressionless. I'm serious. You're a gene optimizer who awakened your hacking ability over a decade ago. Something like this should be a piece of cake for you. I'm in a place where using abilities is forbidden, Lu Xiao reminded, implying that he couldn't use his hacking ability here. I know. You didn't understand what I meant. I want you to leave with us. Before coming in, the biggest difficulty we encountered was how to find you. At least we've succeeded in that step. As for how to get out, we can figure that out later. I'm not leaving, Lu Xiao immediately refused. Once a tree takes root, it won't easily move. I'm fine here. Zhuang Qinjian sneered. Yes, you are Lord Hades here, the heart of the death prison, and the life and death of all the prisoners depend on your whim. But stuck here, you have no idea what changes are happening in the outside world. I don't care, at novel bin at. Lu Corporation's supercomputer isn't dead. It can be reactivated soon. Impossible. Lu Xiao raised his head abruptly. Even if she's not dead, there's no way she can return to normal. What's impossible about it? Lu Corporation has found an alternative power source for her. Who? Lu Xiao's voice grew colder. A super AI with a complete personality and powerful abilities. Before we arrived in Sin City, they had already begun capturing it. Let me think, it might even be operational by now. Song Ke made a surprised sound. Zhuang Qinjian was talking about Ilya, right? But Ilya hadn't been captured, and instead, he had taken down Lu Xinglan. She opened her mouth to speak, but Zhuang Qinjian pinched her knuckles at that moment, causing Song Ke to react belatedly. Oh, Zhuang Qinjian was lying again, and this time it was even more absurd, lying even to his friend. Lu Xiao's branches hung down dejectedly. Zhuang Qinjian continued, as early as year 8 in the new calendar, the Lu family's starship was born. but for over 20 years thereafter, it remained obscure, overshadowed by other flying terminals. It wasn't until year 32 in the new calendar, after a certain technological innovation, that a new model emerged and became famous overnight in the Alliance, earning the nickname Eternal Soaring Bird. No one knew that the person who wrote the core code at that time was none other than you, Liu Xiao. You flawlessly integrated the critical energy source, Yao, into the central calculations, achieving high-altitude supersonic flight under absolute safety conditions. It was you who single-handedly propelled the Liu family starship to its peak. Song Ke was left dumbfounded. Liu family starship, Yao, Liu Xiao. So, Liu Xiao was the true creator of the starship? The Liu family amassed countless wealth through the starship, becoming the sole owner of District B8. But, do you know that the starship has now completely collapsed? Liu Xiao frowned. The code I wrote, even if it runs for another 100 years, couldn't possibly go wrong. Zhuang Qinjian shook his head slowly. It's not the code that went wrong, the Liu family starship reclaimed Yao. No matter how perfectly a program was designed, without a power source, the starship couldn't function. Liu Xiao's branches gradually tightened. Even after learning all this, do you still intend to stay here and be your Lord Hades in peace? Zhuang Qinjian asked. Liu Xiao remained quiet for a moment and then suddenly said, You're deliberately provoking me. You haven't changed at all. You may pretend to be all nice on the surface, but deep down, you're full of evil. As soon as you find someone's soft spot, you relentlessly go after it. Zhuang Qinjian chuckled, I did it on purpose. I know you have Asperger's syndrome. Maybe this place is better suited for you than putting on a mask and pretending to be a normal person in social situations. Liu Xiao snorted, You, a psychopath, have no right to talk about me. Song Ke looked at one, then the other, with countless question marks appearing over her head. What are you guys talking about? What's A, and what's P? Both of them had a cold smile on their lips, not giving an inch as they stared at each other. Are you leaving or not? Waste. Shut up, trash. Song Ke. Wait, weren't they getting along just fine a moment ago? Why are they arguing now? Both of them looked at her at the same time. Song Ke's voice got smaller and smaller. If you have something to say, please say it nicely. Don't fight. After a while, Liu Xiao twitched his branch and said, I can't leave. Zhuang Qinjian's expression turned cold. Liu Xiao shot him a sideways glance and said before he could speak, Shut up. Leaving the tree would kill me. He moved forward a bit, slowly turning around, and Song Ke could clearly see that there were various data conduits in his head, shoulders, and back. Some of these data conduits were even plugged into the nerve endings of his severed legs. If pulled out hastily, he would likely die instantly from blood loss. Liu Xiao's eyelashes drooped, and his expression remained unexpectedly indifferent. Song Ke felt her heart ache. She didn't know the full story of the conflict between Liu Xiao and the Liu family, but it was brutal. Severing his legs and throwing him into the depths of the death prison wasn't enough. They had to nail him within this pile of data, making his senses and countless sins interconnected, subjecting him to endless torment. Was it necessary to go this far? Even so, do you still want to take me with you? Liu Xiao asked quietly. After a moment of silence, it was Song Ke who spoke first. We do, we will definitely take you out. Zhuang Qinjian suddenly asked, How far are we from the boundary where the use of abilities is prohibited? Liu Xiao replied, As long as we leave the super abyss area, it's fine. It's about 12,000 meters in a straight line. Zhuang Qinjian lightly tapped the ground with his fingertip, a usual gesture when he was deep in thought. I have some ideas. Let's first get Fang's Higsa down. Never mind, let's get all of them down. Tien. Song Ke was confused with the A and P because they said Asperger's syndrome and psychotic in English. These past few days, the death prison has been far from peaceful. Warden White met a violent end. It's said that his death was gruesome, with someone stabbing him through the throat. Floors 7 to 12 were put on lockdown, and a large number of inmates seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Shi Liang was busy dealing with the aftermath, his hands full, and the management of the original cell blocks appeared somewhat lax. As a result, Lin Yuyu and a few others were able to meet on the activity area. Su Cha had already informed them of what had happened below. Both of them went down. Lin Yuyu nervously tapped the table. Yes, Su Cha said with a grave expression. Song Ke was absent, and Su Xing couldn't be bothered with being coy. The little boy sat there, his brow furrowed. Lin Yuyu felt a headache coming on. Among the 6 of them, it had never been her role to make decisions. However, in the current situation, if they didn't decide quickly, the situation for Song Ke and the others would become more perilous. I'll take the lead in making a decision. I want to go down to find them, Lin Yuyu sighed. I agree. Surprisingly, Fang's Higsa was the first to speak up. They had come to the death prison because of him, and now with Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian in danger, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. I agree too. Su Xing bravely raised his little hand. He was determined to save his sister. Su Cha nodded in agreement with Lin Yuyu. With a unanimous decision to stick together, Lin Yuyu gained some assurance. Well then, let's first think of a way to get down. While the 4 were discussing their plan, the crime record device on their shoulders suddenly lit up with a red light. Lin Yuyu looked at the badge in surprise. How was this possible? They hadn't committed any crimes now, so why was it glowing? Could it monitor their psychological activities as well? A secret message suddenly flashed into their minds. Lin Yuyu listened quietly, and her expression became strange. She noticed that the others' faces were similar to hers. The content we heard should be the same, right? Good news, Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian are safe, and they've even found Lu Xiao. Feng Higzu, Su Cha, and Su Xing nodded, confirming her statement. Lin Yuyo paused for a moment and couldn't help but smile lightly. You received the second part of the message too, right? Song Ke, you really are always a source of surprises, no? Shock. Shi Liang hurriedly moved through the administrative area, busy arranging various matters. An underling approached him and reported, Warden, a notice has come from the 18th floor, requesting the transfer of 4 inmates down below. The 18th floor? Are there still living prisoners there? Who issued the transfer order? Shi Liang asked, surprised. The subordinate's legs were trembling as he replied, it's a direct order from that esteemed person. Shi Liang abruptly stopped, a cold snort escaping his lips. That old coot always knows how to stir up trouble. I'll reject it outright. Shi Liang had never met Lord Hades. Since his first day as warden, he had been shrouded in the shadow of this person. There were always people criticizing him, pointing out where he fell short of Lord Hades' standards, and how he couldn't do things according to the rules set by Lord Hades. He was tired of it all. But, Warden, from the perspective of your authority, you don't have the right to refuse, his subordinate stated plainly. Shi Liang glared at him with a cold expression, slowly crumpling the papers in his hand. Is that so? I don't have the right, huh? Although he was furious to the extreme, Shi Liang didn't let anger cloud his judgment. White was dead, and the immediate priority was to bring the escaped inmates under control. He needed to secure authority over floors 7 to 12 before the official transfer order came from the Alliance. Then, he would hold all the power, and no one could oppose him. As for that old coot, Lord Hades, he would be replaced sooner or later. In the future, the death prison would only have him, Shi Liang, as the warden. Once Shi Liang had calmed down, he asked, which 4 inmates have been selected for the transfer? The subordinate quickly handed over the 4 inmates' files. Shi Liang glanced at them briefly and said, retrieve the inmates' surveillance footage. In real-time surveillance, Lin Yuyu, Feng Higzu, and Su Cha were seen laboring honestly in their prison uniforms. Su Xing, who had already served his sentence but was still in confinement due to unpaid fines, sat in his cell drawing, looking carefree. The last one was a tall man who had been placed in a temporary cell and hadn't been reassigned yet. Shi Liang didn't have much of an impression of Lin Yuyu and the others, but the moment he saw Su Cha, he frowned and recognized him immediately. Why wouldn't this person go away? He had just been sent down, and now he was back again. Seeing him brought back memories of the 10 billion he had lost. Shi Liang's good mood disappeared, and he impatiently said, since Lord Hades wants them, then send them down. Half an hour later, the prison guards responsible for transporting the inmates had set the destination floor and pushed the inmates into the elevator. Get in and behave. As the elevator doors closed, Lin Yuyu smiled sweetly and discreetly slipped something into the elevator wall. The same subtle actions occurred with Su Xing on the 1st floor, Feng Higzu on the 4th floor, and Su Cha on the 6th floor. The 4 tracking devices left behind by Song Ke were concealed discreetly inside the moving elevators. Zhuang Qinjian extracted a usable light screen from Smail's cell and connected it to the data port on Lu Xiao, beginning to study the structure of the entire death prison. Did you send the one-way signal? This is such a minor task, you don't need an ability for it, Zhuang Qinjian remarked. Quit your yapping, I've already sent it. Lu Xiao's branches flowed smoothly, his pale fingertips tapping the leaves as he monitored the elevator's movements in real time. Your people are coming down. Give me the balance vector data for the particles. Why don't you calculate it yourself? I'm working on the gravity parameters. You should be thanking me, this was originally your job. The two of them made progress while bickering back and forth, occasionally arguing like they used to when working on projects together in their youth. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes and swiftly completed the calculations. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure. In the nearby shadows, a person stood quietly, with a straight posture and stern demeanor. Wait for me. Lu Xiao used his data leg to stand up and walk a few steps in the person's direction, stopping in front of him. I'm leaving, Lu Xiao said. Congratulations, he replied. Lu Xiao's tone remained indifferent. When I leave, there might be some commotion. The death prison might be destroyed, and it will cease to exist. The prison guard paused for a moment, not fully comprehending his words, and unable to respond effectively. But Lu Xiao's words seemed to trigger something in his consciousness. He replied calmly and mechanically, the death prison. The death prison is a necessary product of the Alliance's development at a specific stage, emerging with the creation of classes and districts. His missing consciousness prevented him from dealing with a more advanced linguistic environment, causing him to repeat meaningless phrases. After he finished speaking, Lu Xiao spoke again. You are one of my few failures. I also don't understand your pursuit of immortality. But if you're willing, when I leave, I can use my ability to write an operational program for you, to complete the missing part of your consciousness. But let's be clear, you won't be able to return to your previous state. At most, you'll be a kind of artificial intelligence with built-in factory memory. The prison guard remained silent for a long time, then slowly raised his arm and gave Lu Xiao a standard salute, his voice low but firm. Staying in the death prison is my lifelong mission. Thank you, Lu Xiao responded absent-mindedly, turning to leave. Unexpectedly, he met Song Ke's wide eyes. She hadn't eavesdropped, she had been standing there openly, listening. Song Ke blinked her eyes, her thoughts swirling. How to describe Lu Xiao? He appeared to have a scattered mind, hard to communicate with, but he had his own set of standards for doing things. How did that saying go again? Oh, right, he's fiercely loyal. Song Ke looked at Lu Xiao and smiled, a faint dimple appearing on her cheek at novel bin at. Lu Xiao's ice-cold pupils narrowed slightly, and his branches secretly touched Song Ke's shoulder as he lowered his voice. While that guy isn't looking, do you want to try synesthesia with me? Song Ke's entire body bristled. No. Up ahead, Zhuang Qinjian's finger tapping on the light screen stopped abruptly, and his voice turned icy. Lu Xiao, get back here and get to work. When Lin Yuyu and her group exited the elevator, someone was already waiting for them. A prison guard with gray hair, wearing a uniform, spoke in a deep voice. Follow me? The group silently followed him as they descended further from the 18th floor. They passed through a dark corridor and arrived at a spacious area, where they saw the illuminated data tree and Lu Xiao. They stared in disbelief, deeply awed by the sight. Su Xing ran over and hugged Song Ke's thigh. After a brief exchange of information, Fang's Higso was called away by Zhuang Qinjian. These tubes, can you deal with them? Zhuang Qinjian crouched down and carefully examined the data interfaces on Lu Xiao's body. They already knew that levels below the 7th floor were designated as abilities restricted areas. I can quickly remove them, but stopping the bleeding and suturing requires special abilities, which are challenging to use here, Fang's Higso explained. For now, let's forget about suturing. I'll give you an additional 30 seconds of ability time. You can use it to stop the bleeding for him. Can you do it? Zhuang Qinjian asked. I can. The 7 of them sat in a circle, and Zhuang Qinjian activated a projection. A clear schematic of the death prison structure appeared before them. Let's go through the plan once more. We're preparing to leave this damned place. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the work shift came to an end. All the internal elevators in the death prison suddenly became restless without anyone controlling it. Ding, clank, the sounds of impacts echoed continuously as these massive structures seemed to have an agreement to rush in the same direction, toward the same floor. The death prison is an inverted cone. The quickest way to escape is to turn it upside down. What we need to do is use enough weight to forcibly alter the gravitational field. Zhuang Qinjian switched to a three-dimensional map. After rotating it 180 degrees, their current 19th floor became the top floor. Do you know what's the heaviest thing in the death prison? The elevators. Su Xing eagerly raised his hand to answer. That's right. Every internal elevator is made of high-density metal structures with astonishing mass. If we gather all of them, we can achieve the goal of flipping the death prison. The operating programs of hundreds of elevators simultaneously came under attack from an unknown virus. They all piled up in the corner on the first floor's oil reservoir. The ground began to tilt, heavy objects fell uncontrollably and rolled out, causing the inmates to stumble and fall, their vision spinning. Steel frames in the factory broke, showering countless sparks, and the death prison started sinking into the seabed. But what if they use elevators to capture us? Song Ke raised a question. Right, so just in case, we need to cut off the possibility of being pursued, Zhuang Qinjian concluded. On the 19th floor where V587 was located, they sliced through the waves, rapidly ascending. 12,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 6,000 meters. The moment they left the super abyss zone, their awakened energy was restored, and they could use their abilities? On the 6th floor of the death prison, Shi Liang struggled to support himself against the wall and shouted, "What's going on?" The prison guard trembled as he reported, "It seems to be the 18th floor. Inmates have escaped from the 18th floor, and there's commotion." Again, it's the 18th floor, and it's another escape. In an instant, Shi Liang thought of the culprit who had cost him 10 billion, that bastard named Sucha. If he had known, he wouldn't have let him go no matter what. That Lord Hades is also useless, unable to even control his own inmates. Special police team, arm yourselves and follow me down. Shi Liang was furious, swaying as he headed towards the elevator. In that case, he would personally resolve it, regardless of what Lord Hades said, or any rules. He would deal with the person completely and be done with it. Inside the crowded elevator, the 4 Kunao suddenly began to glow. Powerful awakened energy kept pouring in. Boom! All the elevators exploded into ruins. Shi Liang took a step into the flames, and he was blown out, his face scorched and he fell unconscious. On the 19th floor of the death prison, the tip of the cone-shaped structure was just a few hundred meters away from the sea surface. Song Ke, Zhuang Qinjian shouted. Lin Yuyu's singing voice echoed, empowering Song Ke. Song Ke was enveloped in blue light, transforming a massive 5-meter-long battle axe. She activated her core powers and swung her arm, smashing the tip of the 19th floor. Bang, bang, bang. The sturdy outer wall crumbled, black seawater surged in, and Song Ke was drenched in it, choking on a mouthful of seawater. Su Xing. Su Xing nodded solemnly, and his awakened ability was released, instantly freezing the incoming seawater into an escape passage. Feng's Higsu. Feng Jisoo was fully focused, sweat forming on his forehead. Only a few dozen tubes remained on Lu Xiao's severed leg, and he swiftly removed them with his left hand while using his awakened ability to stop the bleeding with his right hand. His movements were so fast that they were almost imperceptible. Lu Xiao shivered all over, his face as pale as snow. Intense pain surged through all his nerves, but he didn't utter a sound. The mass is starting to deviate, Sucha reminded them. Sure enough, the death prison had started to descend again. Forcibly altering the gravitational field could only be sustained for a short time, and with Lu Xiao losing control over the elevator, their time was running out. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Fang's Higzu. 10 tubes. 7 tubes. 3 tubes, the last one. Fang's Higzu, racing against the clock, pulled out the final tube and swiftly treated the wound. Lu Xiao was finally free. Hurry, let's go. Several kilometers away, the citizens of the underground city looked up in disbelief toward the direction of the death prison. The once calm underground sea churned with colossal waves, and the surface roiled and stirred. This soon triggered a massive tsunami, rushing out and submerging the entire trading street. Rain poured down like a torrential downpour, leaving everyone astonished. Could it be that the death prison is in trouble? The crime record has disappeared. Amid the crowd swimming around, a joyous shout suddenly echoed. Others quickly lowered their heads to check and, indeed, all the bars on the sign had disappeared, rendering the crime record a useless piece of scrap metal. Cheng Yi, in a state of chaos while trying to salvage crystals from her store, suddenly remembered something. She rushed to grab the terminal that the group had stored with her and dashed towards the direction of the underground sea. "Hey!" shouted Lu Xiao just as they were about to escape, stopping the prison guard. Pale fingertips streamed with data, touching the guard's forehead. An icy, dominant superpower surged in, like an epiphany, as a foreign code entered the guard's consciousness, filling in the missing fragments of his soul. Lu Xiao, never make defective products. Song Ke waited for him to finish speaking with a proud expression, then picked up his collar, turned around and ran away. The icy water gradually melted, and the 19th floor, one step away from freedom, fell into the sea again. The prison guard's vision became narrower, and finally he vaguely saw a woman with a strange hairstyle meeting Lu Xiao and the others at the beach. Zhuang Qinjian pulled out 2 wheelchairs from his spatial storage. He chose a premium one for himself, but handed Lu Xiao a basic one. Lu Xiao was furious. "I want your chair." Zhuang Qinjian sneered. "There are only 2 left, take it or leave it. Stop arguing, let's go." The girl with shoulder-length hair pushed the heads of the 2 in opposite directions and, with a strong pull, lifted them up and ran off. Boom. There was another round of spinning, and the death prison fell back into the abyss, then turned back up. The silent prison guard sealed off the 19th floor and slowly walked back to the 18th floor, sitting alone in the darkness for an unknown amount of time, until the noisy voices rushed in. "We've arrived at the 18th floor, the escaped prisoners. Lord Hades, Lord Hades." Several middle-aged prison guards with panicked expressions saw his face and exclaimed in shock. The former Lord Hades slowly stood up and spoke in a deep voice. "Liao Yi, Lu Er, long time no see." In reality, he didn't remember the names of these 2 individuals at all. The implanted memories had informed him of their names. "Lord, are you planning to come back and manage the death prison again?" The 2 of them asked with excitement. With one of the wardens dead and one severely injured, the death prison was in chaos. If Lord Hades could return at this moment, it would be a powerful reassurance to everyone. "Yes, I'm back," the former Lord Hades nodded solemnly. His mind, however, couldn't help but wonder. He could remember everyone else's names, but what was his own name? He couldn't recall it, and that didn't matter. He could start anew. "From today on, don't call me Lord Hades. There is no Lord Hades in the death prison anymore. I am Hu Yang, the moderate Yang." Tian. The character, Yang, means to adapt to changes and use the right person at the right time, emphasizing the importance of balance and moderation in one's actions. "How is he?" Lu Xiao lay pale on the bed, his silver hair falling over his shoulders. Even in deep slumber, his brows were tightly furrowed. Song Ke anxiously gazed at him. After escaping from the death prison, Lu Xiao only managed to hold on until they reached the safe house before losing consciousness. There is no immediate life-threatening danger, but he needs some time to recover. Fang's Higzu continuously inputted white energy into his body, and the surgical procedure went very smoothly. Hundreds of injuries on Lu Xiao's body were treated properly. "Why did he go into a coma?" Song Ke asked. Fang's Higzu looked serious. "All the tubes you see are connected to his nerves. While he can manipulate the data in the entire death prison, his own life force is also being absorbed and lost. So when the connection is severed, he becomes even more fragile than an ordinary person. No wonder Lu Xiao called himself a tree. Trees absorb nutrients from the soil and then transport the stored nutrients to various branches and leaves. If he weren't a powerful awakener, he might have already been depleted of his life force in the daily torment. The pain Lu Xiao endured when those tubes were pulled out could be imagined. Equally sensitive, Lin Yuyu sighed deeply by his side. Is there hope for his legs to heal? Lu Xiao lay under the blanket, and where his 2 legs should have been, there was nothing. Fang's Higzu shook his head slowly. "We can only consider using prosthetic materials or mechanical replacements." A silence fell, and after a while, a faint sigh could be heard. Zhuang Qinjian spoke with a cold, clear voice. "Lu Xiao is a hacker-type awakener. Even without his legs, it won't affect his abilities. However, I still suggest you put away your sympathy and compassion. He doesn't need them. He's a strange person by nature. Your excess emotions will only disturb yourselves and won't cause any fluctuations in him." Lin Yuyu sighed. "You're right, but I'm not sighing out of sympathy for him. I'm sighing as I look up to the big shot. Just thinking that the crime record where you get zapped into oblivion was his doing gives me the shivers. You've never been zapped, Sucha unexpectedly chimed in, causing a disruption. When it comes to unlucky individuals who have been zapped, the one among them who was most deeply affected by the crime record is Sucha. The coldness that penetrated his mind is unforgettable for him. Fortunately, Lu Xiao removed it for them, otherwise, if he had been zapped a few more times, he might have ended up like Jorik, confused and dazed. I'm using a metaphor here, highlighting how strong he is. Do you understand? Lin Yuyo shot him a glare. Today, she had finally put on a full face of makeup, and with that one glance, the aura of a female celebrity instantly radiated, simply dazzling and captivating, too bright to look at directly. Sucha paused and casually turned his head away, acting as if nothing happened. Speaking of the crime record, it reminds them of awakened abilities. Song Ke tugged at Zhuang Qinjian's sleeve and asked, what level is he? Lu Xiao awakened before the apocalypse. In his mental power test as an adult, his potential is 97%, just one step away from S level. Zhuang Qinjian continued in a solemn tone, even if he wasted a few years in the death prison, he should have no problem breaking through to S level. S level, mystical hacking type awakener. Song Ke's eyes sparkled. Wow. Su Xing pursed his lips and, with a serious expression, calculated how much time it would take for his 90% potential to break through. So who's more powerful, him or Ilya? At novel bin at. Song Ke immediately ruled out Lu Xinglan. Judging by the colors of their irises alone, Lu Xiao's pure ice blue eyes were more dominant. Among the people she knew, the one with the most formidable data manipulation abilities was Ilya, the Lord of Ferrara. Never had a chance to cross paths, so I can't say, but AI naturally fears his abilities. Don't forget, just before Lu Xiao escaped, he created an artificial intelligence. The fact that Lu Xiao could create AI was enough to shock the world. He could create AI, but of course, he could also destroy it. S-level hacker-type awakeners were the #1 nemesis of all artificial intelligence. Song Ke couldn't help but let her mind wander. If Lu Xiao had gone to Ferrara in the first place, she wondered how Ilya would have dealt with it. Could he have easily dealt with it like he did with Lu Xinglan, taking over his body? No, Ilya wanted an unrestricted body, and with both of Lu Xiao's legs broken, he clearly wouldn't meet the requirements. Moreover, he and the Lu family were sworn enemies and probably wouldn't do any favors for them. After thinking it through, the addition of S-level awakener, Lu Xiao, to V587 represented a significant boost in their overall strength. As the captain, she had a responsibility to protect this valuable asset. Song Ke turned to Zhuang Qinjian with a sly smile, or maybe you should give him the wheelchair. Zhuang Qinjian squinted his eyes, his tone gradually became colder. Song Ke, do you really have such a fickle heart? Do you like the new and dislike the old? He hummed softly. Song Ke nervously cleared her throat and shook her head repeatedly. Is there something you're not satisfied with about me? No, I'm not. You, don't talk nonsense. Song Ke quickly waved her hands, feeling very wronged. After all, she was the fairest captain. Knock, knock. Cheng Yi entered the room just in time, rescuing Song Ke who was sitting on pins and needles. Thanks to Cheng Yi's timely support, they were able to evacuate quickly. She had provided this safe house, but of course, Song Ke had also contributed a substantial amount of crystals. After all, businessmen never took a loss. Song Ke turned her head to greet her, and Lin Yu asked, by the way, Boss Cheng, I'd like to go out and purchase some supplies. Do you have any suggestions? Cheng Yi immediately stopped her. No, please don't go out. Song Ke was taken aback. What's wrong? Is something happening outside? Cheng Yi laughed heartily. You guys have become famous. It's all over the streets. V587, mighty and domineering, demolished Shi Liang's 10 billion, defeated Warden White, rescued a mysterious death prison inmate, turned the death prison upside down. Now the entire Sin City knows your notorious names. Song Ke nervously asked, are we going to be hunted down? Cheng Yi chuckled as she shook her head. On the contrary, thanks to you, the crime record is now ineffective, and both Shi Liang and White have been toppled. With the new warden taking office, the death prison is thriving, and people outside are raving about you. You might be swamped by fans if you go out. But there's something I'm really curious about. Cheng Yi stroked her chin, her eyes scanning the group. You caused such a huge commotion, turned the death prison upside down, and repairing the damage and cleaning up the mess are substantial tasks. Why hasn't the death prison issued an arrest warrant until now? Zhuang Qinjian suddenly asked, who is this new warden you're talking about? He just emerged these days. His name is Hu Yang. White has been defeated, Shi Liang is critically injured, and Lord Hades, who has been in seclusion for a long time, is no longer overseeing the situation in the death prison. This Hu Yang is quite capable. For some reason, even the prison guards willingly obey him. In any case, he quickly cleaned up the mess, and now the entire death prison follows his orders. I heard that he has already ordered a re-evaluation of the inmates' records, releasing some and arresting others. It seems that the personnel in Sin City will undergo a major reshuffling in the near future. Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian exchanged a look, silently thinking of the same person. That silent prison guard was indeed a formidable individual. Even after forgetting his past personality and memories, he had still, in another form, fulfilled his long-standing wish. Thanks for giving me a free show. In return, let me handle the procurement of supplies, Cheng Yi said as she stood up, flipping her half-dyed purple hair with a shrewd and cunning smile. As for the service fee, I'll give you a discount. In her smile, Song Ke quietly clutched her money pouch. Early the next morning, Song Ke went to visit Lu Xiao. To her surprise, he was already awake, sitting alone in a wheelchair, with electronic sounds from various key adjustments constantly ringing. Curious, Song Ke leaned in for a closer look. To her amazement, Lu Xiao had built himself a pair of mechanical legs. They had a shiny, silvery texture that blended seamlessly with the basic wheelchair. When he wanted to stand, the mechanical legs automatically extended and fastened around his waist to help him stand up. With these legs, he stood at over 2.5 meters tall, exuding an imposing and powerful presence. Song Ke gazed up in awe, watching Lu Xiao proudly demonstrate his new legs. How do you like it? With the materials available, this is the most perfect state I can achieve. Amazing. Song Ke applauded enthusiastically, truly impressed. She didn't expect that, in addition to being a top-tier hacker, Lu Xiao had such remarkable talent in mechanics. My GPA in practical theory of mechanical design and engineering structures is 5.0. He's only 4.2. Lu Xiao lifted his chin slightly, appearing casual but taking the opportunity to subtly take a jab at someone. That he naturally referred to Zhuang Qinjian. Song Ke thought of something Lu Xiao had just mentioned with the materials available. She asked, where did you get the materials for this? He had been unconscious just yesterday and hadn't even left the safe house. Where did he find the materials to modify his wheelchair? Oh, Lu Xiao's expression remained unchanged, his tone casual. I disassembled Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair. Cough, cough. Song Ke choked on her own saliva, coughing violently. Lu Xiao spoke confidently, he has 2 extra legs compared to me, he's just limping. Why should he use a higher-grade wheelchair? Does he deserve it? Song Ke, whether he deserves it or not, you can't just disassemble his wheelchair. She felt that this was a major problem, and if Zhuang Qinjian, who was quite petty, found out, it would not be good. She needed to check on the situation quickly. You should rest. Wait, Lu Xiao stopped her. Can I borrow your terminal? He had been imprisoned in the death prison for over 5 years, mostly cut off from the outside world. He urgently needed to catch up with the current state of the world. As for the F-180 district not having internet access, what a joke. He was a hacker-type awakener, as long as there was data, as long as he wished, there was no information he couldn't access. Song Ke rummaged through her backpack, frantically searching for her terminal and the old-fashioned light screen she carried. She handed them over to Lu Xiao. Then, she hurriedly ran to Zhuang Qinjian's room and eavesdropped on the door for a while. No sound could be heard, he was probably still asleep. Hurry, she needed to get a new wheelchair. Song Ke donned her full disguise, wearing a hat and mask, and rushed outside. The overall atmosphere of Sin City was indeed different from the past, with more law enforcement personnel on the streets. Ajin. A thin man ran past Song Ke, scooping up a woman in front of him. Aikyong, how did you get out? The woman was surprised and delighted. I was released, I'm innocent. A special police officer in death prison uniform passed by the 2 embracing, crying people and entered the adjacent Red Willow Hotel. Jade, is it? You are arrested on suspicion of intentional homicide. Trading Street was still bustling, but there were people both rejoicing and worried. As Song Ke walked past the restaurant where Sucha had been arrested before, it was business as usual inside. Have you seen V587? Someone asked excitedly. More than just seeing them. They even robbed me of my crystals. The burly Gaeta climbed onto a table, spouting exaggerated stories, his words flying like spit and making the ceiling fall apart. It was a scorching afternoon, and my brothers and I were hunting mutant zombies in the desert. What kind of people are V587? Someone in the audience asked impatiently. I only know the most famous one is called Sucha. It seems, there's also a woman who plays with curved knives, but I don't have much impression of the others. Song Ke tugged the brim of her hat down low and discreetly walked past, keeping her achievements and identity well hidden. Song Ke found a medical equipment store at the end of the trading street. The store was located deep in winding alleys, with dim lighting, and artificial light sources didn't reach there. She stepped on several puddles along the way. The underground sea was very close, less than a kilometer away. The cold sea breeze blew towards her, making her shiver and waking her up. Probably due to its remote location, the business didn't seem to be doing well, and the entrance was deserted. Song Ke entered the store, and a middle-aged man behind the counter was busy with a calculator. He greeted her without much enthusiasm, saying, see for yourself what you want. The interior space was quite large. Song Ke went straight to the wheelchair section, where there were various models, colors, and functions. After some research, she couldn't make up her mind. She had initially thought of buying them all, but when she touched her money pouch, she felt helpless. Thinking of Zhuang Qinjian's critical gaze, Song Ke reluctantly chose the most expensive one, with a fancy description and even a small booklet. When it came time to pay, the store owner glanced at her and asked, is this for someone else? Song Ke nodded. Is it for a new one, or are you just exchanging it? New, the previous one broke. The store owner calmly said, this wheelchair doesn't offer good value for the price. Many of its functions are superfluous. If you want something practical, you can take a look at those in the showcase. They're from Chingsong Biotech, and they're considerably cheaper. She didn't expect the owner, who appeared uninterested, to be quite honest. Song Kei went to the showcase and indeed found a familiar silver-white one that resembled the one Zhuang Qinjian used before. She happily picked it up and went to the counter to pay, saying, "I'll take this one." The store owner's forehead twitched. "This is a sample. Let me get you a new one from the warehouse." The store owner went through a small door, and Song Kei waited at the same spot. The main door opened with a swish, and two playful figures entered. First, there was a 6 or 7-year-old boy with a face covered in sand, looking all dirty. Following him was a beautiful young man with a dark green snake tail. This time, he was wearing an old cartoon t-shirt with rolled edges. His tail swayed merrily, making a clang sound as it bumped into the counter at Novel Bin at. When the two entered, they were suddenly startled upon seeing Song Kei, and both of them trembled visibly. Then the little boy quickly realized and turned to push the snake-tailed young man, saying, "Hurry, run, you run." The store owner, upon hearing the commotion, emerged from the warehouse and, after taking in the scene, sternly shouted, "Yanosh, I told you not to bring him in here." The boy clung to the snake-tailed young man, crying loudly, "Papa, don't give Gabriel to the bad people, don't give him to the bad people." Why Song Kei, who was confused by being labeled a bad person without a word. The snake-tailed young man stared at Song Kei with his amber-colored eyes for a while, and the rings on his tail rustled. Suddenly, he burst into a cheerful laugh. Song Kei, feeling quite awkward, shook her head and said, I think we should know each other." Yanosh's crying abruptly stopped, and the bubble of snot popped with a pop. After explaining the situation with the rose auction house, the store owner sighed. "Gabriel is a creature Yanosh found by the sea. I told him not to do it. These exotic pets are usually kept by wealthy individuals. He might have escaped from somewhere, and sooner or later, he'll be captured. But Yanosh doesn't listen and goes to play with him every day. So, I had to set a rule. Gabriel isn't allowed inside the store. Gabriel probably doesn't have an owner yet," Song Kei kindly informed the store owner. After all, the auction hadn't concluded, and they had disrupted it. It was chaotic afterward, and the snake-tailed young man seemed to have sneaked out on his own. Yanosh eagerly asked, "Papa, can we adopt Gabriel?" The store owner shouted loudly, "Clean your face." Yanosh shrunk his neck and, leading Gabriel, went out to the seaside to play and wash his face. The store owner settled Song Kei's bill and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are you sure the auction house has been destroyed, and there won't be any more people coming?" "Yes," Song Kei nodded. After all, the person behind the rose auction house, Shi Liang, had fallen from power. Now, with Hu Yong taking over, the chances of these illicit activities making a comeback were slim. "Adopting him shouldn't be a problem for you." The store owner gazed out of the window at Yanosh and Gabriel playing in the water, lost in thought. As soon as Song Kei pushed the door open to leave, Yanosh ran over, followed by the gracefully swimming Gabriel. He circled Song Kei a few times, then affectionately rubbed his tail tip against her calf. "Gabriel likes you and wants you to touch him," Yanosh enthusiastically translated. Reluctantly, Song Kei extended her fingertip cautiously and touched Gabriel's emerald green tail. The scales beneath her touch were smooth, cool to the touch, and slightly rough from the mixture of sand and seawater. Gabriel seemed to thoroughly enjoy her touch, closing his eyes as the scales on his belly gently expanded, revealing a faint waistline. With sharp eyes, Song Kei noticed a concealed row of small letters where Gabriel's human body met his snake tail. These weren't tattoos or engravings, they seemed to be naturally part of him. She bent down, getting closer to Gabriel's abdomen, and carefully read the words, RYK 1275. It was a ULab experimental subject number. Gabriel wriggled out of Song Kei's palm and moved behind her, staring intently at her waist. Song Kei, feeling uncomfortable, asked, "Why is he looking at me like that?" Gabriel made a couple of sounds and tilted his head in confusion. Yanosh earnestly translated for him, "Gabriel is asking, where's your tail?" Song Kei replied, "I never had a tail to begin with." It seemed that Gabriel found the absence of a tail difficult to comprehend. He circled Song Kei at close range, observing her arms, neck, and face. Then, he suddenly straightened his upper body, bringing his beautiful face close to hers, locking eyes with her. His clear eyes gradually filled with confusion. "Gabriel, you can't. You can only like me first, and then you can like her," Yanosh said, jealous of Gabriel's closeness to Song Kei. Gabriel burst into laughter, swaying his tail and splashing sand, showering Song Kei and Yanosh with it. Song Kei spat out the sand and thought, with an expressionless face, that she couldn't handle Gabriel's affection. Back at the safe house, Song Kei tiptoed toward Zhuang Qinjian's room and quietly placed the newly bought wheelchair outside his door. After contemplating for a couple of seconds, she decided it would be better to tell him in person and maybe persuade him not to be upset with Lu Xiao. She was about to push the door open when she suddenly remembered Zhuang Qinjian's repeated emphasis on maintaining proper decorum between men and women. So, she knocked on the door respectfully instead. Knock, knock. She gently tapped the door twice. No response from inside. Knock, knock. She knocked a bit harder. Still no response. Bang, bang. She applied more force, and the door was flung open. Song Kei stuck her head inside and scanned the room, but it was empty. "Oh no, Lu Xiao is in danger." Limping with a crutch, Zhuang Qinjian unceremoniously pushed open Lu Xiao's door. Lu Xiao was in the midst of adjusting his 2 new legs, and upon seeing the unexpected visitor barging in, he paused for less than a second before continuing his activities as if nothing had happened, one step at a time. Zhuang Qinjian strolled in leisurely, glancing at Lu Xiao's familiar pair of mechanical legs, and calmly leaned against the wall. Lu Xiao proudly showed off, "I recreated them based on practical theory of mechanical design and structural technology. How's that? Oh, I forgot, your GPA is only 4.2, you probably can't understand it." Zhuang Qinjian instantly countered, "At least I still have a 4.2 GPA, unlike someone who failed an elective course like language, social interaction, and the arts." Lu Xiao quickly shot up to 2.5 meters in height. "Objection? You're distorting the facts. I failed because I got the exam time wrong." Zhuang Qinjian disregarded his protest, saying, "I've said it before, I don't like talking to people with my neck tilted." Lu Xiao clicked his tongue and slowly descended, returning to his wheelchair. "Why are you limping?" he asked. "Accident. I thought you'd have accidentally died by now. Sorry to disappoint you." "So, did you find a backer because you couldn't make it on your own?" Lu Xiao inquired, his curiosity evident. Zhuang Qinjian tilted his head and gave him a sidelong glance. "What, are you envious? What's your relationship with Song Ke? Are you using her?" Lu Xiao's ice blue eyes flashed. His social interactions were always laced with aggression. "No," Zhuang Qinjian answered without hesitation, but then he paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he appeared unusually serious. "She is indeed my backer, but I won't use her." Lu Xiao remained quiet for a moment before relentlessly pressing on. "Why did you skip my first question?" Zhuang Qinjian coldly retorted, "Why can't you learn to read people's expressions?" Lu Xiao clicked his tongue once more. Zhuang Qinjian tapped his crutch on the ground and his almond-shaped eyes carried a warning. "Don't mess with her. She grew up in District F. She doesn't have as many twisted thoughts as you do, and she might take things seriously." "District F." Lu Xiao repeated, his expression showing some oddity. "What's the problem?" Zhuang Qinjian keenly noticed his unusual reaction. Lu Xiao said, "I thought she was from District B." Zhuang Qinjian straightened up, asking, "What do you mean?" Lu Xiao pulled out the light screen that Song Ke had given him before she left, saying, "Although this light screen is quite old, it's a special commemorative model from 20 years ago, only available in a limited quantity in District B. You guys at Kinglan mentioned ordering a large batch, and it cost me the opportunity to get a first edition. That's why I remember it vividly." "What does that have to do with anything? Light screens can be second-hand. Light screens can be resold, but what about the data inside?" Lu Xiao brought up a copy of Particle Physics Advanced Microbiology and glanced through it casually. "These textbooks aren't within District F's access rights." Zhuang Qinjian couldn't help but frown. He had used Song Ke's light screen before and hadn't noticed anything special, but he had overlooked one thing: he had always been looking up the content according to his level of understanding. However, when it came to Song Ke, could she understand it? Lu Xiao continued, "There's also something interesting. I found a hidden database and it took me a full 45 seconds to crack it." Zhuang Qinjian took the light screen from Lu Xiao, and in the folder that Lu Xiao had found were cutting-edge research papers and data on genetics. "This light screen," he began to say. Bam! The door was abruptly pushed open, and Song Ke rushed in frantically. "Please, please don't fight." In the room, the 2 men, one standing and one sitting, and the expected explosive argument was nowhere to be found. The atmosphere remained peaceful and harmonious. Both Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao turned to look at her. Song Ke found herself in an awkward situation, her words of persuasion stuck in her throat. She wished she could disappear on the spot. "Song Ke, come here," Zhuang Qinjian called out to her. "Why?" Song Ke hesitantly approached. "Where did this light screen come from?" Zhuang Qinjian asked. "Huh." Song Ke blinked, puzzled. "It belonged to my grandfather." Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to skip the previous topic. Song Ke had mentioned that she was an orphan and had lived with her only grandfather. Until they figured out the true owner of the light screen, it was better not to reveal it and add to her troubles. "I remember you said your grandfather left this light screen for you." Zhuang Qinjian emphasized the word left deliberately. "Yes, he wanted me to study every day." Song Ke nodded. "He wanted you to study these?" "Particle physics." Zhuang Qinjian opened the rather complex textbook. "Sorry for the interruption," Lu Xiao coughed lightly. "Just my humble opinion, but I think your grandfather intended for you to study the content of this database." Lu Xiao swiped his fingertip, quickly switching to another layer of the system. The screen displayed a set of children's textbooks and several peculiar ebooks. "Learn local dialects and travel fearlessly across the Alliance. 100 clever tips for independent living. Practical everyday applications of legal knowledge." Song Ke exclaimed, "Huh. Could it be that she had been studying the wrong books all along? No wonder she diligently studied every day and hadn't learned anything." "Song Ke, you're 13 now. You need to learn to cook for yourself. Even when Grandpa isn't here, you should eat well to grow strong and tall. There's a cookbook I personally wrote on the tablet. Follow the videos and remember not to eat failed dishes." "Song Ke, you're 14 this year, right? Try not to get into fights at school, and even if you do, don't break anyone's head. We can't afford the damages. Find some hidden places." Ahem, you should continue your education and become a knowledgeable and cultured person. Study your textbooks diligently. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something. Don't be afraid to spend money. Our family isn't as poor as you might think. Grandpa left 3 backup funds for you. One is with your Uncle Chang, another is in my secret account. The password is XXXX. Be sure to retrieve it, or it might expire. And the last one, Grandpa hid it 3 inches inside the wall behind your bed. Reach in and feel around. There's a small box inside with some rhenium bars that Grandpa secretly stashed. If you ever run out of money, you can sell them. I heard that this thing is very valuable. Along with a pile of children's textbooks, there were voice messages from Song Zaiwen for Song K. Starting from the year he passed away, there were about 2 or 3 messages a year, adding up to nearly 20 messages. They were filled with various reminders and oozing with care for her. Song K, even though Grandpa can't see it, you must be growing up well, right? This world is more beautiful than you can imagine. Stay happy, safe, and healthy, do whatever you want to do, and most importantly, you have to live well. Song K finished reading the last message, her nose red. She stared at the screen until it automatically went dark. She missed her grandpa so much. A pair of gentle hands ruffled her hair, not saying anything, but their comforting gesture was enough. Song K nuzzled into Zhuang Qinjian's palm, unreservedly wetting it with her tears. Zhuang Qinjian's hand paused for a moment, then slid down the back of her head, teasing her like a little cat. He pinched her fair nape and, in the process, returned her tears to her. Song K's heartache was swept away, and she turned to glare at him, her clear eyes full of vitality, back to normal. Zhuang Qinjian's lips curved with a faint smile. Unfortunately, the third person present, Lu Xiao, was not one to appreciate the romantic atmosphere. His rigid voice abruptly broke the two people's beautiful atmosphere. This light screen is designed for researchers and its main feature is 2 independent systems and a deep firewall. Its practicality is average. Song K puffed her cheeks, I'm not very good at using it. She was never familiar with high-tech products. She must have accidentally switched systems while fumbling around and then forgotten how to switch back. Not only did she not gain any knowledge, but she also missed what her grandfather wanted to say to her. Song K silently sighed and for the first time, she felt like she might be a bit stupid. Lu Xiao, completely oblivious to her disappointment, continued in a matter-of-fact tone, in situations like this, my suggestion is to reread Kali plus Linux penetration testing techniques detailed explanation. It will take a little time to crack the hidden database. But considering your level of knowledge, I think you should start with web security and DOS commands. Song K stared blankly, huh. Lu Xiao paused, maybe start with the basic user guide for the light screen, and the version for 7-14-year-olds might be more suitable for you. Zhuang Qinjian's cold gaze swept over, shut up. Lu Xiao shrugged. Song K blinked at the screen and said sincerely to Lu Xiao, thank you. After all, if it weren't for Lu Xiao, she might never have heard the words her grandfather left for her. Lu Xiao was left a little baffled. Half an hour later, Lin Yuyu, Feng Higzu, and others gathered in Lu Xiao's room for a meeting. Lu Xiao has been found, and our next plan is to go to Mu City, Zhuang Qinjian said. Song K nodded solemnly. The operation in Sin City had been full of difficulties and unexpected twists from the beginning. However, with everyone's concerted efforts, they had ultimately succeeded. Before we leave this place, I suggest that we get to know each other better. After all, we will be traveling together for some time. Zhuang Qinjian relaxed in his new wheelchair. Let's start with the captain. Song K, who was called upon, puffed up her chest, and her palm subtly moved, forming a blade-shaped azure light. Song K, S-Class strong offensive type gold and metal type ability. I can transform things into a spiritual weapon and I'm really good in fights. Su Xing clapped his hands enthusiastically, offering support. Big sis is the best. Zhuang Qinjian chuckled. We've all witnessed the captain's strength, no doubt about that. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. Next is me, Zhuang Qinjian, from the Kindlin Research Institute, an S-Class spiritual type ability. Lu Xiao, from District B8, Urgia, S-Class hacker type ability. The abilities of these two couldn't be easily classified as either attack or support, they were more control-oriented. They could both engage in offense and defense, and as S-Class awakeners, their power was equally remarkable. Feng Higzu, from District C60, Tongwan, A-Class healing type ability, formerly a renowned surgeon. Although Feng Higzu wasn't a combat talent, his role in the team was indispensable. Without him, Song K's severe injuries wouldn't have received timely treatment, and Lu Xiao, with tubes all over her body, wouldn't have escaped death prison so easily. Lin Yuyu, from District C72, Ferrara, A-Class support type sound ability. I'm not good at fighting, but I can buff you guys. Sucha, from District E170, Rainforest, A-Class strong offensive and poison type ability. Zhuang Qinjian said with a smile, these two are temporary team members. Lin Yuyu gave him a sidelong glance, her long eyelashes drooping down without a word of rebuttal. She had indeed joined V587 with impure intentions, partly due to the pressure from Song K and partly for her own selfish reasons. After everyone else had introduced themselves, only Su Xing remained. He looked to his left, then to his right, and suddenly burst into tears, crying and choking as he said, I'm Su Xing. I'm a B-Class strong offensive. Ice-type ability, from District F177. While everyone else was either S-class or A-class, he was the only B-class. Su Xing's self-esteem took a serious hit, and at that moment, he deeply realized the meaning behind Zhuang Qinjian's constant push for him to improve his abilities. He didn't want to be a slacker who only shouted 666. He didn't want to be useless. Song Ke ran over to comfort him. Xiao Xing, you're really strong. You're a group attack type. Su Xing sniffled. Really? Yes. Song Ke nodded decisively. You still have 90% of your potential and a chance to level up. Su Xing wiped away his tears, and when he discreetly glanced at Lu Xiao, who had successfully leveled up, he silently made up his mind. Where do we go next? Did you mention District C55? Lu Xiao asked. Lin Yuyu opened her terminal and looked at it, then alerted everyone. The Throne Race's third round of competition for the final 16 is about to begin. The official competition day is in 3 days. Sucha's deep voice said, if we rush back now, we might not make it. They had been delayed too long in death prison, and District F had poor transportation. 3 days didn't seem like enough time to get them back to Ferrara. Should they give up like this? Lin Yuyu clenched her lips in frustration. Why wouldn't we make it? Lu Xiao suddenly asked. Lin Yuyu explained, it took us a week to get here. First with the transport convoy to the outskirts, then switching to off-road vehicles to enter the desert. Lu Xiao, why not switch to more efficient means of transportation? Lin Yuyu, did they not want to? Did they not have it? Speaking of the Alliance's most advanced flying ships, Song Ke looked at Lu Xiao with a hint of helplessness. You forgot, the starship, it's broken. Lu Xiao tugged at the corner of his mouth, trying to make a slightly disapproving smile, but it wasn't very successful, and it looked a bit odd. It's just a loss of power. You can't describe it as broken. What do you mean? Do you have a solution? Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up. Lu Xiao answered without asking, the competition you mentioned sounds interesting. Can I participate? Huh? Do you have a wish you want to fulfill too? Song Ke asked. She had already promised Lin Yuyu that if they won the championship, she would give Lin Yuyu the opportunity to make a wish. If Lu Xiao also wanted. No, I just like coming first, Lu Xiao replied matter-of-factly. The group fell silent. The genius's thought process was truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Okay, then you can participate next time. Captain, do you have any objections? Zhuang Qinjian sought Song Ke's opinion. Song Ke was slightly worried. Lu Xiao had just recovered and looked fragile. Would he be okay? Lu Xiao's 2 legs shot up, and his towering 2.5-meter height made him look down on everyone. His ice blue eyes gleamed, his silver hair flew, and his awakened energy poured out, enveloping the entire room in a silver-white matrix of 101,010 code. Song Ke, no objections. Lu Xiao was more than okay, he was more than capable. Lu Xiao sat back in his wheelchair with satisfaction. Let's go then and find a starship. Before leaving, V587 bid farewell to an old friend. Cheng Yi's business was thriving more than ever, keeping her extremely busy. She had just seen off one customer when she was greeted by the familiar group of 7. Zhuang Qinjian was in a wheelchair, and Lu Xiao had walked over on his own. Lu Xiao's towering 2.5-meter height made him stand out, but in a city full of strange individuals, where even mechanical bodies were not unusual, their presence only attracted a bit more attention. As they approached, Cheng Yi's gaze lingered on Sucha's face for 2 seconds before she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sucha's hat was pulled low, he wore a mask, and had on a thick coat that wrapped him up completely. His face, with his current reputation, was well known throughout Sin City. Going out without any disguise would probably lead to a mob of fans making it impossible for him to move freely. Boss Cheng, we're about to leave, Zhuang Qinjian greeted Cheng Yi. Before we go, we'd like to make one last deal with you. Cheng Yi touched her half-shaven head and took a deep breath. Where else do you want to attack? Zhuang Qinjian smiled. Boss Cheng, you've misunderstood. We just want to get some information about the starship port. How many crystals would you require? After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Yi unexpectedly replied, I can provide you with the information, you don't need to pay for it. She pointed towards the direction of Death Prison, her expression remarkably calm. I don't know who you really are, but because of you, Sin City has indeed changed, and for the better. The Rose Auction House has changed hands, and human ficking has been categorized as a serious crime. Anyone attempting a comeback must think twice. After taking office, Hu Yang had not hurried to declare his authority. He hadn't even made public appearances or delivered speeches. He remained entrenched in the dark depths of Death Prison, systematically correcting errors. The absence of criminal records did not mean the prisoners outside would gain their freedom. The underground city had enacted new regulations, and though chaos still reigned and villains were aplenty, it was slowly moving towards order. Cheng Yi laughed heartily. Consider the information about the starship port a gift from me. Even the most opportunistic of merchants had a human side to them. Sucha drove the off-road vehicle through the desert. According to Cheng Yi, the starship port in Sin City had been nearly abandoned before the apocalypse. Inside, there were only a few starships left unattended, and she wasn't sure if they still existed or if they had been sold as scrap. Just as Song Ke and her team approached their destination, something interesting happened. A group of heavily armed bandits leaped out and shouted, "Robbery! Hand over everything valuable!" Song Ke and her team exchanged glances, and everyone couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. They had been robbed by the treacherous Mia when they first arrived, and now, as they were leaving, it seemed they couldn't escape being robbed again. It could be said that, even as new changes were emerging, Sin City still lived up to its reputation as a city of sin. Sucha had been in a foul mood the whole way, and his patience had reached its limit. He removed his hat and mask, then spoke coldly, "You have 3 seconds to get lost." The leader of the bandits stared at him for a full 4 seconds, maintaining an arrogant attitude. "Who are you to tell me to get lost? If you tell me to get lost, then I'll just get lost. Wouldn't I lose face by leaving? Boss, maybe we should retreat. These people look not easy to deal with." One of his subordinates, displaying some wisdom, had already started to back down. "Retreat? Are you kidding me? Don't you know that causing trouble when entering Sin City is essential? We've finally made it here, and we can't just give up now." Adat novel bin Adat. Oh, it's a rookie. No wonder he doesn't recognize the famous V587. Su Xing jumped out, hands on his hips, and shouted with great vigor, "I said get lost. Can't you hear me?" A relentless snowstorm blew in, freezing the bandits who were attempting to rob them into ice sculptures. The leader who had been boasting had his mouth contorted from the cold. "Oh my ancestor? Little ancestor, please let us go. We'll leave immediately." Su Xing snorted and eased his power, causing the bandits to flee in a panic. This little incident was quickly forgotten as the 7 made their way into the starship port. Inside, they found a collection of dilapidated and half-buried starships. Lu Xiao picked a relatively intact-looking one and climbed into the cockpit. Curious, Song Ke followed him. Lu Xiao effortlessly accessed the control panel, with his ice blue eyes reflecting the data. Various parameters rapidly changed and reconfigured. Without Yayo, there are other energy sources: wind, water, sunlight. Everything you can see can be used to power the starship. Lu Xiao was the primary reason for the eternal soaring bird's never-ending flight. The old starship slowly ascended, stirring up the yellow sand as it roared to life. Observing this, the others boarded one by one and found their seats. Lu Xiao closed the cabin door. Although he didn't smile, everyone could sense his happiness. "We're ready to go." Boom. The engines roared to life, and the starship, now reinvigorated, shot off like a meteor. Inside the cockpit, Song Ke and the others were thrown off balance by the powerful thrust and had to grab onto the seat's armrests. Lin Yuyo, who often traveled on starships due to her job, spoke up, "Wait a minute. Did you forget to engage the Star Track route?" Deviation from the Star Track route would disable the automatic pilot and navigation, leaving the entire journey reliant on manual control, greatly increasing the risk. Soon, Lin Yuyo discovered another critical issue and shouted in panic, "Hey, aren't you speeding like crazy?" The starship accelerated again, flashed a few times in the vast desert, and vanished into the airspace above District F-180. Lu Xiao, you lunatic. After a 3-month absence, Ferrara still shone with neon lights. Is this the city ruled by artificial intelligence? Lu Xiao lowered the starship's altitude and peered out the window. A flower parade ship passed by, and on the floating advertising screen, a sweet female star with cherry blossom pink hair was smiling at him. Lu Xiao focused on it for a couple of seconds, then turned back and found a certain person in the back seat with precision. Lin Yuyu awkwardly covered her face. Yeah, it's me, already used to social death. An illusory city with fake personalities, Lu Xiao commented pointedly. Yug. On the opposite side, Song Ke and Su Xing were sprawled across their seats, their faces pale. The intense motion sickness from the high-speed ride made the two, who rarely took starships from District F, unable to stop themselves from vomiting. Feng Higsu's complexion wasn't too good either. He had always followed safe driving practices and had never ridden in a black car like Lu Xiao's starship. Luckily, he was a healing-type awakener himself, and with his ability enveloping his body, he managed to overcome the discomfort after a few breaths. Lu Xiao piloted the starship, blending in with the flower parade ship, and found a spot to land. Song Ke got off the starship in a daze and caught a whiff of a burnt smell. She looked around and quickly noticed something abnormal: the engine is on fire. While traveling at super high speed, the 4 engines of the starship emitted black smoke and, with a puff, were rendered completely useless. Lu Xiao deactivated the control panel with some regret. Couldn't break the speed threshold. This is the main reason solar energy got phased out. Next time we get a new starship, I'll consider using a different energy source. Song Ke repeated in shock. Next time, a new starship. You really don't know how expensive firewood and rice are. Thanks to Cheng Yi confiscating their money, there was no sign of the next starship. With Lu Xiao's habit of wasting one aircraft for every trip, they were quickly heading towards bankruptcy. The impoverished captain silently hugged her money pouch. The group of people returned to the hotel, booked the largest suite, and without saying a word, they all collapsed onto the couch and beds, sleeping like logs. After spending a long time in the dim and cramped prison cell, their legs and bodies felt stiff. The soft mattress in Ferrara made for an exceptionally comfortable rest. They woke up one by one, yawning and heading to the multimedia room for a meeting. The screen displayed the previous match's recordings, and Zhuang Qinjian projected the new rules. The top 16 knockout stage followed a challenge mode for team battles. The first-place teams from the previous A to G group matches were the defending champions, while the remaining teams became challengers. In each round, the challengers could select one defending champion to challenge. If the challenge succeeded, they would replace the defending champion. The qualification rules were simple as well. If the defending champion received a bye in a round or won all rounds in a single turn, they would directly qualify. However, each team's participants couldn't be repeated in each round, which meant that if they started as challengers, they had only 5 chances to challenge. Each team had a maximum of 5 players. Choosing the right defending champion was crucial. This competition format was reminiscent of the ancient story of the Tianji's horse race. If the defending champion was strong in a particular round, the challengers might choose to forfeit and wait for the next chance. On the other hand, if the defending champion appeared weak, they might face multiple challenges within the same round. V587, as the first place in Group G, naturally received the title of defending champion. They needed to win 3 rounds to qualify. Lin Yuyo and Sucha had also joined the team, increasing their pool of available participants to 7. In the selection of defending champions for the rounds, Zhuang Qinjian first ruled out 2 support-type participants, Lin Yuyo and Feng Higzo, as they had no advantage in this type of challenge. For the first round, Lu Xiao, you haven't appeared before, and there's no information on you. Due to the underestimation by challengers, there should be many who want to challenge you, but their strength won't be very high. You can win with surprise tactics and quickly secure a victory. Lu Xiao nodded calmly, and the others agreed without objections. For the second round, Sucha, your solo combat abilities are strong. Get it done as quickly as possible. Got it, Sucha responded coolly. Zhuang Qinjian smiled slyly. For the last round, it's our captain's turn to lead. All right, Song Ke confidently nodded. I also want to participate. Su Xing raised his hand and spoke with eagerness. He was already the weakest in V587, and if he didn't improve his strength quickly, the gap with others would only widen. In that case, Xiao Xing, you'll go second, Sucha third, and I'll go fourth. Song Ke patted Su Xing's head, encouraging the child to get some practice as well, saying that as long as she was there, losing wouldn't be a problem. Since you've made your decisions, I guess it's alright if I don't appear tomorrow. Lin Yuyu summoned her terminal, and a rose gold invitation letter appeared. Although it's all a fake persona, I still need to make a living. I've been invited to be a special guest for tomorrow's match. Song Ke was puzzled. Aren't the guests supposed to be artificial intelligence only? Lin Yuyu replied, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems that after the Ferrara incident last time, Ilya has relaxed the regulations in this regard. The 10 new stars even shot a short film together. It's not relaxation, Zhuang Qinjian said, leaning on his crutch. During the 3 months we were away, although Ilya hasn't appeared in public, his abilities have been continually growing stronger, far surpassing humans. He doesn't care about whatever commotion you make. Everyone fell silent. No one knew just how far this powerful AI magistrate would develop. Then, may I take a day off tomorrow? Lin Yuyu asked. Sure, Captain Song agreed with a wave of her hand. The atmosphere in the multimedia room was calm, and Zhuang Qinjian suddenly asked, what are you doing? Song Ke turned her head and was surprised to see that Lu Xiao's hand was about to reach another wheelchair in the room. He answered seriously, I need materials for a second modification. A crutch extended through the air to block his path, and Zhuang Qinjian squinted slightly, speaking with a confrontational tone. Lu Xiao, there are some things I can only tolerate once. Lu Xiao casually retracted his hand. Oh, then please help me get some materials. I'll handle the procurement, Feng Higzo volunteered. Since everyone had tasks, he didn't want to remain idle. This is the list. Lu Xiao's ice blue eyes flashed as he transferred a large amount of data to Feng Higzo's terminal. By the way, if possible, buy another terminal. We'll be going to District C55, right? I need equipment to hack into District C's household registration system. Feng Higzo paused for a moment, then nodded. All right. 2 days later, the Throne Race competition's top 16 knockout stage officially began. The host was the ever-energetic Ake, and after explaining the rules, he turned the topic to something special, saying, today's guests are quite unique. Please welcome one of the 10 new stars, Lin Yuyu, as she brings us a new song, Gentle Rain. Spotlights illuminated the stage, and unlike previous appearances, the star on stage wasn't a holographic projection but emerged slowly from a lift. Lin Yuyu wore a magnificent performance outfit with exquisite makeup, shimmering at the corners of her eyes. Her melodious voice filled the air. I like your smile like a gentle rain sprinkled in my heart. In the competitors' area, Song Ke swayed from side to side, humming along with the enthusiastic fans. I like your smile, like a gentle rain sprinkled in my heart. She sang off-key, not hitting a single note, but she was oblivious to it herself. Zhuang Qinjian turned to look at her, and Song Ke remained unaware. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and he couldn't help but laugh. On the other side, Irene gazed at the dazzling Lin Yuyu on stage and cast a glance in the direction of V587. The mysterious masked competitor was indeed not among them. She turned her head back to continue watching the performance. After the song ended, Lin Yuyu stood beside Ake, and the line between the real person and AI was gradually becoming blurred, indistinguishable from a distance. Ake enthusiastically asked, this is your first time visiting our live event, Lin Yuyu. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone? Lin Yuyu displayed her signature smile. I'm honored to accept the invitation, and I've actually been following the competition. Oh, do you have a team you're supporting? Of course, but I can't reveal it now. I hope they can achieve victory successfully. Alright, let's all look forward to it together. After the opening, the 7 defending champions took the stage one by one, and the audience's discussions grew louder. What's going on with the defending champion from Group G? Did they come to the wrong place? Damn, even disabled people are participating. V587, weren't they the dark horse from last time? Why did they change members? Amidst a group of celebrity participants like Doomsday, Old Xiang, and Irene, Lu Xiao, sitting in a wheelchair with his legs disabled, appeared particularly fragile, like a little lamb lost among wolves. Zhuang Qinjian's speculation was correct. Lu Xiao had indeed become the target of many challengers. In the first round of challenges, a staggering 15 people saw him as an easy breakthrough. I choose him. I choose him too. The first challenger was an old acquaintance, the Ferrara star, a bassist who had crossed paths with them in Mirror Lake. Without any hesitation, the young man with smoky eye makeup immediately began producing his unique ability, creating a cacophonous noise with his bass. Lu Xiao calmly appreciated it for a moment, then shook his head, quickly drawing a conclusion. The opponent's musical taste was truly terrible and hard to bear. His ice blue eyes gleamed as he released his psychic power, sending a Cotard wave segment straight into the opponent's face. The bassist's eyes rolled back, and he convulsed before collapsing on the ground. The audience had yet to fully comprehend what had happened when the match was already over. The second challenger was noticeably more cautious. His awakened ability was defensive type, allowing his entire body to become like steel, resisting external attacks. However, seeing that Lu Xiao had no legs and difficulty in moving, he slyly circled around him, like a mischievous monkey. Lu Xiao followed his movements, but couldn't catch him head-on. Growing increasingly impatient, he made a TCH sound and instantly extended 6 massive mechanical arms from his back, resembling spider legs. They shot out from midair and swiftly attacked, their cold tendrils accurately piercing the opponent's chest. The arena fell into a sudden hush, with even the surrounding sounds of battle coming to a momentary pause. Then, a thunderous cheer erupted. Doomsday and Old Xiang, who had already advanced by default, watched the Group G battle, their expressions growing more serious. Doomsday had been defeated by Song Ke before, so he had always been cautious about her. He wanted to have a fair and square showdown with her. On the other hand, Old Xiang was a man with deep thoughts and had eliminated his adversaries, but he had yet to make a move against V587. This was quite unexpected. Doomsday teased, Old Xiang, allowing your opponents to grow seems to be against your style. Old Xiang snorted, an uncharacteristic lack of retort. He also wanted to suppress V587 and snuff out the enemy while they were still in the cradle. The key was that he couldn't get a hold of them. After the Mirror Lake competition's round of 64, Old Xiang dispatched his men to gather information about V587. Just as he was starting to get some leads, they disappeared without a trace the next day, and he couldn't find them anywhere in the entire Ferrara. After waiting for the round of 32, V587 reappeared, and Old Xiang immediately ordered his men to eliminate them. But before they could act, Lion's Uprising and the zombie attack threw Ferrara into endless chaos. By the time Old Xiang regained his senses, they had disappeared again. Seeing that their opponent was becoming increasingly powerful and might even threaten to win the championship, Old Xiang could no longer sit still. This round was his last opportunity to take action. If they managed to advance to the finals, everything would be uncertain. V587, no matter what, I won't let you leave Ferrara alive this time. Group G. Lu Xiao fought with a godlike demeanor, defeating all the challengers. As the match went on, it became absurd. One of his mechanical arms opened a data panel and began working slowly and leisurely, all while effortlessly battling his opponents. His arrogant demeanor was infuriating, making everyone grit their teeth. The defeated challengers regretted their decisions bitterly. In the first round, V587 secured an easy victory. In the second round, it was Su Xing's turn to take the stage. It was his first time participating in a solo battle, and he climbed onto the platform nervously. He glanced back and saw Song Ke, who was swaying to the music, cheering him on from below. Beside her were Zhuang Qinjian, who had a half-smile on his face, Su Cha, who had a neutral expression, and the drowsy Fangs Higzu. Su Xing's face was tense, but he nodded heavily. He thought that he would be an easy target for his challengers due to his young age. However, to his surprise, the defending champions from other groups were even weaker. Everyone had analyzed the match videos, and in comparison, Su Xing, who had once single-handedly killed a mutant zombie, was surprisingly one of the top contenders. In the end, only 3 people dared to challenge him. Su Xing went from being the lowest-ranked player in V587 to being seen as a formidable opponent by others in no time. He hadn't even realized it himself. The whoosh of his ice blades quickly put all 3 challengers on the ground. Su Xing, am I really this strong? Why didn't I know? V587 won 2 consecutive rounds. In the third round, it was Su Cha's turn. With a single push, he leaped onto the platform like a nimble cheetah. Su Cha was a tall man, standing at 1.9 meters. His short hair, tattoos, and the wild and untamed look in his eyes made him appear intimidating. However, the other teams had also reached the brink of elimination and had no choice but to challenge him. There were 5 challengers in total. Su Cha, who had been tempered by the death prison, easily defeated his opponents, even without using his special ability. Song Ke in the audience was a bit puzzled. Why do they seem weaker? Zhuang Qinjian shook his head. It's not that they've become weaker, it's that we've become stronger. The strength of their 7-member team had far exceeded that of the other participants in the throne race, from being evenly matched in the preliminary rounds to now holding a clear lead. They were no longer on the same level as the rest of the competition. Sucha defeated the last challenging opponent, and V587 had won 3 consecutive rounds, advancing to the final of the throne race. As the excited announcer, Ake, announced the list of finalists, Song-Ke and her team walked against the crowd to meet with Lin Yuyu, who was waiting outside. Zhuang Qinjian asked in a low voice, "Did you manage to get Mu City's access permit?" Lu Xiao replied casually, "Done." With a motion of his mechanical arm, they all received 7 fake identification cards that were indistinguishable from real ones, all registered in District C55, Mu City. "Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. But before we go, we need a new starship." "You've got the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you crashing our last one, would we need a new one?" Song-Ke noticed that someone was slowly falling behind and looked back at him. "What's wrong?" Feng Zhigze wiped his face and his emotions were trembling uncontrollably. He took a deep breath and said, "Nothing, let's go." It took some time, but they managed to sneak into the starship harbor of Ferrara and disappeared from view at the gate. Just a few seconds after they entered, a spatial distortion occurred, and a group of individuals with supernatural abilities slowly appeared from the shadows. "Is everyone here?" The leader, a spatial manipulation awakener, asked coldly. "We're all here. Hurry up and get to work. This is the 3rd time. If we can't complete the mission this time, Mr. Xiang won't spare us. Do you understand?" "We understand." Just as they were about to move, they suddenly heard the familiar sound of a starship taking off from the starship harbor. It seemed like the sound of a starship lifting off. The leader with spatial manipulation abilities felt a shadow fall over his heart. "Oh no, quickly, get inside." Before he could finish his sentence, a silver starship rapidly ascended into the sky, moving swiftly through the steamships and flower ships below, and disappeared into the neon depths in the blink of an eye. One of the pursuers muttered, "Damn it. Tian. Story of the Tianji's horse race. These identity documents, why are all the professions mercenaries?" During the flight, Lin Yuyu had some free time, so she flipped through the forged admission applications made by Lu Xiao and noticed a common trait. Mercenaries are the best choice. Lu Xiao probably thought everyone had the same level of intelligence as him, as he didn't continue to explain after saying this. The rest of the people looked at each other in confusion. They didn't quite understand, but they didn't want to ask and make themselves appear ignorant. Song-Ke turned to Alliance know-it-all Zhuang Qinjian and secretly signaled to him. Zhuang Qinjian cleared his throat and timely explained to everyone, the social structure of the Mu City society is highly stratified, with people divided into different classes. At the top is the magistrate, also known as general, who holds supreme power and authority. He is the creator of the rules, and right and wrong are determined by his will alone. Below the general are warlord leaders and various military officers, who monopolize the channels of military production and enjoy many privileges, even having private armed forces. As beneficiaries of these privileges, they fervently support the rule of the general and become his loyal henchmen. The 3rd level consists of the wealthy and businessmen, who serve as intermediaries for the circulation of military supplies and amass great wealth. They may appear prosperous on the surface, but because of the illegitimate sources of their assets, they must rely on the protection of warlords and are usually closely aligned with them. The starship soared across the horizon, and the navigation system indicated that they were nearing the border of District C55. Surrounding Mu City were several D-level cities, forming a crescent shape around it in the central region. Zhuang Qinjian quickened his pace of explanation. From the 4th level and below, you have mercenaries, workers, and the destitute. Mercenaries make up a large portion, they act relatively independently. Workers are often local residents for generations, leading uneventful lives but at least living without worry. At the lowest level are the destitute, also known as the downtrodden, with the lowest status, only able to do laborious work and constantly facing the risk of expulsion. After hearing the explanation, everyone suddenly understood. It made sense why Lu Xiao had chosen the identity of a mercenary. Officers and wealthy individuals were prominent figures in the local community, and their unfamiliar faces would only invite unnecessary trouble. Workers and the destitute had too many limitations, which wouldn't be conducive to their operations. Therefore, being mercenaries seemed like the perfect choice. Lu Xiao slowly reduced the speed of the starship and said, "We can't proceed any further. Once we enter Mu City's territory, unidentified flying objects will be shot down." Lin Yuyu peered outside, but the limited view through the window made it difficult to see clearly. "Is there something ahead?" Song-Ke put on a hood, opened the starship's cabin door, and hung onto the handrail with one hand, leaning out to look into the distance. The high-altitude wind blew against their faces, bone-chilling cold. Beneath their feet, there were countless zombies and mutated animals wandering aimlessly between the wilderness and the abandoned cities. The sound of gunfire and howls echoed back and forth, and occasionally, they could hear intense gunfire. The cities they had visited before, whether it was Ferrara or Tongwan, had relatively clean surroundings, with the nearby zombies having been cleared out. And Sin City, due to its unique geographical location, was far from natural disasters. However, the current view of Mu City revealed the most brutal side of the apocalypse. Between several D-level cities, there was a road faintly visible, enclosed by a high-voltage iron net, leading directly into the distance and extending to the base of the city walls. This is Mu City's lifeline, and only those who pass through this road are qualified to enter the city, Zhuang Qinjian explained. Song Ke fixed her gaze on the endpoint of the lifeline, which was the impenetrable city of Mu City, and at the other end, there seemed to be an endless horde of zombies. She smiled and asked, "To enter the city, do we have to pass a test?" "We'll kill our way in," he said. There was no one nearby, and there was no need to hide their abilities. After descending to low altitude, the 7 of them successively jumped off the starship. Song Ke drew her twin blades from behind, Sucha unsheathed his dagger, Lu Xiao's 6 mechanical arms were displayed menacingly, Lin Yu's singing voice echoed, creating sound waves around them, and Su Xing, right behind them, unleashed a barrage of ice blades. V-587 cooperated seamlessly, unleashing its full firepower. A group of ashen-eyed beasts suddenly jumped out. They resembled dogs but were smaller than wolves, surrounding them, baring their teeth and growling. These were the unique and fierce creatures of Mu City, the zombie hyenas. Song Ke quickened her pace, charging forward with her dual blades spinning to eviscerate the hyenas, slicing their bodies in half in an instant. Various supernatural abilities shone brightly, and in less than 5 minutes, a small-scale battle was swiftly extinguished, with V-587 effortlessly eliminating the obstacles in their path. Even Feng's Higzo, holding a spiritual weapon longsword, though he was in the support class, couldn't always rely on others for protection. He needed to learn to defend himself and, when necessary, could deliver a few blows himself. The lifeline was about 6 to 7 kilometers long, and along the way, they encountered other teams hunting zombies. Each time they killed one, they recorded it with their terminals. When Song Ke and her group passed by, the people in those teams were intimidated by the aura of death on them and took 2 steps back, leaving the zombies behind as they ran away. Judging from their abilities, it was evident that the others were also awakeners. Song Ke was puzzled. What are they doing? Zhuang Qinjian answered, they should be clearers. What are clearers? Mu City's specialty is that most of its population consists of mercenaries and the destitute, responsible for clearing the monsters outside the city to prevent the outbreak of zombie hordes, Zhuang Qinjian explained. As they passed by abandoned buildings along the way, they occasionally saw signs of human activity, half-built camps, and unfinished drinking water. Song Ke furrowed her brow and asked, why live here? It's all zombies nearby, and sleeping out in the open doesn't seem like a good choice. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes darkened. Without admission applications, they can only wander around the outskirts. Lu Xiao accessed the new laws enacted by the general after the apocalypse and said, Mu City revoked the permanent residence rights of the destitute within the area and replaced it with a quantitative approach. They release 300 temporary slots for the clearers every day. Only those who complete the clearing tasks are allowed to enter the city. Lin Yu frowned. Isn't this essentially forcing people into dangerous situations? Accidents happen all the time when hunting zombies. While the destitute have a lowly status, this kind of oppression is too much, isn't it? Feng's Higzo, who had been silent, spoke coldly. In the eyes of a tyrant, all destitute are like pigs and dogs. What's there to care about with pigs and dogs? Just call them twice, and they stop in their tracks. The others sighed at his words. This was a brutal city. After walking for half an hour, the number of zombies gradually decreased. At the same time, the towering city wall, with no visible end, gradually appeared in front of them. At regular intervals along the wall, there were rows of dark tanks and heavy artillery, and patrol drones circled the sky. It truly lived up to its reputation as the Alliance's arms depot, with these heavy weapons serving as a glaring deterrent to outsiders. At the city gate, there were several long lines of people, stretching as far as the eye could see, all of them clearers who had come to complete their tasks. As Song Ke and her group walked along with the crowd, they overheard hushed conversations among those waiting in line. Did you meet the criteria? I did, but I came back late, afraid I won't get in. Who's on duty at the gate today? Godinwei. That lackey. Forget it, don't bother waiting in line, try your luck tomorrow. Godinwei. Song Ke's sharp ears picked up on the unfamiliar name. When they got closer, the group chose the line-marked green channel, mercenaries only, where there were noticeably fewer people. A sentry on duty asked in a routine manner, show your admission permits. Song Ke held up her terminal, tapped it against the interface, and Lu Xiao's forged identity information appeared on the screen. The sentry glanced at it and processed their passage through the instrument. Proceed to the checkpoint ahead for verification. Just a moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out, followed by the heavy footsteps of military boots on the ground. The sentry stood up, looking somewhat fearful. Lord Godinwei, what are your orders? Godinwei was dressed in the uniform of a mercenary, had tanned skin, and had a robust, imposing physique. He squinted his eyes slowly and asked, are you mercenaries? Whose mercenaries are you? I've never seen you before. Song Ke's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. She thought, oh, this Godinwei is also a mercenary, and he seems quite knowledgeable about the situation in Mu City. In response to Godinwei's questioning, Zhuang Qinjian remained calm and composed, saying, we are freelance mercenaries. We left Mu City for a mission before the apocalypse and have just returned. It's not surprising that you haven't seen us, but ignorance cannot be your excuse to hinder us. Godinwei stared at him for a couple of seconds, snorted, and then meticulously examined the identity information of each member of the group. Their hometowns were indeed in District C55, Mu City, and he couldn't find any discrepancies. However, he had an animal instinct, and these people didn't seem like local mercenaries. He pointed at Song K and said, "You, undergo verification." Silently, Song K walked forward, with Godinwei following closely behind her. Song K reached the checkpoint and entered a machine similar to a scanner. Numerous beams of light covered her from head to toe, capturing her facial and body data, and the screen displayed the message "Verification in progress." As time passed, the result was still not visible. Godinwei's expression grew cold, and he pulled a particle gun from his waist, aiming it at Song K's head, ready to pull the trigger. "What are you doing?" Lin Yuyu shouted, her heart pounding. Feng Zhigze and Su Cha's palms also tightened their grip on their weapons. Su Xing, being young, had a tense expression, and his lips quivered slightly. Zhuang Qinjian moved at just the right moment, placing himself between Godinwei and Song K, his expression still calm. Song K was anxious and stole a quick glance in Lu Xiao's direction, silently praying, "Lu Xiao, please come through for us." Lu Xiao sat in his wheelchair, looking unperturbed, and even yawned as if saying, "Are you doubting me?" Zhuang Qinjian subtly nodded in her direction, and Song K, for some reason, began to relax a bit. After 5 seconds, the scanner's screen finally displayed verification passed. "Welcome home, mercenary." Song K straightened up her posture, maintaining a composed expression, but inside, she let out a huge sigh of relief. Godinwei shifted the barrel of his gun to the side, gesturing for Song K to move along, but he still didn't lower the weapon. He said, "Next one." The remaining 6 members of the group took their turns in the scanner one by one, and all of them passed without any issues. Godinwei finally holstered his particle gun and said in a peculiar tone, "Welcome home, freelance mercenaries." The group entered Mu City under Godinwei's watchful gaze, and they felt the uneasy sensation of his eyes on their backs until it disappeared from view. Song K muttered, "Who is that guy?" Lu Xiao slid his fingers across the terminal and replied, "Just checked the information. Godinwei is a private soldier raised by the warlord Miao Lun's family. And to add, Miao Lun's reputation in Mu City is extremely notorious. In Mu City, mercenaries were divided into 2 categories, freelance mercenaries, nicknamed Flying Birds, who had no constraints and could choose the contracts they wanted to take, and private soldiers loyal to the powerful, derogatorily referred to as house dogs. Although they enjoyed a comfortable life, their reputation was often tainted by the actions of the warlords. Lu Xiao, you're really amazing," Song K genuinely praised him. While she was standing in the scanner, there was a moment when she had a fleeting thought of the image of verification failed in her mind, causing her heart to race. Lu Xiao accepted her praise with composure. Su Xing followed behind them and discreetly glanced at Lu Xiao. He moved closer to him, his big eyes shimmering as if he had made a decision. When they turned a corner, the entire city of Mu City lay before them. Compared to other sea-level cities, Mu City's level of technology wasn't particularly impressive, and its architectural style was quite ordinary. It resembled the D-level cities they had visited, such as Hua City and Lulai Port. However, the air here was thick with the scent of gunpowder, mercenaries walked the streets armed to the teeth, and you could encounter restrictions and private guards wielding weapons on every corner. Military factories were ubiquitous and belonged to different factions. In the distance, at the tops of the mountain ranges, there was a grand golden palace, with its spires piercing the sky, symbolizing authority. Massive holographic projections hung on both sides of the streets, displaying the image of a middle-aged man with striking silver hair, dressed in the attire of Mu City's supreme ruler, adorned with numerous medals and ribbons. He had a stern face, prominent eyebrows, and a sharp, imposing hawk-like nose. "Nikong," Feng Zhigze exclaimed, looking up, trembling all over. He called out the man's name heavily. Nikong, the tyrant, was the highest executive officer of Mu City, the general at the top of the pyramid, and the person Feng Zhigze wanted to kill but couldn't. "We will succeed," Song K reassured him, placing her hand on his shoulder. Feng Zhigze's reaction was a bit exaggerated, and they were currently on the streets, which could easily arouse suspicion from others. Zhuang Qinjian suggested, "Let's find a place to stay first." As they were planning to stay in Mu City for a while, they decided to rent an apartment. "Regarding the situation in Mu City, we should take some time to explore, and in the next few days, we can split up to gather more information," Zhuang Qinjian said with gravity. "It's okay, we have plenty of time," Song K said in a relaxed tone. Since they had already infiltrated the city, their registered hometown was Mu City, and they wouldn't have the problem of lacking access permissions. As long as they were cautious, they wouldn't be discovered. Beep beep. At novel bin at. At the same moment, their terminals displayed a message. This was a broadcast message intended for all residents in the area, and it could be received by anyone in Mu City. Starting today, the modification of access restrictions validity period is implemented. Please strictly adhere to the following regulations. The validity period for destitutes is reduced to 3 days. Permanent residency rights for workers and freelance mercenaries are revoked. Workers have a 7-day access period, and freelance mercenaries have 15 days, with the possibility of extension by completing municipal tasks. Zhuang Qinjian's voice suddenly grew solemn. The general has issued a new law. This was the power of Mu City's tyrant, who could modify local laws at any time. Their identity documents displayed an additional line of information. Remaining validity period of your access application, 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 42 seconds. Time was decreasing rapidly. The faces of everyone in the room, including Zhuang Qinjian, suddenly turned grim. They were freelance mercenaries, and they had thought that once they entered Mu City, they could rest easy. But now, they realized that they were about to be sent out as clearers just as they had barely settled in. Song Ke, who had just said, "We have plenty of time," quietly covered her mouth. Oh no, she must have jinxed it with her crow's mouth, right? Tien. Almost done with my other TL project New Link, it's more of a slow life and slice of life kind of thing, set in the 1970s. Give it a try. As the concrete dates for their possible stay were determined, V587 began to feel an inexplicable sense of urgency. If within these 15 days they made no progress, they would be forced either to take on the role of a clearer or face expulsion from Mu City. After the recent amendments to the laws, the application process would now involve constant and unrelenting scrutiny. Their household registrations were already forged, and any further intervention by Lu Xiao would only increase the risk of exposure. What was more significant was the inclusion of freelance mercenaries in these amendments. Specifically mentioning flying birds and yet not imposing mandatory regulations on house dogs, the general was still providing a small amount of face saving to those who supported him. Time is limited. Let's divide into groups and take action tomorrow, said Zhuang Qinjian in a grave tone. The group division resulted in Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian forming one, Lin Yuyo paired with Sucha in another, while the remaining three, Lu Xiao, Feng Higze, and Su Xing, formed the last group. After a brief sleep, the next morning, V587 set out in different directions to gather intelligence. Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian arrived at the Golden Palace, the general's residence also known as the Reunification Palace. The main gate of the Reunification Palace was heavily guarded by armed soldiers, with a demarcated exclusion zone that barred anyone from approaching. Though there were no visible signs of heavy weaponry, an air of palpable hostility pervaded the atmosphere. Song Ke cautiously felt along the perimeter, daring to consider scaling the wall, but Zhuang Qinjian stopped her by pulling her hood. Don't go there, there's infrared detection. Song Ke silently withdrew the foot she had already lifted and released a wisp of mental energy, confirming the presence of numerous concealed mechanisms within the walls. The infrared sensors swiveled in a different direction, and the smell of gunpowder grew stronger. Song Ke's hairs stood on end, she quickly retreated. She had a premonition that any trespassing or unusual behavior would immediately prompt numerous muzzles to aim and obliterate her on the spot. Zhuang Qinjian scanned the surroundings and swiftly made a decision, let's head to the hill opposite. The two changed course and ascended the hill. Although the distance was great, from there, they could overlook the entire Reunification Palace. Captain, please support me a little, Zhuang Qinjian extended his left hand, openly displaying weakness to her. Wasn't there a cane? Song Ke murmured softly but dutifully held his arm. The mountain path was uneven. When Zhuang Qinjian stood up, he accidentally stepped on some gravel, causing his body to lean slightly towards Song Ke. Song Ke instinctively lifted her head just as the other person was bowing down. Their breaths unexpectedly intertwined. Zhuang Qinjian's deep peach blossom eyes curved, and his magnetic voice seemed as if it intended to seep into Song Ke's ears. I want to draw, it's more convenient leaning against you. Song Ke blinked slowly, swiftly turned her head, and suddenly felt a warmth in her ears. Oh, she didn't know what to say and finally responded. Zhuang Qinjian skillfully manipulated the screen and sketched and painted. Song Ke watched as he delineated the three-dimensional structure of the Golden Palace, even creating models and sections. She stole a glance at the person beside her, focusing intently on his profile. Song Ke looked again and again, gradually becoming entranced. How could this person be so intelligent? Not only did he understand a lot, but he seemed to know everything. He could effortlessly draw even. As Zhuang Qinjian drew, he spoke, the general's mansion is larger than we anticipated. Sneaking in recklessly poses a high risk and could easily alert the guards. Oh, Song Ke hadn't caught what he said at all. She mumbled in response, feeling a bit uneasy as she awkwardly touched her own neck. You keep the blueprints. Zhuang Qinjian finished drawing, handed the screen to Song Ke, then stood upright, closing his eyes slightly. A strong surge of mental energy slowly flowed out from him, heading directly towards the Reunification Palace. There are awakeners inside, probably the guard unit, mainly A and B levels, and their numbers, close to 100. Suddenly, Song Ke remembered the first encounter with the mutant zombie at the city hall in Lulaiport. She and Su Xing couldn't find their way, but it was Zhuang Qinjian who first noticed the mental energy fluctuations and led them through the maze. He seemed particularly sharp in this regard. It seems like a direct assault won't work, we'll have to think of another way, Zhuang Qinjian said. As he spoke, he noticed Song Ke's strange expression. What's wrong? Song Ke lifted her head and said seriously, Lu Xiao is S-level, and he has demonstrated his strength before. You are also S-level, but I don't know how powerful you are. Apart from the incident at Manzoni Street when he rescued her from the bloody killer, punk, Zhuang Qinjian had barely used his abilities. Most of the time, he was strategizing. As an S-level psychic awakener, his true strength was still a mystery. You should think this way, because there's a reassuring captain, so there's no need for me to step in, Zhuang Qinjian said with a sly smile. Song Ke turned her head, puffed her cheeks, and humphed at his sweet words. On the other side, Lu Xiao and his two companions arrived at Mu City's commission center. This place gathered a large number of mercenaries and awakeners, a diverse crowd, the best place for outsiders to gather information. Lu Xiao found a self-service terminal and, after a moment of tinkering, suddenly sounded puzzled. Huh? What have you found? Feng Zhixu asked in a low voice. Lu Xiao accessed the new announcement he had just seen. Mu Qin's family issued a recruitment notice for the guard unit 2 days ago. Feng Zhixu concentrated on reading the contents of the recruitment notice. They will hold a hero banquet in their residence in 7 days, recruiting for the guard unit on-site, inviting all the aspiring individuals in the region. The identity is unrestricted, but it requires the submission of a level 3 crystal. Mu Qin, Miao Lun, and Ruan Wenjun were the 3 major warlords in Mu City. Not only did these 3 families tightly control the core development of military technology, but it's also said that they have a close relationship with the general. Joining their guard unit could grant an individual an officer's status, facilitating a leap in social rank. A level 3 crystal, also known as a blue crystal, is exceedingly rare in terms of availability. It's only produced by evolved level 3 zombies or mutant zombies of B level and above. This threshold can be considered quite high. Lu Xiao returned to the hall and found a secluded corner. His focus fixed on the central floating screen, where numerous data streams flowed through his pupils. He rapidly sifted through the information, occasionally pausing at seemingly unrelated fragments. "Cover me, I'm looking for something," he said. Feng Zhixu and Su Xing quickly positioned themselves to shield him. After a while, Lu Xiao's movements came to a halt. "Ah, so that's how it is." Before sunset, V587 safely returned and gathered at the apartment. "We went to the arms factory, but it's heavily guarded by a large number of private soldiers. It's impossible to sneak in. Here's the footage we captured." Lin Yuyo cast the terminal's projection, showing Sucha stealthily approaching the periphery. The footage shook for a moment, followed by clear sounds of patrol teams and a vague view of something tank-like being loaded onto a vehicle and taken away. "We also went to the reunification palace." Song Ke displayed the architectural structure diagram drawn by Zhuang Qinjian, emphasizing that both direct assault and infiltration were unfeasible. They were all at a loss. A day had passed, and they remained clueless, with only 14 days left. "We've made a discovery," suddenly said Lu Xiao, lifting their spirits. "What did you find?" the others asked eagerly. "We found out that Mu Qin's family is about to hold a hero banquet to recruit guards." "What does that have to do with us?" Song Ke inquired. "It's absolutely related." Lu Xiao's icy eyes glinted as he presented all the information about the hero banquet. The timing of Mu Qin family's hero banquet is extremely subtle, occurring a whole 3 months earlier than usual. "I have substantial evidence to suspect that, due to the urgent situation, they are actually gathering talents on behalf of the general." Lu Xiao continued. "The general might have encountered an ambush, causing shock or injury." He effortlessly retrieved news snippets from the cluttered data. A month ago, multiple media outlets reported that the general encountered an attack by refugees during a hunt. Fortunately, with timely defense, he escaped unscathed, while the rioting refugees were instantly subdued by the guard unit. Regardless of the general's actual condition, it's likely that his guard unit suffered some losses and therefore urgently needs fresh recruits. "I analyzed surveillance footage of the general over the past 26 years. There have been approximately 132 different faces among his guards. If we can figure out how many are still around." 95 people, Zhuang Qinjian stated. "There are 95 guard members remaining in the reunification palace," he confirmed. "Are you sure?" Lu Xiao expressed doubt. "More certain than you're approximately," Zhuang Qinjian countered calmly. Lu Xiao fell silent for 2 seconds and then clicked his tongue. "But what kind of refugees could cause the general's guard unit to lose nearly 40 people? Lin Yuyu questioned. "Could there be another reason? How could a disorganized and undisciplined group of refugees overpower elite awakeners who make up the guard unit, all of whom are at least B-level and among the most skilled individuals? No matter what the truth is, for us, this is an opportunity. If we can attend the recruitment meeting, maybe we can infiltrate the guard unit," Zhuang Qinjian suggested. He didn't explicitly say the latter part, but everyone understood. The guard unit protects the general closely, and if they can successfully join, there will be opportunities for action. Song Ke lowered her head and rummaged through her backpack in dismay. "But we don't have a level 3 crystal." The highest quality crystal she currently had was a green level 2 crystal from Mirror Lake's water monster. As for level 3 crystals, she had never even seen one. Sucha chimed in. "We could go to the lifeline. On the day we entered the city, I encountered level 2 zombies. In the surrounding D-level cities near Mu City, monsters roamed everywhere. If they searched carefully, they might discover level 3 zombies." Alas, Lin Yuyo felt a headache just thinking about zombies. It seems like there's no escaping playing the role of a cleaner again. "Then it's settled. We'll leave the city tomorrow," Zhuang Qinjian declared. Song Ke cautiously sought the opinions of the others. "Since we're going out, should I take on some commissions on the side?" As the team captain, she needed to plan carefully to sustain the whole group. "The other 6, up to you?" In Xianport, a D-level city near Mu City, Lin Yuyu scoured the ruins for signs of zombies. Because V587's dedicated captain, Song Ke, incidentally accepted over a dozen commissions, they were concerned about time and decided to split up to complete tasks. However, they weren't too far apart, so they could call out if anything happened. As Lin Yuyu emerged from a collapsed office building, she brushed off the dust. Just as she looked up, a group of fierce-looking mercenaries approached her. Noticing she was alone, they stopped with hostile intent. The post-apocalyptic setting, the ruins, and a vulnerable yet beautiful young woman, these three elements together easily spark the imagination. The mercenary, Sang-bo, was one of those lower creatures. He stared fixedly at Lin Yuyu, excitement tugging at the corners of his mouth. His companion, Hu Chao, guessed what he was thinking and cautioned in a deep voice, Sang-bo, such a fine commodity should be offered to Lord Miaolun. Sang-bo shrugged it off, Lord Miaolun has seen enough beauty, one won't make a difference. I'll enjoy myself first. He emerged from the rubble and whistled provocatively at Lin Yuyu. Furrowing her brows, Lin Yuyu coldly ordered, go away. Sang-bo, however, didn't retreat but instead leered, his sinful eyes lingering on Lin Yuyu's face and descending further. Incensed, Lin Yuyu struck him hard across the face. There was a moment of silence among the others. Sang-bo seemed momentarily stunned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The little girl's got some fire, I like it. Suddenly, his body turned into a black, rotten mud, moving behind Lin Yuyu. It reconstituted, with his robust wrist now seizing her arm. His lips approached her cheek, his foul breath ominously close. Enraged, Lin Yuyu prepared to retaliate but realized she couldn't sing. No, a silence field her innate ability restrained her. She couldn't sing, nor could she even make a sound to call for help at novel bin at. Startled, Lin Yuyu looked up to see another lean man opposite her, covering his left eye while his bloodshot right eye fixed deeply on her. The world around Lin Yuyu fell into silence, she couldn't hear or produce any sound. As Sang-bo's foul breath neared, she felt a wave of nausea. With a slight movement of her sleeve, a dark blue hand arrow fell into her palm. She cut herself deeply. The world remained silent, but a gust of wind rushed past Lin Yuyu, a graceful figure zipping by her, heading straight for the lean man. She breathed a sigh of relief. Song Kei's hand flashed with a sharp blue light, piercing directly into the sinister eye of the lean man. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the air, breaking the silence field of the opponent. Almost simultaneously, Sang-bo, who had been restraining Lin Yuyu, was struck heavily in the chest by another foot, causing blood to spurt out. Lin Yuyu took the opportunity to escape. In front of Sang-bo, Sucha, furiously enraged, released his erratic ability, thunderously attacking him. Realizing imminent danger, Sang-bo's body rapidly disintegrated into black mud, about to retreat. An ethereal song resonated in his mind. Suddenly, a boundless fear overwhelmed Sang-bo, freezing him in place, unable to move. This was Lin Yuyu's A-level ability, a debuff control. Sucha unleashed his venom, covering the wriggling black mud, inflicting unbearable pain on Sang-bo. Reverting to human form, he climbed in agony. At that moment, a dagger, infused with a green hue, pierced his heart. Sang-bo turned in shock, seeing that Lin Yuyu had used Sucha's dagger to personally end his life. In just a few seconds, a sudden turn of events, both mercenaries who had targeted Lin Yuyu fell dead on the spot. Song Kei landed beside Lin Yuyu, asking, are you okay? Sucha, a towering figure, looked down at her, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Lin Yuyu held his shoulder, reassuring him, I'm fine. Not far away, Zhuang Qinjian and the others heard the commotion and quickly rushed over. Hu Chao, witnessing Sang-bo's death, spoke with a grave expression, who are you? Daring to kill the Miaolun family's mercenaries, don't you want to survive here? Song Kei fearlessly stared back, we are freelance mercenaries. Freelance mercenaries? From the south or the western street? Who's your boss? Which faction? Hu Chao pressed. Are there factions among freelance mercenaries? Song Kei couldn't come up with an answer. Hu Chao grew suspicious, whose people are you, really? His mercenaries behind him assumed a combat stance, encroaching on the group. V-587 tensed up, preparing for a confrontation. The tense atmosphere was on the brink of eruption. Boom. A micro-missile hit the open space between the two groups of people, shattering rocks and raising a cloud of dust. My people. A familiar voice rang out. They are my people. A person leaped from the sniper position on the rooftop. Wearing black military boots, camouflage pants, a hot vest, with a mobile artillery piece slung over the right shoulder, the left arm, however, was partially missing, only a stump remained above the elbow joint. The newcomer had a slender figure, with brown skin and a crew cut, robust muscles, a resolute and powerful look in the eyes, exuding a rare leadership quality. Irene. Song Kei silently recited her name in her mind. Surprisingly, it was the captain of the Guns and Roses, their opponents in the throne race. How could she appear here? The famous Western Street Fox, I heard you transferred to another district, why have you returned? I guess no one wanted her there. Where else can you find a woman as tough as her? Look, she doesn't even have a hand now, she's become a miserable cur, ha ha ha. The mercenaries recognized Irene. Initially, they laughed heartily, mocking her carelessly. However, faced with the densely packed muzzles and Irene's expressionless face, their raucous laughter gradually weakened, disappeared, and finally, there was dead silence. Hu Chao spoke slowly, Fox, it's been half a year since we heard from you. How have you been? Care to sit down and reminisce? Irene coldly interrupted, save your concern, and have your people withdraw. The false smile on Hu Chao's face vanished, his voice suddenly rising. Withdraw? These people killed Sang-bo, Lord Miaolun's private soldiers. By standing up for them, are you ready to make enemies of the entire Miaolun family? Facing Hu Chao's threats, Irene remained unmoved. I'll say it again, they are my people. Sangbo brought it on himself. Hu Chao, you can report today's events truthfully to your master and see how he reacts. At novel bin at. Hu Chao choked up. Sangbo's death resulted from his own lust for Lin Yuyu's beauty and his desire to possess her alone. To put it bluntly, it was his disrespect and betrayal towards Lord Miao Lun, which, if escalated, would not end well, even if Sangbo were still alive. Seeing Hu Chao's silence, Irene added, "What's the matter? Can't speak? Do you need me to help you report?" Hu Chao's heart trembled. Irene was threatening him. Everyone knew that Lord Miao Lun's new favorite was from Western Street. If, under Irene's insinuation, she whispered a few words in someone's ear, even he, as a bystander, might be implicated. Hu Chao, though not as brave as Sangbo or as skilled as Godenwei, considered himself someone who understood the situation and could survive better than most. After contemplating for a while, he spoke in a solemn tone, "Nothing happened today. Unfortunately, Sangbo and Para fell victim to the zombies. Para was the evil eye user who possessed the field of silence. No, Sangbo cannot die in vain." An agitated mercenary shouted at the top of his lungs, disregarding everything and drawing a particle gun from his waist. Boom, boom. Without a second thought, Irene fired 3 micro-missiles, creating deep craters near the shouting person's feet. Shattered debris tore the mercenaries' clothes, stones grazed their faces, rendering everyone speechless, afraid to act rashly. The particle gun, under the overwhelming suppression of absolute firepower, seemed almost comical, like a child's toy. This Irene seemed like a lunatic, especially after losing a hand. "I believe we've come to an understanding, haven't we?" Irene ignored the mercenaries, staring at Hu Chao. Hu Chao's expression turned cold. It wasn't an understanding, it was clearly this woman using force to coerce them. Irene was a B-level awakener, awakening an ability specializing in firearms, and today, she was determined to protect someone. Angering her might not end well. "Withdraw," Hu Chao gritted his teeth. "Hu Chao, someone unwillingly interjected. "If you don't want to die, mind your own business." Hu Chao left with his people, abandoning Sangbo and Para on the ground. Only V587 and Irene remained at the scene. Irene retracted her gun and glanced at V587, scanned through Zhuang Qinjian and the others, finally settling her gaze on Song Ke. "If you're hiding here because of old Xiang's pursuit, this isn't a good choice. Find another place." "What pursuit?" Song Ke asked, confused. "You don't know." Irene was surprised. Song Ke shook her head. She was clueless. Irene's brow furrowed. "Since it's not because of pursuit, you, the big star," Irene disregarded the other men behind, pointing at Lin Yuyu, who was trying to cover her face with sunglasses. "Why did you all come to Mu City?" Lin Yuyu's identity was exposed, and she dryly smiled. "When did you recognize me?" "I had suspicions before. During the top 16 competition, I couldn't find you among them, so I confirmed it." Irene paused. "I don't understand. What do you want from Ferrara? Why suffer by coming here?" "We're searching for a level 3 crystal," Song Ke explained seriously. Upon hearing this, Irene turned to her. "Even though level 3 crystals are rare, there's no need to specifically come to Mu City to find one." "Oh, we want to participate in the hero banquet hosted by Mu Qin." Irene's grip on the artillery tightened, her expression suddenly turning cold. "So, you also want to be the warlord's dogs?" No, it's not like that. We, Song Ke repeatedly waved her hands, trying to explain. However, Irene's stance was still uncertain, and he couldn't directly say, "In fact, we're here to assassinate the general." Her nervousness led to an incomprehensible explanation. "Looks like it's a bit complicated. Won't you step in?" Lu Xiao asked. Diplomacy was usually Zhuang Qinjian's responsibility in the past. "It's not suitable for me to step in. Let the ladies handle it themselves." Zhuang Qinjian leaned back in his wheelchair, supporting his chin with a smile. Irene obviously didn't appreciate them and only spoke to Song Ke and Lin Yuyu. If he intervened now, he wouldn't get a good reception. "Let me speak." Lin Yuyu patted Song Ke on the back. "Irene, we came to Mu City for a specific purpose. Although we can't tell you what it is right now, attending the hero banquet is the best opportunity for us. But rest assured, our position is fundamentally at odds with the warlords, and we absolutely won't be their dogs. Thank you for helping us just now." Lin Yuyu genuinely thanked her. Irene carefully observed Lin Yuyu's expression to judge the truth in her words. Song Ke vigorously nodded on the side, hoping to increase their credibility. After a while, Irene nodded slightly. "Do as you wish." She lifted the artillery with one hand. Before leaving, she hesitated for a moment, then, facing away from Lin Yuyu, she murmured softly, "Let me remind you, Mu City isn't suitable for you. Finish your business and leave as soon as possible." Lin Yuyu was briefly stunned. Irene's words were directed specifically at you, evidently meant for her. A few zombies jumped out from the ruins. Irene calmly retreated, set up the artillery, and blasted them before taking out a terminal to take a photo and record. "Huh? She's acting as a clearer, for a mission," Song Ke exclaimed in surprise. Lu Xiao's ice blue eyes flickered. "Irene, 27 years old, biological ID, MUD 3220875, registered in Mu City, a freelance mercenary. According to current laws, her admission period has expired. To enter the city, she must complete clearer missions. Currently, her progress is at 15%. How do you know so much?" Song Ke's eyes widened. Lu Xiao replied, when she took a photo just now, I hacked into her terminal. Song Ke, can't you leave people with some privacy? Lu Xiao looked at Song Ke's speechless expression. His social barriers gave off the wrong signal, making him think that Song Ke also wanted to grasp that skill. In fact, it's simple, you can use supernatural abilities. The first step is to release your mental energy. No, I don't want to know, Song Ke waved her hand, feeling mentally exhausted. I have an idea, Lin Yuyu suddenly spoke up. Mu City's hierarchy is complex, even within the mercenary community, there are various hidden rules. Right now, our only choice is to participate in the hero banquet. But if we can get help from locals, could there be another way? Are you thinking of asking for Irene's help? Zhuang Qinjian asked. Irene's personality might make it a bit difficult to ask for help. What about discussing a trade with her? I'll ask her about her needs. Lin Yuyu recalled the unique and peculiar merchant, Cheng Yi, from Sin City, and her eyes lit up. Do you think that's feasible? We can try, Zhuang Qinjian said, based on her recent attitude. Even if she doesn't align with us, at least she won't be an enemy. If we help her do the clearer missions, it might be quicker, Song Ke reminded. V587's goal was level 3 zombies, which didn't conflict with Irene's mission. They could help her along the way. Feng's Higze and Su Xing didn't mind, nodding in agreement. All right, I'll go talk to her. Lin Yuyu jogged over, catching up with Irene. After a few minutes of conversation, Irene and Lin Yuyu returned together. What trade do you want to make? Irene asked. We'll talk about that slowly. First, we'll help you with the mission, Lin Yuyu replied. Okay, at the latest by tomorrow, I need to enter the city. No problem, Song Ke nodded. Irene temporarily joined the group, and they proceeded towards the Xiangang Center, clearing out zombies as they advanced. Song Ke and Sucha, along with Lu Xiao in his 6-claw mode, were responsible for drawing monsters, leading the zombies within a few kilometers together. Lin Yuyu sang, causing the monsters to slow down. Su Xing froze them with frost, and then Irene, positioned on the roof, adjusted her angle and launched a micro-missile. Boom, boom. Destructive smoke rose into the air, and most of the zombies were blown to bits, while the remaining few were quickly dealt with by the trio who had drawn them in, leaving the ground shimmering with crystal shards. Zhuang Qinjian and Feng's Higze cleared the battlefield. Feng's Higze maneuvered through the pile of monsters, striking with remarkable precision. Each strike was clean and precise, hardly causing the zombie's brain fluid to spill. He swiftly detached whole crystal shards, wiped them clean with a cloth, and stowed them in his bag. Most of this round was comprised of white level 1 crystals, with only a few level 2 crystals occasionally found. Irene jumped down from the rooftop, the military boots hitting the ground. She took out her terminal for counting and photographs. With V587's assistance, the progress indeed sped up significantly. Half a day had passed, and they had already reached 85%, but unfortunately, level 3 zombies were still nowhere to be found. As darkness gradually enveloped the area, visibility became difficult. Zhuang Qinjian suggested, let's find a place to spend the night and continue tomorrow. Irene glanced around and said, follow me. She led Song Ke and the others through the ruins of Xiangang and finally arrived at a tall building. This seemed to be a base, with quite stringent defense measures. Occasionally, one could see traces of supernatural fire rings. Irene used the base of her artillery to tap the copper bell at the camp's entrance. Who's there? From a distance of several tens of meters, lights turned on, followed by a thunderous voice questioning with caution. Song Ke keenly detected an unfamiliar mental presence. The speaker was Awakener. The next moment, there was a faint sound of mechanical movement above the camp, targeting them unseen. Western Street, Irene. Irene raised her hand, signaling Song Ke to remain calm. So it's the Fox, long time no see, came the reply from the other side in a deep tone. Samuel, 8 people, we're seeking a place to stay for the night, Irene stated. The gate slowly opened a crack, but the people inside remained hidden. The resonant voice echoed from a distance, turn left to the first floor, make yourselves at home. Fox, it's because of your face that I'm allowing your people in. But if they cross the line, they'll face the consequences. Thank you. The group smoothly entered the camp. The ground floor had a few temporary accommodations resembling bunk beds. Irene pointed out 2 of them. Conditions are basic, but it'll do for the night. This is the base for the Western Street mercenaries and relatively safe. Men and women separated into different rooms. Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian bid farewell at the door, following Irene to the room on the left. Lin Yuyu picked a relatively clean bed and sat down, asking, I heard that person call you Fox. Just a nickname, Irene replied indifferently. Lin Yuyu didn't beat around the bush, asking directly, Irene, we want to know about the information regarding freelance mercenaries. Irene unloaded her artillery and placed it within easy reach, saying, the freelance mercenaries in Mu City mainly gather in the South District and Western Street. They're divided into 2 major factions. The South District has a larger influence and more people. However, in recent years, some have covertly allied with warlords, like Hu Chao. The members are a mixed bunch, making it hard to distinguish. The mercenaries in the Western Street are constantly in life or death situations. They are all daredevil types, not abiding by many rules, and even the house dogs won't provoke them. The 3 lay side by side on the bed, and a silence enveloped the room. Song Kei turned over and quietly glanced at the silhouette of the person beside her. Irene, why did you participate in the throne race competition? Irene remained motionless. I don't know how you managed to get in, but Mu City's admission restrictions are very strict. You're aware of that, right? In the darkness, Song Kei and Lin Yu nodded. Even stricter than the admission restrictions are the procedures for changing citizenship. Do you want to leave Mu City? Song Kei sat up in surprise. Irene fell silent for a moment, sort of. But you don't need to participate in the competition, Lin Yu whispered. You're a B-level awakener, you just have to apply, and I'm not sure about other C-level cities, but at least Ferrara would definitely accept you. Irene, with one hand behind her head, gazed with determined eyes at the pitch-black ceiling, her amputated arm resting alone on the bed frame. You don't understand Mu City. I can leave, but some people, even if they sacrifice their lives, can only be trapped here. I have to get them out. Tien. Finally done with cannon fodder husband, if you want something slow life and slice of life, give it a try. The next morning, V587 and Irene prepared to leave the temporary camp. To their surprise, this camp not only housed individuals with supernatural abilities but also had many ordinary people, the elderly, children, women. Each person was occupied with tasks, and the aroma of cooking and food filled the air, exuding a rich essence of life at Novel bin Adat. At the entrance, a burly mercenary leader sat on the ground, his upper body bare, with a full-length python tattooed across his back. The snake's mouth was wide open, its sharp fangs vividly detailed, enough to intimidate anyone. He was assembling an L-39 anti-tank rifle, a firearm known for its extreme destructive power. At close range, this rifle could split an elephant into two in a matter of minutes. Several mercenaries nearby were speaking to him with a respectful attitude. Samuel, representatives from the Shay faction have come again, wishing to meet with you. Just a bunch of refugees. They think too highly of themselves. I won't see them. As he noticed them approaching, the mercenary who was talking showed a wary expression and fell silent immediately. Irene nodded slightly in Samuel's direction. Samuel cast a sharp glance at Song Kei and the others before nodding in response. After leaving Samuel's camp, Song Kei inquired, is this Samuel also a freelance mercenary? That's right, Irene replied. The mercenaries in Western Street each have their own influence and generally avoid crossing paths. Samuel refused to comply with admission restrictions and moved out of the city after the apocalypse. During this time, many people sought refuge with him. He might be domineering, but he's still a man of his word. Song Kei had long understood not to judge a person solely by their appearance. Although Samuel looked fierce, his willingness to openly resist the control of the generals and his decision to accommodate the elderly and children indicated he wasn't a villain. It was no wonder Irene brought them here to spend the night. The group later killed a few nearby zombies. Irene's clearer mission progress reached 100%, smoothly completed. Unfortunately, V587's level 3 crystal remained missing. Song Kei sat on the top of an overturned small car, letting out a long sigh. In the distance, there was the faint sound of footsteps, quickly passing by. However, everyone present had supernatural abilities and immediately detected the anomaly. Sucha retrieved a dagger. I'll go check. A while later, Sucha returned. It was Samuel, leading 17 individuals with supernatural abilities, heading southeast. Are they armed? Irene asked. A.K.47, G36, FAMAS, small cannons. Samuel has the L39, Sucha elaborated. Irene lifted the cannon with one hand and gestured towards Song Kei, raising her chin. Whatever makes Samuel take action personally isn't a small matter. It might have what you're looking for. Want to check it out? Let's go. Song Kei made a quick decision, leaping down from the car roof. With Sucha around, there was no worry about losing track of Samuel. The group trailed behind them, arriving at the southeast corner of Xiangang Center. As a precaution, Song Kei found a somewhat distant office building and ascended to the rooftop for observation. Wow. As soon as she got a clear view of the scene, Song Kei couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, it was no trivial matter. In the ruins on the ground, hundreds of individuals with supernatural abilities were surrounding and attacking a mutant zombie. This zombie was notably evolved, twice the size of an ordinary one, with no visible signs of decay. Its body muscles were robust, with sharp nails, each about half a meter long, capable of deeply scratching the ground. Despite its powerful physique, its head looked relatively small, nestled among its shoulders. Its pupils were jet black, moving swiftly. Nearby mercenaries hurled their supernatural iron chains, binding it tightly. The zombie roared in anger, breaking free from the restraints, snapping the chains into pieces, and grasping the ends to viciously throw the mercenaries into the collapsed steel of the building. Several fire-based individuals rushed forward, attacking it with flame guns. The agile zombie swiftly dodged behind a nearby truck, disappearing from view, and leaving the group cautiously surrounding the area. Suddenly, a robust arm extended, gripping one person's leg, pulling them back, and the gruesome sound of the head being crushed echoed, crunch, crunch. The mercenaries quickly encircled the truck, gunfire erupting, yet it was empty. The zombie had already escaped. 2 seconds later, it leaped out of a broken window in another high-rise building, instantly killing another mercenary. This zombie not only possessed intelligence but also conducted guerrilla warfare, shamelessly toying with humans. Hurriedly arriving at the scene, Samuel joined the battlefield, leading his people in a rapid, continuous barrage of gunfire. Observing from the top floor of the office building, Zhuang Qinjian, after a moment's observation, concluded, mutant zombie, conservatively estimated to be level 2 or above. Why are there so many people? Song Ke was puzzled, wondering if everyone was participating in the hero banquet. It's not just because of the hero banquet. It's more likely for money or resources, Lu Xiao said. I just checked casually. In the black market now, the value of a level 3 crystal has been driven up to over 10 million. Song Ke gasped. She had never seen 10 million in her life. Meanwhile, the mutant zombie continued its massacre, with mercenaries falling one after another. Ambushers were being exposed, and Irene swiftly reported their positions. Target in position 3, left 10 to 70, close to 23, enemy mortar position. Target in position 6, right 10 to 40, depression, enemy grenade assault formation. Suddenly, Irene paused, her voice turning more serious. Coordinates X6742, Y5878, Ruan Wenjun's people are here. Ruan Wenjun, one of the 3 major warlords of Mu City. If Mu Qin is sly and crafty, and Miao Lun is reckless, then Ruan Wenjun is a complete war maniac. He commands the largest private army and is passionate about the sensation brought by gunpowder and destruction. Song Ke looked around in confusion. 3, 6, depression, where were they? With a soft sigh, Zhuang Qinjian wheeled closer, gently placing a hand on Song Ke's head, turning it 30 degrees to the left. Here, position 3. Then, adjusting it 70 degrees to the right. Position 6. Next, he directed Song Ke's whole body towards himself, almost hugging her. Look forward from here, Ruan Wenjun's people are there. See clearly now. Zhuang Qinjian asked, close to her ear, his tone ambiguous. Feeling uncomfortable, Song Ke shrugged. Yes. Finally, she saw it. Irene's cold voice unexpectedly sounded, Ruan Wenjun's side has made a move. Song Ke snapped back to attention, witnessing a massive tank convoy slowly entering. The sounds of gunfire and engine roars were deafening. While the mutant zombie continued its killings, it lost the best opportunity to escape due to the overwhelming number of people. Its defeat was only a matter of time under such a sea of tactics. Excitedly, Song Ke asked, shall we, snatch? Zhuang Qinjian pondered for a moment. We can try. How do we snatch? Song Ke inquired. We'll play it by ear, but we only have one shot. Whether successful or not, we retreat immediately, Zhuang Qinjian replied. With only 8 of them, seizing and killing the zombie was an extremely risky endeavor. Being assaulted by numerous individuals with supernatural abilities wasn't a fun prospect. Additionally, being recognized midway could pose trouble for participating in the hero banquet later. Zhuang Qinjian created a group chat on Song Ke's device and assigned tasks to everyone. Irene, switch to incendiary rounds. You're responsible for distracting the enemy, disrupting their sight. Remember, the more chaos, the better. Understood. Irene's microphone representing her lit up, and her composed voice came through. Incendiary rounds were highly destructive bullets that could also create explosive dust clouds, particularly effective in underground tunnels and densely built areas. Lin Yuyo, do you have a debuff that temporarily blinds the enemy? Lin Yuyo's ability was song-based and she swiftly scanned her mental lyric database. Yes. What's the duration? 20 seconds at most. 20 seconds, one shot. Can you do it, Captain? Song Ke contemplated for a moment. I'll try. Sucha, you'll stealthily move ahead. If successful, grab the crystal immediately. Okay, Sucha's figure vanished, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Once the team was in position, Zhuang Qinjian softly encouraged, ladies, let's go for it. It's up to you. In the midst of the ruins, the mutant zombie, subject to a series of heavy weapon assaults, sensed danger and swiftly retreated. Suddenly, countless shells rained down from the sky. Boom boom. Irene lay in a sniper position, her supernatural abilities bursting forth. One explosion followed another. The incendiary rounds she fired were extraordinarily powerful. They exploded upon hitting the ground, launching debris and smoke into the air. The air was consumed by burning gases, causing the mercenaries in the area to clutch their throats in agony, desperately scrambling to flee. As the firepower descended, Irene's position became exposed, and several individuals with supernatural abilities swiftly rushed towards her. Irene, retreat, Zhuang Qinjian promptly commanded. Understood. Irene dismantled her cannon, turned, and ran, deftly navigating the winding paths, soon vanishing without a trace. Amidst the smoke and debris, Lin Yu's melodious and gentle singing echoed, why can't you see, can't see this red and black dryness, allowing wickedness to sleep peacefully, untroubled hearts. The mercenaries were suddenly blinded as a result of Lin Yu's song. Unable to see or breathe, the chaos intensified under the dual effects. Song Ke, one chance. Zhuang Qinjian turned back, his deep eyes looking at her, exuding complete trust. Song Ke's fingers brushed across a stone slab. In an instant, the slab disappeared, replaced by an enormous longbow in her hands. Raising the bow, pulling the string, setting the arrow, the flexible bow arm slowly extended. A deep blue arrow materialized, accumulating energy. With exceptional dynamic vision, Song Ke had firmly locked onto the mutant zombie's position even before Irene's bombardment. With the assistance of her mental power, she tracked its movements, quickly aiming the arrow. AHH. A thunderous roar echoed as the enraged zombie went on a killing spree, instantly taking down 2 more people. However, its roar exposed its position. With a focused gaze, Song Ke released the arrow. Swish, the arrowhead, moving at super high frequencies, rapidly oscillated through the mist and smoke, flying straight toward the mutant zombie. Thud, the metal arrow, formed by supernatural ability, accurately pierced its forehead. The arrowhead fragmented the next second, dispersing hundreds of smaller needles that pulverized its brain. With its vulnerable head fatally penetrated, the zombie's eyes widened in rage, and with a thud, its body crashed heavily to the ground. Direct hit. Song Ke shouted in joy. Quick, let's retreat. Zhuang Qinjian grasped her wrist, pulling her along. Cough, cough, cough. The zombie's dead. The nearest mercenary shouted instinctively, without thinking. The others first appeared bewildered, then crazily surged towards the direction of the corpse. Amidst the crowded crowd, a vague wisp of green smoke drifted over, lingering at the zombie's head for 2 seconds before swiftly dispersing. As those individuals excitedly rummaged through the body, the zombie's brain was squashed like a rotten melon, no trace of the crystal to be found. Damn it! Who the hell stole the crystal? V587, successful in their chicken steal, ran wildly, stopping only after running a good 10 kilometers, finally able to catch their breath. The group looked at each other and burst into laughter. Even Fang's Higzo couldn't help but smile faintly. This was precisely the legendary hit and run. Ah, so frustrating to be unable to catch up. Song Ke couldn't wait and urged, Sucha, check the crystal. Sucha opened his palm, and a luminous, translucent azure crystal appeared slowly. Sister, it's a level 3. Su Xing, sweating from the run, danced with joy in place. Song Ke's cheeks dimpled slightly. This whole escapade wasn't in vain. What about Irene? Lin Yuyu looked around. Why isn't she with us? At the right moment, Irene's voice came through the group chat. I've completed my task, and you've got what you wanted. Consider the deal even this time. I'm off. I'll contact you if necessary. After speaking, she exited the group. Lin Yuyu couldn't help but sigh. Irene's personality was indeed carefree. Let's return to the city, Zhuang Qinjian suggested. After a lengthy wait at the city gates and intricate security checks, the group finally returned to their apartment well past midnight. At this time, they had 12 days remaining before their admission period expired and only 2 days until the hero banquet. Zhuang Qinjian tapped the table with his slender fingers. 1 crystal corresponds to 1 slot. Let's discuss now who will attend the hero banquet. Who is going to attend the hero banquet? That was a good question. I'll go, Song Ke said confidently. No way. Lin Yuyu, Sucha, Fang's Higzu, and Su Xing vehemently objected. Why? Song Ke felt deeply affected. Did her companions really lack faith in her? Su Xing, hands behind his back, sighed like a little adult. If you go, you'll definitely end up in a fight. Surprisingly, the rest of the group nodded in agreement, thinking Su Xing made a valid point. Lin Yuyu added, and if you act recklessly and take down that warlord, our entire plan will be ruined. Sucha coldly echoed, that's right. Song Ke couldn't believe it. Is that even possible? She was so mature, so composed in her actions. How could she easily get into fights with others? Well, she shouldn't, right? Faced with everyone's it's possible gaze, Song Ke inexplicably felt a bit insecure. This hero banquet organized by Mu Qin had a participation threshold of level 3 Sistral. Inside, not to mention hidden dragons and crouching tigers, there would be numerous awakeners. It could very well be a trap. Among the V587 team, Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao had mobility issues. Lin Yuyu and Fang's Higzo leaned towards support abilities and lacked offensive capabilities, while Su Xing, despite being clever, was young and prone to nervousness in big situations. Calculating all this, Song Ke and Sucha were the most suitable candidates. Sucha excelled in lurking and gathering intelligence covertly. For instance, during the death prison incident, he was very suitable to come forward. However, in this forthcoming mission, where actions would be out in the open, and participants would be under scrutiny from various parties, Sucha's skills were not advantageous. Him going or Song Ke going made little difference fundamentally. Song Ke also had her own considerations. In the absence of any knowledge, the individuals sent by V587 would undoubtedly face enormous risks. Compared to her companions, her abilities were more suited to taking on risks. I'm the team captain. With the current uncertainty, whatever happens, at least, I can handle it. Song Ke raised 2 fingers, solemnly promising, all right, I'll try, not to fight. If things don't look good, I'll run. The others still seemed hesitant. Song Ke turned to Zhuang Qinjian, gazing at him expectantly with watery eyes, silently asking for support. Speak for me quickly. Zhuang Qinjian cleared his throat lightly, you can go. Everyone looked at him in surprise, assuming that Zhuang Qinjian's had the biggest opinion among them. However, he surprisingly became the first to agree. The situation at the hero banquet is constantly changing, and everyone's concerns are valid. The fear is that you might not, cough, might have a change of heart, Zhuang Qinjian said, so the best solution is to bring an assist inside, such as an external brain. What? Song Ke was completely bewildered. Zhuang Qinjian turned to Lu Xiao, not mincing words as he poked his wheelchair with his cane. Hey, last time you needed so many materials, there should be leftovers, right? The money came from our team captain. Speaking of the list Lu Xiao had compiled. When Fang's Higzu returned with the bill to claim expenses from Song Ke, she almost ended up in tears while holding her money pouch. Regarding the people Song Ke had gathered, their abilities were extraordinary, but their pockets were quite meager. The wealthiest was Su Xing, but it was his inheritance from Su Weiguo. Song Ke couldn't possibly spend his money. Next were Lin Yuyu and Sucha. After Sucha paid off the hefty fine of 130,000 in death prison, his savings were wiped out, leaving him with nothing. The rest was a sorry state. Feng's Higzu turned destitute, practically homeless. His original accounts were unusable. Lu Xiao and Zhuang Qinjian didn't even have legitimate identities, let alone a cent. No wonder from having no concept of money, Song Ke was now reluctant to spend even a penny. She was toughened up by these people. Lu Xiao's mechanical arm flexed agilely, blocking Zhuang Qinjian's cane with a click. What do you need? Just say it. Trackers, detectors. I need to know all the details about Mu Qin's main residence. Also, a portable micro-communication device that can't be detected by any surveillance, Zhuang Qinjian listed one by one. Although the team captain is going alone, if we can see real-time situations, we can advise her, Lu Xiao added. Can you do it? 5.0. Zhuang Qinjian deliberately teased him with the stellar academic record Lu Xiao had boasted about. Lu Xiao's icy eyes shimmered, the pride of a genius couldn't be trampled upon. Of course. Asterisk. 2 days later, Song Ke arrived alone at Mu Qin's family estate. The buildings here were distinctly characteristic of the local style, with vast stretches of bamboo houses forming a grand estate. At the center of the estate were luxurious villas, while on the outskirts, there were strict patrols composed of mercenaries with supernatural abilities. Song Ke adjusted her black collar discreetly, reaching for the slight bulge on her neck where a tiny microphone was hidden. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me speaking? She nervously inquired, feeling a sense of unreality. A slight electric buzz sounded in her earpiece, followed by the magnetic voice of a man. I can hear you. Zhuang Qinjian chuckled, as if a breeze flowed into Song Ke's ear. Don't be nervous. Song Ke's face inexplicably grew warm again. Sister, I can hear it too. A playful child's voice suddenly erupted. Tap. Su Xing received a thump on the head. Don't hit my head. He touched his head and jumped up irritably, tipping over his chair, creating a noisy commotion. The brief moment of tenderness disappeared without a trace. Song Ke maintained a neutral expression. Guys, keep it down. Her ears felt like they were about to explode. To enter the main residence, one had to register and complete an on-site check-in. Song Ke went to the side entrance where a middle-aged man in a private security uniform was meticulously verifying the identities of each registrant. On the floating screen beside him, the number of entrants had reached 26. After a quick refresh, the number suddenly increased by 3. Southern District Freelance Mercenary, Wild Wolf. Southern District Worker, Lo Sang. Western Street Corporal, Mandaya. They need their identities verified. Song Ke stepped back a few paces and quickly reported to her companions in a corner. After a while, Lu Xiao's unwavering voice sounded. I'll handle this, don't worry. Song Ke followed the queue forward, presenting the Azure Level 3 crystal. Su Fengsa, the man responsible for verification, wearing gloves, accepted the crystal stone from Song Ke and gently placed it into the adjacent transparent device. Several rows of gleaming level 3 crystal stones were already laid out, one of them particularly unique, with a serene blue hue subtly tinged with a hint of blood red. Please show your identification information. Song Ke pressed the terminal against the connector, causing a momentary flicker on the floating screen, a brief disruption in the data flow that went unnoticed. Su Fengsa glanced at the screen. Western Street Freelancer, Song Ke. That's me. Song Ke raised her head confidently, exuding a righteous aura. Welcome. I wish you a successful day today. Su Fengsa nodded slightly towards her. As Song Ke was about to step forward. Su Fengsa, something's happened up front. A mercenary responsible for patrolling hurried over. Such a fluster, so unseemly. Su Fengsa reprimanded with a stern face. At the main entrance, Lord Miao Lun has arrived. Su Fengsa's expression froze. The hero banquet was held early this year, and Mu Qin hadn't invited Lord Miao Lun. What could his sudden appearance mean? You go report to the Lord. Su Fengsa turned and pointed to a few mercenaries. You guys, come with me. Seeing Song Ke still standing in place, Su Fengsa patiently said, Mercenary, kindly go inside. Just follow the signs. All right, no problem, Song Ke replied eagerly. After entering through the side door, Song Ke glanced around to ensure no one was watching. She flicked her cuff, and several clever mechanical spiders dropped to the ground, dizzily spinning around a few times before scurrying in all directions, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. These were miniature detectors concocted by Lu Xiao. After his reprogramming, they possessed basic artificial intelligence, enabling them to move autonomously and capture images as they passed through areas, facilitating Zhuang Qinjian and the others in understanding the situation on site. I've released the spiders. Can you see them? Yes, take a few more rounds and release the detectors. All right. Overhead were massive directional signs, but Song Ke paid them no heed, pretending to be lost and started wandering aimlessly within the estate. A few steps here, releasing a few spiders, strolling a couple of circles near the pool, releasing a few more spiders. How's it going? We're building the model. Progress is at 45%. In an apartment several kilometers away, the entire layout of Mu Qin's estate gradually filled the model, and real-time visuals were transmitted back. Zhuang Qinjian and the others focused, gazing at the projection. Suddenly, Lu Xiao paused, his fingertip tapping on the screen, and made a soft tisk. Here, he pointed to a corner, which was the direction Song Ke was about to advance. There's a strong hyperfrequency band. The risk rating should be at H level, high risk area. The signal from Song Ke's microphone will be detected. In the surveillance room of the estate, the mercenary responsible for maintaining site security noticed something amiss. They pulled up Song Ke's feed and placed it at the center. What is this person up to? Acting all suspicious, and she's about to reach the restricted garden. Another person immediately brought up Song Ke's registration information. She's here for the guard unit recruitment. Could she be lost? Even if she's lost, she can't wander aimlessly. That area is close to where the two lords are discussing matters. Quickly, get the patrol to chase her away. Song Ke dodged the guards on patrol and was about to enter the courtyard when Zhuang Qinjian's voice came through her earpiece. Song Ke, danger ahead. Turn off your microphone and listen to my instructions. Song Ke touched her collar, disabling the microphone, switching to one-way input mode. In this mode, she could hear Zhuang Qinjian's instructions, but her voice wouldn't transmit back. Danger ahead? Song Ke thought for a moment, abandoned the main route, and instead opted to climb the wall and leap onto the roof. But then, her movement abruptly halted. By the side of a pool in front, there stood a graceful figure, gently lifting her head, gazing towards the tightly shut window in the distance. The woman wore a simple dark green long dress, accentuating her fair skin. Her luscious and soft black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her waist was slender and elegant, captivating with a touch of femininity. Though she didn't seem particularly young, no one could deny her beauty, especially her profile, simply breathtaking. Her features seemed enshrouded in a mist of charm and vulnerability, making it hard for anyone to avert their gaze. Unfamiliar with such a sight, Song Ke was left dumbfounded. Hey, get her down? Grab her. Don't let her in. Clamorous footsteps approached from behind as several mercenaries lunged towards Song Ke. Startled, the woman turned her head upon hearing the commotion and directly faced Song Ke. Wow, she's even prettier from the front. Song Ke was captivated by her beauty, her mind went blank, and instinctively, she smiled at the woman, dimples forming on her cheeks. Stop her, shouted the pursuing mercenaries. Swiftly, Song Ke flipped and dodged their attacks, landing on the ground, then raised her hands. After releasing the spiders and with Zhuang Qinjian's model built, she had no intention to flee. The mercenaries swiftly surrounded her. Who are you? Who sent you here, and why are you here? Song Ke honestly replied, I came to attend the hero banquet. At Novel bin at. The hero banquet isn't here at all. Didn't you see the signs? The interrogating mercenary spoke sternly. Gritting her teeth, Song Ke resolved to come clean. I can't read. I don't understand. The mercenaries collectively were incredulous. In this day and age, in the Alliance, who would believe that someone couldn't read? Even if you can't read the signs, it doesn't explain why you've lost your way to this place. Tell us honestly, who instructed you to come here? The lead mercenary sternly pressed on, not buying into Song Ke's pale attempt at deception. Song Ke was momentarily at a loss, she genuinely had no idea where she was. The menacing barrels of guns were instantly aimed at her. It was me who brought her here. In the deathly silence, the woman standing by the pool suddenly spoke up. The wind gently lifted her skirt in the hall, making her seem like a pure white rose blossoming gracefully in the dark. She's my friend. I'm the one who brought her here. What a good person. Song Ke was close to tears. After the beautiful sister, who had a similar temperament to a rose, finished speaking, everyone including Song Ke looked directly at her. The pursuing mercenaries seemed wary of her, exchanging glances, hesitant to act immediately. The leader, observing this, took a few steps back, intentionally lowering his voice as he communicated with his superior through the earpiece. The remaining mercenaries occasionally stole glances, their eyes not only filled with admiration but also mixed with indescribable implications that Song Ke couldn't comprehend. She simply turned her head, mouthing a thank you to the beautiful sister. The sister's gaze lingered on Song Ke's face for a moment, then coldly turned away. Even though she had just actively helped Song Ke out of the situation, her current attitude made it clear she didn't want any association with Song Ke. The head mercenary returned, glaring darkly at Song Ke and the woman. If you two want to talk, I can arrange a meeting room for you to sit down and have a proper chat, but it must be outside the restricted garden. No need, I don't want to talk, the beautiful sister interrupted, ungraciously refusing. The mercenary sneered, in that case, it's getting late. I will escort your friend to the hero banquet venue. Though he said escort, it was more like escort with vigilance, personally monitoring Song Ke to ensure she didn't wander off again. Someone pushed Song Ke forcefully from behind. Move. Damn it, my fist is hard. Song Ke, don't start a conflict. Even though not aware of what was happening on her side, Zhuang Qinjian timed in to caution her. Judging from the layout of this mansion, the place you're in should be the conference hall. Mu Qin and Miao Lun are likely having a confidential discussion inside. Alright, she endured it. Song Ke shrunk her head, feeling pitiful as she was chased away, and before leaving, she couldn't help but glance back. The beautiful sister was still gazing absently at the closed window, her solitary and elegant figure resembling a painting at Novel bin at. After leaving the restricted garden, the mercenaries began gossiping. She's just a plaything, Banya, you're giving her face. That's not right. Even if she's a plaything, she's Miao Lun's canary, thinks she's so noble. I heard she's been favored for almost 3 months now. That's quite a long time, huh? With a face so pretty, I wonder what her skills are in bed. The group exchanged lewd glances, then slyly smirked, understanding each other's insinuations. Song Kei's temper flared upon hearing this, wishing she could just punch these people right then and there. The mercenary leader named Banya coldly interjected, "Shut up. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Do you really think this place is impenetrable? If Miao Lun finds out that you dare gossip about him, skinning you alive would be considered lenient." There were plenty of advanced awakeners by Miao Lun's side, some skilled in eavesdropping. If the recent conversation truly reached his ears, everyone fell silent as if collectively struck dumb, sweating cold bullets. The fierce-looking mercenary escorted Song Kei to a heavily guarded, large bamboo hut, which was the main venue for the hero banquet. "Banya, who is she?" asked the guard at the entrance, a bit confused about the situation. "Watch her for me. This guest has a habit of wandering," Banya instructed. The guard glared and spoke with a lowered tone. "The hero banquet is about to begin. Please enter as soon as possible." Banya only left with his people after seeing Song Kei enter, personally observing her go in. Song Kei walked into the bamboo hut like a silent quail, head down. "It's safe now, you can switch on the microphone," Zhuang Qinjian said. Song Kei pretended to adjust her collar, casually flicking the receiver's switch. "Are you okay?" Zhuang Qinjian inquired. They couldn't hear anything earlier, so they couldn't be sure if Song Kei was in trouble. Song Kei said softly, "I'm fine, there's no fight, I've already entered the venue." Because she arrived the latest, as soon as she entered, numerous scrutinizing gazes fell upon her. There were men and women inside, each with unique physiques. Some who were familiar sat together conversing, while others, unknown to anyone, remained quietly alone in corners. But it was evident they were all powerful awakeners. Song Kei counted, and aside from her, there were a total of 36 individuals. As an unfamiliar face, Song Kei didn't recognize anyone, so she tried her best to diminish her presence and found a seat in the farthest corner. The internal space of this banquet hall was quite vast, those sitting at opposite corners might not even see each other clearly. Concealed by her oversized coat, Song Kei released a pocket-sized ladybug that flew up to the ceiling, scanning the entire room with its compound eyes. Lu Xiao had always been proud of his intelligence and rarely showed interest in anything. However, with Zhuang Qinjian as a close friend, who had the knack of provoking him accurately, this time, his creation's spider surveillance devices, collar microphones, and ladybug cameras astounded Song Kei and their group. The real-time footage has been fully loaded. "Song Kei, your task is complete. Adapt to the situation as it unfolds," Zhuang Qinjian cautioned in a slow tone. "Also, be mindful of safety." 10 minutes later, finely crafted bamboo curtains were lifted by servants, and under the guidance of Sufengsa, a group of people entered gracefully. At the forefront were 2 middle-aged men dressed in high-ranking military uniforms, exuding remarkable airs. One was robustly built, with sharp facial contours, neatly trimmed goatee, and eyes that sparkled despite their narrowness. Upon entering, he confidently took the main seat, commanding respect from the entire room. Song Kei understood instantly, this was definitely Mu Qin. However, the person standing beside Mu Qin left Song Kei stunned. He appeared gentle and amiable, with a seemingly affable demeanor. Compared to Mu Qin's sturdy physique, this man had a rounder face and a body with a protruding belly that strained against his belt. Rather than letting her guard down, Song Kei furrowed her brow slowly, sensing that this person was undoubtedly more formidable than he appeared. Behind the man, Song Kei spotted Godenwei, who had clashed with V587 at the city gate. Based on the information she had gathered, this smiling man was most likely the other warlord, Miao Lun. Sure enough, after Mu Qin sat down, his sharp gaze swept the room, and he spoke solemnly, "All of you here are the talented awakeners of Mu City. Thank you for giving me face and being willing to join the Mu Qin family's guard. I solemnly promise to all of you here that as long as you pass the selection, whether in terms of wealth or status, I, Mu Qin, will never treat you unfairly." Great. The participants at the event cheered enthusiastically. Mu Qin raised his left hand, pointing towards the guest seat. "Today, we are honored to have brother Miao Lun here as well." Miao Lun waved amicably. "Oh, I'm just here to join in the fun. Please don't mind me." In Song Kei's earpiece, she heard her companions discussing. "Are Mu Qin and Miao Lun on good terms?" Lin Yuyu asked in confusion. On the surface, the 3 warlords coexist peacefully without conflicts. Their true relationship, however, is unknown to anyone, Zhuang Qinjian answered. Mu Qin stood up from his main seat, and his resonant voice filled the entire room. "Now, I announce the rules for tonight's selection." "Wait, Mr. Ruan, you can't go in. Stop him. Quickly report to the boss." Sudden and intense sounds of fighting erupted outside the banquet hall, followed by grunts and cries. 3 to 5 of Mu Qin's private guards stumbled in, looking disheveled, while the footsteps of another group neared the door. Bang! The formidable supernatural ability poured out, causing the bamboo gate to instantly split into 5 parts, and amidst the debris on the ground, a sturdy figure appeared. Wearing a similar high-ranking military uniform with the same domineering air, this person was much younger than Mu Qin and Miao Lun. His countenance was delicate, with pale skin and neatly arranged black hair tucked under the brim of his hat. With his semi-long black military boots, he fiercely kicked aside the mercenaries blocking his path. "Sir." Banya rolled several times, coughing blood, and desperately shouted towards Mu Qin seated on the high platform. Mu Qin suddenly stood up, exuding an overpowering aura, engaging in a confrontation using his unique abilities. Judging by the intensity of their awakened energy, both of them were A-level awakener. The people present were compelled to release their own abilities to counter the pressures exerted by these two, causing an ominous gust of wind to stir within the area. Song Ke felt no sense of suppression, casually eating fruit from a plate while observing the situation, glancing left and right. Suddenly, she noticed Goldenwei with his abilities fully activated, steadfastly shielding Miao Lun. Pondering for a moment, Song Ke realized that after the awakening, there is a special awakened energy force generated within their bodies. Even if they were at a technical disadvantage against higher-level awakener, at most, they would be immobilized. It's only ordinary individuals who might be severely injured or even die from such pressure. Could it be that Miao Lun had no abilities? Ruan Wenjun, what's the meaning of barging into my residence without a greeting? Mu Qin, the master of the house, angrily demanded. It's nothing much. 2 days ago, my people mysteriously lost a grade 3 crystal in Xiangang, and I was pretty unhappy about it. I heard something about a hero banquet going on here, so I came to find that pest. Why not extend a welcome? Ruan Wenjun replied nonchalantly. Xiangang, Ruan Wenjun, grade 3 crystal. Could it be the one they snatched? Song Ke choked on her fruit, silently patting her chest as she accidentally swallowed it. Even if you don't welcome me, today I'm determined to dig out that person, no matter the cost, Ruan Wenjun declared. With a flourish of his coat, Ruan Wenjun confidently walked in, causing people along the way to fearfully evade him. It seems the relationship between these two isn't great, Lin Yuyu commented. Deep water and scorching fire, Lu Xiao incisively remarked. As tensions escalated between Mu Qin and Ruan Wenjun, Miao Lun calmly stood up, assuming the role of mediator. Just over a grade 3 crystal, is it worth the two of you getting so worked up? Let's rein in these abilities, don't scare our future elite guards. Under Goldenwei's protective ability, Miao Lun walked up to Ruan Wenjun and greeted him warmly. Old Ruan, why don't you take a seat first? Everyone's here, we can take it slow. If you can't find it, I'll make it up to you, right? A mere grade 3 crystal, why would I care? Those who dare challenge me will die. Ruan Wenjun's effeminate face revealed a hint of cruelty and malice. Miao Lun chuckled. Let's be frank, you just want to find someone, easy as that? He then turned to Mu Qin, patting his round belly. Mu Qin, look, Ruan isn't here to make a scene. Why don't we all sit down today? A peaceful gathering can be profitable. Thanks to you, except for meeting the general, I didn't expect the three of us to sit together. Ha ha ha. Ruan Wenjun was clearly unwilling to let it go. Mu Qin coldly snorted and, under Miao Lun's mediation, reluctantly agreed. The guest is here, take a seat. Not wanting to escalate the situation, Ruan Wenjun gave Mu Qin some face, leaving his people at the door and entering the banquet hall alone. Now, the three major warlords of Mu City gathered under one roof, creating an atmosphere rife with eerie tension, causing some awakeners to break out in a cold sweat. This smiling tiger seems to have two sides, huh? Lin Yuyu marveled. Bad thing, just like Zhuang Qinjian Su Xing insulted in one sentence. After a brief moment of silence, a crackling sound erupted from the earpiece. Sister, help me. Song Ke's fruit-eating action paused. She rolled her eyes to the sky, utterly speechless. In her distraction, she hadn't noticed two young people sneaking in through a side door and seating themselves behind Mu Qin. Ruan Wenjun's interruption altered the atmosphere, making it chilly and stagnant. Mu Qin announced the selection rules again. Among you, if anyone can defeat one of my men in a one-on-one combat, you'll pass and be formally enlisted in the elite guard. One-on-one? Is it that simple? Song Ke found it somewhat surprising. She had assumed there would be layers of selection and strict assessments, yet winning a single combat seemed like an inconsequential requirement for joining the elite guard. It was a bit strange. The entry requirements seemed stringent, but the assessment appeared overly lenient, or rather, excessively lax. I'll go first. The Southern District Free Mercenary, Wild Wolf, volunteered. Sufengsa gestured, and a private soldier stepped forward behind Mu Qin. Inside the banquet hall, a transparent isolation room rose up to facilitate the combat between the two. Once Wild Wolf and his opponent entered, they engaged in a fierce battle. At the guest seat to Mu Qin's left, a servant respectfully offered a cigarette to Miao Lun. Leaning back in a spacious chair, Miao Lun unbuttoned his collar, loosened his belt, and comfortably exhaled smoke rings. After a while, he whispered a few words to the person beside him. Soon after, a servant brought over an exquisite bamboo screen, escorting a beautiful lady to Miao Lun's side, whom he warmly embraced without reservation. The beautiful lady displayed no emotions, neither compliant nor resistant, sitting down obediently. Despite having prepared herself after hearing Banya's comments earlier, Song Ke found herself feeling a chill in her heart when witnessing this scene. It felt like the collapse of her world, and she couldn't even continue eating her fruit. So, the beautiful lady was indeed Miao Lun's new favorite. The feeling in her heart was gloomy, inexplicably uncomfortable. Perhaps due to her repeated sneak peeks, she caught the ice-cold glare from Goldenwei directed at her. Startled, Song Ke quickly averted her eyes and lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. In the hall, Wild Wolf successfully defeated his opponent, winning the match. Mu Qin nodded in satisfaction. Southern District Mercenary, truly valiant in combat. Congratulations on joining the elite guard. You'll formally join starting tomorrow. Wild Wolf was elated. Thank you, sir. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to your service. Ruan Wenjun played with the gun in his hand and sneered disdainfully. Meanwhile, Miao Lun caressed the smooth shoulders of the beautiful lady, puffing smoke leisurely. His face became increasingly obscured by the smoke, his smile growing deeper. Successive individuals were called up to single combat, with more wins than losses overall. By the 11th round, only 2 had been defeated. Next up, Su Fengsa brought out the screen to check the list. Western Street Free Mercenary, Song Ke. Finally, it was her turn. Song Ke wiped her mouth and stood up from the corner. Come on, sister. Beat them down. Su Xing encouraged her. The skills are really lacking, just throw a few punches. Lu Xiao suggested. Stay low-key, Zhuang Qinjian softly advised. Low-key, finish the fight and leave. Reciting this sage advice in her mind, Song Ke briskly walked towards the center of the stage. Su Fengsa announced, the mercenary stepping up is. A sudden sound interrupted, and the bamboo chair was pushed aside, revealing someone standing behind Mu Qin. You little trash, what are you doing here? A voice unexpectedly spoke out from a young man with a deep brown complexion. Song Ke froze, her heart pounding with worry. It couldn't be, it was Tun Qin? She also wanted to ask, how could Tun Qin be here? However, Tun Qin's next words caused her mental shutdown. Free mercenary? Aren't you from District F? Tian deep water and scorching fire is a Chinese idiom that metaphorically means being in an extremely difficult or challenging situation, akin to being caught between deep water and scorching flames. It describes a situation where one faces multiple serious difficulties or dangers simultaneously, often expressing the feeling of being trapped between 2 equally dire or dangerous options. A single sentence from Tun Qin made Song Ke the center of attention in the entire venue. Mu Qin, Miao Lun, Ruan Wenjun, all participants cast various appraising glances in her direction. Don't panic, stay calm. In a crucial moment, Zhuang Qinjian's composed voice resonated. In just a few seconds, Song Ke experienced an emotional roller coaster, but thankfully, she managed to keep a straight face without revealing any clues. Ruan Wenjun's eyes darkened slightly, showing a bit of interest in the spectacle. What hero banquet! Even a stray rat managed to sneak in. The cunning Mu Qin, without immediately showing anger, contemplatively stroked his beard. Tun Qin, come here. Tun Qin walked over to the main seat, completely restraining his arrogant attitude. He clasped his hands tightly against his thighs and respectfully addressed, Uncle. Mu Qin glanced at him, and Tun Qin quickly corrected himself, My lord. Mu Qin gestured towards Song Ke, who was standing in place. What did you mean by your words just now? Explain yourself. Tun Qin lifted his head, locking eyes with Song Ke. Even after more than half a year without seeing each other, his gaze still harbored ill intentions towards her. Despite once practicing martial arts together day and night, Tun Qin's malice towards her never waned. Back then, he could launch a sneak attack with a particle gun, and today, he could betray her without hesitation. 2 years ago, I was undergoing ancient martial arts training in District E166. This person is my fellow disciple, having spent more time there than I did. She has been a student there since childhood, at least for over a decade. I am certain she's not just from District F but is an illegal resident as well. Tun Qin succinctly revealed all there was to know about Song Ke. Of course, Song Ke couldn't just sit back and accept it. She tried to defend herself. No, I've obtained citizenship in Mu City. Immediately, some participants below sneered, what a joke. Someone from District F obtaining citizenship in Mu City. District F, the most barren and backward digital area within the Alliance, a dilapidated place where even flies didn't want to linger. Mu City, District C55, not only ranked within the C category but also had a strict admission system. Song Ke's words lacked credibility. To put it simply, she was like the lowest class commoner suddenly becoming a second-tier officer. More than just absurd, such a thing was impossible in Mu City. It's true, I am a freelance mercenary, Song Ke persisted tenaciously. A freelance mercenary? Which faction do you belong to? Asked Wild Wolf, also a freelance mercenary, suspiciously. Here we go again with this question. What's with you mercenaries, always asking about factions so persistently? I belong to Western Street, of Sly Fox. Song Ke struggled and had to resort to using Irene's name in a pinch. Suddenly, the beautiful woman in Miao Lun's arms raised her gaze and looked towards Song Ke in the middle of the crowd. Mu Qin, with a deep and silent gaze, didn't speak, but the private soldiers in the venue had already surrounded Song Ke. Song Ke clenched her fists, standing still in her place. Mu Qin tilted his head slightly. Check, when was the last time she entered the territory? Su Fengsa promptly confirmed, 6 days ago. A faint smirk appeared under Mu Qin's beard. To Mu Qin, this small fry like Song Ke, regardless of whether she came from District E or F, couldn't stir much trouble. Her true identity was of no concern to him. What truly concerned Mu Qin was another matter, something he could exploit. Miao Lun, if I remember correctly, it was you who volunteered to General for the authority of admission checks, right? With such a mistake, how will you explain it to the General? Mu Qin insinuated significantly. Miao Lun paused in his action of rolling a cigarette, his smile fading slightly. Godunwei had already recognized Song Ke at the speed of light when Tun Qin called out. He immediately kneeled down and quietly reported near Miao Lun's leg, "My lord, I personally verified, facial recognition is accurate." Miao Lun's hand, holding the rolled cigarette, pressed lightly on Godunwei's shoulder. Though the force was light, Godunwei couldn't help but tremble. "Mu Qin, are you questioning me now?" Miao Lun, usually easygoing, suddenly turned serious, with dark currents swirling in his eyes. However, he was serious for only a moment before bursting into a hearty laugh. "Who says it must be a mistake? Since everyone's so curious, why don't we verify it on the spot? If what she says is true, changing one's class through hard work isn't that inspirational. If the identity information is falsified," Miao Lun's smile sent chills down people's spines, "I will present her head to the general myself to beg for forgiveness." Miao Lun released his hold on the hand of the beautiful woman he was embracing and gestured backward. A plain-looking, short man stepped forward. "He is Hasa." The awakeners in the crowd recognized this person and couldn't help but exclaim. Hasa, an A-level awakener and Mu City's most formidable white hat hacker, possessed the ability to track data. It was said that as long as there was a network, no secrets could escape his watchful eye. Surprisingly, he had joined Miao Lun's ranks. "Hasa, make all the information about this person from the day she was born available for everyone to see. A person, as long as they exist, will undoubtedly leave traces, and by delving deep into those clues, one might discover some surprises." Hasa nodded silently and retrieved several light screens from his space, projecting them onto the bamboo curtains in the banquet hall for everyone to see. He also set up a dozen or so supercomputers on site in a row. Song Ke, "Oh no, they're going to investigate everything about me." She was feeling extremely anxious. On the ceiling, the mechanical ladybug's compound eyes slowly turned, transmitting all the happenings at the scene back to their apartment. "Oh, Miao Lun is going to check Song Ke's files," Lin Yuyu exclaimed. "Even if her identity information is fine, her record is easy to expose, as she hasn't even submitted an application for citizenship," Feng's Higsa said. Several people wore worried expressions on their faces. The wheelchair moved, and Lu Xiao's tablet-like voice sounded, "Please make way." He looked at Hasa's every move in the projection, his ice blue eyes gradually peaked with interest. "A white hat hacker? Let him check." Zhuang Qinjian glanced at him, instantly understanding, and spoke softly into her earpiece, "Song Ke, Lu Xiao will handle it. Don't worry." In the banquet hall, Song Ke felt as if she were on pins and needles. After receiving Zhuang Qinjian's instructions, she let out a sigh of relief. Lu Xiao held just one lonely terminal and an old, outdated light screen that was already cracked. In contrast, Hasa was fully equipped, using the latest suspended technology screens that could connect to 6 supercomputers simultaneously. Hasa operated a sophisticated device, and a camera on the top extended to scan Song Ke from head to toe. When it retracted, a miniaturized mechanical ladybug fell neatly, wedging itself into a gap in the mechanical arm, planting a hidden Trojan horse. Hasa collected Song Ke's biometric information and swiftly traced the data. Song Ke, originally from District F177, her activity trajectory is as follows: E166, D99, C72, D150, C60. Parents unknown, date of birth unknown. She attended Hua City No. 1 High School in D99 but dropped out midway. Hasa's eyes gleamed faintly as his supernatural ability kicked in, starting to trace even finer details of information. At the same time, Lu Xiao's silvery hair fluttered as he simultaneously operated with both hands. One hand rapidly typed on the terminal, while the other hand composed complex attack programs on the screen. In the digital realm, 2 forces collided head-on. One force surged forward courageously while the other collapsed and dissolved into specks, merging into the vast ocean. However, the dispersed starlight didn't vanish but rather subtly altered the direction of the opponent's data flow. The clash between white hat and black hat hackers wasn't about visible confrontation but about who could occupy the high ground first, enabling them to comprehensively overwhelm their opponent at Novel bin at. Hasa's tracking briefly stalled as the chaotic stream of code rushed in, disrupting and diverting his course, leading him astray. He seemed lost and began murmuring. On October 2nd, new calendar year 46, granted special citizenship in Ferrara, District C72, due to a close relationship with the magistrate. On November 15th, new calendar year 46, awarded the outstanding youth title in Tongwan, District C60, and obtained an entry green card. On February 6th, new calendar year 47, due to meritorious service in zombie eradication, submitted a household registration change request, which was approved, resulting in citizenship in Mu City, District C55. Latest identity, freelance mercenary. Detailed files were disclosed, causing a commotion among the crowd. It was the first time they had heard that someone from District F could successfully change their citizenship to Mu City. The scrutiny in the review department was known to be stringent to the point of being extreme. Could it be that faced with Song Ke's glamorous resume, they were swayed, intentionally being lenient? No, Godunwei suddenly raised his head. He remembered vividly the day Song Ke entered the city. There were 7 of them, and the reason given was locals, dispatched from Mu City before the apocalypse. How could this suddenly change to a citizenship change? There were contradictions, something was definitely wrong. "Hasa, what are you doing?" Godunwei's eyes reddened, about to shout in anger, but suddenly caught sight of Miao Lun's face covered in smoke. That calm expression amidst the smog was not an ordinary calmness, it was the calm before a storm. Like a sudden splash of cold water, Goldenway instantly became alert. No, he couldn't say it. Song Kei's identity had to be real. Otherwise, not only would he be ineffectual, but Sir Miao Lun would lose face in front of Mu Qin, Ruan Wenjun, and even the general. Then, trembling, Goldenway suddenly realized the intention behind Hasa's actions. He humbly, incredibly obediently, lowered his head, keeping silent. Looking at her own gleaming resume, Song Kei couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, Lu Xiao, I can't believe you're such a good storyteller. She almost believed she was the great hero saving the alliance. In the apartment, Lu Xiao was manipulating Hasa's data while sarcastically commenting, your talent for spouting nonsense has improved over the years. Song Kei's entire background was hastily created by Zhuang Qinjian in a short time through verbal storytelling. Zhuang Qinjian smiled faintly, not as much as your deteriorating technical skills. You're so slow that they might uncover everything on the other side. Lu Xiao grumbled discontentedly, objection. You're distorting the objective facts. What equipment does he have? What do I have? Just a bunch of junk. Although the words were as such, Lu Xiao's fingers swiftly operated, erasing the true records that Hasa was about to find about Song Kei. In the banquet hall, Miao Lun smiled at Mu Qin, my friend, this is talent. If you don't want her, I certainly do. He then turned to Song Kei, mercenary, if you want to stand out, you don't necessarily have to join the guard unit. Coming to my side offers the same opportunities. Mu Qin spoke coldly, Miao Lun, it's too early for these talks. Let her defeat my people first. Among all present, the most embarrassed at that moment was none other than Tun Qin. Intentionally exposing Song Kei's identity was an attempt to impress Mu Qin, to gain his attention. However, this little trash actually managed, through skill, to enter Mu City and acquire the identity of a freelance mercenary, even though she was a lowly creature from District F. How could this be possible? My lord, please allow me to take action. Tun Qin's voice was hoarse as he voluntarily requested to deal with Song Kei. Since the apocalypse, he had awakened his supernatural ability. The humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Song Kei, he wanted to reclaim it all, with interest. Father, I also want to have a go at her. Another young man couldn't sit still and stood up from behind. He had 3 diamond studs on his eyebrow ridge, almost the same height as Tun Qin, with a rebellious expression, half a smirk on his lips as if he wouldn't yield to anyone. Wrong Qin. Tun Qin stared at him angrily, paused, then lowered his voice, you just awakened your ability, you're not used to it yet, maybe. Wrong Qin glanced at him nonchalantly, maybe what? You're just a B rank, but I'm an A rank. Tun Qin's back stiffened, his hand pierced by the thorn. Wrong Qin curiously asked, don't you know her? Is she tough? Tun Qin lowered his head, his expression uncertain. She's average. No, she's really weak, definitely not your match. Wrong Qin's confidence soared. Father, let me try, I want to test my ability. Tun Qin called out to Mu Qin as uncle, but Mu Qin sternly stopped him with his eyes. This young man boldly called him father, yet Mu Qin remained composed, even a hint of indulgence. All right, come then. Song Kei and the young man named Wrong Qin entered the isolation room. Hey, what level are you? Wrong Qin asked disdainfully. A level, Song Kei responded, as that was what her ability card stated. We're the same. Wrong Qin smiled and without a word raised his arm, revealing a row of miniature gun barrels that went swoosh as they fired bullets continuously. Wow, it's the legendary hail of bullets. Song Kei swiftly moved, her figure almost flashing in a zigzag pattern, seizing the opportunity to strike back with a swift spinning leg kick. Wrong Qin was kicked hard and sent flying, landing with a thud on the ground as his gun barrels fell silent. Huh? Song Kei was stunned. Wasn't he A level? How did he get knocked down with just one kick? Struggling to get up, Wrong Qin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A glint appeared in his hand, and suddenly numerous crystals materialized, mostly of level 2 and 3. He extracted their energy with his mental powers, dimming the crystals before casually tossing them away and fiercely attacking Song Kei. Song Kei was bewildered. She had seen people on drugs, but never seen someone using crystals to fight. Dodging the attack, she tentatively threw a punch. Bang! Wrong Qin failed to evade it again, taking a direct hit on the bridge of his nose and falling backward. Song Kei, what's going on? Song Kei, the opponent is a secondary awakener, Zhuang Qinjian said. Song Kei was puzzled. What did secondary awakener mean? Zhuang Qinjian quickly provided a detailed explanation. Secondary awakeners are those unable to awaken their abilities naturally, relying on external stimuli like crystals to create a false magnetic field within their bodies. You can also understand it as noobs. Struggling like a roly-poly toy, Wrong Qin got up again, pulling out another crystal to draw energy. Song Kei was confused and watched as Wrong Qin charged towards her once more. She decided to respond with her awakened energy. Her confrontational and forceful awakened energy struck Wrong Qin unprepared, instantly disorienting him. He charged forward in a daze and, due to his aggressive momentum, crashed into the isolation room's transparent glass, knocking himself unconscious. Mu Qin swiftly stood up. Wrong Qin, where's the doctor? The match is stopped, everyone take a 10-minute break, Su Fengsa shouted in a panic. Song Kei maintained her punching stance, standing in confusion. What was happening? Amidst the chaos, the folding screen to Mu Qin's right moved, revealing half of a misty and beautiful face, signaling towards Song Ke. Huh? Song Ke blinked her eyes. It seemed the beautiful sister had something to say to her. A group of people burst into the banquet hall, swiftly carrying the unconscious Rong Qin on a stretcher to receive urgent medical treatment outside. Mu Qin followed with a dark expression, while Su Fengse hastily announced the suspension of the match, busy maintaining order at the scene. Meanwhile, the other central figure, Song Ke, was left alone, ignored, and isolated in the room. In the preceding matches, the participants won rather effortlessly. Most people understood that the so-called selection process was merely a formality. Mu Qin managed to get Rong Qin on stage, even under the clear awareness of his young master status. It was anticipated that they wouldn't go too far against him. As it turned out, Song Ke indeed did not go too far. She didn't even make a move. Rong Qin managed to knock himself out, which was simply laughable. Could she be blamed? After all, she hadn't expected this awakener to be so incompetent. After Mu Qin led the group out, Ruan Wenjun calmly stood up and, looking towards Miao Lun, said, "May I have a word?" Miao Lun smiled and nodded agreeably. Leading a few mercenaries, including Godinwei, they exited the bamboo house and entered the opposite room. Soon after, Song Ke noticed the beautiful sister signaling to her. Amidst the noisy chatter in her earpiece and the chaotic background sounds, Su Xing was cheering for her victory, Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao were arguing back and forth. Song Ke wanted to interject but feared being noticed for her unusual behavior, so she simply shut down all communication devices. Following the beautiful sister to a spot below the bamboo curtain, she inquired, "Are you one of Sly Fox's people?" Song Ke nervously replied, thinking to herself that she'd have to apologize to Irene for using her name in this manner. "You're lying." The beautiful sister's expression suddenly turned cold. "I'm from the Western Street. How come I've never seen you?" Busted. Song Ke sighed. She didn't possess Zhuang Qinjian's skill. She was terrible at lying. "In fact, I'm not affiliated with anyone. Sly Fox is a friend of mine." "A friend? What's Sly Fox's real name?" the beautiful sister interrupted. "Irene," Song Ke honestly answered. "I had no choice but to say that earlier." The beautiful sister continued to scrutinize her with suspicion. Song Ke raised her terminal. "I can contact her now." The beautiful sister gently pressed Song Ke's wrist, frowning slightly. "No need, it's not convenient here." "Do you really know Irene?" "Yes, I do." "Has she returned to Mu City?" "Yeah, a few days ago, we met." "After she goes back, can you still get in touch with her?" "I can." "Give me your address." "What?" "I want to ask for a favor. I want Irene to come to your place. I want to see her tomorrow." "Oh." Song Ke quickly provided her apartment address, realizing belatedly that the beautiful sister, though dressed in an expensive dress, had no accessories or even a terminal. The beautiful sister noted down Song Ke's address and then gazed at her face, her eyes gradually growing distant. Unconsciously, she reached out her hand. Song Ke held her breath, standing still foolishly, too afraid to make a move. Just as the fingertips were about to touch her cheek, the beautiful sister abruptly snapped back to reality and quickly withdrew her hand. "Here's a piece of advice, no matter the reason, do not join the guard unit. It's a conspiracy." Her tone was mild, but a careful listener could detect the goodwill behind her words. "What do you mean?" Song Ke was taken aback. The beautiful sister glanced back, seeing that Miao Lun and Ruan Wenjun had already walked away, leaving no time. "The guard unit is just a facade. Their true target is Shay. Remember to arrange for Irene to meet me." The two passed each other by. Under the bamboo curtain, only Song Ke remained, now even more puzzled. Not join the guard unit? Besides this route, she couldn't think of another way to get close to the general. Song Ke activated her receiver, and Zhuang Qinjian's voice immediately came through. "Is everything okay over there?" "Yeah." Song Ke briefly recounted what had just happened. "Hold on, I'll contact Irene to confirm," Lin Yu said. Song Ke casually returned to the banquet hall. Not long after, Mu Qin and his group returned. His gaze swept over Song Ke, showing no sign of anger. "Congratulations on passing this election. You'll officially join tomorrow," Mu Qin announced with a composed expression. Song Ke breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like Rong Qin should be fine. Miao Lun slyly disrupted the conversation. "Mercenary, what I said earlier still stands. Coming to my side is still a good choice." Song Ke looked awkward, silently retreating to a corner. However, a certain gaze followed her like a shadow, akin to a hidden snake lurking in the dark. Song Ke raised his eyes sharply and glanced over. It turned out to be Tun Qin. The subsequent matches proceeded smoothly until there were only a few participants left. An awakener named Ta Xiong entered the arena. Taking a little time, he successfully defeated his opponent and joyfully returned to his position. Ruan Wenjun suddenly spoke up, "Stop right there. Where did you get your crystal from?" In Ta Xiong's registration information, there was an exceptionally unique level 3 crystal, displaying a vivid red hue within a deep blue body. Both in color and purity, it stood out as the highlight among the batch of crystals obtained that day. Ta Xiong paused, a hint of unease crossing his face. "I obtained it while hunting zombies." Ruan Wenjun coldly snorted, "Is that so? Check the production date of this crystal for me." Upon Mu Qin's consent, Su Fengse immediately arranged for instruments to measure the crystal's radiation. "Sir Ruan, this crystal is new, produced within the last week. Within the last week. Ruan Wenjun repeated this time frame several times. The military boots hit the ground as he descended the steps of the platform. His tall and straight figure, with his sinister face hidden under the brim of his hat, instilled a shiver-inducing sense of fear in everyone. Ruan Wenjun finally stopped in front of Taesyong. Tell me properly, when and where did you kill the zombie? Taesyong, just a level B awakener, under Ruan Wenjun's oppressive demeanor, struggled with shifting eyes, stammering, and eventually speaking in almost inaudible tones. Miao Lun casually fanned the flames. The hero banquet is indeed full of surprises. The quality of this crystal is very high, almost approaching level 4. It seems that the host zombie must have been quite formidable for you to eliminate it. You must have some skill. Ruan Wenjun sneered coldly. Was it you who killed it, or did you steal it? 3 days ago, in Xiangang, you shot and killed a level 3 zombie with an arrow, didn't you? And no, it wasn't me. Taesyong was drenched in cold sweat. Song Kei's body slowly lowered, quietly hiding under the table. Ruan Wenjun was evidently here for the crystal she had snatched. Taesyong's denial did not ease Ruan Wenjun's expression. Without a word, he pulled out his gun and fired several shots at Taesyong's right leg. The specialized bullets would explode inside the body after penetration, causing excruciating pain. Taesyong clutched his heavily bleeding thigh, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Ruan Wenjun used special explosive bullets, causing immense agony. Ruan Wenjun's military boots pressed down on Taesyong's wound, grinding back and forth. You're going to die either way. Admit it honestly. I can make your death a bit less painful. This is your last chance to speak. Did you steal the crystal? It wasn't me. I bought this crystal from Shay. Taesyong wept bitterly. I wanted to participate in the hero banquet, to become an officer. I bought it from people associated with Kyingchi. They killed the zombies and took the crystal. It really wasn't me. Kyingchi. Upon hearing the name, Mu Qin's and Miao Lun's expressions noticeably changed. Ruan Wenjun's mental energy surged, a prelude to stress, and his gaze turned terribly menacing. Who are you talking about? Taesyong's face grew paler. Kyingchi, the leader of the Shay refugees. I don't know his real name, they all just call him Kyingchi. The whole hall fell silent, even the participants dared not breathe loudly in the banquet hall. The crystal handed over by Taesyong was placed in a transparent instrument, its elusive vivid red hue circulating, captivating everyone's attention. Although suppressing the refugees is the joint responsibility of the warlords, Mu Qin and Ruan Wenjun, are you not planning to take action? Miao Lun, glancing meaningfully at Mu Qin, turned the tables after being questioned by him earlier. Quelling rebellions and bandits was primarily the responsibility of these two warlords, particularly Ruan Wenjun, known as a war fanatic. If they couldn't handle a small group of refugees, it would destabilize their positions. The general is thinking about this. Miao Lun continued to press the issue. Colluding with the refugees means death, Ruan Wenjun pronounced coldly. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, and Taesyong's head instantly burst. Song Kei looked at Taesyong's body, the one who took the blame for her, and sighed silently. After this incident, Ruan Wenjun lost interest in watching the matches and left the banquet hall with his men. Following Taesyong's demise, there were only a few people left. After a few more one-on-one fights, the recruitment of the guard unit was hastily concluded. Song Kei left the mansion with a heavy heart, preparing to exchange intelligence with her companions. As she was about to leave, she caught sight of Tun Qing standing behind Mu Qin, making a gun gesture towards her head. Song Kei remained silent for 2 seconds, then slowly opened her mouth, silently mouthing the word, fool. She didn't understand why Tun Qing had such intense animosity towards her. It couldn't be because she always defeated him in competitions, as he'd never beaten Zhang Xi either. So logically, Tun Qin should hate Zhang Xi equally, right? At novel bin at. Muttering to herself, Song Kei hurried back to her apartment. As she opened the door, she found Zhuang Qinjian and the others waiting for her. Taking the water from Zhuang Qinjian, she drank it in one go while listening to her companions discuss. There's a problem with the hero banquet, Fang's Higzo, rarely speaking up, said. Too hasty, we were misled by the threshold of the level 3 crystal. The truth is now out in the open, Zhuang Qinjian remarked. Song Kei remembered Rong Qin's frenzy to gather crystals during the battle and Mu Qin's seizure of crystals, presumably for him. Originally, it was believed that Mu Qin, under the guise of recruiting for the guard unit, would send higher-level awakeners to the general to fill the vacancies in the guards. However, judging from today's selection, the abilities of the participants varied greatly, making it seem somewhat strained to appoint them as the general's personal guards. So, should I still go tomorrow? Song Kei inquired. Zhuang Qinjian paused for a moment, regarding that individual of Miao Lun's, who wants to meet Irene. What was Irene's response? Lin Yuyo brought up the terminal page. They indeed know each other, and Irene has agreed to come tomorrow. Let's decide after the meeting. She surely knows something, so let's see if we can extract more information from her, Zhuang Qinjian suggested. Additionally, let's dig deeper into the information about the Shay refugees and Kyingchi. I have a feeling this could be a crucial breakthrough. The next morning, Irene knocked on the apartment door. After Lin Yuyu opened the door, Irene's first words were, "Where is she? She hasn't arrived yet, please come in and wait," Lin Yuyu said softly. Alertly, Irene walked to the window, propping up her cannon to surveil the street outside, preventing potential surveillance. Song K confessed about lending her name to Irene yesterday, to which Irene shook her head. It's fine. Irene, about the beautiful sister, is she really affiliated with you? Song K asked. She can't entirely be considered mine, Irene replied calmly. She only arrived in Western Street half a year ago. I'd say we have a sort of cooperative relationship. Song K was about to ask further, but Irene suddenly gestured to her in a solemn manner. Here they come. A few minutes later, a series of knocks echoed through the door. The beautiful sister stood quietly in the hallway, draped in a shawl. Irene aimed her cannon towards the figures wandering outside the apartment. You brought a tale. They are Miao Lun's private guards. They are just monitoring my movements. They won't follow inside. Once the 4 individuals were seated, Irene adeptly handed over paper and pen. The beautiful sister swiftly sketched, creating lifelike portraits one after another. I've only located these few. They agreed to wait for further messages from you. The others couldn't be found. Irene observed the sketches. They're from Western Street. Thank you for the intel. The beautiful sister simply nodded. For today, that's all. Do you still intend to stay by Miao Lun's side? Irene suddenly inquired. The beautiful sister's movements ceased. Song K and Lin Yuyu exchanged a glance. Lin Yuyu subtly shook her head, and both held their breath. I've been thinking for 3 months. I still don't understand. What do you really want to do? Irene locked eyes with the person in front of her. You're not someone who seeks vanity. Miao Lun is capricious. Each day with him adds more risk. Why deliberately get close to him? The beautiful sister fell silent. At that moment, the guest room's door opened coincidentally, and Zhuang Qinjian and Fangs Higzo stepped out together. Therapy can only suppress muscle atrophy. I've temporarily stabilized your broken bones with my ability. When we returned to Tongwan, Fangs Higzo was giving detailed instructions when he inadvertently looked up toward the living room and was struck motionless as if by lightning. Ayao. His voice trembled as he called out. Ayao. Fangs Higzo's voice trembled as he called out. The reaction from the beautiful sister was also big. She accidentally knocked over the paper and pen, hitting her shin against the chair, and creating a scrape noise. Her entire face turned pale, staring at Fangs Higzo in disbelief. How could you be here? I mean, Mu City, you're not. Fangs Higzo took 2 steps forward, the language system completely disrupted. You clearly said you wanted to leave Tongwan, start over somewhere else. No. Fangs Higzo glanced at Irene and then back at the beautiful sister, suddenly having a dreadful suspicion. His face displayed a shattered sadness and an impending enormous pain. Ayao, what are you doing? At this moment in time, the only possible person who could appear here was Miao Lun's mistress. Coincidentally, Song K had encountered the beautiful sister twice. Both times, due to various circumstances, the communication device was inadvertently switched off. None of the V587 members had heard her voice. Moreover, at the banquet hall, due to the servants arranging screens, everyone's attention was on Song K, naturally overlooking her, as she wasn't that important. Judging from Fangs Higzo's current reaction, it was clear that they had known each other for a while. Lu Xiao, Su Cha, and Su Xing heard the commotion and successively came out of their rooms. However, the atmosphere was tense, and no one spoke at this moment. Song K slightly turned her head and noticed that the entire body of the beautiful sister was trembling as if a rose in a violent storm, on the verge of collapsing. Fangs Higzo slowly reached out his hand but hesitated to touch her. Ayao, please stop this, okay, let me take care of the rest. Trust me once more, even if it means death, I will do it. Perhaps stung by a specific word, the beautiful sister suddenly raised her head, her eyes bloodshot. What will you do? What can you accomplish? The beautiful sister murmured softly, her voice increasingly poignant. It's been 7 months. Do you still remember Tian Tian? Do you remember what she looked like? You've forgotten, but I remember. Every night, I can see her crying face. She is my daughter, a part of my life. You can easily let go, but I can't do that. The beautiful sister's eyes welled up with tears, yet not a single drop fell. Fangs Higzo, you're just a coward. I have nothing to do with you anymore. I don't need you to manage what I do. I should leave, otherwise Miao Lun will become suspicious. The beautiful sister staggered to the door. Song K wanted to speak up to stop her, but was held back by Irene and Lin Yuyu, who signaled her with their eyes not to intervene. Just before opening the door, with her back to everyone, she said, the guard unit will have significant movements soon. It's best for you not to get involved in anything. The apartment's door closed slowly, and shortly after, the tails roaming outside the street also disappeared without a trace. Inside the room, silence prevailed. Song K hesitantly began, Fangs Higzo. Fangs Higzo stood motionless, slowly covering his face. Hot tears streamed from his fingertips. While neither of them had cried during their conversation, now, it was only Fangs Higzo, his emotions collapsing into wordless sobs. Song K had never seen someone cry so heartbreakingly. Although no sound came out, every teardrop conveyed pain. Gradually, she felt a rising discomfort in her heart, a sensation that made her want to cry too. After a long while, Fangs Higzo managed to slightly steady his breath. I'm sorry. I've constantly burdened you with my tasks without ever explaining the reasons. I want to kill Nikong because I seek revenge, a deep-seated vendetta. Novel bin at. You and Song K didn't know how to continue. Yao, her name is Zhang Wanyao, my wife." Feng Higzo forced a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps that shouldn't be called a smile, it was more like an expression of extreme pain. My former wife. Different from Zhang Wanyao, Feng Higzo hadn't dreamt for a very long time. There was a time when he used to dream. In those distant and beautiful dreams, after returning from the 119 hospital, on a bright sunny afternoon, he would turn the doorknob. A graceful figure, wearing an apron, stood with her back to him, painting on a canvas. Feng Higzo's lips curved into a smile. He tiptoed closer, wrapped his arms around the woman from behind, rested his chin on her neck, took a deep breath, and felt all the weariness vanish in the warm embrace. Zhang Wanyao laboriously turned half of her body, holding up a paintbrush and a palette with nowhere to place them. With a smile in the corners of her eyes, she gently scolded, "Dr. Feng, how many times have I told you? Change your clothes first when you come in. It's hard to clean off the paint." Feng Higzo resisted, not willing to let go. He muttered, "I'll clean it, let me rest for a while, I'm so tired." Zhang Wanyao couldn't do anything about his stubbornness, so she nudged him with her elbow. "What about what we talked about last time?" Feng Higzo exaggeratedly grunted, "Take it easy, you want to murder your own husband? Don't worry, you focus on the art exhibition. I'll take care of Tian Tian this week. I've almost cleared my surgeries, only one patient left." "Is it that case with Mu City?" Zhang Wanyao furrowed her brow lightly. "Yeah, that one. He's a high-ranking official. I, as a small doctor, can't decline," Feng Higzo said. "Stop it, it's because of the rare disease he has, and you can't resist the challenge." Zhang Wanyao immediately saw through him. Feng Higzo, a medical genius, lacked interest in ordinary cases but became eager when it came to complex surgeries. "He's just 13, after all, still a child." Feng Higzo coughed lightly, awkwardly changing the subject. After becoming a father himself, the sharp edges he once had softened considerably. "Where's Tian Tian? Is she still in class?" "I'm here, Daddy." A sweet, delicate voice sounded, belonging to a pretty girl with neatly tied twin ponytails, around 8 or 9 years old, pouting unhappily. "I'm right here, but you only see Mom, not me." Feng Higzo lifted his daughter with one hand, playfully rubbing her nose. "Who says Daddy can't see you? Daddy's heart blooms at the sight of you." Tian Tian chuckled, revealing 2 adorable dimples on each side of her cheeks, making her look particularly endearing. "Our great painter Zhang has to go to work. Tian Tian is on break these days. Will you play with Daddy?" Feng Higzo asked his daughter. Tian Tian hugged Feng Higzo's neck and gave him a kiss. "Okay, I love Dad the most." As the chief physician, Feng Higzo naturally had his own office and lounge. He was changing clothes for a doll with Tian Tian when a colleague hastily knocked on the door and barged in. "Dr. Feng, the patient in VIP 3 is in critical condition." In VIP 3, the patient's name was Naiwan, a 13-year-old boy, the only son of C55 district, Mu City's magistrate, Naikong. He suffered from a rare bone disease, McCune-Albright syndrome, MOS, a more complex form of osteodystrophy. The condition worsened with age, causing clearly defined brown patches all over the body, accompanied by severe bone pain during flare UPS. "Prepare for surgery. I'll be there immediately." Feng Higzo stood up. "Also, ask the head nurse to arrange for colleagues to take care of my daughter." He crouched down to talk to Tian Tian. "Tian Tian, Daddy needs to go save someone. Will you be a good girl and wait for me to come back?" Tian Tian was a bit displeased, puffing her cheeks, but reluctantly agreed. She raised 2 soft fingers. "Okay, but I want to eat 2 strawberry-flavored ice creams." Feng Higzo indulgently smiled, kissed Tian Tian's head, and gave her an extra scoop. "Daddy will get you 3, don't tell Mom." Naiwan's surgery lasted a full 15 hours. Feng Higzo was fully focused, racing against death, and managed to pull Naiwan, who was on the brink of death, back from the brink. Just as he exited the operating room, exhausted, he collapsed and fell asleep on the floor. Tian Tian slept in the lounge for a while, and the next day, when Feng Higzo hadn't returned, she snuck out, holding her doll, taking advantage of the nurses dozing off. VIP 3. Tian Tian faintly remembered this number. Dad must not have wanted to buy her ice cream, so he quietly hid here. Tian Tian finally found the place and was about to enter when she was intercepted by a fierce-looking mercenary at the door. "Let her in," a weak voice sounded from inside the ward. Nervously, Tian Tian went in. Not finding Feng Higzo, she was startled upon seeing the person inside. The young man lying in the hospital gown on the bed was thin, nearly the same height as her. His eyes were incredibly dark and his left face bore a large brown mark, similar to a birthmark, which looked particularly frightening. Tian Tian clutched her doll tightly, terrified. She took small steps backward, trying to escape. Naiwan stared fixedly at the little girl in front of him. He knew his illness was severe, having hovered near death countless times. He had been tormented to the point of being unable to bear it. His entire body was in excruciating pain. However, beneath that pain, there was another kind of hidden excitement silently spreading, as if telling him that all his suffering needed an outlet. Naiwan forced a stiff smile and softly coaxed, "Come here, I'll give you candy." Tian Tian was well educated. She didn't talk to strangers or accept things from them. She shook her head vigorously. "No, I want to go." She turned and dashed towards the ward's exit. "Stop her," Naiwan commanded. The mercenaries, with their strong arms, pinned Tian Tian to the ground. Her doll fell, and Tian Tian cried out in fear. Nai Wen's voice was cold and light. I'm in so much pain. Why am I the only one in such agony? Play with me, won't you? Hearing the screams from inside, the mercenaries at the door seemed hesitant. Is this going too far, even in the hospital? Another person nearby said indifferently, it's the same everywhere. If you don't want to die, I'd advise you not to meddle. Under Mu City's influence, Nai Wen could act without restraint. Mu City's hierarchical system was twisted, and even if he committed further wrongdoings, he could be suppressed. He had done this kind of thing many times before. After all, regardless of the ruckus, someone would always cover it up for him. When Fangs Higzu woke up, he had a splitting headache. He propped himself up from the cold floor. The nap hadn't lasted long, less than an hour. But after nearly a day and night of standing at the operating table, even his robust body couldn't endure, so he succumbed to sleep for a short while. Rubbing his forehead, Fangs Higzu walked to the rest area. Just before he entered, he remembered something. He turned towards the hospital's downstairs supermarket and bought 3 boxes of strawberry-flavored ice cream. He didn't want to be a father who broke a promise. As he returned to the rest area, several hospital leaders were standing at the door, each with a worse expression than the other. What's wrong? Don't worry, the surgery was very successful, everything will be fine. Fangs Higzu smiled and attempted to open the door. Higzu, the hospital director, placed a hand on his shoulder, preventing him from entering. Why? Fangs Higzu was puzzled, lifting the bag in his hand. Let me in first. The ice cream is melting. Tian Tian will get angry again soon, and that little girl is not easy to appease. Higzu, the hospital director repeated, tears streaming down his face at Novel bin at. Suddenly, Fangs Higzu had a foreboding feeling. In the cold morgue, Fangs Higzu saw Tian Tian's body. A tattered doll was stuffed into her arms, her limbs broken, oddly reassembled, and her exposed skin filled with various bruises. Fangs Higzu's world collapsed. I will kill him. People around him hurriedly held him back. Fangs Higzu, with bloodshot eyes, kept struggling, wrestling, and tearing, but was firmly restrained. The hospital director looked grave. Higzu, Nikong from Mu City is here with the security forces. They have surrounded the entire hospital. There are troops stationed outside Tongwan. This incident has caused a diplomatic crisis, and the news of Tian Tian's murder has been temporarily suppressed. Even if you rush out now, it won't help. It will only cost your life. The director knew the next words were too cruel for Fangs Higzu, but he had to say them. The magistrate's intention is, you will still perform the surgeries, and he will personally oversee your work. Get off me. I will kill him. I will definitely kill him with my own hands. Fangs Higzu was pinned to the ground, his head against the floor. His vision gradually blurred. I was wrong. Tian Tian, Dad was wrong. Dad, why do doctors save people? Because that's our job. What if they are bad people? Do you save them too? Yes. Why? Because bad people are first humans, and then they're bad people. Doctors don't have the right to judge, but the law will punish the bad people. But would the law really punish bad people? At least, not in Mu City. Fangs Higzu had raised a knife countless times, wanting to rush out and kill Nai Wen, but Nai Kang's men imprisoned him and forced him to operate on Nai Wen. Fangs Higzu refused to comply and spent numerous sleepless, painful nights in the dark lounge. Then, the end of the world came. Fangs Higzu was hit by a high fever. Having treated several individuals with special abilities, he knew secrets about awakening and a glimmer of hope ignited within him. As long as I awaken this ability, as long as I can awaken, no matter what ability it is, I will definitely kill them. But reality dealt him a cruel blow. Fangs Higzu did awaken an ability, but it was the most useless, a healing ability, capable only of saving lives. How ridiculous it seemed that when his heart was filled with hatred, fate demanded he continue to be a doctor, saving lives and aiding the dying. 3 days after the apocalypse, there was an internal shift in Mu City, and Nikong left Tongwan with Nai Wen. Fangs Higzu regained his freedom and returned home, utterly lost. Upon opening the door, he found Zhang Wanyao, who had noticeably lost weight, waiting for him with a calm expression. Ah Yao, Fangs Higzu murmured, reaching out to embrace her, his head resting on her neck as tears streamed down his face. Fangs Higzu, you killed your own daughter. But this time, Zhang Wanyao pushed him away. Fangs Higzu froze in place. The equally haggard Zhang Wanyao handed him divorce papers. For these many days, what have you done? You couldn't even carry out your revenge. You're not worthy of being a father, or my husband. I can't face you anymore. I want to move to another city and start over. Fangs Higzu was too exhausted, his mind was not functioning properly. He reached out to grab her. That's not true, Ayao, Zhang Wanyao evaded his touch and walked swiftly towards the door. You, Fangs Higzu, her back trembled, her words cold and harsh, no matter how much you suffer, you must live, spend the rest of your life atoning for Tian Tian. Fangs Higzu stood stunned for a few seconds, then stumbled out after her, but Zhang Wanyao was already gone. He wandered the streets like a lost soul. His final memory was of several zombies leaping towards him. Let him be for now. Lin Yuyo closed the door, leaving Fangs Higzu alone in the room, while the rest of the people remained silently in the living room. Nikong, damn it, said Song Ke, enunciating each word. Was Nai Wen, the murderer of Tian Tian, deserving of death? Yes, but it was not easy to kill Nai Wen. The challenge was the magistrate of Mu City, Nikong, the tyrant, who allowed his son's actions to go unpunished after the crime, utilizing military force to oppress and even demanding Feng Higso continue surgery for the killer, showing no regard for him as a human. Song Kei finally understood why Feng Higso and Zhang Wanyao often appeared absent-minded in her presence, because the similar pair dimples reminded them of Tian Tian, that lovely little girl. Perhaps it was because of this that Zhang Wanyao took the initiative to help her. Irene touched the cannon in silence and said, "Of the three warlords, Miao Lun and the general have the closest relationship. I initially thought she wanted to get close to Miao Lun, but now it seems." Irene sighed silently and left the apartment. V587 resumed the meeting. "Now, what do we do?" asked Song Kei. "I think she's not lying to us." Regarding Zhang Wanyao's words before she left, Song Kei believed her intentions were sincere. This matter was undoubtedly important, as she reminded them twice. Based on her meaning, Mu Qin's recruitment of the guard unit might not be related to the general, but rather to the refugees from Shay. Zhuang Qinjian pondered for a moment and made a decision. "Let's temporarily hold the original plan. Next, we will monitor Mu Qin's movements and try to visit Shay." "I'll go, follow Mu Qin," said Song Kei. "I'll go to Shay first," Su Cha said, taking the initiative to take on the other task. He was the most suitable person for it. Shay, District D88, Xiangang, District D90, and Emerald City, District D101, were large D-level cities surrounding Mu City. With Su Cha's skills as an A-level awakener, combined with his proficiency in stealth and concealment, they were not worried when he went alone. When evening came, Song Kei returned on time. Everyone waited until the early hours of the morning, but Su Cha was nowhere to be found. Lin Yu's messages went unanswered, receiving no response. Su Cha never failed to reply to her messages before. Nothing bad would happen, right? Lin Yu expressed her concern. "Should I go look for him?" Song Kei stood up. Suddenly, there was a loud thud at the apartment door. The group turned their heads towards it, displaying alert expressions. Song Kei's palm slightly moved, conjuring a spiritual weapon dagger. With caution, they waited for a moment and then forcefully opened the door. Su Cha was covered in blood. Despite holding on to open the door, his gaze was hazy. He managed to say, "Shay, there's." He couldn't complete his sentence. He collapsed in a pool of blood. "Su Cha." Song Kei quickly examined him. Su Cha had multiple cuts and wounds, with a fatal piercing wound in his abdomen, seemingly from a sword. Su Cha's face was as pale as paper, and his limbs were icy cold. Song Kei helped him, laid him flat, and checked his neck. His pulse was very weak. Lin Yu dropped the terminal and rushed over, kneeling on the ground. Her expensive silk skirt soaked in blood, but she paid no attention. She wiped the blood off Su Cha's face, repeatedly calling his name. "Su Cha, wake up." Zhuang Qinjian patted Su Xing's back. "Quick, go get Feng Higso." Su Xing, the only one available, turned and hurried to the guest room. Rising on tiptoes, before he could knock, Feng Higso had already heard the commotion from inside and came out. His eyes were faintly reddened, his mental state not too good, but he was already alert. Unlike before, he wasn't excessively indulging in sorrow. Observing the sudden situation at the door, Feng Higso briskly walked over and stood beside Song Kei. "I'll take over." Feng Higso gently took Su Cha, covering the most severe penetrating wound with his palm. A luminous white aura flowed out of his palm. The immediate concern was to stop the bleeding, otherwise, Su Cha might go into shock and die before further treatment. "Prepare for surgery immediately. I need the following medications and tools." Feng Higso, calm and composed, started listing the requirements clearly. Familiar with the process after Song Kei's previous incident, Lin Yu and others swiftly acted. On the makeshift operating table, Feng Higso made precise incisions, preparing to cleanse Su Cha's wound. What surprised him was that although Su Cha's internal tissues were severely damaged, apart from the residual agitated spiritual power, there were no signs of infection. The wound wasn't caused by a physical object but by an ability, Feng Higso whispered. The person who attacked Su Cha was quite decisive, striking in a single blow. The group felt a heavy sense of concern. Given Su Cha's cautious nature, whoever managed to injure him was undoubtedly powerful. The stitching process wasn't too difficult, and Feng Higso swiftly finished. Removing his mask, he said, "Don't worry. Su Cha has a good physical foundation. His unconsciousness is due to excessive blood loss. Rest for a night, and he'll wake up tomorrow." Upon learning that Su Cha was not in critical condition, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Song Kei stood up abruptly and headed out at Novel bin Adat. Zhuang Qinjian reacted swiftly, grabbing her wrist. "Where are you going?" "To Shay." "The situation is still unclear." Song Kei, dragging Zhuang Qinjian and the wheelchair, rushed forward stubbornly, like a determined calf, impossible to hold back. About to break free, Zhuang Qinjian exerted a little force, clasping her fingers tightly between his. "Shay is more dangerous than we expected, you." Zhuang Qinjian was dragged forward another 2 meters. "Tisk, the little girl is quite strong. I need to go back." Song Kei's eyes blazed with an intense fire, but in fact, this nameless anger had ignited long ago. It started with the knowledge of the story between Zhang Wanyao and Feng Higso, and hearing about Tian Tian's encounters, and gradually intensifying with Su Cha's injury. The more it burned, the stronger it grew. Mu City. Nikong, this terrible, rotten place, these despicable people made Song Kei feel a rage she had never experienced before. She turned to face Zhuang Qinjian, not shaking off his hand but just looking at him, her stubborn eyes shining remarkably bright. Song Kei's life philosophy used to be simple: whoever bullied her, she fought back. Likewise, anyone who bullied her companions, she'd definitely fight back. Zhuang Qinjian felt a pulse at his brow, instantly understanding he couldn't persuade her otherwise. He swiftly assessed the combat power of V587 and finally made a decision. Then let's go, I'll go with you. Plus Lu Xiao and Su Xing. Lu Xiao's mechanical arm nodded in place of him, rarely not objecting to Zhuang Qinjian's arrangement. You two stay behind to take care of Sucha, Zhuang Qinjian instructed Lin Yuyu and Fang Zhixu. 3 S-class awakeners, along with 1 B-class group attack specialist. With this lineup, even if Shay were a formidable opponent, they could take on the challenge. Get ready first, I'll talk to Fang Zhixu for a moment, Zhuang Qinjian said. He scratched Song Kei's palm, calming her as if stroking a little cat's fur. All right. Song Kei, comforted, pulled Su Xing's hand and left first. Once the door closed, Zhuang Qinjian turned to Fang Zhixu. Get me 2 doses of the sealant. The sealant injection was a therapeutic drug improved with abilities by Fang Zhixu some time ago, containing a high-intensity mixture of radiation and anesthetic substances. It had a compulsory effect to suppress pain and promote nerve activity, enabling Zhuang Qinjian to stand up for a short time without relying on any external aid for his broken leg. However, this stimulating therapy had significant side effects. If administered improperly, it could cause irreversible damage to bones and muscles. In compliance, Fang Zhixu gave him 2 sealant doses, driven by his instincts as a doctor, and cautioned, this substance is still unstable. It's better not to use it. Even if you do, remember, a maximum of 1 dose within 10 days. Overdosing could have unforeseeable consequences. I understand, just in case. Zhuang Qinjian subtly stashed the 2 sealant injections in his hand. Keep in touch at all times. If there's any news from Sucha, immediately sync it with us. All right, take care of yourselves, Lin Yuyu nodded. Asterisk. When Zhang Wanyao returned, there was a large group of private soldiers guarding Miaolun's courtyard. Taking a glance, she intended to walk away but was intercepted by Hu Chao. The master wants you to wait inside. I'm very tired and would like to rest first, Zhang Wanyao said with a cold expression. The master said for you to wait inside. Hu Chao remained unmoved. Zhang Wanyao lifted her steps to walk inside. Within the house, occasional cries of women echoed, the bamboo windows reflecting several tall, blurry figures. These were the awakeners. Miaolun was just an ordinary person, particularly treasuring his life, and never straying more than 5 meters from others, not even shying away when doing those sorts of things. Intense nausea surged up in waves from her stomach. Zhang Wanyao suppressed the urge to vomit and stood expressionless in the courtyard, waiting. Different from newcomers like Mu Qin and Ruan Wenjun who rose to prominence through their own abilities in recent generations, Miaolun's family had been military warlords in Mu City for generations. Their local power was deeply rooted, existing for a longer time than even the reign of generals. Many clandestine matters inconvenient for generals were completed through Miaolun's hands. Hence, his personal relationship with the general was the closest among all the warlords. Miaolun could secure a position among the top 3 warlords despite being an ordinary person, which revealed his deep cunning and ruthless methods. Although Mu Qin and Ruan Wenjun had gathered a large number of private soldiers, in terms of local influence, Miaolun was second only to the general. Nearly half an hour passed before the commotion inside gradually subsided. The door opened, and a blood-stained young girl was dragged out. Zhang Wanyao wore only a simple skirt, feeling chilled to the bone, her lips frozen. As the girl passed by her, she suddenly moved, her bleeding nails accidentally catching Zhang Wanyao's skirt. Menseo, the girl seemed delirious, uttering these words before being heartlessly pulled away. In the Mu City language, Menseo meant little sister. Zhang Wanyao hadn't seen her before and assumed she was another one acquired by Miaolun. Come in, Miaolun's voice rang out from inside. Zhang Wanyao diverted her gaze and slowly moved inside. Miaolun's collar was open, exhaling smoke leisurely, with Godenwei standing behind, a compliant and agreeable look on his face. Come here. Zhang Wanyao sat at Miaolun's feet, with Miaolun pressing her shoulder with the palm of his hand holding a cigarette. He pushed her down until her forehead touched the cold floor, assuming a reverent posture of submission, the waistline bent, akin to a devout bow. Do you know why I favor you? Miaolun asked. Zhang Wanyao remained silent, aware that Miaolun wasn't actually seeking an answer. It's because you are obedient, compliant, and intelligent. You know what to do and what not to do. I can give you some privileges to occasionally act willfully, but crossing the line won't be good. The scorching cigarette ash dropped down, leaving shallow burns on Zhang Wanyao's shoulder. From now on, you shouldn't meet anyone from Western Street, okay? Miaolun's command made Zhang Wanyao's heart skip a beat. Miaolun knew she had met with Irene, and perhaps he also knew about her assistance to Song Kei yesterday. Not good. The other people in that apartment. Zhang Wanyao panicked for a moment but quickly composed herself. Judging from Miaolun's current reaction, he was merely warning her to stay away from people from Western Street. He probably didn't know their true identities. Someone as arrogant as him wouldn't bother about insignificant individuals. Yes, Zhang Wanyao murmured softly. Miaolun smiled, exhaled smoke, and contentedly admired the helpless rose at his feet. Asterisk. In the western street, Irene walked alone on the road. A notification sound beep beep chimed on her device, a video call from her teammates in Ferrara. Irene answered, greeted by several bright and cheerful faces on the other end. Irene, we're watching the Rainbow Band's concert. Look, look. There are fireworks and even flower boats, so beautiful. Ferrara is really nice, I wish I could stay here forever. These girls, all taken out of Mu City by Irene over the past half year, were without exception, all awakeners. For ordinary people, especially women, leaving Mu City was as difficult as reaching the sky. Irene, when are you coming back? We really miss you. Irene abruptly placed her device down with teary eyes, hastily wiping away tears with her incomplete right arm. I'll definitely come back before the match, she answered with a smile a few seconds later. Just after ending the video call, she heard commotion ahead. Her eyes turned cold as she quickened her pace. Marcia, you've been conscripted. Come with us immediately. Several private soldiers dragged a girl from a house. Marcia's parents followed but were ruthlessly knocked down. No, let me go. I'm not going. Marcia struggled desperately. Crack. A slap struck Marcia's face, causing her braids to scatter, and the arrogant private soldier showed no remorse. Just a mere lowly commoner, being able to join Lord Miaolin's Rose army. You should feel honored, he sneered. Don't waste words, just knock her out and take her away. Irene leaped onto the rooftop, positioned herself, switching her weapon to a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle, slowly aiming at the heads of a few individuals. Marcia was still resisting. You've already taken my sister, I absolutely won't go with you. The private soldiers grew impatient and were about to act. Bang! A mild sound emitted from the silencer-equipped barrel. A flash occurred as bullets infused with awakened energy precisely struck the bodies of the private soldiers, tearing them apart instantly. Hot blood splattered all over Marcia, leaving her stunned. Irene leaped down from the rooftop and approached her with light footsteps. It was only when she emerged partially from the shadows that Marcia exclaimed in a daze, Irene. Most people in the western street knew this sly fox. Marcia rushed into her arms and wept, Sister, they took her away. Irene, can you take me with you too? Irene patted Marcia's head, I've killed their men. It won't be long before they find out. It's not safe for you to be with me. Marcia looked despairing, then what should I do? I absolutely won't go with them. Irene pondered, you should go to Xiangang and find Samuel. It might be tough facing zombies every day, but at least no one will force you to do things you don't want to do. Are you willing? Yeah. Marcia nodded through her tears. Excuse me, a hesitant voice came from the street corner. Irene immediately raised her gun, aiming at the newcomer. A man in his early 20s jumped out from the alley, raising his hands sincerely. His face looked somewhat familiar, seemingly also from the western street. You're the sly fox, right? I've heard so much about you. I'm Kanso, I joined the freelance mercenaries 2 months ago. I really admire you. Irene's expression turned stern, but she eased the pressure on the sniper rifle. Just a moment. Kanso realized he was talking too much and began sweating profusely. I mean no harm, I just returned to the city and overheard your conversation, wanted to give you a heads up. A heads up about what? Irene asked coldly. Kanso scratched his head, you probably can't go to Samuel anymore. I just came from there, and this morning he officially declared his alliance with Shay. District D88, Shay. Before the apocalypse, it was a somewhat famous heavy industrial city, serving as a satellite city of District C55, Mu City, alongside Xiangang, a city developing the marine industry, and Emerald City, which mined rare ores. It played a role in diverting the population and supplying a considerable amount of resources to Mu City. Due to the excessive development of industries like steel, petroleum, and chemicals, Shay suffered severe environmental pollution. The sky was constantly hazy, and the streets and buildings were enveloped in darkness, resulting in very low visibility. Songke and the other 3 quickly moved forward, occasionally encountering zombies along the way, swiftly dispatching them with their blades. By this time, it was approaching the early hours of the morning. As they moved closer from the outskirts of Shay, traces of gunfire and residual smoke could be seen along the way. Various houses destroyed by supernatural powers, roads and bridges blown apart, piles of zombies and human bodies formed small mountains, creating a gruesome and heart-wrenching sight. As they approached the city center of Shay, the situation slightly improved. The areas destroyed were significantly reduced. Songke's ears twitched slightly as she faintly caught sounds of people from an abandoned steel plant. She gestured to her companions, and Zhuang Qinjian and the others immediately understood, proceeding cautiously. They initially thought they had encountered fleeing refugees, but the situation was vastly different from what they had anticipated. Approximately 20 or so supernatural individuals gathered together, mainly judged to be C-level and D-level based on their supernatural abilities. They were organized, with a rational division of labor, actively hunting down a group of zombie-like creatures following a coordinated command. Various supernatural abilities shimmered one after another, and with everyone's concerted efforts, the monstrous group was efficiently eliminated. A few ordinary individuals emerged from the group's rear, skillfully clearing the battlefield and collecting the fallen crystals. They're organized and disciplined, not ordinary refugees, Zhuang Qinjian analyzed calmly. After clearing the area, the group of refugees began to head back. Let's follow them, Zhuang Qinjian said softly, adjusting the wheelchair to a quieter mode. Lu Xiao's mechanical arm extended, lifting off the ground and transitioning into a walking mode. Song Ke and Su Xing held their breath, cautiously trailing behind. After about half an hour of tracking the refugees, the four of them arrived at a camp. Calling it a camp might not be entirely accurate. While Samuel's type of establishment might occupy a few large buildings and could be called a camp, the scale of this steel forest before them had reached the standards of a stronghold or base. At the top of the outpost in front of the base, 2 rows of massive, glaring searchlights rotated, leaving no room for any intruders. With their stealthy agility, even a spy like Sucha would be injured here. Song Ke became even more cautious, not daring to take anything lightly. She tightly gripped the spiritual short sword in her palm and took a few slow steps forward. Suddenly, a strong sense of impending danger descended, causing Song Ke's entire body to bristle with alarm. Even though she hadn't touched anything around her, it felt as if she had stepped into an invisible restricted area. The flowing psychic energy swept over them like a tidal wave, grazing above their heads. The 2 rows of searchlights clicked accurately towards them, freezing their position in the spotlight. This was bad. It was a detection-type ability. Almost simultaneously, a piercing alarm rang out, and over a dozen awakeners leaped down from the outpost, swiftly rushing towards them. Zhuang Qinjian immediately issued a command, Su Xing, take 5 steps back, and release ice at the 10 o'clock position. Su Xing hurriedly ran backward on his short legs, releasing ice shards as directed, slowing down the opponent's initial assault. Lu Xiao's 6 arms moved in unison, launching a rapid attack with a code wall of 100 and 1010, seizing the opportunity to block the opponent's retreat and attempt to capture them. Seeing that they could manage, Song Ke cautiously charged into the enemy formation. Her short sword danced in her hand as she engaged with 4 or 5 people in front of her. These awakeners were formidable, and their attacks were ruthless. However, when confronted head-on with Song Ke's aggressive assault, they found themselves at a disadvantage. She wielded her sword, forcing one of the awakeners to retreat, exerting a dominant awakened energy to suppress them. The opponent hesitated, showing a clear vulnerability, which Song Ke exploited, swiftly toppling them with a kick. A gust of wind blades came from behind. Song Ke dodged to the side, but just as she avoided it, the ground beneath her began to tremble violently, cracking on both sides. She had to reach out to steady herself. Simultaneously, 3 other awakeners leaped into the air, hurling numerous dark-colored energy clusters towards her face. Song Ke's eyes narrowed. Her spiritual short sword transformed for a second time, extending into a 3-foot-long sword, emitting a surging sword aura as she swung it backward. Beep beep. Su Xing's terminal suddenly lit up. The little guy glanced at it, widened his eyes, and quickly handed it to Zhuang Qinjian. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his gaze. The voice message from Lin Yuyo was extremely urgent. Where are you? Sucha's awake. He said there's an S-level awakener in Shay. Be careful. Song Ke's sword aura shattered not only the dark energy clusters but also ended the attack from the 3 awakeners. As they scrambled to fall from midair, she seized the opportunity to counterattack, aiming to strike the enemy's throat when a sudden change occurred. Thousands of golden runes descended from the sky, encircling Song Ke. In the thick mist, a deep and ethereal chanting began to echo. Heaven and Earth's mystical ancestry, the origin of all energy, honed through countless eons, proving my divine abilities. In the blink of an eye, the runes vanished, transforming into innumerable golden sword lights, carrying the might of thunder and storm, all directed at Song Ke to strike her down. Multitudes of gods, pay homage, wield the thunder, instill fear in the evil and banish the supernatural beings. This was the golden light divine curse. These runes were driven by supernatural abilities. Song Ke's mind and spirit shook entirely. The power of the supernatural runes was immense and could obliterate anything it struck. Being hit by them was no laughing matter. The ground continued to tremble under her feet, and the surrounding awakeners were watching her closely. Caught in a pincer attack, Song Ke had no choice but to evasively dodge the omnipresent golden light. She rolled and tumbled into a pile of debris, finding abandoned steel bars. In an instant, she conjured a huge shield to block all those swords. Due to the impact, Song Ke was pushed back for several meters within the debris before managing to halt her steps. Amidst the dust and debris, a tall man wearing a black Taoist robe, his face obscured within the hood, strolled leisurely. Kaiying Chi, the awakeners surrounding Song Ke shouted his name. These people trespassed the restricted zone and attacked first. Ruan Wenjun sure has many dogs, they all come sniffing after the scent. At novel bin at. The dust filled her lungs, leaving Song Ke coughing uncontrollably, her face covered in ash and dirt. The man in the hood remained silent for a moment, then suddenly formed hand seals. His middle and ring fingers touched, index, little finger, and thumb extended and aligned, then split upper and lower. He raised the golden seal to his forehead, and behind him, the thunderous roar of the void once again flashed with lightning. The second round of rune attack was about to descend. No, I can't let him unleash it. Certainly, Song Ke wouldn't just sit and wait for doom. She thrust her long sword forward, decisively interrupting his hand seals. Unexpectedly, the man was adept at close combat as well. For dozens of rounds, Song Ke sparred with him. Despite his technique seemingly inferior, he remained composed, patiently seeking opportunities for a counterattack. In the midst of their engagement, Song Ke felt a strange familiarity, as if she had fought against this person countless times. Harnessing her core strength, she abruptly altered her fighting style, launching a swift upward thrust. The man couldn't evade in time, and the fierce sword wind tore through half of his hood, briefly revealing the side of his face. Black hair, black eyes, sharp eyebrows, a distinctive jawline, lips tightly pursed, making him seem unapproachable. Song Kei's mind went blank for a moment. You, our senior brother. He abruptly stopped, staring at her in silence and vigilance. Song Kei belatedly realized and hastily used her sleeve to vigorously wipe her face. Just a moment ago, she had fallen into the debris and was utterly filthy. After removing the dirt and grime from her face, she lifted her head, revealing her clean, fair face. You are Song Kei. The man stopped drawing symbols midair behind his back and slowly called out her name. Song Kei took a step forward, akin to a nimble swallow, pleasantly calling out again, "Senior brother." Zhang Xiai responded, taking off his hood and looking down at her. "It's me. Everyone, cease your actions." He then turned and issued the command, prompting the awakeners to immediately stop. "It seems Song Kei knows this S-level, we don't need to fight," remarked Lu Xiao, retracting his 6 mechanical arms and calmly returning to his wheelchair. Zhuang Qinjian lightly tapped the wheelchair with his fingertips and discreetly glanced over. After Zhang Xiai said something, Song Kei began vigorously brushing off the dirt from her body, accidentally choking herself, leading to severe coughing. Zhang Xiai reached out to help brush her off. Zhuang Qinjian's movement halted abruptly, his dangerous almond-shaped eyes narrowing. Zhang Xiai sensed something keenly, abruptly raising his head to look in the distance, where a man in a wheelchair was staring back. "Your person?" Zhang Xiai asked. "Huh? Yes, he's mine, a companion," Song Kei replied, turning her head to happily wave Zhuang Qinjian and the others over. Zhang Xi's gaze returned to her. "Why are you here?" Song Kei recalled the incident with Sucha, about to speak, when another group jumped down from the watchtower, emanating a chaotic psychic disturbance. Astonishingly, they were all A or B level awakeners. The leader among them yelled arrogantly, "Where's Ruan? Hurry up and die." As they approached, these individuals abruptly hit the brakes, their faces shocked as they looked towards Zhang Xiai and Song Kei. "Oh my, I'm not dreaming, am I? Is this an illusion?" You, junior sister. Mo Yan, who was shouting earlier, leaped in front of Song Kei, excitedly pinching her face, only to receive a disdainful punch from Song Kei. All these people were the elites taken from Yu Mountain Martial Arts School by Zhang Xiai at the time, originally headed to participate in the Azure Phoenix assessment. After the apocalypse, they lost contact and unexpectedly encountered each other today. Song Kei, with a serious expression, brought up the matter at hand. "Senior brother, why did you injure Sucha?" "Who is Sucha?" Zhang Xiai asked in response. "Sucha is my companion, skilled in concealment. He returned from Shay yesterday, heavily injured." Song Kei gestured to the wound on her abdomen. Several of the first awakeners who had jumped down spoke up. "Kaing-chi, is she talking about the person who appeared simultaneously with Ruan's spy? That guy's quite a fighter, we couldn't stop him." "It was you who personally intercepted him," another said. Song Kei was taken aback. These people referred to Zhang Xiai as Kaing-chi. Could it be that Zhang Xiai, her senior brother, was the same Kaing-chi, the leader of the refugees in Shay, the one who had the 3 warlords and generals in a bind? Zhang Xiai quickly remembered the awakener he fought against yesterday. "I'm sorry, it seems it was a mistake. The situation was chaotic at the time, and he almost infiltrated the base. I thought he was sent by Ruan Wenjun." Realizing his attack might not have been light, even if the other party managed to survive, the situation might not be optimistic. Zhang Xiai continued, "There's a B-level healer in the base. Bring him over." "No need. Sucha is currently unable to move," came the cold voice of Zhuang Qinjian from behind the two. Zhang Xiai and Song Kei turned to look, finding Zhuang Qinjian reclining lazily in the wheelchair, his eyes filled with a smiling glint. "Kaing-chi, right? Can I make a suggestion? Since we can't exactly call each other enemies, there's no need for this many people to surround us. Let's discuss matters in a more appropriate setting." "Who are you?" Zhang Xiai maintained his expression. "Me? Just an ordinary researcher," Zhuang Qinjian replied with a smile. Song Kei shot him a wordless glance, wondering why this person was being theatrical again. Zhang Xiai glanced at Song Kei, recalling her mention of a companion, and nodded slightly. "Let's discuss inside the base." After tidying up the area a bit, the group made their way towards the gate of the base. Mo Yan affectionately draped his arm over Song Kei's shoulder. Since he couldn't pinch her face, he settled for ruffling her hair. "Little junior sister, you traveled 1,000 miles just to chase your husband here? Determined to become Zhang Xi's bride," he teased. Song Kei's smile instantly dropped. "No, that's not it." Mo Yan winked at her. I understand. Shy are we?" "Look at Zhang Xiai, so thick-skinned, never refuting." Zhang Xiai glanced at Mo Yan, unable to comprehend why these people could keep the same joke going for over a decade. Behind the group, Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair stopped abruptly without warning. "What's wrong?" Lu Xiao asked. "Nothing." Lu Xiao glanced at Song Kei, who was getting her head ruffled in the crowd, and Zhang Xiai, who had an upright back, then turned to look at Zhuang Qinjian. The face that usually bore a false smile was now devoid of expression, faintly exuding a hint of the arrogance and rudeness of youth. As Lu Xiao observed, a light bulb flickered in his emotionally detached brain. "Ha!" He let out a cold laugh. The exterior of the Shay base resembled a crouched fierce beast, constructed from reinforced concrete at the base. The active areas primarily concentrated about 30 meters above the ground, seemingly impregnable, like a fortress designed for both battle and defense. Passing several swaying iron suspension bridges, Song Kei arrived at the giant maw opened by the beast, the main entrance to the base. The steel gate slowly opened, revealing the full view of the Shay base before her eyes. Unexpectedly, it was bustling inside, vibrant and full of life, permeated with the atmosphere of everyday living. Children ran and played on the main streets, young women occasionally glanced around, mostly bowing their heads to focus on sewing and repairing. Under the eaves of adjacent buildings, red chili peppers hung alongside fragrant smoked meats. Various levels of empowered individuals moved through the streets, gathering in groups, preparing to go out hunting. Seeing Zhang Xiai and the others returning, people greeted them warmly. It's Uncle Kying Chi. Uncle Kying Chi is so amazing. The children excitedly gathered around. You're back. Nothing happened outside, right? A passing awakener casually asked. Axiong has prepared breakfast for everyone. Hurry and eat, don't let your stomachs go hungry, an elderly lady cautioned worriedly. Although Zhang Xiai was not one to smile or speak much, people in the base, upon seeing him, respectfully nodded to him, exuding a sense of closeness from within. The atmosphere here was completely different from that of Mu cities. Senior brothers and senior sisters mingled with others comfortably, chatting and laughing, faintly reminding Song Kei of her time in the martial arts school. This had been the case since the past. Zhang Xiai possessed a unique demeanor, and whatever he said or did always seemed to gain people's trust. Coupled with his mature demeanor and steady actions, despite his young age, he was universally acknowledged as the big senior brother. Several tall observation towers stood atop the base. One of them was half collapsed, charred by artillery fire, and a huge crane lay fallen on the ground, creating a deep crater. Following Song Kei's gaze, Zhang Xiai explained, these past few days, I've been clashing with Ruan Wenjun, causing mutual injuries. Another senior brother, Fan Yaiwen, in his 30s, sneered, just thinking about it brings bad luck. Recently, Ruan has gone mad, biting at us like a crazed dog. The fighting seems endless. Ruan Wenjun has been relentlessly attacking Shay these past 2 days. Song Kei paused in her steps, recalling the reddish-blue crystal from the hero banquet. Suddenly feeling a pang of guilt, she honestly confessed the whole story to them, suspecting that Ruan Wenjun might have put the blame on Shay for the trouble caused by the stolen level 3 zombie crystal. Upon hearing her explanation, everyone fell into a moment of speechlessness. Well, little junior sister, shall we take the blame for you? Someone joked. Who taught you these mischiefs? Return my innocent little junior sister. Mo Yan covered his mouth, pretending to be deeply distressed. Junior sister, your actions have brought disaster upon us, causing the loss of an observation tower. Hey, Zhang Xiai, aren't you going to intervene? Zhang Xiai remained unbiased and made a fair judgment. If I remember correctly, it was you who deviated the tower with your abilities. If you want me to intervene, then you'll be responsible for repairing it. Biased? How can our big senior brother be so biased? Mo Yan was hopping mad. Haha, Mo Yan, are you daft? You want Zhang Xiai to arbitrate for you? A senior sister teased. Knowing each other for over a decade, Song Kei knew they were all just joking, without any ill intentions, joining in their laughter. The front was lively and bustling, while the rear was quiet and empty. Su Xing ruffled his own curly hair into a mess, muttering discontentedly, sister was taken away. Growing increasingly agitated, he clenched his fists and shouted at the man in the wheelchair, hey, she's been taken away by someone. Aren't you the most capable? Hurry and bring my sister back. Did you hear that? Bring her back, mocked Lu Xiao, playfully mimicking pulling actions with the 2 mechanical arms behind his back. Zhuang Qinjian, just shut up. It was breakfast time, and Zhang Xiai led them to the cafeteria. As they were among their own, there weren't many formalities. Just like in the martial arts school days, everyone casually grabbed their breakfast and found a place to sit, engaging in casual conversation. Senior brother, how did you become Kying Chi? Song Kei finally found an opportunity to ask. It's a long story, Zhang Xiai slowly began to explain. After leaving the Yu Mountain Martial Arts School, Zhang Xiai and his group hurried to District B to participate in Azure Phoenix's assessment. Along the way, one after another, team members fell ill with a fever, forcing them to stop and recuperate. Once everyone had passed through the fever and awakened to their miraculous abilities, the existence of awakeners was no longer a secret. The impending doomsday arrived inevitably, with zombies and ferocious beasts everywhere, city transportation paralyzed, societal order collapsing, and every step forward becoming exceptionally difficult. As the team captain, Zhang Xiai had to contemplate future plans. Should they continue northwards to the base and follow the original plan to take the Azure Phoenix assessment, or should they turn back and slowly build their strength at Yu Mountain? Quickly, he made a decision. They wouldn't proceed forward. Zhang Xiai had a premonition that the world had changed. The current alliance was undergoing significant upheaval, and joining Azure Phoenix no longer held any significance. Since they had already awakened their abilities, they should take control of their own destiny. After returning to Yu Mountain, we found 23 graves. We didn't know what had happened, so we had to open each one to investigate. Zhang Xiai recalled the feelings of that time. Dark clouds loomed overhead, everyone's expressions were somber and heavy. Witnessing all the martial arts school students turning into zombies was a hard reality for everyone to swallow. Master, Song En, and the others, Song Ke choked up. Finally, the day arrived when she told Zhang Xiai about what happened at the academy, including having to kill her fellow students. You didn't do anything wrong, Zhang Xiai assured her. If he was still around, he wouldn't blame you. At novel bin at. Although it had always been rumored within the school that Zhang Xiai was Zhang Ting's biological son, their relationship was not particularly good. Zhang Xiai had always been a role model for all the students. Master had particularly high expectations of him. If anyone made a mistake, he would be the one punished. Zhang Xiai, in essence, received the most punishment. Zhang Xiai spoke in a grave tone. When you arrived at the school, he had already passed away, right? Yes, there was a hole in his chest. Song Ke described the scene vividly based on her memory. Zhang Xiai fell silent, deep in thought. Senior brother, what happened afterward? Song Ke couldn't help but ask. Afterward. After leaving Yu Mountain for the second time, they continued wandering, passing by numerous shelters and camps established by awakeners but never settling in one. It was during their journey through Shay that Zhang Xiai rescued a group of refugees who had escaped from Mu City. Due to his formidable strength and growing reputation, more and more people gradually pledged their allegiance to him. From leading dozens of individuals, he expanded to hundreds, then thousands, and now is the leader of over tens of thousands of refugees. In this post-apocalyptic world where strength reigns supreme, Zhang Xi's reputation with his awakened S-level runic abilities spread far and wide. He remained undefeated. Under his leadership, the Shay base grew increasingly powerful, to the extent that it began to challenge the foundation of Mu City, causing the despotic ruler Nikong and the three warlords to take notice. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiai himself had become the dreaded Kaing Qi. Having finished recounting their group's experiences, Zhang Xiai lowered his head and looked at Song Ke. And what about you? How did you end up here? Well, Song Ke hesitated, rarely finding herself in such a dilemma. V587's sole purpose in coming to Mu City was to assassinate the magistrate, Nikong. But this matter was too extraordinary. Her senior brothers and sisters were dealing with Ruan Wenjun's pursuit, protecting the Shay base and the refugees. Their situation was already dire. Did she really need to burden them with this additional worry? Song Ke struggled to make a decision. Subconsciously, she turned her head, seeking out Zhuang Qinjian's position and used her eyes to ask for help. Should she reveal her purpose? Zhuang Qinjian ignored her, completely unmoved. Song Ke thought that Zhuang Qinjian didn't understand her at first. She widened her eyes as she began using her fingers to gesture. Zhuang Qinjian sighed in his heart, this heartless little thing who couldn't tell the difference between east and west after a few words of coaxing from others. At least she finally thought to ask for his opinion. He nodded slightly. With his response, Song Ke turned back and honestly said, Senior brother, I want to kill Nikong. The others were utterly shocked. Oh my, little junior sister, you're even more audacious than Zhang Xiai. Your ambition is way too big, isn't it? Are you planning to become a magistrate on your own? Talk aside, don't take it seriously. If the magistrate of District C dies, there will definitely be big trouble. Zhang Xiai didn't immediately speak up. His gaze shifted from the small actions of the two individuals and he furrowed his brows. While the senior brothers and sisters were in the midst of advising and persuading Song Ke, Zhang Xiai subtly nodded towards Fan Yiwen. Fan Yiwen immediately stood up. Hey, little junior sister, Rita doesn't know you're here yet. She's leading a team on patrol outside. Let's go, I'll take you to find her. Rita, her senior sister, is also in Shay? Song Ke's eyes sparkled. Okay. As Song Ke followed Fan Yiwen out, there was a sudden shift in the atmosphere within the cafeteria. The senior brothers and sisters, who were just laughing moments ago, almost instantly altered their expressions. Each one turned around, some clenched their fists, some folded their arms, quietly encircling the trio of Zhuang Qinjian. Seated in the center, Zhang Xiai adjusted his robe sleeve cuffs and abruptly spoke, May I ask your name? Zhuang Qinjian calmly smiled, I'm Zhuang Qinjian. Where are you from? Zhang Xiai continued to inquire. I'm not really from anywhere, I come from the Kindlin Research Institute, replied Zhuang Qinjian calmly. No records of origin? That would mean he's a refugee, right? Zhang Xi's brow furrowed even more. Although Song Ke mentioned that you are her companions, there are some things I'd like to confirm. If there is any offense, please forgive me, Zhang Xiai said. What do you mean? Zhuang Qinjian raised an eyebrow. Just what you're thinking. Song Ke doesn't have any family now. We have a responsibility to take care of her. We cannot let her be used to do risky things for dubious individuals. Zhang Xiai made a hand gesture, and a serene-faced woman emerged from behind him, Bai Ruotong, an A-level awakener with the ability to detect lies in the mind. What, are you going to interrogate me? Zhuang Qinjian smirked. Not an interrogation, just a simple inquiry, Zhang Xiai said. Zhuang Qinjian remained composed, leisurely leaning back in his wheelchair. Despite his physical condition, he still exuded an air of calm and elegance, smiling as if the moon had nestled in his embrace. All right, then come at me, he replied. Bai Ruotong took a step forward and sat across from Zhuang Qinjian. Ripples appeared in her pupils as layers of spiritual energy turned into a gentle stream, carefully sensing the emotional fluctuations of the other party. When did you meet Song Ke? 7 months ago. Was assassinating Nikong your idea? No. Have you ever used manipulation, suggestion, or instigation to influence her thoughts? Never. Bai Ruotong furrowed her brow. Ordinary awakeners, when facing a mind-reading ability, would show signs of nervousness or agitation, but this person seemed like a calm, undisturbed body of water. She couldn't discern any clues. Was he just exceptionally skilled at lying, deceiving even himself? Or did he secretly construct a mental barrier, blocking her detection? Determined, Bai Ruotong released her ability to the fullest. The trickles of energy transformed into a surging river, intending to break through and forcibly enter Zhuang Qinjian's mind to extract information. However, as soon as she conceived this idea, she abruptly collided with a cold mental force. Bang! Like a giant hammer wildly pounding in her mind, her clear consciousness instantly blurred for 2 seconds. What is your purpose in traveling with Song Ke? Bai Ruotong gritted her teeth at Novel Bin at. No specific purpose. After she saved me, we acted together, Zhuang Qinjian replied calmly. Have you ever lied to her from start to finish? Bai Ruotong's body swayed. Zhuang Qinjian smirked, no trace of amusement in his eyes. How do you define lying? Bai Ruotong's cold sweat increased. Although she was the one questioning, the man in front of her remained composed. Her psychic ability was completely suppressed, immobilizing her. His mental strength was evidently higher than hers. Bai Ruotong was suddenly alarmed, and a dreadful speculation surged in her mind. Could he be? Ruotong, stop it. Zhang Xi drew a calming symbol in the air, and it flew towards Bai Ruotong. She suddenly snapped back to reality, gasping for breath. Are you S-level? Zhang Xi asked coldly. Indeed, I am. Zhuang Qinjian smiled. As soon as the words fell, 2 powerful S-level auras were simultaneously released, colliding head-on. The expressions of the onlookers changed, and they quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the center of the confrontation. Tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks clattered to the ground. In the midst of the chaos, the only one unaffected, Lu Xiao, sarcastically commented, if you're going to fight, can you please consider how others might feel? Zhang Xi and Zhuang Qinjian fell silent, both retracting their auras. Zhang Xi knew he wouldn't get much from Zhuang Qinjian, so he turned his head to look at the other two. He glanced at Lu Xiao, who was calmly continuing his meal as if nothing happened, and then fixed his composed gaze on Su Xing. Su Xing was at a loss for words. He knew it. In V587, he was considered the weakest, and now he was likely to be taken advantage of again. At a critical moment, Zhuang Qinjian cleared his throat twice, attracting everyone's attention. Can I say a few words? He asked. Zhang Xi nodded faintly. Go ahead. You deny Song Ke's ideas, probably due to concerns. But why not, in turn, seriously consider the feasibility of this matter? No way, assassinating the magistrate? Tell me, how is that feasible? Mo Yan exclaimed. Zhuang Qinjian smiled. From Song Ke's perspective, it does seem like a fantasy. But what if we consider it from Shei's standpoint? Mo Yan and others were stunned, and Zhang Xi's eyes flashed. Zhuang Qinjian's next words seemed to carry some kind of persuasion. Shei base has grown to a scale that has long become a major threat to Nikong. There will inevitably be a war between you and Mu City. A passive defense will only lead to constant attacks. Qi, you are an ambitious person. Are you willing to succumb to Nikang's shadow? Are you willing to wait until he's in a bad mood and comes to attack you? Since we've come to this point, instead of waiting to die, why not take the initiative? As long as we get rid of Nikong, the entire district C55 will be yours. The same thought circled in the minds of others. This guy is definitely crazy. But on second thought, although his suggestion was shocking, it seemed to make a bit of twisted sense. Zhang Xi remained silent. He never expected that his deepest secret would be revealed by this person with just a few words. Why didn't he stay in other people's bases? Why, after awakening his abilities, did he refuse to continue participating in the assessments of the Azure Phoenix? Going further back, why did he and Zhang Ting have such deep conflicts? Ultimately, it was because their ideologies clashed. Zhang Xi couldn't understand why, with Zhang Ting's abilities, he chose to live in Yu Mountain and open a small martial arts school. Zhang Ting always accused him of having too much ambition, being arrogant, and always wanting to stand out. Zhuang Qinjian said meaningfully, so, in the long run, Song Ke is clearing obstacles for Shei's bright future. Instead of stopping her, you should join forces with her and together eliminate Mu City. Everyone, this guy is terrifying, he's too good at manipulating minds. In Shei base, Fan Yiwen led Song Ke along the usual patrol route to find someone. After about 10 minutes, a figure with a high ponytail and a sleek appearance appeared in front of them. Senior sister. Song Ke recognized the person and rushed toward her like a little bird. Rita turned around in surprise, and when she saw Song Ke clearly, her face lit up with joy. Song Ke, it's really you? How did you find your way here? The two held hands and danced in circles, chatting for a while. Song Ke belatedly noticed that the girl next to Rita was curiously staring at her. She scratched her head awkwardly and asked in a low voice, Senior sister, who are they? Rita's expression turned cold. They escaped from the Rose Army. Humph, I've never seen such a dirty and sordid place. Rose Army? What's that? Song Ke was stunned. In Mu City's base, a regular apartment. Lin Yu sat on the edge of the bed, with no makeup on, her long hair casually tied, supporting her chin as she dozed off. There was a faint shade of dark circles under her eyes. Sucha leaned against the head of the bed, fingers curved on his knee, silently observing her. As a popular star in Ferrara, Lin Yuyu always paid attention to her image. She rarely appeared so unkempt. Sucha, with his first 20 years spent in the rainforest, had never seen Lin Yuyu like this. When he first followed Lin Yuyu, he was often scolded as clumsy and stupid, and Sucha's height of 1.9 meters was often berated by her, making him feel at a loss. However, he never thought Lin Yuyu was bad. After all, when he was at his lowest, Lin Yuyu was the only one willing to take him in and even paid him a considerable salary. In Sucha's eyes, Lin Yuyu, no matter how bad, was still good. Although Sucha was skilled in stealth and infiltration, he had no experience in peeking at girls. Caught off guard, Lin Yuyu suddenly opened her eyes and met Sucha's gaze. Startled, Sucha paused and awkwardly shifted his gaze away. Lin Yuyu's lips curled slightly. Oh, peeking at me? Are you stunned? Am I good looking? No, Sucha denied immediately. You should wash your face. Lin Yuyu almost choked on her breath. I said you. At this moment, a message tone sounded. Lin Yuyu lowered her head to check. It was a voice request from Irene. After accepting the call, the sounds of gunfire rumbled on the other side, followed by Irene's hoarse voice. Are you still at the apartment? I need your help. Yes, what do you need help with? I have a few friends who currently have nowhere to go. Can they hide out at your place for a while? Irene's voice came through the communication device. Lin Yuyu quickly thought about it. Song Kei had already informed her about Shay's situation, and they planned to head to the base as soon as Sucha's body recovered a bit. By then, they would vacate this apartment. Lin Yuyu reminded Irene, sure, but don't forget, the address here has been exposed. Miaolun's people once tracked Zhang Wanyao downstairs. This apartment is no longer absolutely safe. Irene replied, it's okay. We'll just transit here for a couple of days. Lin Yuyu waited at the entrance of the apartment. About an hour later, Irene arrived with 4 or 5 girls, swiftly crossing the street and entering the corridor. Their faces and bodies were covered in injuries, with Irene being the most severe. Blood flowed continuously from her intact left arm, and the hand holding the gun's barrel trembled incessantly. Lin Yuyu quickly brought medicine to bandage their wounds. After a simple treatment, Irene stood up again. Wait here for a moment. I need to find a few more sisters. Among the portraits given to her by Zhang Wanyao, there were still 2 people who hadn't been rescued. Irene, I'm not afraid. I'll go with you. A young girl with brown skin held onto Irene. Marcia, you don't have any abilities. It's too dangerous to go out. Irene refused, shaking her head stubbornly, insisting on going alone. Lin Yuyu sighed helplessly. Hey, you're injured. Going alone to save people is even more dangerous, isn't it? Irene replied, it's fine. I can still fight. Forget it, I'll go with you, Lin Yuyu said. You. Irene raised an eyebrow. Looking down on me? No matter what, I'm still A level, I can assist you. We can cooperate, better than you going alone, right? Lin Yuyu had learned a bit of Song Kei's recklessness from being around her for so long. If reasoning didn't work, they'd use force to solve problems. Lin Yuyu stepped onto a stool, cleared her throat, and boldly shouted, Sisters, raise your glasses together, break through the mist, and rise again. Kill the heavens, kill the earth, and become demons? Let me overturn the heavens again. A dark mist rose in the apartment, and countless blades flew around. This was Lin Yuyu's new combat style, transitioning from pure support to a control style that combined defense and attack. It was effective for both offense and retreat, giving her some combat capabilities. But these lyrics had nothing to do with romance, a bit too much of a chuyunibyo, and a bit vulgar. But as long as it worked. A slight movement came from behind. Lin Yuyu turned around. Sucha had put on a coat, with bandages wrapped around his abdomen. He was looking at Lin Yuyu with an expression that was hard to put into words. In Lin Yuyu's current appearance, even if she were thrown into Ferrara's central square, no one would associate her with the sweet songstress of the past. Lin Yuyu awkwardly retracted her legs. Okay, then you come with me, Irene agreed after witnessing her strength. Just as they were about to move, Marcia grabbed Irene again. Irene, actually, Miaolun headquarters. Zhang Wanyao carried medicine and arrived at the backyard, where the pets here were those whom Miaolun had not yet tired of. When he lost interest, he would send the recruited Rose Army to various private military camps, euphemistically calling it resource sharing. What's even more tragic is that only the pets abandoned by Miaolun could find a faint chance of escape. Zhang Wanyao opened the courtyard door and quickly counted, finding that several rooms inside had emptied again. She walked to the right, and there, the girl with bloodstains on her face from a couple of days ago was clumsily bandaging her wounds, gesturing a few times with her single hand but realizing it wasn't enough, she stopped in frustration. Zhang Wanyao came over to her, took the gauze, and skillfully began to attend to her wounds, saying, "Let me do it." The girl quietly lowered her head and looked at her. The woman in front of her was beautiful, although there were faint lines at the corners of her eyes, it didn't diminish her beauty. Instead, it added a charming charm. Unfortunately, her shoulders and wrists had dark brands, destroying this perfection. Zhang Wanyao took some time, bandaging up all her wounds, cutting off the loose ends, and checking to ensure everything was neat and tidy. "You did a really good job. Are you a doctor?" the girl asked softly. "No," Zhang Wanyao paused, her eyes momentarily softening, "but my husband is. He's the best surgeon. Both of them understood that the husband she mentioned definitely wasn't referring to Miao Lun. I'm called Marie. Zhang Wanyao. I was captured. I didn't join the Rose Army willingly. Marie clenched her fist, her expression full of resentment. Many people here are, Zhang Wanyao sighed lightly. Marie remained silent for a moment. But I heard others say that you volunteered. Zhang Wanyao's back stiffened. Yes. Marie looked puzzled. However, when you talked about your husband, it seemed happy. I don't believe you volunteered. Do you have a purpose? Zhang Wanyao didn't answer. If you want to escape, I can help you. Marie interrupted her. No, I won't escape. Zhang Wanyao looked surprised and found a certain determination in Marie's eyes. My grandfather was a brave freelance mercenary. He taught me that one must avenge oneself. I can't humiliate myself by running away. I want to kill Miao Lun and avenge myself. Hush, Zhang Wanyao quickly covered her mouth, silently pointing outside the wall. There were awakeners everywhere, and they had to be cautious when speaking. Marie lowered her voice. You have companions, right? You've been in contact with people outside, helping those girls escape. Zhang Wanyao frowned slightly. I used to, but now I'm restricted from going out. That route is no longer feasible. Marie blinked, seemingly assessing her credibility. Then, she unexpectedly said something shocking. If you can find powerful help, I can connect you with them. I'm an awakener. Zhang Wanyao was astonished. Weren't you subjected to awakener detection when you were brought here? Only ordinary people can enter Miao Lun's room. Marie folded her hands together, and a faint trace of awakened energy emanated. My level is very low, only E level, undetectable by machines. But I have a twin sister. Our ability is telepathy. Within a certain range, we can understand each other's thoughts. Zhang Wanyao looked worried. Recently, Western Street has been chaotic. Can you be sure your sister is still in Mu City? As they were conversing, a thunderous noise resounded outside. The citywide announcement in District C55 was triggered, and the general declared new laws. From now on, a kill order is issued for all refugees fleeing to Shay. The Guard Unit, Royal Guard, and Iron Eagle team will collaborate to eliminate them. Mobilize all forces in Mu City, spare no cost, and within 3 days, eradicate the rebel forces. Nikong finally couldn't sit still. They formally declared war on Shay. On the desolate and barren lifeline, an army of over 3,000 awakeners marched towards Shay in a formidable manner. Apart from the regular troops stationed in Mu City, this joint army also included over 800 high-level awakeners, sea level and above. Among them, the Guard Unit, under the command of Nikong and serving as the personal bodyguards, mobilized a team of nearly 100 people. The Royal Guards, led by Mu Qin, drafted approximately 200 individuals from private forces, while the remaining 500 were all members of Ruan Wenjun's Iron Eagle team. Ironically, among them were also those awakeners recruited during the hero banquet. Mu Qin, having collected the expensive ticket of a level 3 crystal, wanted to preserve his own strength. He immediately treated them as cannon fodder, sending them out to resolve the difficulties for the general. All residents of Shay took refuge in the underground air raid shelters, and Zhang Xi called for an emergency combat meeting. How many awakeners do we have in the base? Zhuang Qinjian asked. About 1,500 people, but the high-level awakeners are less than 300, Zhang Xi replied. Not long ago, the two were at odds with each other, but now they were discussing countermeasures calmly. Unfortunately, with 300 against 800, the odds didn't look promising no matter how you looked at it. Zhang Xi and Fan Yiwen, among others, discussed the city's defense layout. Considering Zhuang Qinjian's injured leg, Zhang Xi would lower his head when speaking to him. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and wore a black Taoist robe that highlighted his slim and upright figure. Zhuang Qinjian remained silent for 2 seconds, then pulled out a cane from space, stood up by leaning on the ground, and was now at eye level with Zhang Xi. Lu Xiao glanced at him. You look like a peacock displaying its feathers. This guy never liked tilting his head to talk to others, always demanding that they lower their heads to him. Now, he unexpectedly stood up on his own. Zhuang Qinjian coldly retorted, you seem quite idle. If you have nothing to do, go optimize the monitoring. The detection awakener Lin Mo behind Zhang Xi stepped forward. Brother Lu, I'm familiar with the monitoring. I'll take you there. Lu Xiao snorted proudly and followed Lin Mo. Zhuang Qinjian looked down at the three-dimensional map in the projection and fell into contemplation. Considering the current situation, the outcome of this war did not seem optimistic. Zhang Xi turned around and asked in a calm tone, any suggestions on how to defend? As the leader of Shay, Zhang Xi was mainly trusted because he did not have the faults of being arrogant and dictatorial. Despite being only 25 years old, Zhang Xi was calm, humble, and a good listener. As long as others had valid points, he would adopt them. Zhuang Qinjian pondered for a moment and shook his head slowly. Can't hold it. Zhang Xi. With Mu City's firepower, we definitely can't defend, but that doesn't mean we can't win, Zhuang Qinjian continued. Big brother, isn't what you're saying contradictory? If we can't defend, how can we win? Mo Yan was confused. Zhang Xi remained composed. Share your plan. Zhuang Qinjian smiled slightly. Have you read the ancient military strategies? Capture the thief first to capture the king. As long as we take down Nikong, the joint army will fall into disarray. Zhang Xi, with a deep voice, pointed out directly, your focus has always been on Nikong himself, not on Shay. But that doesn't conflict with making Shay win, Zhuang Qinjian didn't deny, calmly analyzing. To win, we need to use unconventional tactics. Our biggest advantage is that Nikong doesn't know the true strength of Shay right now. Before the war, on the eve of the battle, Song Ke attempted to contact Lin Yuyu. Unable to reach her, she called Sucha. How's your injury? Feng's Higsu just treated me again. It's almost healed. Sucha's voice sounded normal. Do you need me to come over and help? Not for now. Just come over when the turmoil in Shay is over. With Mu City's base sealed, the roads out of the city were all controlled by the joint army. It was too dangerous to move at this time. My senior brother asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. It's okay. Zhang Xi had explained that if Sucha had any problems, he could come to the base for proper treatment. Song Ke asked the three to stay in the apartment and come over after the chaos in Shay settled. She then inquired, what about Lin Yuyu? I can't contact her. Sucha, unusually silent for a moment, said, she and Irene went out to rescue people. Probably didn't see the message. Not long after Song Ke hung up, Lin Yuyu's call request rang. As soon as she answered, a deafening sound of intense gunfire came from the other end. Lin Yuyu shouted hoarsely, Irene, they're coming, retreat. Hey, Song Ke, what's going on? Song Ke wondered. Lin Yuyu briefly explained the situation with the Rose Army, and Song Ke informed her about postponing the move to Shay temporarily. After exchanging intelligence, Lin Yuyu sighed, I originally wanted to tell you, don't retreat from the apartment temporarily. I might have to postpone coming over for 2 days. Take care of yourself, Song Ke instructed. You too, Lin Yuyu replied. Lin Mo led Lu Xiao through the base, and when they passed by the entrance of a factory, Lu Xiao suddenly stopped. Where is this? Oh, this used to be where they produced engineering vehicles and cranes, but unfortunately, they're all broken. Where are they broken? It seems there was a programming issue, so they were all abandoned. Lin Mo wasn't too sure about the specific reasons. Lu Xiao's wheelchair entered the workshop. After scanning around, his ice blue eyes gleamed strangely. The control panels of all the mechanical vehicles lit up, and the panel codes rapidly circulated and changed. After a few minutes, the engines roared to life, and all the abandoned vehicles started moving in unison. I don't think they're broken, Lu Xiao said matter-of-factly. 2 tiny humans were surrounded by densely packed steel machinery, and Lu Xiao remained nonchalant. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was shivering, staring in shock. Song Ke, Zhuang Qinjian, and Zhang Xi stood on the observation deck, and Lu Xiao came over to them. I reinforced the defense system, but some facilities are too old, and the effect is not ideal. Also, I suggest you take a look at this. He pointed, and the screen's image was projected in front of them. On the lifeline several dozen miles away, massive and cumbersome siege machinery was slowly advancing. Large battering rams with metal heads, catapults carrying cannons, neatly arranged cloud ladder vehicles, long-range cannons, grenade launchers. Zombies and ferocious beasts occasionally fled along the way, instantly obliterated as the joint army advanced effortlessly. Lu Xiao zoomed in on one of the cameras. Ruan Wenjun and Mu Qin, fully armed, stood at the forefront of the team. In the middle of the team, on top of an armored tank, sat a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He wore a gold-trimmed general's uniform, with a raised eyebrow, a hawk-like nose, and a fierce and sinister gaze through the camera, as if staring them down. After seeing his face clearly, Song Ke was very surprised. Nikong was personally commanding the battle? Not only that, he was sitting so conspicuously in such a visible place. Was he afraid that no one would come to assassinate him? Did he rely on his own strength, or did he have something to rely on? Nikong, is he an awakener? Song Ke asked in confusion. Zhang Xi shook his head slowly, not sure. I've never had a direct confrontation with him, and information about him has never leaked from the reunification palace. Song Ke's expression gradually became serious. Regardless of Nikang's plot or reliance in attacking Shay this time, she was determined to kill him. The 4 S-level awakeners sat or stood together, waiting at the high point of the base. The wind carried the distant news of battle, and even the air seemed to exude an inexplicable sense of solemnity. In the evening, the joint army finally arrived at the outskirts of Shay base. A distant missile sounded the trumpet of war with a resounding boom. We can't let the siege weapons get close. Zhang Xi pressed the communication device and issued orders in a deep voice. Mo Yan, take action. Mu City's weaponry was renowned throughout the alliance, and no matter how solid Shay base was, it couldn't withstand such intense bombardment. Mo Yan led a team of high-level awakeners, flanking and taking a detour to stealthily attack the facilities, causing a series of thunderous explosions. Song Ke and Zhang Xi put on hoods and, under the cover of the vast haze, leaped off the city walls and rushed towards Nikong. Song Ke gripped the spiritual weapon, the snake spear, surrounded by her awakened energy, as if entering her own realm, effortlessly defeating the awakeners blocking her way. 8 directions, divine wrath, let nature take its course. Disperse the malevolent, let the Dao's chi endure. Zhang Xi supported her from behind, casting the formidable purification divine curse into the air. In an instant, dark clouds surged, the earth resonated, and myriad symbols descended, leaving no escape for the awakeners hit by the wide-ranging attack. Those struck suffered burns on their skin, falling to the ground in agony. Song Ke smoothly broke through to the vicinity of the armored tank, with Nikong just within arm's reach. Nikang's gaze was cold and unfazed. Without dodging, he waved his hand, and the guards around him immediately bombarded Song Ke with cannons. Song Ke leaped high, gripping the spear with both hands, fiercely thrusting it towards his head. Boom! A cannon shot from an angle, precisely hitting the spear. The powerful recoil force flipped Song Ke backward. She managed to land with one hand on the ground, knees bent, narrowly stopping her retreat. Once again, she gripped the spear and slashed at Nikong. But at that moment, the tank beneath her feet unexpectedly shook, and Song Ke, off balance, fell from the top. A chill ran through her heart. Why? Every time she was about to kill Nikong, she would just miss by a bit. Did she have such bad luck? Zhang Xiai caught Song Ke's back, and his towering figure went over her. Swiftly forming seals, he sent a 7-star sword, imbued with the purification symbol, flying towards Nikong. When it reached him, the sword suddenly shook violently, barely grazing his scalp. Nikong emerged unscathed. Senior brother also made a mistake? Song Ke and Zhang Xiai exchanged a surprised glance. This wasn't right. Originally planning for a single strike and quick withdrawal, they unexpectedly made consecutive mistakes, lingering in the same spot for too long, and instantly found themselves trapped. Dozens of high-level awakeners arrived nearby, and a ferocious-looking short man emerged from the crowd. Tiger-like eyes stared directly at the two. Captain of the guard, Jiralamani, though he's A-level, his true strength is close to S-level awakeners. His ability is spatial distortion, Zhang Xiai quickly explained. Others are easy to handle, focus on taking him down first. Song Ke, casting a glance at Nikong from a distance, shook her spear and confronted Jiralamani head-on. Continuously, high-angle artillery struck various parts of the base, causing buildings to collapse and shatter resoundingly. The joint forces' firepower was overwhelming, and the situation on Song Ke's side was worrisome. Shei's chances of survival were being squeezed. Ruan Wenjun's expression was bloodthirsty and excited as he commanded the siege vehicles to continue bombarding the high-pressure iron net behind Shei. As long as the lifeline was broken, thousands of zombies would flood in, and the Shei residents hiding in underground shelters would be completely slaughtered. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his head to observe the situation. On the other side, Song Ke and Zhang Xiai were still fiercely battling, and it seemed unlikely to end anytime soon. With Ruan Wenjun's reckless artillery fire drawing attention, wandering zombies gradually converged towards the iron net, increasing in numbers, including noticeable level 3 zombies. Frowning, he contemplated for a moment, took out a sealed injection from the space, and glanced at Lu Xiao, who surprisingly refrained from making sarcastic remarks. Zhuang Qinjian remained composed as he injected his right leg. A slightly tingling liquid flowed into his bloodstream, followed by a piercing pain. Leveraging the effects of radiation, the cells of his remaining leg continuously renewed, reaching their peak activity at that moment. I'll handle Ruan Wenjun, you deal with the rest for now. Zhuang Qinjian pushed himself up with his hands, without relying on any external force stood up from the wheelchair. At Novel bin at. Under the relentless destruction, the high-pressure iron net was on the verge of collapse. Ruan Wenjun's expression faintly revealed a hint of madness. Refugees were like bits of straw, and the masses like pigs and dogs. He cared nothing for the life and death of these people. As long as he could win, as long as he could defeat Qingqi, he would be happy to massacre the city. Swoosh! An arrow flew from the side, lightly shooting towards him. Ruan Wenjun tilted his head to dodge and looked in that direction. The first thing that caught his eyes was two well-proportioned long legs, moving with a graceful and elegant stride. Gradually emerging from the haze, he raised his gaze and identified the person's appearance, an attractive man in a trench coat. Where did this idiotic show-off come from? Ruan Wenjun disdainfully glanced at him and ordered his subordinates, get rid of him. The Iron Eagle team's awakener set up the high-position sniper cannon, ready to fire. Just as they were about to shoot, a sharp pain, like a knife cutting through their minds, struck. They clutched their heads, howling in pain, and the cannon's direction uncontrollably reversed, firing towards the rear where Ruan Wenjun was. What the hell are you doing? Amidst the thick smoke, teammates angrily shouted. A magnetic and charismatic laughter echoed in their ears. Lord Ruan, you're still so impulsive, just like in Xiangang that time. Xiangang? Ruan Wenjun dangerously narrowed his eyes. How do you know about Xiangang? Are you Qingqi? Courageous indeed, daring to confront him alone. Zhuang Qinjian's mouth twitched slightly. Well, let him be Qingqi. He responded nonchalantly, of course, I know. I must thank Lord Ruan for generously allowing us to obtain a well-preserved level 3 crystal. After selling it to some poor fool, we made a whopping 10 million alliance coins. Lord Ruan is indeed Shei's god of wealth. Shouldn't I thank you in person? This person's cutting words were exceptionally skilled. Ruan Wenjun, stung in a sensitive spot, instantly became furious. Blast him to pieces. The artillery roared. Zhuang Qinjian swiftly ran around the iron net, tumbling to evade, occasionally deliberately pausing at certain points. In Ruan Wenjun's team, one awakener after another lost control, either suddenly collapsing unconscious or turning the cannons towards their own people. Mental type awakener? Ruan Wenjun gradually sensed something amiss. So what? He would still die at his hands. Ruan Wenjun mobilized his awakened energy, not relying on any firearms. With a move of his finger, bang-bang bullets were fired out. Zhuang Qinjian evaded awkwardly, and Ruan Wenjun closely pursued, relentlessly spraying him. Gradually distancing himself from the army, he forced the opponent into a dead end against the iron net. Zhuang Qinjian's back slammed heavily against the net, and eager zombies outside reached out to grab him. His face filled with distress, he sighed, "Oh dear, Lord Ruan, after so many days, you're still so careless. Dying, yet still defiant." Ruan Wenjun coldly snorted. Numerous bullets were about to turn Zhuang Qinjian into a sieve. Zhuang Qinjian smiled wryly, "Carelessness can cost you your life." The high-pressure iron net finally couldn't bear the strain and collapsed with a loud crash. Over a dozen 3-meter-tall evolved zombies roared as they rushed in, facing a barrage of bullets. The zombies, impervious to physical pain, opened their cracked mouths, enraged expressions completely undeterred. Ruan Wenjun's pupils suddenly contracted. Level 3 zombies always had a territorial awareness. How could so many gather in one place? Even more shocking, those zombies, without sparing a glance at Zhuang Qinjian, bypassed him and charged furiously towards Ruan Wenjun. Ruan Wenjun desperately used bullets to drive them away when suddenly his body froze. A cold and sharp spiritual force pierced through his mental field, rendering his own ability useless. Before being torn apart by zombies, Ruan Wenjun looked at the man standing calmly in front of him with disbelief. How could this be possible? With a relaxed posture, Zhuang Qinjian took 2 steps forward and finished off Ruan Wenjun with his spiritual crossbow arrow. Zombies were mindless monsters, but evolved zombies were not. After Ruan Wenjun was torn apart, Zhuang Qinjian raised a repeating crossbow and aimed it at the remaining Iron Eagle team. Level 3 zombies possessed some intelligence. He could control their actions through mental power, such as besieging, feigning surrender, or escaping. The trench coat swayed with a half-elegant arc. Zhuang Qinjian walked forward with a leisurely pace, standing in the midst of the monsters. With one hand in his pocket, he exuded the demeanor of a big boss, followed by a dozen level 3 zombie henchmen. A hint of king style emerged in the horrifying scene. Zhuang Qinjian moved his finger in the direction of the Iron Eagle team, and the zombies immediately rushed fiercely. The artillery squad near the iron net panicked, abandoning the catapults and scattered in all directions. Among them, the slow ones were bitten by level 3 zombies on the neck, falling to the ground, making a crunching sound as they were devoured. Ruan Wenjun is dead, and the defeat of the joint army is inevitable. Zhuang Qinjian shouted loudly. In such times, it was necessary to undermine the enemy's morale. His clear voice spread through mental power, echoing throughout the battlefield. The formation of the joint army was clearly disrupted, but unfortunately, it quickly regained order. There was more than one warlord on the battlefield. The cunning Mu Qin took over the command, identifying Shei's weakness and shifting to a focused attack on the base. After Zhuang Qinjian finished off the Iron Eagle team, he looked in the direction of Songke and Nikong. There were countless siege ladders on the city walls, giant siege engines rolling over the roads, and metal hammers smashing Shei's foundation. Residents hiding in the air raid shelter had rocks and sand falling on their heads. They endured fear, huddled together silently praying. "No time, I'll go take out the catapults first," Mo Yan shouted while running. "Kid, come back." Fan Yiwen couldn't stop Mo Yan. He flashed and rushed into the heart of the joint army. Mo Yan maneuvered through the haze, accurately throwing his supernatural fireballs at the siege engines. Everywhere he passed, fireworks erupted. Faster, even faster. Mo Yan urged in his mind, moving swiftly. Several rows of howitzers suddenly appeared in front of him. Mo Yan's eyes lit up, he concentrated on accumulating energy. Just as a giant fireball bigger than his body was about to be thrown out, a cannonball flew in from the side, landing at his feet and exploding thunderously. As Shei's base was about to be engulfed in artillery fire, a high bridge suddenly descended from above. Creak clatter. A dense array of steel machinery charged out of the base, including construction vehicles, bulldozers, cranes, new model tractors. At a glance, it seemed endless. What was even more terrifying was that they came equipped with basic AI processing modules, fearlessly colliding with the approaching siege ladders and siege engines. Bang! The crane, like a ferocious beast, swung its arm forcefully, tearing down the ladders on the city wall. Its hard tracks ruthlessly rolled over, crushing them. Boom! Hundreds of unmanned bulldozers charged recklessly, carrying large quantities of explosive packs. In suicide attacks, they targeted catapults and missiles. Mercenaries nearby couldn't escape in time and were blown away, while similar highly lethal weapons continued to emerge from Shei's base. What on earth are these things? The mercenaries cried out in despair. The situation on the main battlefield instantly reversed, putting the joint army on the defensive, and Shei gained the upper hand. In the lookout tower of the base, Lu Xiao, with 6 mechanical arms standing, had closed his eyes tightly. Silver hair fluttered on his shoulders, and his entire body was surrounded by layers of binary code, like a giant ancient tree composed of data. Each branch executed different commands, simultaneously controlling all the steel vehicles with his supernatural abilities. Once, in the dark and sunless underwater purgatory, Lu Xiao was the Lord Hades who used crime record to govern the life and death of prisoners. And now, the mechanical barrier he constructed became Shei's strongest line of defense. Nikong looked towards the high ground with a serious and solemn expression. Unexpectedly, besides Qi, Shei had a second S-level awakener. Mu Qin, deploy snipers, immediately intercept this person. Nikang's stern command came through the earpiece. Mu Qin, in charge of commanding the siege, immediately organized a team of high-level Esper snipers. Crimson aiming dots flickered on Lu Xiao's face. Beside Lu Xiao, Lin Emo rushed forward anxiously, biting his lip. He opened his arms, shielding him. Lin Emo was just a support-type awakener, usually only responsible for monitoring and detecting enemy movements. Now, with all the attacking awakeners from Shay engaged in the battle, he could only anxiously watch. Lu Xiao's role was crucial, and he must not be in danger. The sniper, targeting their mark, was about to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a group of level 3 zombies leaped over, landing precisely on the sniper positions. With the zombies' roars, the flesh of the awakeners in the sniper positions flew in all directions, completely disrupting their attacks. In the chaotic battlefield, Zhuang Qinjian hurriedly passed by, casually helping out. However, he didn't linger on the main battlefield. After disrupting the snipers with a quick move, he continued to run forward and disappeared into the mist. In the rear of the joint army, Nikong sat in the command seat of an armored tank, coldly overseeing the situation. Song Kei's snake spear fiercely stabbed towards Jiralamani's throat. Jiralamani seized the spearhead with both palms, forcefully pulled it downward, locked it with his elbow, then wrapped both legs around the spear handle, hanging upside down on the spear. He rendered Song Kei's attack completely immobilized. Song Kei's eyes flashed, recognizing the opponent's move. It was the Ghost Fist mentioned by her master. Ghost Fist was an ancient martial art originating from Mu City, known for its strength and agility. During battles, practitioners used the body's fists, legs, elbows, and knees, 8 limbs in total, as sharp weapons. The practitioner's limbs moved simultaneously, resembling a spider. Because of this, Ghost Fist was referred to as the 8-arm fist by outsiders. Mastering Ghost Fist made Jiralamani extremely formidable in close combat. The air around vibrated as Zhang Xi's 5 thunder curse flew towards Jiralamani. This curse had strong single-target killing power, and being hit by it meant certain death. Suddenly, invisible fluctuations appeared around Jiralamani, and 3 or 4 black holes materialized, completely absorbing the 5 thunder curse. Jiralamani's awakened ability, Space Distortion, inherently countered Zhang Xi, who needed precasting time, drawing symbols. Realizing this quickly, Zhang Xi stopped using symbols, drew a long sword from his waist, switched to melee combat, and joined forces with Song Kei. Just as the three were engaged in a fierce battle, a group of level 3 zombies suddenly jumped out from behind Nikong. Their sharp claws reached towards his face. At such a close distance, the agile evolved zombies missed their attack, and their pitch-black eyes revealed a hint of confusion. In the misty haze, a pair of long legs slowly walked out. Zhuang Qinjian looked up at Nikong, and a thoughtful expression gradually appeared in his eyes. Seeing him, Song Kei, despite being surprised at when his right leg had recovered, turned her head and resumed the fight with Jiralamani. Zhuang Qinjian flashed to Zhang Xi's side, quickly saying, "I'll take care of this. You go defend the city." Zhang Xi glanced back, seeing that Mu Qin was adjusting formations against Lu Xiao. With his limited mobility and the need to control machinery with a significant amount of mental focus, Zhang Xi nodded, swiftly retreating. Zhuang Qinjian's peach blossom eyes showed no sign of amusement as he stared intently at Nikong. He sensed a faint awakened energy from him, undoubtedly confirming Nikong as an awakener. Nikong appeared on the battlefield without any fear, confident that their group couldn't kill him. Zhuang Qinjian raised the repeating crossbow and tentatively shot an arrow. Sure enough, the bolt was knocked down by missile fragments from an unknown source before reaching Nikong. Zhuang Qinjian squinted his eyes, rapidly sifting through his thoughts. A power related to mysticism? It was probably one of the most complex causality-based supernatural abilities. If he couldn't find the cause, he couldn't act on Nikong, the effect. He abandoned attacking Nikong and instead directed level 3 zombies to assault other awakeners, patiently seeking an opportunity to break through. On the other side, Song Kei abandoned her snake spear, opting for barehanded combat against Jiralamani. When fighting against an opponent proficient in Ghost Fist, weapons could become a hindrance and might be distorted by his awakened ability. After exchanging hundreds of moves with Jiralamani, Song Kei had already identified his weakness. The strength and powerful damage output were the strengths of Ghost Fist, but at the same time, they were its weaknesses. Focusing on strength naturally slowed down his speed, and the forceful punches meant a lack of variation between moves. Adjusting her breath, Song Kei entered a state of free fighting. She swiftly circled around Jiralamani, no longer engaging in direct clashes but instead moving with agility. She seized opportunities to kick, punch, and throw him, targeting various vulnerable joints in his body. In the magnetic field, her awakened energy constantly radiated. Song Kei utilized every inch of her muscles to the fullest, barely touching the ground with the soles of her feet. Her attacks became unpredictable, creating afterimages that made it impossible for Jiralamani's 8 arms to reach her. Jiralamani found himself at a disadvantage. However, he remained calm. Seizing the intervals between Song Kei's 2 attacks, he lifted his knee, hooking it towards her neck. He took the bait. Song Kei, who deliberately exposing a vulnerability, felt a surge of joy. She mimicked his exact move, raising her knee and forcefully countering Jiralamani's attack. The superior force dispelled Jiralamani's assault, disrupting his balance. With angry eyes and a backward fall, he crashed to the ground. Song Kei rotated her body, leaping up, landing heavily on top of him. Her knees suppressed any attempt he made to rise, then with a twist and a turn, she severed Jiralamani's head from his body in an instant. Crack, there seemed to be an invisible something shattering in the wind. In the moment of Juralamani's death, Nikang's expression changed drastically. He opened the top hatch, intending to duck down. Zhuang Qinjian, who had been closely watching him, sensed a slight looseness in the cause on his body and immediately thrust his mental ability. Nikang's figure suddenly stiffened, consciousness filled with intense pain, and he couldn't escape into the tank in time. Simultaneously, Zhuang Qinjian shouted loudly, Song Ke. Song Ke abruptly raised her head, locking eyes with him for 0.0001 seconds. Despite no verbal communication, miraculously, Song Ke understood Zhuang Qinjian's meaning to seize the opportunity. She sprinted at full speed, leaping towards the armored tank where Nikang was. Her right hand transformed into a snake spear once again, fiercely stabbing toward Nikang's back. Time seemed to slow down. In the terrified expression on Nikang's face, the spear had pierced through his uniform, bulletproof vest, flesh, and muscle. It was about to pierce through his bones and into his heart. However, at that critical moment, the cause and effect on Nikang's body flowed once again. Suddenly, Song Ke's footing slipped, and she staggered back 2 steps. The attack of the snake spear abruptly disappeared, allowing Nikang to take advantage and slip into the tank. Song Ke exclaimed, missed. For the third time, she missed? She really wanted to curse out loud. After Nikang disappeared from the command post, the armored tank hastily retreated, unexpectedly abandoning the attack and leaving the majority of the joint army behind to escape. Zhuang Qinjian quickly approached Song Ke. She was looking disheartened, lowering her head, and the snake spear tapped on the ground one after another. Zhuang Qinjian looked at the curls of hair on her head, reaching out to rub them. It's not your fault. Song Ke looked up at him, her expression seemingly pitiful. Zhuang Qinjian smiled inwardly, using his slender fingers to wipe away the dirt from her face. This little girl, always getting herself dirty. Nikang has a mystic supernatural ability. Without deciphering it, even you wouldn't have been able to kill him. Mystic supernatural ability. Song Ke was puzzled. So, her repeated mistakes, along with Zhang Xi's, weren't due to their own faults but were influenced by supernatural abilities. At novel bin at. Yeah, I roughly figured it out. Let's finish the war first, and I'll explain it to you when we get back. Zhuang Qinjian said. Zhang Xi rushed to the main battlefield, his black Taoist robe resembling the Grim Reaper harvesting lives. The pure heaven and earth divine incantation was unleashed, causing the heavens and earth to change colors. The sniper team, who had barely regrouped after the previous onslaught, was once again overturned by the explosion. With Zhang Xi and Lu Xiao 1 above and 1 below, 2S level awakeners dominated the field. Combined with the continuous damage caused by waves of surprise attacks and suicide explosions on the siege weapons, the joint army was now defeated, like a mountain collapsing. Mu Qin withdrew his gaze from the rear and made a decisive decision, retreat. Next to him, Tun Qin exclaimed in disbelief, Uncle, we were about to win. Why retreat? Mu Qin's face looked grim. Win? Where did you see a chance of winning? Ruan Wenjun is dead, the general has fled, and if I don't leave now, should I prepare to take the blame for this failure? After saying this coldly, Mu Qin turned away from the battlefield without looking back. Tun Qin looked angrily toward the front. This joint army operation was something he had begged Mu Qin to let him participate in. If he couldn't seize this opportunity to achieve merit and gain fame, when would he ever get a chance to stand out? A figure in a black robe flashed by, killing a large group of mercenaries with a wave of his hand. Under the hood, half of a side profile revealed sharp eyebrows and eyes, full of heroic spirit. Zhang Xi. Tun Qin gritted his teeth and shouted the name with resentment. If there was someone Tun Qin hated most in his life, it was undoubtedly Zhang Xi. This intense hatred, at its root, boiled down to the word jealousy. Zhang Xi was about the same age, always the senior brother at Yu Mountain Martial Arts School, with better martial skills and better popularity. Although Zhang Ting often scolded and beat him, in moments of solitude, his gaze always lingered on Zhang Xi. Family love, friendship, and even love. Zhang Xi effortlessly possessed them all. His future was 100 times brighter than Tun Qin's. Tun Qin would never forget the martial arts competition in the year he first went to Yu Mountain. Zhang Xi effortlessly defeated him, pressing his head against the ground with just one hand. In front of everyone at the martial arts hall, he gave Tun Qin a humiliating lesson. Driven by anger, Tun Qin lifted a shoulder-mounted cannon, vigorously charging towards Zhang Xi. He was now an advanced B-level awakener. This time, he was determined to make Zhang Xi kneel and beg for mercy. Tian. King. Someone who does cool stuff effortlessly or everything they do is unusually cool. Tun Qin's awakened ability was called Battle Spirit Fury. As long as he gained the upper hand in a duel, he could ignite his battle spirit, accumulate layers, and thereby fight more smoothly, eventually forming a full suppression of the enemy. He carried a rocket launcher on his shoulder called Poison Sting. This was the latest single-person anti-tank weapon from the Mu City arsenal. When the armor-piercing projectiles it fired hit a person, they would cause burning, armor-piercing, and explosive effects, along with blinding intense light and burning effects. Even high-level awakeners would be reduced to pieces if hit. Tun Qin hid behind a half-slope, activated the scope, aimed at Zhang Xi moving in the field, and without hesitation, pressed the trigger, firing 4 armor-piercing rounds in rapid succession. Boom, 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 dazzling flames soared into the sky, and Zhang Xi was instantly engulfed. The layers of battle spirit were smoothly ignited. Tun Qin smiled coldly, dropped the poison sting, and switched to a submachine gun before charging forward. In the rolling smoke and dust, the place where Zhang Xiai was empty. Tun Qin was greatly surprised and quickly turned around. Too late? Zhang Xiai was surrounded by a protective spell and instantly teleported behind him, delivering a fierce chop with his hand. Tun Qin had no chance to react and was hit squarely. His firearm fell to the ground. Zhang Xiai transformed his knife into claws, grabbed the back of Tun Qin's neck, and slammed him forcefully to the ground. Half of Tun Qin's face happened to press against the still burning flames, and the sizzling smell of burnt flesh filled the air. He writhed in pain with a distorted face, howling continuously, and the bit of battle spirit he had accumulated disappeared instantly. It's you, Zhang Xiai recognized his voice, loosening his grip slightly. Good timing. If you didn't come, I would have gone looking for you. What's this? The prestigious senior brother of Yu Mountain has fallen to become a lackey of the Shay base. Tun Qin spoke hoarsely, eyes darting around, constantly aware of the surroundings, attempting to turn the tables. He deliberately provoked, how does it feel, senior brother, to become a lackey of Shay? Zhang Xiai clasped his fingers, forming a spell with his left hand, controlling Tun Qin with a soul-binding curse. Then he pulled out a knife and ruthlessly stabbed through Tun Qin's right arm, pinning him to the ground. A sharp and miserable scream echoed. Ignorant and incompetent. Did you never consider my identity before attacking me as a member of the Shay base? Zhang Xiai released his awakened energy, and the pressure of an S-level awakener descended like a heavy mountain, leaving Tun Qin breathless. You're a Qi. Tun Qin suddenly realized a terrifying fact, his eyes wide with horror. The notorious leader of Shay's refugees, Qi, had a widespread reputation. Rumors about him being an S-level awakener circulated among the upper echelons of Mu City, but details about Qi's origins, background, and appearance were scarce. Due to his rare appearances and the disdain of the arrogant military leaders to send anyone to infiltrate the refugees, nobody knew anything about him. Tun Qin's right hand trembled, veins subtly bulging on his otherwise intact half-face. Zhang Xiai, you insulted me, ruined me, killed me time and time again. What are you pretending to be, a righteous person? You're just a scoundrel, a hypocrite. From the beginning, I disagreed with your initiation, Zhang Xiai said in a deep voice. In the matter of martial arts, strength has always been the only language. If you can defeat me fair and square, you can still step on my head. But your character is dark, and every time you lose, you hold resentment. To keep Yu Mountain Martial Arts School running, substantial financial support was needed. Zhang Ting, being a worldly person, had a clear reason for accepting Tun Qin, the generous initiation fee. However, during their first sparring match, Zhang Xiai noticed the distorted psychology of Tun Qin. While winning and losing were common, Tun Qin's gaze seemed to want to kill everyone who defeated him. I ask you, what happened in the martial arts school before and after the apocalypse? Zhang Xiai raised his voice to question. They had excavated every mound of earth, including Zhang Ting's. Zhang Ting obviously hadn't turned into a zombie, and his injuries were clearly inflicted by a person at Novel bin at. Rita had said that she left Yu Mountain 2 days before the apocalypse, and Tun Qin was among the people left behind. Now that the martial arts school was completely wiped out, if anyone knew the truth, it was probably Tun Qin. When pressured with questions, Tun Qin was first stunned and then burst into laughter. Senior brother, even if you're S-level, there are things you can't accomplish. Want to know how your real dad died? Beg me. When Zhang Ting was alive, you adamantly denied him as your father. Now you act like a filial son, mourning for him. Ha ha ha. No change in your stubbornness. A person like you is not worthy of being a student of Yu Mountain, Zhang Xiai said coldly. Confident that Zhang Xiai wouldn't dare to kill him, Tun Qin mocked unabashedly. Senior brother wants to uphold justice and kick me out? How imposing. Ruotong. Zhang Xiai shouted, even if you don't speak, I have a way to find out. With a stern face, Bai Ruotong ran over. She couldn't deal with an S-level like Zhuang Qinjian, but she could still handle a B-level. Her powerful mind probe emerged forcefully, delving deep into Tun Qin's mind, searching every nook and cranny. Tun Qin broke into a cold sweat, his scalp feeling like it was about to be lifted, and he couldn't even scream. Fragmented memories flowed like a tidal wave, and Bai Ruotong quickly seized the parts she wanted. On the first day of the apocalypse, Zhang Ting locked the mutated students in the warehouse, silently guarding the door. Shortly after, a group of uniformed people broke into the martial arts academy. After a brief conversation with Zhang Ting, a fierce dispute erupted, leading to a duel. Their methods were mysterious, and their attacks were unheard of. They teamed up to kill Zhang Ting and then ransacked the place. Tun Qin, who had overslept in the dormitory for a day, woke up to find the martial arts school deserted. He went to the surveillance room and witnessed the entire process of Zhang Ting's death. He dared not make a sound and only gathered his things to escape, leaving Yu Mountain. After Bai Ruotong read his memories, tears streamed down her face as she scolded, word by word, Tun Qin, you are truly the shame of Yu Mountain. When Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian arrived, Zhang Xiai, with an emotionless face, pierced Tun Qin's head with a knife. Senior brother. Song Ke called him softly. Zhang Xiai pulled out the knife and said only 4 words, clean up the mess. After Nikong and Mu Qin left, the joint forces abandoned most of the damaged and impractical siege equipment and hastily withdrew from the battlefield. As Zhang Xiai and Song Ke were cleaning up the aftermath, Fan Yiwen suddenly ran over carrying someone. His face was covered in soot, and the voice of the 1.8-meter tall man was crying, "Zhang Xiai, save Xiao Mo quickly." Mo Yan, alone, went to destroy the catapults and was caught in the explosion of a cannon. Half of his body was a bloody mess, and his original appearance was unrecognizable. His limbs hung limply, breathing shallow, and it seemed he was about to give up. Zhang Xiai couldn't care less about cleaning up the battlefield and quickly said, "Take him to Lu Qiu." Lu Qiu was the only healing awakener in the base. Before the apocalypse, she was just an ordinary Shay candidate. She had barely managed to get into Tongwan Medical College, and hadn't even attended a professional class when the unlucky apocalypse struck. In previous healing attempts, Lu Qiu relied on her level half the time and self-study the other half. When facing a real life-threatening situation, her half-baked skills proved inadequate. Seeing Mo Yan's miserable condition, Lu Qiu's healing ability immediately covered him. After a while, she looked panicked and said, "No, his awakened energy is draining too quickly. I can only barely sustain it, I can't perform the treatment." Zhang Xi's body tensed immediately. Fan Yiwen cried with tears streaming down his face. Even a B-level healing awakener couldn't do it. "Is Mo Yan really going to die here?" Song Ke quickly spoke up, "Senior brother, my companion is an A-level healer and a doctor. I'll have him come over right away." An A-level healer. In just a few words, hope ignited again among the group. The scarcity of healers was well known, especially A-level. Zhang Xiai immediately nodded, "I will release all the checkpoints and ask him to come to Shay as quickly as possible." Song Ke contacted Sucha using the communicator, and the response came almost instantly. "Sucha, quickly bring Fang's Higzu to Shay, it has to be fast." Sucha was silent for a moment, without any further questions, and responded in a deep voice, "I'm on my way." From Mu City to Shay, even at full speed, it would take 4 or 5 hours for awakeners to run. Lu Qiu's psychic power might not hold out. Rita brought a box of level 3 crystals, more than a dozen in total, all spontaneously donated by Shay's awakeners. If Lu Qiu couldn't hold on, they would extract energy from the crystals. Time passed second by second, and everyone's hearts were tightly suspended. Lu Qiu's face grew paler, her body trembling uncontrollably, and Mo Yan's breathing became barely audible. At this critical moment, Lin Mo led Sucha and Fang's Higzu rushing in. "He's here." Fang's Higzu's hair was disheveled, the bun at the back of his head had long lost its shape, and even his stubble was shaved on only one side. After arriving on the scene, he immediately took over, skillfully cutting Mo Yan's clothes, removing the dust and sand from his airway to prevent sudden suffocation during surgery. Then, he restored the organs such as the heart, lungs, and kidneys, with a pale blue healing ability flowing in. Mo Yan's complexion visibly improved. Song Ke looked back at Sucha, who, due to the extreme rush, was in bad condition, with a ruptured abdominal wound and blood soaking through his coat. Lu Qiu, Zhang Xiai also noticed his abnormality and called softly. Lu Qiu, who had been observing Fang's Higzu's surgery attentively, immediately stood up, "I'll help you with that." At novel bin at. Sucha nodded, "Thank you." Fang's Higzu was fully focused, undisturbed by external factors, and his hands were constantly in motion. The others dared not speak or even breathe loudly, countless pairs of eyes staring fixedly at him. After more than 2 hours of emergency treatment, Fang's Higzu put down the surgical knife, nodded wearily, and said, "He's saved." Afterward, try not to move him too much. Rest well for a few months, let his lost awakened energy slowly recover. Fan Yiwen clenched his fists and couldn't help but cry. An A-level healer, possessing the ability to compete with the Grim Reaper for lives, and Fang's Higzu was not an ordinary A-level. He was already an outstanding surgeon with rich experience. In a crisis, he remained calm and could maximize the use of his healing abilities. Zhang Xiai bowed slightly to him and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you." Even Kaing Qi, the leader, personally bowed, and all the high-level awakeners behind him snapped to attention, uniformly bending at a standard 90-degree angle and shouting loudly, "Thank you." Lin Mo was even wiping tears as he shouted. Their display startled Fang's Higzu. He took steps backward, stumbling, but Song Ke secretly reached out to support him, helping him stand upright. After Mo Yan was out of danger, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and busied themselves arranging the residence, cleaning up the battlefield. Most of the people had left. Song Ke turned to look at Zhuang Qinjian, pointing his finger and lightly tapping his right leg, poking it once, then again, with a curious expression. "Your leg, how did it get better?" "Temporary." Even temporary was quite miraculous. Thinking of how Zhuang Qinjian had wielded his powers on the battlefield just moments ago, Song Ke's eyes sparkled. "You can control level 3 zombies." "Yeah, after all, I am also an S level, so I won't embarrass you." "Amazing." Song Ke applauded. Zhuang Qinjian shook his head with a faint smile. Song Ke's praises, whether for him or for Su Xing, essentially had no difference. The applause from Song Ke grew quieter. She looked up and down, and up again at Zhuang Qinjian. After another look, Zhuang Qinjian calmly faced her gaze. A few strands of bangs scattered down his forehead, covering his deep peach blossom eyes. His entire demeanor was sharp yet aloof, creating an indescribable contradiction. Song Ke was stunned. It felt like he had become a different person. No, perhaps the Kinglin researcher in the wheelchair was just another layer of disguise. The man standing before her, running and standing confidently, was the real Zhuang Qinjian. Am I good looking? Song Ke nodded dumbly. Song Keek, I found out that you are still a face con. Zhuang Qinjian clicked his tongue lightly. Song Ke's cheeks puffed up angrily, and she punched him in the mouth. As a result, Zhuang Qinjian made a muffled sound, and his tall figure, unable to maintain balance, fell forward. Song Ke was alarmed and quickly reached out to catch him. She turned her head to realize that Zhuang Qinjian's complexion was not good. The magic time is over, Zhuang Qinjian sighed. Nearly 8 hours had passed since the injection, and the sealed side effects were beginning to manifest. Then, what should we do? Song Ke anxiously said, I'll go get a wheelchair. Don't move for now, let me rest a bit. Zhuang Qinjian extended his right hand, gently embracing Song Ke's back, exerting a little force. The distance between the two became even closer. Song Keek, who do you think I've been working so hard for? Warm breath sprayed on her neck, and Song Ke's toes curled. She stood there like a wooden stick, upright. The questioning tone seemed to have a hook, demanding an answer from her. Me, I guess. Song Ke replied awkwardly. You have some conscience. A faint chuckle sounded in her ears. A faint blush spread from her cheeks to the top of her head. Song Ke, very uncharacteristically, blushed. The cafeteria once again served as a temporary meeting room. All the high-level awakeners in Shay gathered, regardless of the length of time they had joined. After this battle, they were now comrades worthy of trust. Song Ke pushed Zhuang Qinjian in. He looked boneless, lazily leaning against the wheelchair. Occasionally, he would weakly cough a couple of times. Song Ke was very cautious, even reminding him with hushed tones when crossing the threshold, as if he were made of glass. Feng Zhigze glanced at Zhuang Qinjian, not remembering that one of the side effects of the seal was being delicate. You mentioned having a meeting to discuss Naikang's situation. Did you make any discoveries? Zhang Xiai pointed to a table in the distance. Song Ke, Rita has saved you some food. Come over and eat first. Song Ke responded with a sound, releasing the wheelchair with both hands, and happily ran over to pick up the bowl, eating with gusto. Zhuang Qinjian lost his desire to perform, sat up straight, and his complexion was no longer pale. The weak coughing also stopped. He spoke with a serious expression. Naikang is not an awakener. This revelation caused a stir among the people present. What? How is that possible? He's not an awakener? Then why couldn't even an S level take him down? Zhuang Qinjian calmly said, Naikang's awakened energy is extremely weak, definitely not emitted from the body's magnetic field. I speculate that there should be a causality awakener who has applied some kind of protective barrier on him. Causality awakener? I know someone. Samuel, the mercenary leader they had met briefly, suddenly spoke up. That person used to be a mercenary in Western Street. Later, he joined the guard unit. His awakened ability is Life Puppet, which can turn people into puppets. He can use their lives instead of his own. As long as the puppet doesn't die, the master won't die. Such an awakened ability was shocking to hear. Damn, making others die in one's place. No wonder Naikang is so arrogant. Then who is his puppet? Zhuang Qinjian continued his analysis. When Song Ke killed Juleramani, Naikang's expression showed clear panic. Within the next few seconds, he exposed a vulnerability that could be attacked, but quickly recovered. Zhang Xiai added, Are you saying that Juleramani was Naikang's first puppet? First puppet? Everyone's hearts sank. The implied meaning in Zhang Xi's words suggested, does Naikang have other puppets? No way, how many lives does he have? Can't he be killed? Is there no limit to this ability? Of course there are limitations. Every time a causality awakener uses their ability, they pay with their own life. Besides, that person is only B level, and as far as I know, he died a few months ago, Samuel said solemnly. Song Ke's heart also cast a shadow. According to the information provided by Samuel, the causality awakener likely died from overdrawing on their ability. The puppets he created at the cost of his life were all used on Naikang. 3 puppets, Zhuang Qinjian said indifferently. Naikang has 3 puppets. How do you know? Others looked at him suspiciously. Zhuang Qinjian waved his hand from a distance. Song Ke, let me borrow the terminal. Song Ke put down the bowl and ran over, passing through the crowd and handing the terminal to him. Zhuang Qinjian projected a whiteboard and, in front of everyone, listed a series of complex formulas. It's not difficult to calculate the result. Just consider Naikang's awakened energy, magnetic field strength, and radiation fluctuations inside his body. Then perform the calculations. First, set the total amount of his awakened energy when he first appeared as Y. Then, after Juleramani's death, the first layer of causality disappears. Set this variable as X. Zhuang Qinjian's fingers moved quickly, and more data appeared on the whiteboard. Finally, he drew a straight line gracefully. The final answer is obvious. After Juleramani's death, Naikang still has 2 layers of protection. This also corresponds to the strength of a B-level awakener. I'm afraid that person, throughout his life, had a limit of only 3 puppets. When Zhuang Qinjian looked up, the cafeteria fell silent. The bewildered expressions of the people from Yushin Martial Arts School were identical, with eyes revealing a clear stupidity, unaware that their chopsticks and spoons had fallen from their hands. In the complete silence, only Lu Xiao clapped his hands to give face. From the calculation process alone, it's entirely correct. Zhuang Qinjian smiled, put the terminal back on Song Ke, who was still bewildered, and used his slender fingers to pick off the rice grains on her cheek. To kill Nikong, you must first kill the puppets. Zhuang Qinjian calmly revealed the breakthrough. Now the problem is, who are the remaining 2 puppets of Nikong? I have a question. The usually silent Fangs Higze suddenly spoke. Does a puppet know it's a puppet? He washed his face, shaved his beard, and tidied up neatly. Fangs Higze had changed a lot these 2 days. The unexpected reunion with Zhang Wanyao made him completely collapse, but also gave him a new life. Now, the sense of decadence that had been on him completely disappeared, returning him to the mature and rational appearance he once had. They may know or may not know it, Zhuang Qinjian answered slowly. When the causality ability is implanted, neither the puppet nor the master feels any obvious discomfort. If done discreetly enough, they might not even be aware. All the hardships are borne solely by that causality awakener. So, these individuals are jokingly referred to as spring silkworms. In ancient literature, spring silkworms were symbols of selfless dedication. However, in the present context, it's filled with irony. This supernatural ability is too elusive, capable of clandestinely altering someone's life trajectory, becoming a scapegoat for another person. Zhuang Qinjian paused. As for whether Nikang's puppet knows its own identity, that's debatable. I think Jiralamani doesn't know, Song Ke affirmed confidently. When a warrior faces life and death, their eyes and displayed state cannot deceive others. When Song Ke fought Jiralamani, the opponent's moves were fierce, their mind resolute, showing no anomalies. If he knew he was a puppet, he'd certainly have some reservations, there would be flaws in his technique, and his emotions would fluctuate slightly when being killed. Yet, Jiralamani displayed none of these signs. Jiralamani's strength had reached close to S level. He was an absolute powerhouse and wouldn't easily die. Nikong choosing him as a puppet was an extremely wise decision. There was no need to explicitly inform him. Additionally, Zhuang Qinjian's mind was like an unfathomable library, swiftly recalling related information. This kind of life bond cannot be established in one go. It needs several reinforcing sessions. Also, when making a puppet, both the main host and the puppet must be present. Zhang Xi further speculated, so, the puppet's selection leans towards people familiar to Nikong, at least those he frequently encounters. Nikong held a prestigious position, allowed entry into the reunification palace, and had few people who met him face to face, further narrowing down the possibilities. The awakeners in the cafeteria discussed animatedly. I don't understand, can't Nikong just randomly snatch someone and lock them up? Wouldn't that be safer? I don't think so. If a normal person is imprisoned for no reason, their mindset would surely explode. What if they can't take it and commit so side? Wouldn't that waste the puppet opportunity? Is Nikong that foolish? Then he could capture several more, rotate them. The young man who spoke first was unconvinced, turning to Zhuang Qinjian. Hey, buddy, can the identity of a puppet be transferred? Possible, Zhuang Qinjian nodded slightly. The crowd was astonished. The puppet's identity could be transferred? Wouldn't that make it as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack? Adat novel bin adat. But the causality awakener must personally implant it. Zhuang Qinjian leisurely completed the latter half of the sentence. That was a real shocker, absolutely terrifying. Their hearts sank back into their chests, murmuring involuntarily, thank goodness he died early, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Fortunately, the identities of the remaining 2 puppets are fixed. Samuel, towering in stature, stood up, his voice deep. I understand Nikong better than any of you. He's known as the tyrant because he dislikes anything slipping from his control. In my opinion, he won't disclose the truth to the puppets. In the new calendar year 47, it was Nikang's 27th year as the magistrate. Samuel, joining the mercenaries at 15, had witnessed Nikang's bloody ascent to power, steadily developing over the past 3 decades. Samuel thought for a moment and added, I'm not sure what his plan was before, but after yesterday's battle, Nikong lost an important puppet. It's highly likely he'll keep the remaining 2 controlled within the reunification palace, the safest place in Mu City. Zhang Xi nodded in agreement. To sum up, the puppets are people Nikong is familiar with or trusts, frequently encountered by him, probably currently within the guard unit or the reunification palace, unaware of their identity. Who could such individuals be? Everyone fell into contemplation, the atmosphere in the cafeteria unusually hushed. I know someone. Fangs Higze gradually clenched his fists. He has been living in the reunification palace for years, closest to Nikong, tightly controlled by him, easily accessible at all times. Most importantly, that person, until today, is still alive and well. Dark flames ignited in Fangs Higze's eyes. He's Nikang's only son Nai Wen. I used to be Nai Wen's attending physician, well aware of his condition. His bone disease was congenital, previously considered incurable before the apocalypse, but now, survival is entirely possible with the healing supernatural abilities. Come to think of it, we haven't heard about Nai Wen for a long time, murmured a few local mercenaries behind Samuel. That little pervert always enjoyed mutilating healthy children. He used to cause trouble frequently, and our neighbor's daughter was, by him. It seems like he's vanished from the face of the earth lately. Naiwen being a puppet, only killing him will reveal the truth, Zhuang Qinjian sighed, but to kill him, one must enter the reunification palace. It seems that even if it's a den of dragons and tigers, one inevitably has to make a trip there. I'll go to the reunification palace. Song Ke was the first to step forward. Zhuang Qinjian and Zhang Xi glanced at her, almost simultaneously speaking. It's dangerous for you alone. I'll accompany you. I'll go with you. The scene fell silent for 2 seconds. The senior brothers and sisters from Yu Mountain Martial Arts School looked at the two, their breaths hitching in disbelief. Sucha and Lu Xiao intervened in time. I'll go too. Sounds interesting, count me in. Samuel, Fan Yiwen, and others also chimed in. I'll join too. Most of the high-level awakeners present stood up. Zhang Xi raised a hand to calm their agitation, raising his voice. I know everyone came to Shay for survival. This assassination mission is extremely dangerous, completely voluntary. You don't have to force yourselves. Qi, your kindness is understood, but this concerns everyone's interests. I must go. Nikong is practically riding roughshod over us. I have to take him down. Without killing Nikong, Shay will never have peaceful days. Qi, I'm willing to go with you. The name Qi belonged to the soul of Shay. His charisma was unmatched. The fervent voices surged higher and higher. Zhang Xi stood amidst the crowd, like a guiding light illuminating the gloom. Zhuang Qinjian watched coldly for a while before dousing them with a metaphorical bucket of icy water. Just shouting won't work. It's not about who has the loudest voice. What do you mean? Zhuang Qinjian casually pointed at Zhang Xi and a few others. You, and you. Either you're wanted criminals or unidentified refugees. You can't even enter Mu City, and you're thinking of storming into the reunification palace. Why does this man deserve a beating so much? However, despite Zhuang Qinjian's harsh words, the point was straightforward. For these individuals, getting close to the reunification palace was utterly implausible. Was there any other way they could infiltrate? Song Ke recalled encountering Lu Zixuan in Hua City. Though he was only a D rank, his ability was exceptionally unique, capable of opening a door to any plane. If they could find someone similar, wouldn't they have a chance to enter the reunification palace? Sharing her thoughts, Song Ke saw Zhuang Qinjian nod in agreement. Exactly. It doesn't necessarily have to be door-opening abilities, other supernatural abilities could work too. If utilized properly, seemingly trivial abilities could be remarkably effective. I'll have all the awakeners in Shay re-registered, Zhang Xi concluded. Asterisk. Mu City. Irene and Lin Yuyo, accompanied by a group of girls, dashed through the smoke. Irene, this is the last place. Lin Yuyo shouted. Marcia, haven't you sensed your sister yet? Irene blasted away the pursuing private soldiers and turned to ask. Marcia clenched her lips, shaking her head rapidly. While Nikong attacked Shay, Miao Lun used private soldiers to take over the city's defenses. Irene and her team raided several private soldier camps, rescuing some girls conscripted as Rose Army, but Marcia's sister, Marie, was still nowhere to be found. Could it be that your sister is still in Miao Lun's mansion? A wounded girl timidly suggested. I heard that Miao Lun keeps pets he fancies for a while before getting tired and throwing them to the private soldier camps. Miao Lun's mansion was easy to locate, but it was heavily guarded by high-level awakeners, making it virtually impenetrable. Rescuing anyone from within was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Let's send them back first, then we'll go check. Irene and Lin Yuyo sent the girls back to the apartment and, with Marcia, approached Miao Lun's mansion. They didn't dare get too close, hiding in streets several kilometers away. Marcia folded her hands and activated her telepathic sense. After a few seconds, she exclaimed in excitement, I found my sister. Indeed, Marie was there, but as Marcia's smile surfaced, it froze the next moment. What's wrong? Lin Yuyu asked nervously. Marcia's expression turned puzzled. My sister said she's with a sister named Yao, and they won't leave for the time being. Yao? Irene and Lin Yuyu exchanged astonished looks. Zhang Wanyao? They had lost contact with her since that day in the apartment and hadn't expected to hear her name this way. What else did Marie say? Irene asked. Marcia closed her eyes, concentrating on communicating with her sister silently. She told me to quickly leave Mu City and seek reinforcements. What reinforcements? Suddenly, a commotion arose within Mu City. Generals and the joint forces were returning to the city. The news of Ruan Wenjun's death spread like wildfire, and within moments, over 100 fully armed mercenaries streamed out of Miao Lun's mansion. This isn't good, Irene frowned. With Nikong returning at this time, Miao Lun must have received news about the Rose Army's betrayal. He's free now and finding us is just a matter of time. Irene gripped the cannon with her left hand. These girls had barely escaped. Would they now be caught again? Irene, let's go to Shay, Lin Yuyo said seriously. She had received information from Sucha and Song Ke about Shay's current situation. I assure you, Shay is different from Mu City. The leader there, Qi, is Song Ke's senior martial brother. He's honest and fair. If they go there, at least they won't suffer abuse and harassment anymore. Irene lowered her gaze in silence, fearing her decision would push these girls into another pit. Lin Yuyu earnestly persuaded, even Samuel has joined Shay. If Qi were like Nikong, so many locals wouldn't willingly follow him. Fine, let's go to Shay. Irene finally relented and nodded slowly. The three returned to the apartment, gathered the rescued girls, and along with a few dozen people, headed toward the city gates, aiming to leave Mew City before Miaolin's search. As they approached the city gates, Irene abruptly halted Godinwei and Hu Chao manned the outpost. Their eagle-like eyes scrutinized every person entering or leaving, especially the women, who had to roll up their sleeves for inspection. Irene, a trembling voice came from behind. Those girls, their faces pale, rolled up their sleeves. Except for Marcia, who hadn't been caught, every one of them bore a deep red rose-shaped brand on their arms. This was Miaolun's victorious medal, the honor of joining the Rose Army. Irene fell into a state of intense, speechless fury. Scum. Lin Yuyu turned away, angrily cursing. Excuse me, a stranger's voice interrupted them. Irene looked wary, swiftly turning around with Lin Yuyu, shielding the girls. They recognized the familiar figure. Why was it him? Kansu, who had crossed paths with them before, awkwardly smiled, his face and clothes covered in mud. It's me. Sorry for eavesdropping again, I swear I didn't mean to. I always accidentally know too many secrets, and it's really bothersome. Kansu nervously rambled on, noticing the terrified and disoriented looks of the girls. He slapped his mouth belatedly, then finally got to the point. Are you trying to leave the city? I can take you out. You? What can you do? Lin Yuyo raised her chin, glaring fiercely. Kansu scratched his head sheepishly. Well, my ability is digging tunnels. Over the years, I've secretly made many passages, including a way out of the city. My friends call me Groundhog, though I absolutely deny it. I'm clearly a pangolin. Kansu continued with nonsensical chatter, then he realized. The beautiful lady in front of him had sparkling eyes, looking thrilled as if she wanted to devour him. Kansu, did I say something extraordinary?